Chapter 1. The Marriage Proposal. Year 8 of the Qingxing era. In the scorching heat of July, within the West Shu Wangfu, in a courtyard adjacent to the kitchen, cries of despair echoed throughout. Chen Changsheng, clad in thin garments, reclined languidly on a rattan chair, a dry stalk clenched between his teeth, gently chewing it, allowing the faint bitterness to spread across his palate. He raised his somewhat pale hand to shield his eyes, gazing through the gaps of his fingers, lost in contemplation of the few individuals kneeling in the courtyard. Since his return to this time, he had lost count of how many waves of assassins had come to take his life. 3 years prior, he was still the esteemed senior disciple of the Xiandao sect, lost in sweet dreams, only to awaken and find himself returned to his youthful days. In the Dian Empire, at the West Shu Wangfu, he was the fourth son of the Chen family of Wastrel, a muddled offspring of a bureaucratic family. Wastrel was the affectionate moniker bestowed upon him by the outside world, merely because every scion of the West Shu Wangfu was a paragon of both literary and martial prowess, while he had become an incapable being unable to cultivate. Behind closed doors, the servants of the estate had often murmured about him, but for him now, it was merely a revisitation of unpleasant memories, harmless in essence. With a soft exhale, Chen Changsheng let the dry stalk fall from his mouth, then sat upright in his rattan chair, casting a cold, scrutinizing glance at the kneeling figures, his voice devoid of emotion. Since he refused to speak, then let them all be killed. A voice emerged from the shadows. As you command, young master. Chen Changsheng had long grown accustomed to such attempts on his life. In his previous life, their assassination attempts had met with failure in this life. Had he not feared exposing his own mastery of the Tao, he would have taken matters into his own hands much earlier. Yet, what a farcical notion of being a wastrel. If they truly regarded him as such, why then would they send assassins after him? A dignified fourth son of the West Shu Wangfu, repeatedly ambushed by assassins within his own estate. Any person with a modicum of intellect could discern that there was more to this intrigue. Chen Changsheng understood the significance of these petty tricks. They were nothing more than the royal family's attempt to sow discord between him, the so-called wastrel, and the heir of West Shu. However, neither he nor his elder brother were fools, and thus the situation was of little consequence. Yet the military leaders of West Shu did not share this sentiment. A slight exercise of thought would lead them to a simple conclusion. If there were no insiders within the West Shu Wangfu, how could the royal family infiltrate the estate to carry out assassinations? And the individuals with the most direct interests at stake were the heir and the wastrel. Although many believed that the wastrel was the least likely to engage in military or political affairs, it was merely a belief. Whether or not to guard against it was an entirely different matter. This was precisely why the royal family continued to send assassins, fully aware that their attempts would inevitably fail, creating fog to mislead the masses and incite discord within the Wangfu. In his previous life, Chen Changsheng had little interest in the treacheries and machinations of power. He had been wholly absorbed in leading a life of indulgence and pleasure, oblivious to the assassination attempts that failed to achieve their intended effects. Had it not been for his inadvertent entry into the Xian Gate, he might still be living a life of extravagance, punctuated by the thrill of assassination attempts. Oh! Another batch has arrived? A voice, tinged with weariness, drifted in from outside the courtyard, and shortly thereafter, a robust man clad in a dark golden robe entered, a roll of red paper in hand, a broad smile adorning his face. Upon seeing this, Chen Changsheng hurriedly rose and approached the man, clasping his hands together in greeting. Father, Chen Sha, the master of the West Shu Wangfu, a prominent official of the dynasty, the only heterodox king of the Dian Empire. With a mere command, he could unleash a force of 400,000 elite soldiers, shattering mountains and rivers, overturning the sun and moon. My boy, forget about those assassins. This time, your father brings you good news. Chen Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. Good news? What good news? In his previous life, the only good news for him was the distribution of rewards at the end of the month, which directly determined how he would indulge himself in the following month. It was of utmost importance, a matter that could not be overstated. What good news? Chen Changsheng inquired, observing his father's expression intently. He, Chen Sha, brimming with excitement, waved the red paper in his hand. His Majesty has decreed that Princess Chongning is to be betrothed to you. You are to be wed. Would you not consider this good news? Ah! Chun Chongsheng was momentarily stunned. Betrothed? Married? This was not right. In his previous life, there had been no such matter. What could possibly be going on? Could it be that his return with memories had altered the timeline? But Princess Chongning. Chun Chongsheng instinctively swallowed hard. If memory served him correctly, that woman had also been a formidable figure in his past life. Feigning ignorance and biding her time for years, she ultimately usurped the throne, closed the palace gates, and unleashed a bloody massacre lasting 3 days, leaving naught but cries of despair in her wake. A veritable tyrant on earth. If she were to become his wife, would he not be in constant peril should he err in any regard? No, this marriage is not something I can accept. Father, Chun Chongsheng weakly inquired, is it possible for me to decline this marriage? You think you can simply refuse? This is a decree from His Majesty. Do you dare defy it? Chen Sha retorted, visibly irritated. Chun Chongsheng shrugged helplessly. All right, I shall accept the marriage. Please do not be angry. Excessive anger is detrimental to your health. His father had a point after all. In his previous life, Princess Chongning had endured in silence until the 14th year of Qingxing when she finally rebelled, toppling the court and staining the land with blood. If that were the case, Chen Chongxing felt it was his duty to exercise his rights as a husband and guide his wife on how to become a benevolent ruler. It was decided, for the sake of his future happiness, the Chen family's Benevolent Ruler Training Plan 1.0 was set in motion. Seeing his son's fluctuating expressions, Chen Sha felt a twinge of reluctance in his heart. Yet given the current circumstances, he could not intervene. With a sigh, he silently patted Chun Chongsheng on the shoulder. Chongping, my son, I understand this marriage proposal is rather unfriendly to you. With so many daughters of the Dog Emperor, he chose to betroth you to a foolish girl. I am powerless, but you must know, endure for a moment, and peace shall come. Take a step back, and the sea will be vast. It is a burden for you, my son. Father, you are not contemplating rebellion, are you? Chen Chongxing jested. Actually, I think rebellion could be quite splendid. There's a saying that goes well, walk the path of others and leave them with no way forward. If his father were to instigate a rebellion first, then the Benevolent Ruler Training Plan would be half accomplished. I am truly a genius. Get lost. Chen Sha kicked Chun Chongsheng lightly. Get ready, we will be heading to the capital soon to meet the emperor and your future bride. Understood. In the Kaiwan Hall, a graceful figure quietly sat upon the main seat, her gaze indifferent as she looked down upon those below, yet a faint aura of authority emanated from her presence. Within the hall, a maid knelt, her beauty radiant, garbed in purple, yet her elegance could not be concealed. The maid knelt on one knee before the figure, her expression respectful. Your Highness, regarding His Majesty's decree to betroth you to that wastrel young master of the West Shu Wangfu, should we? The maid made a cutting gesture across her throat. Silence. The figure replied, displeased. Ning Xinyao never anticipated that she would be wed to the future master of the Xian Dao sect in this life. Thinking of his towering figure, her cheeks involuntarily flushed. In her previous life, they had been fated to have no connection. Yet in this life, she had been bestowed a marriage contract. Linger. Do you think that young Master Chun will heed the words of the outside world and refuse to marry me? The figure said, a hint of unease creeping into her tone. The kneeling Linger was taken aback, then exclaimed, what on earth was wrong with her master today? How peculiar. What do you mean, I have made up my mind. Go and instruct those old fossils in the court to do everything possible to facilitate this marriage. The figure commanded with cold indifference. As you command. Yet, the thought of young Master Chen soon embarking on a journey to the world's foremost sect, the Xian Dao sect, filled her heart with restlessness. Should I just destroy the Xian Dao sect? That way, young Master Chun would remain by my side forever. Chapter 2. Bringing Home a Bride. The princess before her stood the familiar Grand Hall, a place she had graced countless times, and the faces that surrounded her were equally known. Yet despite this familiarity, her thoughts remained tumultuous. Why does my husband keep gazing at me? Is my makeup today lacking? Could he have been swayed by the rumors circulating in the outside world, deeming me a foolish person? Might he even contemplate fleeing from our union? Does he harbor feelings of disdain towards me? Perhaps Ning Xinyao herself was oblivious to the fact that, despite having lived 2 lives, this was her first time feeling such disarray due to a man even as an empress of her generation. She found herself displaying the bashfulness of a mere girl because of him. She vividly remembered the moment she first encountered her senior brother on the battlefield, where one man, wielding a sword, repelled thousands. The air was thick with sword energy, divine scripts flickered, and the dawn shone brightly. He turned to her and asked if she wished to follow him in cultivating their skills. In that instant, she felt as if she were in the presence of a celestial being. Her refusal, however, she understood, had cost her a lifetime of regret. She longed to agree, yet she could not let go of the common people of Dian. For many days, she had pondered whether accepting his offer could lead to a possible future for them. The more Ning Xinyao imagined, the more tangled her thoughts became, and perhaps her father had noticed her unease, or perhaps the sovereign was struck by a sudden whim, as a voice, tinged with authority, resonated in her ears. Wenqing, Changsheng, you 2 lovebirds ought to engage in some meaningful conversation. Wenqing, Changsheng has come to see you in haste as a princess. You must show some hospitality. Go, take Changsheng for a stroll nearby. Enjoy the scenery, and cultivate your affections as a couple. Wouldn't you agree, King Qin? Your Majesty speaks wisely. King Qin nodded in agreement. Changsheng, I have important matters to discuss with His Majesty. You should accompany Princess Changning for a walk, engage in conversation. Our Qin men must not be shy. Let the young lady take the lead. Hearing this, Qin Changsheng felt a twinge of distress, but rose respectfully, saying, Thank you, Your Majesty. He then swiftly approached Princess Changning, slightly bowing as he extended his hand, his demeanor natural as he spoke. My lady, may I accompany you? Ning Xinyao gazed at Qin Changsheng, who reached out to her, feeling momentarily dazed. What did he just call me? My lady. Her mind was in disarray. Qin Gongzi's natural expression did not seem like a facade, which suggested he might not despise her. Ha ha! King Qin, your son is quite the gentleman. Emperor Ning paused, jesting. He lives up to his reputation as the dandy of the capital. Your Majesty, you flatter? At the emperor's words, Ning Xinyao snapped back to reality, nodded, and extended her hand with a gentle smile, saying, I appreciate your kindness, Qin Gongzi. Following this, the two departed the grand hall, resembling a pair of celestial lovers, leisurely strolling through the vast palace grounds. As Qin Changsheng watched Ning Xinyao lead the way, he felt an urge to say something fitting for a man at such a moment, yet he found himself at a loss for words, feeling quite awkward. Qin Gongzi. Ning Xinyao broke the awkward silence, her voice light and teasing. I thought you had come to call off our engagement. Qin Changsheng paused, taken aback, his pupils slightly contracting, seemingly unprepared for this to be the first topic she broached. However, being no ordinary man, he quickly regained his composure as various thoughts raced through his mind. My lady, how could you speak such words? How could a husband cherish a beauty like you ever consider calling off an engagement? Qin Changsheng replied earnestly. She tilted her head, her expression a mix of grievance as she looked at him. Really? Wow, how adorable. I want to hold her close. Qin Changsheng was astonished that a fierce tyrant could display such gentle and endearing behavior. Of course, it's true, he assured, thumping his chest. I could not be more sincere. But they all say I am a foolish person. Yu Wenqing lowered her head, her voice tinged with melancholy. She was struggling to maintain the poise of a princess. Despite having resolved beforehand to leave a good impression, she now felt like a jilted woman, hardly resembling a princess at all. Yet these thoughts continued to haunt her. Indeed, Qin Changsheng nodded in agreement, acknowledging her sentiment. Is that so? Those words seemed to drain Yu Wenqing of her strength, a wave of heartache sweeping over her, leaving her feeling as though she were plummeting into an icy abyss. For a fleeting moment, she felt a surge of madness, wanting to lay everything bare, yet ultimately, reason prevailed. Ning Xinyao, had you not prepared yourself for this? At the very least, Qin Gongzi did not seem to harbor any aversion towards her, which was far better than she had anticipated. That was already sufficient. At this moment, she could not ask for too much. However, As she exhaled a long sigh, it pulled her scattered thoughts back into focus. Chun Chongqing sighed softly, his expression revealing guilt and self-reproach. This is indeed a problem. It is all my fault for not being by my lad's side sooner, causing you to suffer. Yet, he then declared with righteous fervor, from now on, I shall accompany you, and anyone who dares speak ill of you shall face dire consequences. This scene startled Yu Winking, her eyes widening slightly, her voice trembling. You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Ha ha, my dear little fool. When have I ever deceived you? Chun Chongqing chuckled heartily, pulling Yu Winking's enchanting figure into his embrace. He felt her body stiffen. Gently caressing her hair, he gazed at her with warmth in his eyes, saying, I will always be here for you. At his words, her previously stiff form began to soften, and Ning Xinyao closed her eyes, quietly savoring this tender moment. She never expected a scene that had only ever appeared in her dreams would manifest in this life so swiftly. My dear little fool, don't fall asleep, you're drooling on my chest. Ah! Yu Winking abruptly pulled away from Chun Changsheng's embrace, pouting in protest. Don't call me little fool. Her tone seemed shy yet more filled with indignation. Chun Chongqing chuckled, gently ruffling her hair. All right, I won't call you that. Yu Winking pouted, casting an unsatisfied glance at Chun Chongqing. But when she noticed a glimmer of drool on his chest, a flush crept over her cheeks. How could I have fallen asleep? Oh no! How embarrassing! To have fallen asleep in his embrace on our first meeting, and to have drooled, ah! How mortifying! Should I make a swift exit? With this thought, Yu Winking subtly retreated, as if to leave. Hee. Chun Chongqing reached out to grab her, teasingly asking, Where do you think you're going, my lady? Ah. Before she could finish her sentence, Chun Chongqing swept her up in a princess carry. Yu Winking wrapped her arms around him, feeling a bit shy. Put me down, it would be inappropriate if others see. Chun Chongqing smiled softly, then fixed his gaze on Ning Xinyao, asking, Would you do me the honor of returning home with me to wed? His eyes burned with fervent emotion, and as she met his gaze, Ning Xinyao felt her cheeks heat up as she playfully scolded, Pa, you scoundrel, who is your lady? Huh? Chun Chongqing laughed heartily. Home we go. Within the grand hall, Chen Sha and Emperor Ning were engaged in discussions, their faces adorned with smiles, clearly having reached an exciting point in their conversation. Just then, a palace eunuch rushed in, visibly flustered. As soon as he entered, he exclaimed, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, a grave situation has arisen. Emperor Ning immediately furrowed his brow, anger flashing across his face as he demanded, What is this commotion in court? Drag him out and execute him. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, please forgive me. The eunuch, realizing that he might be dragged away before finishing his report, panicked. Seeing this, Chen Sha contemplated for a moment and advised, Your Majesty, perhaps it would be wise to hear what Eunuch Lu has to say before passing judgment. Granted, Emperor Ning replied coolly. Eunuch Lu hastily knelt in gratitude, eager to report the situation before incurring the emperor's wrath. Your Majesty, Chun Fuma has taken hold of the princess and has already exited the Xuanwu gate. What? Chen Sha sprang to his feet, furiously scolding Wretch. Wretch! Why did the palace guards not stop that scoundrel? Reporting to King Chun, there were two reasons. First, the Fuma does not possess martial skills, and the guards feared harming him or the princess. Second, the Fuma declared that anyone who dared to obstruct him would face the wrath of the Shishu army. Wretch! Wretch! Does he think the Shishu royal household is his to command? Chen Sha shouted angrily. Hearing this, Emperor Ning felt a headache coming on, letting out a resigned sigh. This fourth son of the Qin family truly lived up to his reputation as a dandy, being the first to abduct a princess within the palace. However, perhaps it was for the best the Qin family already had a war god heir. One dandy was more than enough, and the more reckless he was, the more at ease he felt. Your Majesty, I will go and capture that scoundrel, forcing him to return the princess, Chen Sha pledged. Upon hearing these words, Ning Di appeared momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a chuckle and saying, The Prince of Chun is overly concerned. How could I possibly bestow the esteemed princess Chongning upon him? She shall inevitably be bound for the residence of the king of Shishu. The youthful exuberance of the young man is of little consequence. There is no need for alarm. I shall not place blame upon him. Come now, Prince Chun, let us continue our conversation. Matters of youth should be resolved by the young themselves. Although Chun Sha harbored some unease regarding his fourth son, it was evident that His Majesty did not wish for him to take his leave, and he felt it inappropriate to voice further concerns. However, the old fox's assurance of no blame suggested that the contingencies he had arranged for his son should suffice. With this thought in mind, Chun Sha clasped his hands and remarked, "Chun Sha, on behalf of my wayward son, expresses gratitude to your Majesty." Chapter 3. Dark waves arise in a modest and ever-changing abode within the West Shu royal residence. Flickering red candles cast dancing shadows, while the moonlight painted a mottled glow. Ning Xinyao sat quietly upon her bed, her demeanor shy and timid, as memories of Chun Chongqing's words before his departure echoed in her mind. "My dear, tonight you shall temporarily occupy your husband's chamber. Tomorrow, I shall have the servants arrange a room for you, modeled after the imperial palace." "Fool, there's no reason for us not to share a space," Ning Xinyao murmured softly. After leaving the courtyard, Chun Chongqing embraced the summer breeze, surveying his surroundings. Noticing no one was in sight, he stepped lightly, gradually fading into the darkness of the night. "Did I end the capital, at the prince's residence?" Chun Chongqing's figure materialized, and gazing at the prince's mansion ahead, he hesitated momentarily before stepping forward with ease. Entering the estate. Upon crossing the threshold, traversing the corridor, and passing through several rooms, Chun Chongqing arrived at a garden that as he entered, a hurried young servant rushed towards him, yet the servant brushed past, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Head bowed and hastening away. Strolling through the garden, Chun Chongqing's thoughts began to stir once more. In his previous life, the immediate cause of Ning Xinyao's rebellion was the demise of the Ning Emperor, which led to the crown prince and various princes vying for the throne for years, resulting in unending chaos within the Great Yin and the ruin of families. For someone like Chun Chongqing, who abhorred complications, the simplest way to prevent his wife from becoming a tyrant was to eliminate the root of the problem directly. However, as he pondered his course of action, he considered the Ning Emperor's nature. If he did not perish, killing the crown prince would seem futile. After all, the emperor had many sons, and destroying them all would be a cumbersome task. Perhaps he should eliminate the Ning Emperor? No, that was impractical. Two formidable celestial beings were by the emperor's side, and venturing forth blindly would likely lead to his downfall. Forget it. Since I am here, I might as well stir up some trouble. That would be a disservice to myself otherwise, that if memory served. In just a few days, the crown prince would petition the Ning Emperor with an indictment against the West Shu royal residence. Although it was not of great consequence, it would nearly result in the entire elite of the royal house being dispatched to the borders for defense, a situation that had caused Chun Chongqing considerable distress in his past life. Moreover, his wife had been captured by insiders within the palace and exiled to the ancestral hall for 3 years. Although he had managed to bring her to the West Shu royal residence for protection, the uncertainties of this life were manifold. For precaution's sake, it was best to keep the crown prince's position vacant. Though the current crown prince bore him no grudge, he still wished for him to traverse the realm of the dead. Boom! Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted around Chun Chongqing, and within 100 miles, all spiritual energy transformed into flames, merging into his being. Following this, a deafening, earth-shattering sound of a sword echoed from his form, as blinding sword light enveloped him entirely. The light surged forth, and behind him, threads of spiritual energy began to intertwine and delineate, until a colossal sword, 100 meters in length, manifested behind him. As the giant sword appeared, the entire space seemed to freeze. The next moment, a sound of air being sliced open rang out. The sword was in motion. Whoosh! The giant sword shot skyward, its aura oppressive. Descend! A low command reverberated, and the giant sword fell in an instant. The prince's residence sensed something amiss as the giant sword descended. Waves of powerful presences surged forth from within the estate, attempting to intercept the sword. Who dares to cause trouble at the prince's residence? Seeking death. A mere mortal attempting to display prowess. Bring forth the spears. These individuals, seasoned in battle and formidable in strength, were the foundation that the Ning Emperor had provided for the crown prince. However, as they encountered the giant sword, their expressions shifted instantaneously, panic overtaking them. Celestial being, we must flee. But what did it mean to be a celestial being? The power of immortals was not something they could escape. Boom! The giant sword descended, consuming the powerful presences in its wake, and in an instant, the entire prince's residence was engulfed in a blinding light. The night seemed to be dispelled by the sword's radiance, ushering in a fleeting moment of brightness. After an indeterminate period, everything gradually receded. The exterior light was once again shrouded by the night, as if all had been swallowed by darkness. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Chen Chongqing gazed quietly ahead. The former prince's residence had long since vanished. Before him lay an abyss of darkness, a gaping chasm descending into the earth, seemingly infinite. Yet within the depths of this abyss, a faint golden light flickered. Chen Chongqing furrowed his brows. Was he not dead? Ah, so soon. A terrifying presence surged forth from within the imperial palace. Forget it. Now was not the time to engage in a contest with him. Surviving was a stroke of fortune. Regaining his thoughts, in the next moment, Chen Chongqing's figure transformed into a wisp of wind, vanishing from sight. This strike was akin to a stone cast into a fish pond. It would undoubtedly provoke unrest throughout the capital, both in plain view and in the shadows. This sword had effectively shattered the heavens. This night would ultimately be anything but tranquil. Yet, Chen Chongqing remained blissfully unaware of the tumultuous waves his sword would incite within the capital. At the West Shu royal residence, within Chen Chongqing's quarters, Ning Xinyao, meditating in a cross-legged position, trembled slightly. Her eyes sparkled like stars as she turned her gaze to the horizon, murmuring, "When did a celestial being arrive in the capital?" After a moment's hesitation, she deftly flipped her wrist, producing a bronze mirror from her sleeve. With a gentle wave of her right hand, the mirror shimmered with golden light, and the image shifted to reveal a strikingly beautiful visage. "Master!" A soft voice emerged from the mirror. Ning Xinyao contemplated for a moment before instructing, "Xiaoyan, please have our sisters in the capital inquire about any incidents that occurred tonight, and check with our sisters in the martial world to see if any prodigious talents have recently ascended to the celestial realm. Also, expedite the search for the evidence I requested. In a few days, the Crown Prince will petition against the West Shu royal residence that I have a feeling that unexpected events have transpired in the capital, and delays could lead to change." "Understood. By the way, Master, when will this month's gathering of disciples be held? You all can decide. Will Master not attend this time? I still have to focus on my wedding. You and Linger can host the gathering for the next few months." "Understood. Master, did you just say you were getting married? What is the family like? What are their virtues?" Xiaoyan bombarded her with a flurry of questions, prompting Ning Xinyao to decisively terminate the conversation. "This girl, how did I not realize she was so chatty?" Ning Xinyao sighed to herself. Within the palace hall, the Ning Emperor wore a grim expression, while Chen Wang stood beside him, bowed and lost in thought. In the hall, the ministers dared not breathe, fearing that a single misstep could lead to their demise. "Where is the governor of Shun Tian?" "Here, your majesty." A middle-aged man quivered as he bowed. "Take him out and execute him." "Where is the grand commander of the city guard?" "Present." "Your majesty, execute him." "Where is the head of the celestial master office?" The old minister, before the head of the celestial master office could finish his words, the Ning Emperor coldly interjected, "Execute him." That night, the Ning Emperor executed over 30 officials, from midnight until dawn, including many who had been close allies in establishing the Great Yin Empire. Despite this, not a single person dared to speak in their defense within the hall. Everyone understood that pleading for mercy at this moment would lead to certain death. The situation was far too grave. An unknown celestial being had infiltrated the capital, extinguishing the prince's residence with a single sword strike that if the emperor were not allowed to exact his vengeance, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 4. Sending you home in the early morning. At the West Shu royal residence, "My dear, I have arrived," Chen Chongqing exclaimed as he pushed open the door. Inside, Ning Xinyao, who was preening her eyebrows, lit up upon seeing him, her youthful face radiating two sweet smiles. "Good morning, dear." Upon seeing Ning Xinyao again, Chen Chongqing couldn't help but be captivated, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Did you find your stay last night comfortable?" Today, Ning Xinyao donned a simple white dress, her exquisite face adorned with a hint of light makeup, rendering her beauty flawless. The newborn sun streamed through the window, casting a sacred glow upon her, as if she were enveloped in a veil of purity. A vision of ethereal beauty. Even from such proximity, Chen Chongqing felt the woman before him was as enchanting as an ethereal being. Unlike any mortal woman. Comfortable, Ning Xinyao replied with a sweet smile. That is good to hear. Chen Chongqing felt a wave of relief wash over him, then slightly bowed, extending his right hand, revealing a rose that had somehow appeared in his grasp. He grinned, saying, knowing that you have not ventured out of the palace all day. Would you do me the honor of accompanying your husband to witness the vibrant blooms of the capital? Ning Xinyao, momentarily dazed, accepted the rose, her heart racing with confusion. Did I ask this? A date? Ning Xinyao, feeling lightheaded, forgot how she had just responded, allowing Chen Chongqing to gently lead her out of the small courtyard, down the pristine marble path, and out the gates of the West Shu royal residence. Outside the gates, a beautifully adorned carriage awaited them. The driver was an elderly man clad in dark armor and a wide-brimmed hat. Dayas Chen Chongqing helped Ning Xinyao descend the steps. The elderly man bowed and lifted the carriage curtain, placing a small stool for them to enter. Chen Chongqing carefully assisted Ning Xinyao into the carriage before following suit. Once they were both settled, he instructed Lao Fu, take us to Zijin Street. Lao Fu. So, he is Lao Fu. Ning Xinyao's heart trembled slightly. She had never had the fortune to meet Qing Wei, the leader of the 4 guards of the West Shu Wangfu in her previous life. To her surprise, they crossed paths today. It turned out he had been protecting her husband all along, and no wonder, in her past life, she had only heard tales of him in the martial world, but had never laid eyes on him. With the ability to kill a man from 10 paces and to leave no trace over 1,000 miles, it was indeed reassuring to have such a formidable protector for her husband. Go! The carriage commenced its journey. The interior was tranquil, with a delicate and unique fragrance wafting through the air, reminiscent of the exquisite orchids blooming in a secluded valley, graceful and lustrous. Inhaling the fragrant aroma, Chen Chongqing felt a slight stir in his heart, his gaze instinctively shifting forward to behold the alluring figure ahead and the glimpse of her snow-white legs beneath her skirt, causing his thoughts to take flight. Meanwhile, Ning Xinyao appeared somewhat dazed, as if lost in contemplation. The carriage soon arrived at its destination, accompanied by the shouts of vendors outside. Tonglu, exquisite weapons, purple skirt and veil. Come take a look, young master. We have arrived, came the aged voice of Lao Fu from outside the carriage. Understood, Chen Chongqing replied, glancing at Ning Xinyao with a smile. That my dear. We have arrived, mem, that as soon as she alighted from the carriage. Ning Xinyao was captivated by the myriad of sights around her. This, the golden purple street. How bustling it is, your majesty, your majesty. Today Ling went to Golden Purple Street and bought you a skewer of Tonglu. It's delicious, do try it, Linger exclaimed excitedly, waving the Tonglu in her hand. Boring. Do you dare to abandon your post and frolic at Golden Purple Street again? Do you believe I will order the street to be leveled? Ning Xinyao retorted coldly. Li Linger obeys. Noticing Ning Xinyao's lingering gaze on the Tonglu, Chen Chongqing retrieved a piece of silver from his pocket and tossed it to a servant. 2 skewers of Tonglu. And keep the change. All right, sir, just a moment. The rough-skinned servant beamed with delight, hastily picking 2 skewers and handing them to Chen Chongqing. Chen Chongqing took the Tonglu, popped one into his mouth, and then offered the other to Ning Xinyao. Dear, do take a taste. Ning Xinyao was taken aback for a moment, but then gracefully accepted it, softly saying, Thank you, young master. This fellow, just from a few lingering glances, he became attentive. He truly enjoys playing the dandy. Yet for the sake of the Tonglu, I shall forgive him. With this thought, she took a delicate bite, and an unparalleled sweetness surged through her taste buds, her large eyes curving into crescent moons. Exuding an adorable charm, oh sweet. Glancing at the sky, Chen Chongqing quickly finished his Tonglu and, with a flicker of silver light at his fingertips, a paper umbrella appeared in his hand. He opened the umbrella and sheltered it over her head. Holding the umbrella, Chen Chongqing slowed his pace, walking leisurely alongside the lovely lady who was engrossed in savoring the Tonglu. The two strolled through the bustling street as if they were celestial companions. Upon passing a 4 Happiness beef ball shop, the enticing aroma made Ning Xinyao unable to suppress a quiet gulp. Smells so good, the deal you wish to eat, my dear. Chen Chongqing extended the umbrella, Wait here. Allow me to fetch something. Ning Xinyao parted her lips slightly, but remained silent, wordlessly accepting the paper umbrella and watching Chun Chongqing's retreating figure with a slight upward curl of her lips. This For Happiness beef ball shop was renowned for its authentic flavors, and Chun Chongqing was a regular patron. Despite the long queue, the owner promptly prepared a serving for him, although outsiders might be displeased. They held their tongues upon witnessing such generous spending. A whole ingot of silver tossed about without a care, as Chun Chongqing accepted the beef balls from the owner and was about to return. He suddenly heard a shrill cry, "Don't come closer." Chun Chongqing was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he swiftly departed. From a distance, he saw 5 or 6 young rascals encircling Ning Xinyao, some even resorting to physical means. The 15 or 16-year-old maiden appeared like a lamb awaiting slaughter, trembling in the face of the encroaching wolves. Yet, the wolves showed no mercy for such beauty, instead indulging in lewd teasing. Nearby, a portly young gentleman watched the scene with a lecherous grin. Lao Fu. Chun Chongqing's face darkened, and in the next moment, Lao Fu's figure appeared behind him. "Young master," Lao Fu said respectfully. "Kill them all." Chun Chongqing's voice was cold. "Leave one alive for me. I will handle it personally." "Understood." With the command given, Lao Fu's feet shattered the cobblestones as he shot forward, confronting the group of young rascals. The young rascals, who had just been laughing and tormenting a moment ago, suddenly felt a tightening around their necks and collapsed in unison, blood seeping from their necks. "Who dares?" the portly young gentleman exclaimed in shock, instinctively drawing his sword. "That I am the son of the Minister of Revenue." "Who are you? How dare you stop me?" Lao Fu ignored him and unleashed a thread of sword energy, which whistled through the air, piercing through the tendons of the portly gentleman's legs. That moment, Chun Chongqing arrived, swiftly wrapping Ning Xinyao in his arms, holding her tightly as he observed her expression, hurriedly reassuring her, "Do not fear. Do not fear. Your husband is here, da." Ning Xinyao let out a sharp cry, finally breaking free from her stupor and bursting into tears. Seeing her in such a state tugged at Chun Chongqing's heartstrings. He gently placed his hands on her shoulders, pulling her closer. Ning Xinyao did not resist, but leaned into his embrace, as if it were the only source of solace in that moment. Beside them, the portly gentleman howled in pain. Then a frenzied anger surged forth. "You dare to cripple me? I will have you skinned alive. My father is the Minister of Revenue. You are courting death." Umph. Upon hearing this, Chun Chongqing felt a fire ignite within him, a glint of cruelty flashing in his eyes. He whispered to the now calmer Ning Xinyao, "Wait here. Your husband will avenge you." Ning Xinyao gazed deeply into Chun Chongqing's eyes before reluctantly withdrawing from his embrace. "Wow, the Minister of Revenue, is he that formidable?" Chun Chongqing asked with a smile, looking at the portly gentleman before him. "You are." The portly gentleman was about to bellow in rage when he caught sight of Chun Chongqing, abruptly taken aback. Yet before he could respond, Chun Chongqing suddenly bent down, seizing one of his hands and dragging his rotund form through the street. "Oh, it is the son of the Minister of Revenue. I must show Uncle Lu some respect. Come, I shall take you home to—" Ah, you madman, let me go." The portly gentleman screamed in agony, struggling futilely against the iron grip. Thus, Chun Chongqing dragged the portly gentleman's hefty body step by step toward the Minister of Revenue's residence, leaving a trail of glaring crimson on the stone-paved street. Chapter 5. Are you insane? She is insane. At the Lu residence in the capital, Chun Chongqing could already clearly see the plaque inscribed with the words Zheng de Guangming, along with a throng of furious servants beneath it. Among them stood a graceful matron, her face etched with concern as she gazed anxiously at Chun Chongqing. Chun Chongqing recognized this matron. She was Lu's wife, the Minister of Revenue's spouse. "Madam, please wait here. I will escort young Master Lu home and return shortly," he assured Ning Xinyao, who looked worried beside him. Ning Xinyao's lips parted slightly, as if she wished to say something. Yet at that moment, the situation left her momentarily at a loss for words that if she were to advise Chongqing to back down, the minister's household would surely become arrogant and overbearing. The law of survival, might makes right, has been true since ancient times, and the capital was no exception. Seeing Chun Chongqing step forward, a maid beside the matron, feeling emboldened by her presence, boldly chastised him. "Western Shu has 4 sons. How dare you insult my young master? You wretched scoundrel! Who gave you the audacity?" Oh, Qin Chongqing's expression darkened as he replied in a low voice. Dare you repeat that? I said you are a life. Slicing sound, before the maid could finish her words. Lao Fu appeared from seemingly nowhere, swiftly executing a command that severed the head of the insolent maid, which tumbled to the ground and rolled several times, blood mingling with dirt, creating a chilling sight. The head still bore the maid's shocked expression, horrifying to all who witnessed it, leaving the minister's servants frozen in shock and the matron in utter disbelief. Unprepared for such audacity, the matron felt her stomach churn and collapsed to the ground. Retching, those who insult my lady shall be executed without mercy. Lao Fu's voice resonated like death itself among the crowd. Seeing this, Qin Chongqing's expression shifted as he chuckled lightly. Aunt, did you eat something bad? Even if you did, you shouldn't vomit in front of your virtuous nephew. That would be quite unbecoming. However, in response to Qin Chongqing's jest, Lu's wife continued to retch, thoroughly shaken. She had never witnessed such a scene before. Qin Chongqing casually tossed Lu Xiao into a pile of servants. Although fear coursed through the onlookers, they suppressed their trepidation and approached to inspect the condition of their young master. Lu Xiao, having been dragged by Qin Chongqing, had long succumbed to unconsciousness due to excessive blood loss. His rear ended a gruesome sight, blood streaming profusely. After discarding Lu Xiao, Qin Chongqing knelt beside Lu Shi, gently patting her back and softly saying, Aunt, do take care of your diet next time. Humph. Spare me your feigned concern. When my husband returns, I shall certainly have him report you to the emperor. No, not just you, but your father, the king of Shishu as well. Lu Shi, trembling yet attempting to maintain her composure, wiped her mouth with her sleeve and coldly retorted. Qin Chongqing, caressing Lu Shi's exquisite back, appeared to be taking advantage. Yet in reality, streams of energy silently flowed from his hand into her body. With a smile on his face and a gentle tone, he said, Aunt, why act in such a manner? Lu Shi slowly rose, swaying slightly, prompting Qin Chongqing to quickly offer his support, only to be met with a fierce rejection. Unperturbed, he stood aside and remarked, Aunt, my visit today is solely to escort Lu Xiao home, without any ulterior motives. Lu Xiao consumed a considerable amount of alcohol and was struck by a carriage on his way home. It just so happened that I was passing by. Surely, you do not believe that I inflicted this injury upon him? Such a web of lies, just like your deceased mother. How detestable, Lu Shi spat in disdain. You seek your own demise. Lao Fu's figure shifted, his blood energy surging. Lao Fu. Qin Chongqing's voice rang coldly. Stand down. Lu Shi fell silent, feeling as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, the chilling aura enveloping her entire being. Qin Chongqing glanced at the sky, softening his tone slightly. Aunt, I apologize for my subordinate's ignorance. I did not mean to frighten you. Humph. Lu Shi huffed. You certainly have more decorum than your deceased mother. Sighing, Qin Chongqing looked up at the sky again, his tone tinged with helplessness. Why must you all belittle my mother? As his words faded, the sound of galloping hooves echoed through the air. A horde of ironclad cavalry surged forth from the distance, forming a dark line that stretched endlessly, a sight to behold. Amidst the dust, a military flag stood tall, emblazoned with a single word, vivid as blood. Shu, the Ba Dao army of Shishu. Who in the world does not recognize its name? When the Ba Dao emerges, countless souls wail, mountains and rivers tremble, shaking the sun and moon, with none left to resist. Even if true immortals descended, the Ba Dao would still slay them. 500 Shishu soldiers marched towards the Minister of Revenue's residence, halting precisely 10 paces from Qin Chongqing, their movements synchronized and precise, far surpassing that of ordinary soldiers. That a scar-faced man, wearing a goofy grin, rushed to within 3 steps of Qin Chongqing and knelt respectfully, saying, The Shishu Fifth Army, Feng Wei, pays respects to the young master. Qin Chongqing merely acknowledged him with a slight sound, and Feng Wei, understanding, leaned in to whisper, Young master, how dare you parade the Minister of Revenue's son through the streets? Have you lost your mind? The scar-faced man jested. Get lost. Qin Chongqing shot him a glance, irritated. He first insulted my wife. Why should I not retaliate? Haha, that's good. I thought the young master had lost his mind. Turns out it was he who was mad. Feng Wei laughed heartily. Oh, by the way, that old woman was just berating my mother. What should we do about it? Qin Chongqing inquired. Well, what to say? Feng Wei's expression darkened. And he angrily declared, if she seeks death, then I shall gladly escort her on her way. Chen Chongqing looked at Lu Shi with mockery. And you must not blame me this time. You keep mentioning my mother. Even if I wish to spare you, these 500 soldiers of Shishu, behind me, would likely not be so lenient. They are not as accommodating as I am. Would you not agree? Lu Shi, in a fit of rage, pointed at Chen Chongqing. Is your Shishu army planning a rebellion? This is the capital, the Emperor's feet, the residence of the Minister of Revenue. The Emperor's feet? Just because your Lu household hangs a plaque of Jingda Guangming. Fang Wei scoffed, pointing at the plaque with contempt. Just a piece of rotting wood, and you dare treat it as treasure. To insult my wife. Shishu guard, clang, clang, clang. The sound of unsheathing swords reverberated through the heavens, a murderous aura surging towards the sky. Kill, kill, kill. Young master, Fang Wei bowed, seeking command. Please give the order. Chen Chongqing smiled faintly, saying, Aunt, your son insulted my wife, and you insulted my mother. Though my reputation may be somewhat lacking, the principle of reciprocity is not lost on me that if I do not act, how could I call myself a husband or a son? Shishu guard, heed my command. With a pause, he then coldly commanded, demolish. Lu Shi was taken aback, staring at the usually frivolous and arrogant Chen Chongqing, bewildered. Who gave him such audacity? Who bestowed upon him this courage? Who granted him this confidence? This young scion, who typically indulged in merriment, dared to issue such an order. In that moment, Lu Shi felt the chilling grasp of death. The Shishu Guard. This was the Shishu Guard, one of the most formidable armies in the world. A wave of despair washed over Lu Shi. How could such a mad existence dare to order the demolition of his own residence? Stop! Lu Shi cried out. I am the wife of the Minister of Revenue. This is the minister's residence. Do you know the consequences of your actions? Do you dare? Huh? Chen Chongqing laughed. What do I have to fear? Just a mere Minister of Revenue. What do I have to fear? In my world, I either wish or do not wish. Lu Shi stared at him in terror, his eyes brimming with madness. He truly dared to demolish. Once this residence was torn down, would it not disgrace the Minister of Revenue's reputation? Unfortunately, Chen Chongqing did not grant her much time to ponder. With a wave of his hand, the Shishu Guard was already in motion. The Shishu Guard surged forward. The few servants behind Lu Shi were utterly powerless to stop them. And they swiftly reduced the entire courtyard to ruins. That my residence, my home, my wealth, my wealth. Lu Shi's heart-wrenching screams echoed through the street. Her heart ached. It felt as if it were bleeding. Consider this your lesson. Chen Chongqing coldly snorted, turning to leave. No, you scoundrels, you scoundrels. I will not let you go. You wait when my husband returns. He will surely trouble you. Lu Shi screamed until her voice was hoarse, but no one paid her any heed. She could only hide in the shadows at the street corner, weeping, her cries reverberating through the alleys. Yet, no matter how heart-wrenchingly Lu Shi sobbed, Chen Chongqing, having released his pent-up frustration, felt invigorated. In truth, the sensation of being the villain was rather delightful. The thrill of wielding power was truly exhilarating. After demolishing the minister's residence, Chen Chongqing returned in high spirits to find Ning Xinyao, who had been patiently waiting. Upon seeing Chen Chongqing's return, her worried expression finally eased. My lord, are you all right? You were gone for so long. It made me quite anxious. Ning Xinyao, with sincere concern, spoke, but upon hearing her words, Chen Chongqing sighed and feigned disappointment, saying it was merely dealing with a trivial Minister of Revenue. Why should it cause my wife such worry? Am I truly regarded as such a useless person in your eyes? In Ning Xinyao's heart, Chen Chongqing was certainly not useless. However, at this moment, he had yet to become the master brother of the immortal path and was not as formidable as in his previous life. Such arrogance concerned Ning Xinyao, fearing he might encounter someone tough and come to harm. That is not it, my lord. Please do not misunderstand. I was genuinely just worried about you. If you wish for me not to be angry, then you must kiss me. Chen Chongqing was not truly angry. He merely intended to tease Ning Xinyao. To his surprise, she genuinely fell for it. With this opportunity, he certainly aimed to procure some benefits for himself. Ning Xinyao, unaware that the usually upright and noble master brother would behave so slickly before entering the immortal path, felt a mixture of embarrassment and allure. How can one behave so? In broad daylight, with people coming and going, asking me to kiss you, In her past life, after becoming an empress, she could engage in such bold actions, but now was not the time. She needed to be prudent. With this thought, Ning Xinyao's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple, incredibly enticing. My lord, please do not act this way. In broad daylight. What is wrong? If you do not kiss me, I shall kiss you. With that, Qin Chongqing leaned in closer. Ning Xinyao gazed at his strikingly handsome face, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she slowly closed her eyes, slightly parting her crimson lips to bestow a gentle kiss upon him. A smile curled at the corners of Qin Chongqing's mouth as he gently shut his eyes. Their proximity was intimate, and Qin Chongqing could even catch a whiff of the delicate fragrance emanating from Ning Xinyao. A scent so enchanting it rippled through him like a stone cast upon still waters, creating waves of delightful sensations. Ning Xinyao's heart raced with excitement. This feeling was truly wondrous, an experience she had never encountered before. Was she the one initiating this kiss? Or was she being compelled to do so? A blend of confusion and nervousness filled her mind. Nonetheless, even if it were under duress, it was a sweet kind of pressure. Qin Chongqing's lips were cool, yet their warmth brought a soothing calm to her heart. The brief kiss left Qin Chongqing yearning for more, yet as Ning Xinyao had previously mentioned, they were in the midst of a bustling street. No matter how eager or reckless he might be, it was inappropriate to continue. However, the fleeting brush of their lips was already enough to linger in his thoughts for quite some time. Just a simple kiss was so exhilarating. He couldn't fathom the sensations that might arise from engaging in something more daring with Ning Xinyao later, that evening. My dear, shall we continue our stroll? Or are you weary and wish to return home? Qin Chongqing inquired with a cheerful smile as he composed himself I am a bit tired. Ning Xinyao nodded in agreement in truth, she wasn't fatigued. It was merely that the earlier encounter with the son of the Liu family had dampened her enthusiasm, leaving her disinterested in continuing their outing. Then let us head back and rest, Qin Chongqing suggested, wrapping his arm around Ning Xinyao's slender waist as they made their way toward the residence of the king of Shishu. Passers-by gazed at Qin Chongqing and Ning Xinyao's retreating figures with a profound envy. The man exuding a refined elegance while the woman radiated an ethereal beauty, truly a match made in heaven. Qin Chongqing felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction within himself, having just dealt a severe reprimand to the Liu family and their son. He was now able to enjoy the company of Ning Xinyao, making this outing quite worthwhile. Upon returning to the Shishu royal residence, he promptly summoned the attendant. Young master, how may I assist you? The attendant inquired respectfully. Please inform the housekeeper to prepare some food to be brought here, Qin Chongqing commanded. Yes, sir, the attendant replied before departing. Once Qin Chongqing and Ning Xinyao settled into the room, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you for rescuing me today. Qin Chongqing smiled. You are my beloved, so it is only natural for me to protect you. Besides, I brought you out today, and it is my duty to ensure your safety. After all, if I cannot even safeguard my own wife, what kind of man would I be? As Chapter 7 unfolds, a second bloom, Qin Chongqing was immersed in nurturing his relationship with Ning Xinyao when Qin Sha burst into the room, seething with anger. Without hesitation, he stormed into Qin Chongqing's chamber, scolding him. You ungrateful wretch! Why do you stir up trouble for no reason? What possessed you to demolish the residence of the Minister of Revenue? Now he's gone to the Emperor to file a complaint. Once Qin Sha had vented his fury, he noticed Ning Xinyao was present. Causing him to feel somewhat embarrassed, he quickly altered his demeanor, adopting a conciliatory tone. It appears Her Highness is also here. I apologize for the disturbance. Ning Xinyao did not find it amusing. Her thoughts were occupied with Qin Sha's words, that was why Qin Chongqing had vanished for so long earlier. He had gone to demolish the Minister of Revenue's house. Was he always this volatile, or was it all for her sake? She felt a sense of disarray but held back her questions as Qin Chongqing began to explain to Qin Sha. I tore down their house because they insulted my mother, calling her a woman without a mother. They spoke ill of my wife. Do you think I should let that slide? Qin Sha replied. Was the house completely demolished? If not, I can send someone to finish the job in this realm, who did not know that Qin Sha was a devoted husband. You could insult Qin Sha or his sons, but dare to insult his wife, and you would be inviting disaster. Just moments ago, he had been chastising Qin Chongqing for causing trouble. Now, he was only concerned that Qin Chongqing had not been ruthless enough. Therefore, was I in the right? Should we have demolished the Liu family residence? You know how to handle the emperor, don't you? It was merely a minister of revenue's house. Tearing it down was a simple matter. If he dares to object, I shall even demolish his ancestral tomb. Rest assured, I will handle it with the emperor. Chen Shao waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of indifference that he was not eager to invite trouble. But that did not mean he feared it. A mere minister of revenue was of no consequence. Ning Xinyao finally understood where Qin Chongqing's defiant nature stemmed from. It was hereditary that if you find it difficult to explain to the emperor, you might mention that the son of the minister of revenue also insulted her highness. Let us see how the emperor reacts. Qin Chongqing's boldness today was not merely reckless. He had assessed the consequences. Knowing that even if the matter reached the emperor, the minister of revenue's family would not hold the moral high ground, which was why he acted as he did. Qin Sha nodded, taking Qin Chongqing's words to explain to the king of Shishu, leaving only Qin Chongqing and Ning Xinyao in the room. Qin Chongqing noticed that Ning Xinyao's eyes were slightly red, as if she were on the verge of tears, that he was perplexed. How had she come to feel so wronged? What is the matter? I hope we did not frighten you. Qin Chongqing hurriedly reassured her, determined to prevent any misconceptions that he felt a pang of regret. He had intended to guide Ning Xinyao toward a path of benevolence and virtue. And now he should lead by example, that he hoped it was not too late to amend his approach. Upon hearing Qin Chongqing's words, Ning Xinyao felt a mix of amusement and warmth. She was genuinely touched by his sincere concern, which was devoid of ulterior motives. She wiped away her tears and said, I am not scared. I am just moved. Moved? Qin Chongqing echoed, bewildered, and then realization dawned on him. So that was the case if she was moved. Perhaps he ought to express his feelings. Knowing that Ning Xinyao did not misunderstand him, Qin Chongqing felt a wave of relief wash over him, that he then reverted to his earlier playful demeanor, mischievously batting his eyelashes at her. Though Qin Chongqing had not explicitly stated it, Ning Xinyao understood his meaning, her thoughts drifting back to the fleeting kiss they had shared earlier. Her face flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze. Seeing this, Qin Chongqing was further emboldened. He leaned in closer to Ning Xinyao, intent on stealing another kiss. How about it? I still hold you in high regard. Though he was eager to pull Ning Xinyao into his embrace for an intimate kiss. He paused just before reaching her, playfully feigning innocence by asking, Are you truly unwilling? Ning Xinyao, her head bowed, could not bring herself to meet Qin Chongqing's gaze. Yet her heart raced with anxiety. Very well. If you are unwilling, I shall not press you. Qin Chongqing sighed, his words tinged with resignation and a hint of disappointment that if that is the case, I shall take my leave. Qin Chongqing turned to depart. But suddenly, he felt a gentle grip on his arm, and Ning Xinyao's voice, laced with urgency, reached his ears that I. Ning Xinyao's words were barely audible, her teeth clenched, betraying her nervousness and flustered state. You are truly infuriating. After uttering those words, her breath quickened, her face a deep shade of crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Indeed, it was true. As a man, Qin Chongqing felt free to act on his desires. Why must he continue to seek her consent? Did she not have any pride? I merely wish to tease you. Qin Chongqing chuckled awkwardly before turning back to face Ning Xinyao, his gaze filled with intense longing. Humph. You are deliberately provoking me. Ning Xinyao's voice was barely above a whisper, almost inaudible. Yet she felt a flicker of irritation. She raised her head, preparing to shoot Qin Chongqing an indignant glare, only to find her lips captured once more. This kiss was markedly different from the previous fleeting one they had shared in the street. Qin Chongqing's fervor was heated and urgent. Ning Xinyao tried to articulate her thoughts, yet she realized she lacked the strength to resist. Before long, she surrendered to the kiss, allowing Qin Chongqing to explore her mouth with his tongue, entwining with hers in a passionate dance. Unbeknownst to her, Ning Xinyao's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and her eyes grew dreamy. In that moment, her mind was a blank slate, devoid of any coherent thoughts. Qin Chongqing gently cradled her as he walked toward the bed, softly laying her down. Ning Xinyao closed her eyes, savoring the warmth of Qin Chongqing's presence. His breath lingered at the tip of her nose, quickening her heartbeat. In that moment, her fears dissipated, replaced by an anticipation for what was to come. Everything unfolded as if it were destined to happen. Qin Chongqing refrained from teasingly asking Ning Xinyao for her consent, as both were novices in this experience. Yet the man possessed a natural aptitude in this regard. Although Ning Xinyao felt a twinge of nervousness, she endeavored to cooperate. Chapter 8. A change of address when Ning Xinyao stirred awake in Chen Chongqing's embrace. The sky had already darkened. She felt a softness in her body that she had never experienced before. Upon noticing her awakening, Chen Chongqing smiled faintly and said, "You fell asleep, then I wanted to wait for you to wake up before we had dinner." Ning Xinyao's face flushed at his words, feigning annoyance. She shot him a glare and attempted to rise, only to be held back by Chen Chongqing. He leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Wife, do not be shy. Such things are commonplace between married couples." Ning Xinyao's embarrassment deepened. Though she was in her 20s, she lacked experience in matters of intimacy, knowing only how to relish the affection between genders, yet never having engaged in the true essence of such relations. Let me go," she stammered. "No, I wish to hold my wife," Chen Chongqing replied, planting a kiss on her forehead as if to declare his claim over her. "You are truly insufferable." Ning Xinyao lightly punched him twice. "Ha ha!" Chen Chongqing laughed heartily, loosening his grip but still keeping his arms around her waist. "Come on, get up. Didn't you say we were waiting for dinner?" "I'm hungry." Ning Xinyao squirmed uncomfortably, trying to escape his hold. But no matter how she struggled, she could not break free from Chen Chongqing's grasp. "All right, give me a kiss, and I will let you go," he said with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Why must you always make me take the initiative?" Ning Xinyao pouted, though she found herself yielding. With that, she lifted her head and gently kissed Chen Chongqing's cheek. At last, he relented and released her. The two dressed and left the bedroom hand in hand. Chen Chongqing's brothers were all in the military, leaving only their parents at home. Chen Sha and his wife, Chu Ning, were well aware of what had transpired between their son and Ning Xinyao, especially given the telltale blush on her face. Chen Sha sighed, resigned to Chen Chongqing's carefree nature. After all, since His Majesty did not mind him bringing the princess home, why should he say anything? As long as the two shared a good relationship, he should be happy. Most importantly, Chen Sha had heard rumors of Princess Chongning being somewhat foolish, which had caused him some concern. Yet, after meeting her a few times, he found Ning Xinyao to be far from the imagined simpleton. Though quiet and seemingly timid, she showed no signs of foolishness, as long as she did not disdain Chen Chongqing's previous reputation. He considered it a positive outcome. One of them had to be the more tempered partner. Otherwise, the West Shu Wangfu would be in chaos. By the way, father, did the matter with the Ministry of Rights cause you any trouble today? Though aware that the small Ministry of Rights could not stir significant trouble, Chen Chongqing still inquired out of concern about how Chen Sha had dealt with the situation earlier. What trouble could there be? Those scoundrels wouldn't dare to breathe a word if I were to raise their ancestral tunes. Chen Sha replied, frustration evident on his face, but it's that old fool Li Xiang. He meddles when it doesn't concern him, blabbering on unnecessarily. Clearly, it was Li Xiang who vexed Chen Sha more than the Ministry of Rights. Mentioning him brought an unmistakable impatience to Chen Sha's countenance. However, Ning Xinyao felt a jolt of surprise. Li Xiang was her mentor, and it seemed he had always been at odds with her father-in-law. Now that her father had betrothed her to Chen Chongqing, he must be quite displeased. She would need to find an opportunity to visit her master soon. By the way, things in the capital have been rather unsettled lately. Last night, the princess residence was completely slaughtered. Not a single survivor left this day. No clues have emerged, so you must be cautious and avoid going out unnecessarily. At that moment, Chen Sha was unaware that it was his own son who had orchestrated the massacre of the prince's residence. Hearing this, Ning Xinyao was also taken aback. She had heard of the upheaval surrounding the prince's residence. In her previous life, she had harbored deep grievances against her prince brother, as he was the root of many of her subsequent misfortunes. Therefore, regardless of the recent events, she intended to confront him sooner or later. It was always better to strike first than to suffer the consequences later. In her previous life, she had acted too late and had become the victim. In this life, she would not follow the same path. However, she was uncertain about the identity of the assailant and whether they were friend or foe, nor did she know how Xiaoyan had fared. Chen Chongqing merely nodded, assuring her, "I understand that I will be cautious." In that moment, those present were among the closest to Chen Chongqing. Yet he still refrained from revealing the full extent of the situation, choosing not to disclose that he was the culprits responsible. It was not that Chen Chongqing intended to hide the truth or distrusted his family. He simply had not figured out how to explain after confessing. After all, the concept of reincarnation seemed far too fantastical, and he feared that Chen Sha might truly think him a fool upon hearing it. All right, let us eat. Surely, princess, you must be hungry. As a doting mother, Chu Ning was most concerned for her daughter-in-law. I am a bit hungry, but you can just call me Xinyao. Suddenly receiving such attention, Ning Xinyao felt somewhat nervous, stumbling over her words. Yet, this flustered demeanor only endeared her more to Chu Ning. With a smile, she nodded, taking Ning Xinyao's hand. Very well, I shall call you Xinyao. Since His Majesty has granted you and Chongqing a marriage, you have joined our Qin family. Should you not address me differently? What should I call you? Chu Ning did not specify, but her gaze remained fixed on Ning Xinyao, eagerly anticipating her response. Ning Xinyao was well aware of what Chu Ning wished to hear. However, expressing it was a daunting task, especially with Chun Chongqing, that rascal, not helping but instead resting his chin on his hand, watching her with an expectant expression that he too was curious to hear how Ning Xinyao would address her. Under the watchful eyes of three pairs, Ning Xinyao could only steel herself and speak, "Mother." Her voice was barely above a whisper, yet it resonated clearly in the room. Chu Ning was especially thrilled. Clapping her hands in delight that, good child, good child. I have always wished for a daughter, yet I ended up with 4 rascally sons. This has always been a regret. Husband, did you hear that? Our daughter-in-law's way of speaking is far sweeter than that of our sons. Isn't it? Indeed. My wife, you speak nothing but the truth. Chapter 9. Summer concubine. The kindness of the Qin family allowed Ning Xinyao to enjoy a few tranquil days. Unfortunately, according to custom, she had not yet formally married Qin Chongqing, so she could not reside in the Chun household for long. After a few days of leisure, Ning Xinyao had to return to the palace before her official marriage. Fortunately, Qinsha had already consulted the astrologers for an auspicious date for their union, and the Ministry of Rites was in the process of handling preparations. Even her days in the palace would not last much longer, after which she could finally enjoy a life with the man she loved most. On the day Ning Xinyao returned to the palace, Qin Chongqing personally escorted her. Seeing her husband being so attentive filled her heart with joy. However, during their journey, she noticed a hint of worry on his face. What is it? Do you seem troubled? Having addressed Chu Ning as mother, Qin Chongqing naturally no longer allowed her to refer to him as young master. Gently coaxing her, he encouraged her to change her form of address. Surprisingly, the term husband sounded much sweeter than young master. Sighing, Qin Chongqing lamented, Wife, I find our situation somewhat troublesome. What is it? Has something happened? Ning Xinyao asked, concern etched on her face. Qin Chongqing nodded, yes, there is a bit of trouble. What sort of trouble? Speak. Ning Xinyao urged, her anxiety evident. After a moment of silence, Qin Chongqing slowly replied, The thought of being apart from you for over a month fills me with sorrow. I simply cannot bear it. Ning Xinyao stared in disbelief that I worried so much, and this is what you have to share with me. Ning Xinyao felt that in just a few short days, the illusion of her elder brother from her past life was about to shatter completely. However, despite her annoyance at Qin Chongqing's irreverence, his words still brought a sweetness to her heart. After all, which woman does not relish sweet nothings, especially when uttered by the one she holds dear? All right, fine, it's merely a month, she said, and if you truly miss me, then come to the palace to find me. Logically speaking, Ning Xinyao resided in the inner court, a place from which Qin Chongqing was prohibited. Yet, he had never been one to adhere to reason. Just days ago, he had boldly abducted someone. What was the harm in visiting his fiancée in the inner palace? It seems you have already made plans. My dear, clearly, you are reluctant to part with me. Qin Chongqing instantly resumed his playful demeanor, having taken to teasing Ning Xinyao over the past few days. That it was amusing how he initiated the topic yet managed to shift the blame onto her. Leaving her face flushed, she feigned anger and shot him a glance, but Qin Chongqing appeared utterly unfazed. Over these days, he had come to realize that the once tyrannical empress of his past life was, in his presence, nothing more than a paper tiger, intimidating in appearance, but easily deflated with a few bold words. Qin Chongqing found this contrast utterly delightful, taking pride in having endearingly molded Ning Xinyao into such a charming and considerate companion in just a few days. Ning Xinyao, unaware of Qin Chongqing's thoughts, felt increasingly flustered by his teasing. She deemed it necessary to distance herself from him, lest she succumb further to his playful jests. You should leave. Stop bothering me. I still need to pay my respects to the Empress Mother. The Empress Mother she referred to was not her biological mother, but rather the favored concubine of the Ning King, Lady Xia. As for Ning Xinyao's true mother, she was merely a lowly maid who had perished in palace intrigue when Ning Xinyao was very young. Subsequently, Ning Xinyao was placed under the care of Lady Xia. Initially, Lady Xia had treated Ning Xinyao decently, but over time, her true nature had emerged, subjecting Ning Xinyao to various trials. Presently, Ning Xinyao's feigned foolishness stemmed partly from her desire to survive under Lady Xia's watchful eye. Avoiding the deadly machinations of palace life, Chen Changsheng, unaware of the intricate details of the enmity between Ning Xinyao and Lady Xia, recalled that in his previous life, the first target of Ning Xinyao's wrath upon ascending to power had been the very woman who had raised her for over a decade. It was evident that there were significant grievances between them. With this thought, Chen Changxing felt a pang of concern. After all, in his eyes, having been granted a second chance at life, his beloved fiancée, he was not yet the decisive empress of the past, but rather a vulnerable soul in need of protection. I shall accompany you, he declared, to prevent her from bullying you. With that, Chen Changxing prepared to follow Ning Xinyao to pay respects to Lady Xia. Upon hearing this, Ning Xinyao quickly rejected his offer, urging, "There's no need for that. You should attend to your own matters." Regardless of the external reputation Chen Changxing may have, he remained the fourth young master of the Shishu Wang family. Meddling in matters of the inner court was hardly appropriate. Moreover, Ning Xinyao was not as defenseless as Chen Changxing perceived. She could endure a mere Lady Xia. Thus, she wished to keep Chen Changxing from becoming entangled in her affairs. Ning Xinyao did not want Chen Changxing's already tarnished reputation to plummet further because of her, nor did she wish to reveal her true self to him too soon. Chen Changxing, however, was unwilling to relent so easily. Just as he was about to persuade Ning Xinyao further, a stately woman adorned in luxurious attire approached in a palanquin. Chen Changxing's brow furrowed. This woman was none other than Lady Xia, the very topic of their earlier discussion, and no need for further deliberation. She had come to them, "Oh, isn't this Chongning? I thought you had become so enamored with the Shishu Wang residence that you wouldn't return to the palace at all." Lady Xia mocked upon arrival, her words dripping with disdain. Ning Xinyao merely scoffed internally at her words, remaining silent. "Heh, it seems Chongning harbors discontent towards me," Lady Xia continued, misinterpreting Ning Xinyao's silence as fear. And her mood brightened significantly. "Your Highness, I wouldn't dare," Ning Xinyao responded, maintaining a smile. "Umph. And this must be Chen Changxing, the fourth son of Shishu Wang. Why do you not greet me upon my arrival?" Lady Xia's gaze shifted to Chen Changxing, her eyes glimmering with arrogance. Chen Changxing clenched his fists, contemplating whether to endure or retaliate. Ning Xinyao gently tugged at his hand, signaling him to refrain from provoking Lady Xia. While she was unafraid, she did not wish to escalate matters between Chen Changxing and Lady Xia at this critical juncture. After all, she was now Chen Changxing's fiancée. Should a conflict arise, it could reach the ears of the Ning King, with potentially dire consequences. Chen Changxing had already made enemies with the Minister of Revenue on her behalf, and she did not wish for him to offend more people on her account. Chapter 10. Confronting Lady Xia. Seeing this, Chen Changxing could only sigh and choose to endure for the time being. Though he held no fear of Lady Xia, Ning Xinyao still needed to reside in the palace for some time. "I pay my respects to you, Lady Xia," he stated, considering this as concession to her. Expecting her to take the hint, to his surprise, Lady Xia did not relent. Instead, she grew bolder. "I've heard that the fourth son of Shishu Wang is quite the wastrel. Yet today, I find I've misjudged you. You seem rather sensible," she remarked, scrutinizing Chen Changxing with a critical eye. Upon closer inspection, she noted that while his reputation was tarnished, he possessed a rather handsome appearance. With a hint of gallantry in his demeanor, Lady Xia mused to herself. Could this fool be putting on an act? Yet he did not seem the type. Perhaps he harbored some hidden talent? If that were the case, she could not let him have it easy. "Your Highness is too kind. Changxing is not deserving of such praise," Chen Changxing replied humbly. Noticing that Lady Xia was fixated on Chen Changxing, Ning Xinyao interjected, "I was speaking with Chen Changxing. When did you acquire the right to interject?" Lady Xia took offense, returning the reprimand with equal ferocity. Chen Changxing, now visibly displeased, frowned. His beloved was someone he cherished dearly, and he would not allow this woman to bully her. "The Princess Chongning is my betrothed. Is there anything wrong with me speaking a few words on her behalf?" He retorted coolly. Lady Xia was taken aback by Chen Changxing's audacity. her anger flaring. "And so what if she is your betrothed? Do not forget she is still required to call me Mother Empress. Do I need a reason to discipline my own daughter?" Lady Xia's biting tone hinted at her growing irritation. Unfazed, Chen Chongqing merely smiled. "Even if you wish to vent your frustrations on your own daughter, it is not for outsiders to interfere. However, the Princess Chongning is not just your daughter. She is also my fiancée, part of the Shishu Wang family. Before you attempt to bully anyone, perhaps you should reconsider." Chen Chongqing's defiance made Lady Xia's expression darken. This insolent boy was proving to be more troublesome than she had anticipated. It was all Ning Xinyao's fault. If it weren't for her, there would be no need for conflict with the Shishu Wang family. Ning Xinyao understood the meaning behind Lady Xia's glare. She feigned an expression of deep grievance, while secretly plotting revenge against the old hag for the torment she had endured. With Chen Chongqing so fiercely protective of her, even a single glance from Lady Xia was intolerable. Princess Chongning will be residing in the palace for some time. I trust that Lady Xia will take good care of her. If any harm befalls her, I will not take it lightly," Chen Chongqing warned, his expression growing more serious. Lady Xia's face twisted with rage. Yet she managed to suppress her fury, letting out a cold snort. "Very well. I shall refrain from further remarks that I hope the prince consort will marry soon." Upon hearing this, Ning Xinyao's expression shifted to one of anxiety. In normal circumstances, such a statement signified that Lady Xia intended to cause trouble, likely delaying their marriage. However, Chen Chongqing remained unfazed, keeping his smile intact. Internally, he prepared himself, should Lady Xia dare to stir chaos. He would ensure that she would remember this encounter for a lifetime, that in his previous life, Lady Xia had met a grim fate at the hands of Ning Xinyao, and if she continued her mischief in this life, he would not allow her to escape unscathed. Chen Chongqing did not mind taking the initiative to send her on her way, although he was not as formidable as he would be 3 years hence. Dealing with Emir Xia Fei was still a trivial matter. Observing Chen Chongqing's infuriating face, Xia Fei, in a fit of anger, laughed instead and then swept away with a flick of her sleeve. No sooner had she departed than Chen Chongqing's expression darkened, and he said to Ning Xinyao, "My dear, should this old witch trouble you again, do not hesitate to inform me. Rest assured, husband, I will take heed." Ning Xinyao replied, "Good." After uttering these words, Chen Chongqing bestowed a gentle smile upon Ning Xinyao, then took her hand as they continued their forward journey. Before long, they arrived at Ning Xinyao's chambers, which also signified their imminent temporary separation. A pang of reluctance gripped Ning Xinyao's heart, prompting her to embrace Chen Chongqing. Mistaking her gesture for fear of Xia Fei's potential harassment, Chen Chongqing comforted her by gently patting her back, saying, "Do not worry. You shall stay in the palace for a while, that if you suffer any grievances, simply inform someone, and I shall come to take you away without delay." Upon hearing this, Ning Xinyao felt an immediate rush of sweetness in her heart. She suddenly realized how easily she could be satisfied, especially since meeting Chen Chongqing. Yet, amidst this sweetness, a sense of regret washed over her. Ning Xinyao couldn't help but ponder that had she agreed to Chen Chongqing in her past life, the outcome might have been vastly different. Thus, perhaps the heavens had granted her a second chance by allowing her to be reborn 3 years prior, to mend that regret. Contemplating this, Ning Xinyao felt a fleeting sadness. But it quickly dissipated. "Rest assured, husband, I am not so easily bullied." Ning Xinyao felt a lingering sense of misunderstanding from Chen Chongqing regarding her character, to prevent any abrupt revelations of her true self in the future that might alarm him. She resolved to give him a forewarning. "Indeed, I trust my dear wife," Chen Chongqing replied, playfully tapping the tip of Ning Xinyao's nose, chuckling. Having witnessed Ning Xinyao's ruthlessness in her previous life, Chen Chongqing was not naive enough to believe she was entirely virtuous. The current restraint was merely a matter of timing. His duty was to suppress her potential outbursts and mold her into a benevolent ruler. "How ticklish," Ning Xinyao exclaimed, covering her nose and dodging playfully. Observing the sweet interaction between the two, the palace maids nearby blushed and stole glances at Chen Chongqing and Ning Xinyao. Yet, they were acutely aware that these two were already bound to each other, leaving them to harbor envy and admiration in silence, too cautious to overstep their bounds. Amused by Chen Chongqing's teasing, Ning Xinyao giggled, and after exchanging a few more words, Chen Chongqing reluctantly took his leave when he sensed the time had come. As Ning Xinyao watched his figure recede into the distance until it vanished from her sight, she began to tidy her belongings in preparation for rest. "My lady, what occupies your thoughts? The prince has just departed. And yet you appear so lost in reverie, longing for him." Chapter 11. How is he? Lia's sudden appearance startled Ning Xinyao. Faced with such unabashed teasing from her subordinate, Ning Xinyao felt a flicker of annoyance. But the rosy hue on her cheeks betrayed her feelings before she could muster a retort. She chose instead to embrace her feelings openly, conceding, liking someone is a beautiful thing. Why should I hide it? You all were eavesdropping just now. What do you think of him? Ning Xinyao inquired. Officially, she and Linger were mistress and servant, yet more often than not, they shared a sisterly bond. With Qin Changxing absent, she felt no need to conceal her true nature, sitting cross-legged on the bed as she posed her question to Ling. This servant believes that young Master Chun is quite admirable. Most importantly, he is caring. Regardless of whom he faces, he stands unwaveringly by your side. That is enough that, of course, the primary factor is that you, princess, hold him dear. Ning Xinyao certainly cherished him, and indeed, her feelings transcended mere affection. Although the image of Chun Changxing in her heart had somewhat dimmed this lifetime, overall, he was more satisfying to her. She felt as though she had fallen deeply in love with him. Seeing Ning Xinyao drift off again midway through her speech, Linger could not help but sigh, fearing she was once again lost in thoughts of Qin Changxing. Princess, though the prince is wonderful, you must not become too enraptured. We have significant matters to attend to. Given that it was Ning Xinyao's affection at play, Linger had even altered her form of address. Predictably, Ning Xinyao's cheeks flushed once more. Very well, you may withdraw for now. I wish to speak with Xiaoyan about some matters. While Ning Xinyao had been indulging in blissful moments with Qin Changxing at the Shishu Wangfu, she had not forgotten her pressing affairs. Once the room was devoid of others, Ning Xinyao took out a bronze mirror to contact "My lady, these past few days have been so sweet. Have you forgotten your subordinate?" Upon their meeting, Xiaoyan began with a complaint. Ning Xinyao smiled as she replied, "How could I forget you? I merely wish not to disturb you, allowing you to focus on your tasks that IT has been several days. Do you have any updates for me?" Xiaoyan, hearing this, felt a twinge of disappointment, thinking her lady was merely offering platitudes. Such is the nature of women, she mused. Yet deep down, she was genuinely happy for Ning Xinyao. Finding a good companion would spare her from hardship. However, it was crucial to report on pressing matters to "My lady concerning the individuals who attacked the Crown Prince's residence. We have yet to ascertain their identities. However, one thing is certain. The Crown Prince is likely not dead, or at least not entirely." Ning Xinyao furrowed her brows upon hearing this, regardless of who had targeted the Crown Prince's residence. It was not news she relished. "What do you mean, not dead entirely? We previously tracked a trace of the Crown Prince's lingering soul still present in the mortal realm that I see. Then why are you not pursuing it further? I wish for him to be utterly obliterated, never to be reborn. This subordinate understands, but there was a mishap later on, and we lost track of him, that we are still in the process of searching." Listening to Xiaoyun's report, Ning Xinyao's previously buoyant mood evaporated, leaving her in a state of agitation. However, upon reflection, it seemed unreasonable to blame Xiaoyun. With a vexed wave of her hand, Ning Xinyao said, "Very well. I understand. You may leave." With that gesture, Xiaoyun vanished from sight. Yet, the turmoil within Ning Xinyao's heart remained unresolved. She sat silently for a moment before retrieving 2 jade pendants from her spatial ring, one shaped like a long sword, and the other, a ring inscribed with the character Yao, a protective talisman for her life. Ning Xinyao sensed that, despite not appearing as inept as others perceived, Qin Changxing's current strength was undoubtedly inferior to what it would be after entering the path of immortality. She worried that if the Crown Prince had not truly perished, he might harbor ill intentions toward Qin Changxing later on. Thus, she contemplated finding the right opportunity to gift this sword to him. The dilemma lay in determining how to present it without raising his suspicions. After all, while Ning Xinyao wished to subtly indicate her strength to Qin Changxing, she did not want to expose herself too thoroughly before their wedding. What if he were to be frightened and called off the engagement? Such a scenario was unbearable for Ning Xinyao. With these thoughts weighing on her, she couldn't help but sigh. This matter is truly troublesome. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Ning Xinyao grew increasingly restless. She massaged her temples, striving to calm her spirit. "My lady, what troubles you? Have you encountered an issue? Linger entered the room and immediately noticed Ning Xinyao's distracted demeanor, prompting her to inquire with concern that, "Oh, nothing, just contemplating how to present this sword to my husband without revealing my identity." Realizing the source of her lady's distress, Linger, having heard snippets about the crown prince's affairs, understood that Ning Xinyao was worried about the lingering threat he posed to her betrothed. This was indeed a challenging conundrum, logically, since the prince treated the princess so well and she held affection for him. He was no outsider, and there should be no need for concealment. Yet the princess's identity was no trivial matter. Even disclosing information to trusted individuals could be perilous. Concealing the truth was, in fact, for Qin Chongqing's own good. "Oh dear, princess, you have truly perplexed me," Linger lamented, patting her head in frustration. However, after a moment's thought, she felt compelled to speak that in truth, princess, I believe you need not be so overly anxious. Perhaps you could try to place your trust in the prince. Even if you doubt his abilities, you must at least have faith in the strength of the Shishu king and the 300,000 troops behind him. While it is indeed true that words can be spoken, certain emotions are not so easily controlled. Most importantly, the Shishu army does not represent everything that in the previous life, although Qin Chongqing seemed quite favorable and managed to enter the path of immortality. The Shishu army had endured a rather difficult period due to the targeting by the Ning Wang. Presently, with Ning Xinyao yet to be officially wed, the Shishu royal family has treated her with utmost kindness. They have bestowed upon her gifts in abundance, and Ning Xinyao does not wish to see them suffer. Frustrated, she even contemplated, in a moment of self-despair, whether she should simply rebel ahead of time in this lifetime. When this thought truly crossed her mind, she startled herself. How could she have turned into someone so infatuated in just a few days? It was quite alarming. Nevertheless, she decided to set this matter aside for the moment and take things one step at a time. Perhaps, as Linger suggested, the Shishu Wang truly has a way to navigate through all of this. Ning Xinyao consoled herself. Chapter 12. A second encounter with assassins. Ning Xinyao was unable to uncover the truth regarding the crown princess affairs. And naturally, there has been no progress on the Ning emperor's side either. After his last bout of fury, during which he executed several individuals, he refrained from further bloodshed. However, that did not prevent him from occasionally sending a couple of people to assassinate Qin Chongqing. Engaging in assassination attempts has become a part of the Ning emperor's daily routine, sandwiched between meals and sleep. That in contrast, Qin Chongqing appeared somewhat beleaguered, even though he understood that these inept assassins posed no real threat to him. The constant harassment made even a simple outing feel bothersome. For instance, just today, when Ning Xinyao was staying at the Shishu Wang's residence, Qin Chongqing had arranged to order several sets of jewelry from a shop on the street, with the plan for them to be ready today. Bored and with some free time, he decided to personally collect the items and perhaps look for anything else he might need. However, upon stepping outside and entering the jewelry store, the door was suddenly shut behind him. The shopkeeper's gaze was filled with apprehension as he looked at Qin Chongqing. "That I'm sorry, young Master Qin, they forced me." Qin Chongqing sighed helplessly, fully aware of how deranged these people were, especially after every failed attempt by their predecessors. That, of course, the root cause of all this chaos was none other than the Ning emperor. "It's all right, I do not blame you. Just hide what I requested well. I wouldn't want it to be damaged in the crossfire later," he said. Barely had he finished speaking when a group of individuals surged forth. Although to Qin Chongqing, they were merely a disorganized mob. He knew that as they stood in the jewelry store, he should refrain from making a scene. Fortunately, he had the protection of the Shishu army accompanying him, and though they remained hidden, he was aware of their presence nearby. Taking a bone whistle from his pocket, he blew it softly, producing a sharp sound. Suddenly, the door of the jewelry store was kicked open, and a group of people rushed in, encircling the entire store and trapping Qin Chongqing and his companions in the center. Many of the shop's assistants and the shopkeeper were so frightened that they were rendered motionless, forgetting even to flee. "Young master, what is happening?" The leader, Feng Weiyan, asked respectfully as he regarded Qin Chongqing. "Nothing much, just some flies come to collect a debt," Qin Chongqing replied with a smile. Following his gaze, Feng Wei noticed a group of masked men who should not have been there, and immediately understood the situation. "Ah, it's these flies again." That in truth, he was not averse to the Ning emperor's frequent harassment. He merely wished that the emperor would not always send such rabble, as they presented no challenge and wasted time. "Rest assured I will handle this," he stated. The masked men were taken aback, having learned from the failures of their predecessors. They had specifically chosen the jewelry store as their location, believing it would help them avoid a direct confrontation with the Shishu Wang's residents. However, they had not anticipated Chen Chongqing's caution or that so many Shishu soldiers would be protecting him. With a whoosh, Feng Wei launched 3 throwing darts towards the masked men as foreheads. Though the darts appeared plain, they were in fact highly lethal weapons capable of delivering a fatal blow upon striking a vital point. The masked men, however, were not to be underestimated. Upon seeing the darts approaching, they swiftly dodged and retaliated with flying daggers. The daggers were densely packed, resembling a massive net aimed at ensnaring Chen Chongqing and the Shishu soldiers behind him. After all, their true target was Chen Chongqing. Yet Feng Wei's speed surpassed that of the daggers. Unbeknownst to him, a transparent, impenetrable net had formed before Chen Chongqing. The flying daggers never stood a chance. Falling harmlessly to the ground, that it was now Feng Wei's turn again. The transparent net suddenly took on a blood-red hue, tightening to ensnare several masked men in its grasp. The masked men barely had time to struggle before they found themselves captured. All right, as per usual. Take them back for interrogation, that if they reveal useful information, splendid. If not, execute them, Chen Chongqing commanded, his expression darkening and radiating an aura of menace that was far removed from his usual playful demeanor. Feng Wei, accustomed to such changes, led the group of masked men away. Chen Chongqing, however, did not rush to leave. He approached the trembling shopkeeper, a smile on his face, as if the earlier tension had merely been an illusion. "Shopkeeper, my matters have been resolved. Can we now attend to yours?" "What matters?" The shopkeeper stuttered, his fear evident, which amused Chen Chongqing. "Am I truly that frightening?" "Keep in mind, I remained idle. It was Feng Wei who took action." "Of course, I am referring to the arrangements. You haven't forgotten what I requested, have you?" "I might just become irate." As he spoke, Chen Chongqing feigned a stern expression, though not as terrifying as before. It was sufficient to instill fear in the shopkeeper. "Rest assured, it's all prepared. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch it for you right away." The shopkeeper, relieved to be merely discussing jewelry, rushed to retrieve what Chen Chongqing had ordered. Despite the minor incident, Chen Chongqing was satisfied upon seeing that his requested items were intact, that he paid and left the jewelry store, choosing not to further trouble the shopkeeper. Outside, the other Shishu soldiers had vanished, leaving only Feng Wei awaiting him. The earlier events seemed to have little effect on Chen Chongqing. He handed the acquired jewelry to Feng Wei. "Take these home and place them in my room. I am off to the palace to chat with my wife." Chen Chongqing had not seen Ning Xinyao for 3 days. They say that a day apart feels like 3 years. By that measure, they had been apart for 9 years. Young couples in the throes of love cannot endure a long-distance relationship. Moreover, Chen Chongqing worried that during his absence, the likes of Consort Xia might have given Ning Xinyao a hard time, or that she might have been preparing for a grand move in the future, rendering his efforts during this time futile. "All right, but be extremely cautious. Young master," asked the son of the Shishu Wang. Chen Chongqing could freely enter the palace, although he sometimes acted recklessly, as long as he did not go too far. The Ning Emperor would not hold it against him. However, Feng Wei was not afforded the same liberties, and thus he felt compelled to remind Chen Chongqing to exercise caution. Chapter 13. Shy previously. Chen Chongqing was not particularly fond of frequenting the palace without reason. Firstly, it was to avoid any misunderstandings. Secondly, he found the palace to be a rather dull place with little amusement. However, now that Ning Xinyao was within its walls, he found himself longing to visit. Were it not for the rules, he would have eagerly accompanied her to live in the palace. Yet as much as he wished to do so, Chen Chongqing would not act upon it. He could only visit the palace from time to time to see Ning Xinyao. Unbeknownst to him, as he yearned for her, Ning Xinyao was equally missing him that moment. She lay with her arms resting on the table, her chin cradled in her hands, lost in thought. Chen Chongqing felt as if he had been enchanted. Ning Xinyao demeanor struck him as endearing. "My dear wife, what occupies your thoughts? Are you perhaps thinking of your husband?" Ning Xinyao was startled, not only by Chen Chongqing's sudden appearance, but also because he had guessed her secret longing. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and her tone carried a hint of playful reproach. "Why did you come so unexpectedly? Linger didn't even inform me." With a mischievous grin, Chen Chongqing replied, "Of course, I wish to surprise you, so I instructed them not to announce my arrival." Understanding dawned on her. And the blush on Ning Xinyao's face deepened as she inwardly berated Linger for her betrayal. So, you have not returned to me yet. Were you lost in thought just now, missing your husband? I've been thinking of you so much these past few days that I've hardly been able to eat or drink. Ning Xinyao sometimes finds Chen Chongqing exceedingly irritating. There are certain matters that one ought to keep to oneself, understanding without voicing it, harboring thoughts in silence. Must he compel her to articulate her feelings, unaware of her delicate sensibilities? Moreover, observing Chen Chongqing's radiant demeanor, he hardly resembles the pitiful man he claims to be. A man's words are often but deceptive phantoms. Ning Xinyao pursed her lips in silence, resolute in her decision not to grant Chen Chongqing any satisfaction. Little did she know, her reticence had already played into his hands. By not responding, he took it as tacit approval. "Do not fret, my dear. I shall ensure your satisfaction," he declared, enveloping Ning Xinyao in his arms and guiding her toward the bed. Throughout the journey, she refrained from resisting, allowing him to place her gently upon the mattress. "My dear, you are truly exquisite." Chen Chongqing marveled at her beauty, nearly losing himself in admiration. Ning Xinyao, under his gaze, felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Yet she couldn't help but inquire, is it proper to engage in such activities during daylight? Her concern stemmed not from rejection, but rather from a sense of propriety, which Chen Chongqing found exceedingly gratifying. It appeared she too relished these intimate moments with him, that he pressed a tender kiss to her forehead and reassured her, "Do not worry, my beloved. We shall not be disturbed." Indeed, with Linger standing guard outside. Those thoughts eased Ning Xinyao's mind. Soon enough, guided by Chen Chongqing, they embarked on a delightful union of man and woman. After more than an hour had passed, the tempestuous encounter finally subsided, lying in Chen Chongqing's embrace. Though somewhat fatigued, Ning Xinyao felt an indescribable sense of fulfillment. "Husband, you are becoming increasingly wicked, engaging in such activities with me in broad daylight," she playfully chided, delivering a few light punches to his chest. "My dear, do you not know? My wickedness is innate, and it is you who has taught me," he teased, continuing his playful antics, "that I never instructed you in such matters. Do not speak nonsense." Ning Xinyao's expression shifted as she hurriedly defended herself. "Such topics should not be trifled with. How could it be otherwise? With your stunning looks and alluring form, I have become a swift learner without any guidance." Ning Xinyao gazed at Chen Chongqing, exasperated by his brazen demeanor. What had gone awry in this life's iteration of Chen Chongqing, that his words were so frivolous? It was excessive, yet she found herself enjoying it. After all, who wouldn't relish compliments from someone they cherished? However, as much as she enjoyed it, such brazen displays of affection in daylight could not persist indefinitely. She nudged Chen Chongqing, urging him to rise. "Come now, let us get dressed and take a stroll outside. We've been cooped up in here for far too long, and the commotion we just caused was rather loud." Although Linger was young, she was astute and might have already discerned what had transpired. The thought of being teased by the little imp upon Chen Chongqing's departure only intensified Ning Xinyao's sense of urgency. "Very well, I shall accompany you around the palace. After all, soon you shall be departing from this place." Chen Chongqing felt that their tender moments had been insufficient. Yet being in the palace, he understood the need for restraint. Thus, he stole another kiss from Ning Xinyao's lips before reluctantly rising. They quickly donned their garments. And Chen Chongqing thoughtfully brought a cup of water to soothe her throat, which had grown hoarse from their earlier exertions. Ning Xinyao was touched by his consideration, yet the reminder of his role as the instigator dampened her spirits. My dear, do not regard me with such eyes. I may lose control." Ning Xinyao retorted, "Can you not be serious for once? At least refrain from such antics while in the palace, even in the absence of prying eyes." She felt a flush of embarrassment. Yet, Chen Chongqing, undeterred by her feigned anger, continued unabashedly, "No, if I were to be serious, it would be a disservice to you, my beloved." "Very well, your twisted logic is abundant," Ning Xinyao thought to herself. As empress, she had been quite shrewd, but her verbal dexterity paled in comparison to Chen Chongqing's unrestrained banter. With him, she found herself continuously at a disadvantage in their playful debates. Resolving to forego further argument, she took a sip of water and pulled Chen Chongqing towards the exit that Linger stood watch outside the palace, and ordinarily, she would not have overheard the earlier commotion. Yet, Ning Xinyao could not shake the feeling that Linger was privy to their secrets, prompting her to lower her gaze and quicken her pace. Qin Chongqing observed her subtle actions, contemplating that those who had once regarded Ning Xinyao with trepidation would never have imagined her capable of such shyness. Filled with pride, he thought these developments were solely his doing, that he hastily caught up to her, taking her hand in his. That "Do not be shy, my dear. The union of man and woman is but a natural occurrence. Linger will understand." Qin Chongqing's words, rather than alleviating her embarrassment, intensified it, causing her cheeks to flush as she retorted, "It's all your fault. Do not come to the palace before our wedding." Chapter 14. A confrontation with Consort Xia. This empress understands that young Master Chun is fervent and direct in his affections. His Majesty has only just arranged your betrothal. The novelty of it all compels you to cling to one another. However, the harem is a space for royal women, and your frequent visits may not be proper. Setting aside as concubines, there are still several unmarried princesses in the harem who are far less audacious than you, Chongning. Just as Qin Chongqing and Ning Xinyao were lost in their intimate exchange, an ill-timed voice broke through the air. Turning to see, it was none other than the bothersome Consort Xia. Qin Chongqing felt a surge of irritation. This old woman was truly vexing. Moreover, her words held a curious undertone. The first half appeared to commend Qin Chongqing's passionate persona, while the latter half was a thinly veiled mockery, insinuating that he was merely fleetingly enamored, seeking only temporary excitement. The latter part was even more cutting, openly deriding Ning Xinyao as someone lacking in decorum, engaging with Qin Chongqing so scandalously so soon after their betrothal. Ning Xinyao, not a fool, perceived the implications behind Consort Xia's remarks. She loathed her current persona, which could not be easily revealed, thereby suppressing her dissatisfaction and refraining from retaliating. However, for Qin Chongqing, such concerns were non-existent. With a raised brow, he retorted, "Indeed, my frequent visits to the palace may not be ideal. We have yet to wed, yet we enjoy such liberties. For those who are married, they might go days or even months without seeing one another. How lamentable!" The harem of the Ning king was filled with countless beauties. To exaggerate, even if one were to indulge in a single lady each night, it would take months for everyone to have their turn. Even Consort Xia, as a favored concubine, could not expect the emperor's attention every day. Especially now, as time wore on. Despite her efforts and expenditures to maintain her youth, she could not escape the ravages of age. Consort Xia, too, was not immune to the decline that comes with time. In the royal court, no one remained youthful indefinitely, but there were always newcomers arriving. Presently, Consort Xia could only hold the title of noble consort, listening to Emperor Ning constantly express interest in younger concubines. To receive the emperor's favor once a month was already a stroke of luck. Thus, stung by Qin Chongqing's words, Consort Xia could no longer maintain her composure. She glared at him, wishing she could tear him to shreds. "What is the meaning of this, Master Qin?" she coldly inquired. "Are you mocking me? How could I dare to jest at the expense of the empress? I merely find your observations quite astute, hence I couldn't help but make a jest." Qin Chongqing replied with a smile, subtly suggesting to Consort Xia that should she take offense, it would be akin to not being able to accept the game, given that she had initiated the topic. "A jest? I believe you are deliberately seeking to provoke me," Consort Xia retorted, undeterred by Qin Chongqing's demeanor. "After all, who could contend with her? I merely speak the truth. How can the empress be so unreasonable?" Qin Chongqing countered. "You," Consort Xia fumed, her anger palpable, that it was said that this brash young man was a fool. Yet after several exchanges, his tongue proved sharper than she anticipated. Ning Xinyao observed the exchange between Qin Chongqing and Consort Xia, feigning concern while secretly reveling in the spectacle. Let the confrontation commence. After all, with Qin Chongqing's eloquence, he is sure to prevail. This will serve as a release for my own frustrations. The more she thought about it, the more exhilarated she became, forgetting to conceal her excitement as it shone in her eyes. Consort Xia caught sight of the mischief in Ning Xinyao's gaze, but she had no time to pay heed to the young girl. Her mind clouded by rage. "Master Chun, are you insinuating that I lack intelligence?" She glared at him, gritting her teeth. "That do not forget your position. Although you hail from the Shishu Wangfu, since you are betrothed to Chongning, you ought to address me as Mother Empress. Speaking to me in such a manner is a grave disrespect." Upon finishing her statement, a gleam of smug satisfaction flickered across the face of Consort Xia. As she contemplated how he would respond, Qin Chongqing smiled lightly and then remarked, "Your Highness, although you are not the biological mother of Princess Chongning, over the years, your nurturing care has indeed earned you a place in my heart. Logically, I should address you as mother just as I do Princess Chongning. However, your Highness's current demeanor resembles that of a contentious critic rather than a compassionate mother." Consort Xia, incensed, had thought she held the upper hand, only to be taken aback by the audacity of this insolent youth. How dare this rascal label her as a critic? The flames of fury ignited within her. "Fool! What business is it of yours to meddle in my matters with Chongning? Do you think that being a prince consort grants you the right to speak so arrogantly?" she retorted angrily, yet Qin Chongqing remained unfazed. "Haha, your Highness, please do not let your temper flare, regardless of what I say. Fairness resides in the hearts of the people, that if you feel no guilt, we could seek the judgment of the Empress in the palace," he replied with a smile. The fire in Consort Xia's heart blazed ever brighter. Who in the harem did not know of her discord with the Empress? Even during her peak of favor, she had been overshadowed by the Empress. After years of vying for affection in the harem, she finally grasped the truth. Love may fade, but power remains firmly in one's grasp. Now, with Qin Chongqing deliberately invoking the Empress's name, he sought to humiliate her. This insult was 1,000 times more painful than a slap to her face. Moreover, Qin Chongqing wore an air of nonchalance that only fueled her ire further. "What are you all shouting about? Is this harem a place for such raucousness?" Just as Consort Xia teetered on the edge of retaliation, a commanding female voice rang out. Following the sound, it was none other than the Empress herself, the very subject of their earlier discourse. Recently, the Empress had been in a foul mood due to troubles in the Crown Princess residence. If anyone had cause to be angered and heartbroken, it was undoubtedly her. Isolating herself in Kuining Palace for several days, she had avoided all but the Emperor. Today, she finally heeded the advice of her maidservants and ventured out for a breath of fresh air, only to be met with the sound of quarrels. Even hearing her own name mentioned amidst the discord, the Empress, already troubled and seeking an outlet for her frustrations, found herself presented with an opportunity, especially with Consort Xia at the forefront. "You are a noble consort and an elder, that shouldn't you set an example? Why are you leading the charge in this quarrel?" she admonished, directing her ire first at Consort Xia. Consort Xia, who had long been at odds with the Empress, had not anticipated her intervention. However, upon hearing the Empress's immediate rebuke directed at her, she could hardly contain her indignation that "I am but a mother to Chongning, merely correcting her improper behavior with her suitor. There is no need for your Highness to elevate this matter." "Preposterous," the Empress shot back, glaring at her. "I am the mother of the nation and the harem. Your affairs with Chongning are indeed my concern. Am I not allowed to intervene?" Consort Xia was nearly rendered breathless by the Empress's scathing remarks. How could she wield her title in such a manner? It was utterly unconscionable. "Very well. Since your Highness insists on this, let us seek your judgment on the matter," she replied, detailing her dispute with Qin Chongqing to the Empress. The Empress. Both Consort Xia and Qin Chongqing were individuals she held in low regard. Initially, she had hoped to witness their squabble unfold, allowing her to reap the benefits of their discord. However, Qin Chongqing's words struck a nerve, particularly his insinuation regarding those who had wed yet remained apart for extended periods. Due to the Crown Prince's issues, the Empress had spent more time with Emperor Ning than Consort Xia. Yet she had forgotten how long it had been since Emperor Ning had stayed in Kuining Palace. Realizing this, the Empress found herself feeling more irked with Qin Chongqing. She resolved to redirect her focus toward him. "You are Qin Chongqing, the fourth son of the king of Shishu?" "Indeed, that is I." In the vast Crown Prince's residence, Qin Chongqing was not intimidated by the Empress's presence. While she was referred to as the mother of the nation, to him, she was merely a woman skilled in palace intrigues. "What did you mean by your earlier remarks? Were you mocking His Majesty or the concubines of the harem?" "I meant no such thing, Your Highness, that I was referring to those common folk who, after marriage, must work far from home, as well as the soldiers stationed at the borders. My heart aches for them, and I bear no ill intent," Qin Chongqing replied smoothly, having already prepared his retort. If the Empress and Consort Xia were to persist in their grievances, they would only be projecting their insecurities onto him. Some matters could be overlooked within the harem, but once they reached the Emperor's ears, the implications shifted entirely. Thus, they would have to swallow their pride. Very well. Let it be known that Consort Xia misinterpreted my words. She shall apologize to you shortly. Consort Xia, taken aback, thought, is this old hag truly oblivious to my feelings? And does she not realize how her previous decisions have led to this outcome? Nevertheless, the Empress had the upper hand in the harem. Very well, I apologize that it seems I was too hasty in my assumptions. Her reluctant words lacked sincerity, but Qin Changsheng remained unfazed, having achieved his goal. Presumably, Ning Xinyao felt similarly relieved. However, in the Empress's eyes, their satisfaction was short-lived, as the focus would soon shift back to her. Everyone in the harem knew that the Empress's jealousy could rival that of Consort Xia, if not exceed it. Thus, it was improbable that she would let Qin Changsheng and Ning Xinyao off the hook easily. Indeed, as soon as Consort Xia finished her apology, the Empress turned her stern gaze back to Qin Changsheng. However, I believe Consort Xia made a valid point. Although His Majesty has betrothed you, your frequent visits to the harem are rather inappropriate. It would be wise for you to exercise some restraint. Both the Empress and Consort Xia, being seasoned in the ways of the court, could easily discern that Ning Xinyao had recently been touched by love. Women past 30 often have more pronounced desires. Yet, here were two women in power, lacking in the very affection they coveted, witnessing a seemingly unremarkable girl receiving the very thing they yearned for. How could they not be driven to madness by jealousy? Ning Xinyao, under the Empress's blatant scrutiny, felt a wave of shyness wash over her, lowering her gaze. Qin Changsheng, however, remained unfazed by the Empress's comments. He even shifted his narrative to justify his actions that I am aware that my conduct may not adhere to proper decorum, and I do not intend to frequent the harem excessively. However, the suddenness of the wedding preparations has left me scrambling, and I have had little time to prepare. Despite the chaos, I assure you that the necessary formalities cannot be neglected, especially regarding the princess. With a sigh, Qin Changsheng added a note of feigned grievance. This wedding is a once-in-a-lifetime event, and I would not want the princess to feel any regret. Thus, I have been visiting more frequently to discuss the details. Your Highness, please do not take offense. Consider me akin to an official from the Ministry of Rights. The Empress, unable to tolerate such youthful affection, could not help but retort, if that is the case, why not simply take Princess Changning home with you? She could manage all the details herself, saving you the trouble of coming and going. That would indeed be ideal. I had contemplated such an idea, but deemed it improper to voice it. Since your Highness has graciously suggested it, I, on behalf of the princess, express our gratitude for your benevolence. The Empress, exasperated, thought, is this truly his interpretation of my words? Can he not discern between flattery and sincerity? She was nearly breathless with frustration, especially as Qin Changsheng looked at her with feigned innocence and gratitude, cautiously asking, Your Highness, as the mother of the nation, would you not uphold your promises? I have never made such a promise. The Empress found herself entangled in a web of irritation. With one foolish youth and another inept, their minds appeared equally muddled. A perfect match. Very well, take Changning with you. Ensure she returns a few days before the wedding. With a wave of her hand, the Empress, who had intended to release her pent-up frustrations on these individuals, found herself even more vexed by Qin Changsheng's antics. She, too, wished to no longer linger in this predicament. Given Qin Changsheng's limited comprehension, one could only speculate how he might inadvertently vex himself later, that in any case, Emperor Ning had recently harbored a growing discontent towards the Western Shu royal household. It seemed they could not enjoy their carefree existence for much longer. Chapter 16. Career Critique and Love-Stricken Minds. Upon receiving the Empress's consent, Qin Changsheng swiftly took hold of Ning Xinyao's hand and departed. The two returned to Ning Xinyao's residence, where Qin Changsheng urged her to gather her belongings to leave the palace with him. Atio think they were truly leaving the palace to head back to the Chun family. Ning Xinyao felt somewhat bewildered, initially believing Qin Changsheng was merely jesting, only to realize he was earnest. Naturally, since the Empress had given her blessing, they had no reason to let her goodwill go unreciprocated. Right. Qin Changsheng had been troubled by the absence of an opportunity to bring Ning Xinyao home, and now the Empress had presented him with just that. Even if he understood her words were uttered in a fit of anger, he was determined to take them seriously. When the time came for anyone to voice objections, he could simply shift the blame onto the Empress. Very well. Ning Xinyao sighed, yet felt a swell of happiness within her. After all, during her days in the palace, the absence of Qin Changsheng had made her heart ache with longing. However, she had struggled to find a fitting reason to meet him. Now that he had sought her out, she had no intention of declining. "Hey, my dear, stop pretending. I know you are quite pleased as well," Qin Changsheng teased, observing the playful expression on Ning Xinyao's face, which instantly turned crimson. "How annoying. Why must you always be like this?" "What do you mean by always?" Qin Changsheng countered, deliberately provoking her, only to earn a glare in return that can't you discern the unspoken truth? Why not just acknowledge it? Is it because you're shy, my dear? Oh, if you like me, just admit it openly. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Qin Changsheng continued to tease Ning Xingyao, who, in exasperation, chose to ignore him and focused on packing. Fortunately, during the previous occasion when Qin Changsheng had taken her away to the Western Shu royal household, he had provided her with numerous belongings, ensuring she lacked for nothing. Therefore, there was little to prepare today. Before long, they were ready to leave, and noticing it was getting late, Qin Changsheng took Ning Xinyao's hand and departed. Leaving Linger alone in the palace, Linger watched their retreating figures and couldn't help but sigh. She had always thought the princess was solely career-driven, yet now she found herself questioning if the princess would abandon her ambitions for the sake of her husband. The thought of this filled Linger with a bitter expression. She wished for the princess's happiness while simultaneously hoping she would remain devoted to her career. Shortly thereafter, news of Qin Changsheng and Princess Changning reached Emperor Ning's ears. Qin Sha, standing beside him, was naturally privy to this information. At that moment, he would have gladly sunk into the ground to escape the embarrassment that it was typically a joyous occasion for a son and daughter-in-law to share affection. But this impudent lad seemed a tad too impatient. With only a month until the wedding, could he truly not endure this brief interval without causing a scene? "Your Majesty, it is my failure in discipline. I shall fetch that rebellious son and properly reprimand him." However, Emperor Ning appeared unfazed, just as before, waving his hand with a chuckle. "No need for concern. He is merely young. Let us focus on more pressing matters." Suddenly, the Western Shu king adopted a serious demeanor. As Emperor Ning was about to speak, he anticipated that the man would have nothing of substance to say, that it would be better to summon Qin Changsheng and chastise him directly. "How is your son faring lately?" Sure enough, Emperor Ning's first inquiry was about Qin Changyuan, the eldest son of the Western Shu king, which only added to Qin Sha's vexation that he did not naively believe that Emperor Ning was genuinely concerned about his son's well-being. "Changyuan has been well," Qin Sha replied, and Emperor Ning nodded in acknowledgement before falling silent, leaving Qin Sha utterly perplexed. "I heard that Changsheng recently survived an assassination attempt. Did it affect Changyuan in any way?" Qin Sha thought. "Wasn't the assassination instigated by you, you scoundrel? I would refrain from mentioning your involvement if I were you." Qin Sha understood well that Emperor Ning bringing up the two of them in this context implied that he suspected Qin Changsheng's assassination was orchestrated by Qin Changyuan. It had no impact whatsoever, merely some foolish flies, incapable of unearthing the mastermind behind the scenes, posed no threat to Changsheng. Changyuan's martial prowess surpasses Changsheng's. Being in the military, he need not worry about uninvited assassins targeting him. Qin Sha, not one to be easily outsmarted, deliberately misconstrued Emperor Ning's intentions, suggesting that the emperor was worried about Changyuan suffering a similar fate. Emperor Ning nearly choked on his words. Was that truly what he meant? Yet, he had no choice but to tolerate it, as Qin Sha's refusal to accept the implication would only lead to rudeness. Very well, as long as Changyuan is unharmed. After all, he is our nation's warrior. Any misfortune befalling him would be a great loss. This was precisely why Emperor Ning dared only to target Qin Changsheng when attempting to sow discord among the Qin brothers, rather than directly confronting the formidable Qin Changyuan. Qin Changyuan was renowned as a warrior. The odds of successfully assassinating him were far slimmer than for Qin Changsheng. More importantly, until he found a suitable replacement for Qin Changyuan, any misfortune befalling him would only embolden the neighboring nations, who were already eyeing them enviously. Thus, Emperor Ning's sentiments towards the Western Shu royal family were decidedly complex. On one hand, he relied on their military strength, needing the 300,000 troops from Western Shu for protection. On the other, he perceived the Western Shu king as a powerful rival and sought to undermine their influence from within. "Your Majesty, rest assured, a few assassins are nothing more than mere clowns. There is no need for concern that I suspect you are insulting me, and I have evidence, though I cannot voice it, Emperor Ning thought, growing increasingly agitated. That old rascal was becoming increasingly cunning and difficult to deal with as time went on. Enough, let us dismiss the matter for today. However, I entrust Chongning to you of the Western Shu royal household. You must ensure her safety. Despite Emperor Ning's provocations, the Western Shu king would not take the bait. He resolved to end the conversation there. Most importantly, he suddenly conceived a new plan, one he was eager to test that if this endeavor succeeded, even if he sought to undermine the Western Shu royal household's power, Chen Sha would have no grounds for complaint. Your Majesty, be at ease that on a public note, Princess Chongning is a royal, our sovereign. We must protect her that on a personal note, as she is to become the daughter-in-law of the Western Shu royal household. My family must also safeguard her. We shall ensure not a single hair is harmed. Very well, with your assurance, I am at ease. However, should anything happen to my Chongning, I shall hold the Western Shu royal household accountable. Though this statement appeared innocuous, Chen Sha felt an unsettling dissonance as he pondered why this emperor suddenly seemed so concerned for Princess Chongning's well-being. After all, had he shown any care previously, there would not be rumors circulating about the princess being a simpleton. Furthermore, Emperor Ning had arranged for the princess to be wed to one of the Chun family's 4 sons. Yet he chose the so-called Weishan Chongsheng, which clearly indicated a lack of regard for the princess. Chapter 17. Preparations. Chen Sha suspected that Emperor Ning was attempting to ensnare him, but lacking evidence, he could not directly confront him. Thus, he excused himself after exchanging pleasantries, all the while preoccupied with these troubling thoughts. Upon returning home, Chen Chongsheng had already brought Ning Xinyao back. The young couple was engrossed in playful banter, exuding an aura of affection. Those in the throes of love yearned to be together at every possible moment. This tendency, in fact, bore some resemblance to Chen Sha's own youthful days when he and his wife had first fallen in love, displaying even greater intimacy than the current couple. Seeing them, Chen Sha merely sighed, choosing not to comment further. Although he had reservations about the princess's less-than-stellar reputation, he found himself unbothered by Chen Chongsheng's affections for her. After all, the princess's lack of reputation did not elevate Chen Chongsheng's status either. In that regard, they seemed quite well matched, with neither party in a position to judge the other. Not wishing to interrupt their moment, Chen Sha intended to bypass them, but he had already been noticed. "Father, you're back," Chen Chongsheng greeted, followed by Ning Xinyao calling out, "Father." Chen Sha nodded, but the more he contemplated, the more he felt something was amiss. Finally, he addressed Chen Chongsheng. "Chongsheng, come with me." Chen Sha's expression was grave, suggesting he bore some troubling news, a demeanor Chen Chongsheng was not accustomed to witnessing. Chen Chongsheng glanced at the anxious Ning Xinyao, offering her a reassuring pat on the hand before rising to follow his father. "Father, what is so serious?" Truth be told, Chen Sha's demeanor made Chen Chongsheng feel a twinge of apprehension that he had faced numerous challenges before, yet he had never encountered his father looking so troubled. With a sigh, Chen Sha did not elaborate on other matters, instead initiating the conversation with Ning Xinyao that you've only just returned the princess, and now you've brought her out again. What do you think others will say? Chen Chongsheng exhaled in relief. He had assumed Chen Sha's gravity signified a matter of great importance. Was it really just this? In an instant, Chen Chongsheng adopted a nonchalant demeanor and, glancing at Chen Sha, remarked indifferently, as members of the Chen family, "Why should we concern ourselves with the opinions of others?" Having said that, he cast another look at Chen Sha and, with a hint of skepticism, inquired, "Has His Majesty expressed any displeasure regarding this matter?" Chen Chongsheng pondered to himself. Such a trivial issue surely could not warrant such a response. That it was well known that although Emperor Ning harbored a private disdain for the Western Shu royal household, yearning to dismantle it or reclaim power, he nevertheless maintained a facade of respect and indulgence towards Chen Sha. Were it not for this understanding, even Chen Chongsheng, with his rebellious spirit, would not be so audacious. Could it be that he had truly overstepped this time, provoking even the emperor's patience? Not at all. It was merely prudent to be mindful of one's boundaries. After all, the Western Shu royal household wielded significant power, and many eyes within the court were upon them. Let them stare, he thought. What can they truly do to us? The envy of the court towards the Western Shu royal household is not a new development. Yet what does jealousy accomplish? They may disapprove, but in the end, they must endure. Can they truly take action against the Western Shu royal household? The Qin family's consent is one thing, but the 30,000 troops of the Western Shu army are another matter entirely. In his previous life, the Qin family had been somewhat negligent, allowing the crown prince to exploit a weakness, leading to a rather unfortunate period. However, even during the most trying times for the Western Shu royal household, none dared to act against them. Now that the crown prince was gone, Qin Chongqing found it hard to believe that anyone would dare provoke his family. Qin Sha, however, did not share Qin Chongqing's bravado. He shook his head and sighed. Such statements cannot be made lightly. There are always greater forces at play that it is best to remain discreet when possible. By the way, I've noticed Emperor Ning's behavior has been somewhat peculiar. He might be harboring some ill intentions. Ill intentions? Qin Chongqing remained unfazed, believing that for years, Emperor Ning had employed the same few tactics, sending ineffectual assassins after him. This back and forth had lost its novelty for Li Zhong. Yet Emperor Ning persisted with relentless enthusiasm. This time, I suspect he intends to target Princess Chongning. Immediately, Li Zhong ceased his casual demeanor, furrowing his brow at Qin Sha, his eyes brimming with doubt. To speak frankly, no matter how one viewed it, Emperor Ning was still Ning Xinyao's father. It was said that even a tiger does not eat its young. How could he behave in such a manner? It must be noted that in Qin Chongqing's previous life, even when Ning Xinyao conspired against the throne, it was only after Emperor Ning abdicated and the crown prince was slain. Why is that? Qin Sha let out a sigh, recounting the words Emperor Ning had spoken earlier that day. Those words had struck him as odd at the time, but upon reflection, they indeed bore a deeper significance. However, you need not worry excessively. After all, Princess Chongning is currently within the Western Shu royal household, as long as you remain somewhat discreet and avoid excessive revelry. Even if assassins dare to infiltrate the estate, they would not harm the princess. Moreover, Qin Sha paused suddenly, igniting Qin Chongqing's curiosity. Moreover, I perceive that Princess Chongning is not as foolish and naive as the outside world claims. In fact, she seems to embody the guise of a pig eating a tiger. So there is no need for undue concern. Upon hearing Qin Sha's words, a smile unexpectedly spread across Qin Chongqing's face. His wife was certainly no fool. Her act was not merely to ensnare tigers, but rather to ensnare the true dragon of the heavens. What are you laughing at? Qin Sha found Qin Chongqing's smile bewildering and looked on in confusion. Oh, it's nothing. Qin Chongqing hastily shook his head. He could not possibly divulge to Qin Sha that he had returned from a reincarnation, aware that Ning Xinyao was not only astute but also destined for greatness. Qin Sha had long refrained from actions he was unwilling to undertake. Yet Ning Xinyao had accomplished them. Very well then, since there is nothing pressing, you may go and accompany the princess, that I merely wish to share my thoughts with you. Just be cautious in your daily affairs. There is no need to overly fret about this matter. All right, thank you. Qin Chongqing mused that he had no reason to be troubled by this incident. Nevertheless, he maintained a courteous demeanor towards Qin Sha, for he understood that Qin Sha genuinely cared for both himself and Ning Xinyao, that it would not do for him to dismiss such goodwill. The conversation between the father and son quickly drew to a close. When Qin Chongqing returned to seek out Ning Xinyao, she was already nowhere to be found. However, he felt no anxiety, knowing she had likely retreated to her chamber. Moreover, as Emperor Ning had plans for the afternoon, it was reasonable to assume he would not dispatch anyone so swiftly. Upon entering his room, he found Ning Xinyao indeed inside. She sat at the table, her chin resting on her hands, lost in thought, seemingly troubled by some matter. Chapter 18. Candor, my dear, have you been pondering about me since our brief separation? How will you manage if we are apart for a day or two in the future? Qin Chongqing adjusted his mood slightly, entered the room, and immediately resumed his usual irreverence. Ning Xinyao had become almost immune to his antics. Such teasing no longer rendered her cheeks flush. You are always so flippant. I am worried about my father. Upon his return, he bore a grim countenance. Could it be that my royal father has caused him distress? If that were the case, should she not stand up for Qin Sha? Although Emperor Ning was Ning Xinyao's biological father, she harbored little affection for him, who was practically a stranger after years of estrangement. The warmth and care she received from Qin Sha over a mere few days far outweighed her experiences with Emperor Ning. Had it not been for the emperor's favoritism, her life would not have been so arduous. Not at all. However, There is something I must discuss with you. Qin Changxing contemplated briefly. He recognized that Ning Xinyao was no innocent lamb. Therefore, it was unnecessary for him to treat her as such that a strong alliance was the best path forward. Some matters, once openly addressed, could potentially mitigate misunderstandings in the future. Yet, Qin Changxing hesitated to directly reveal to Ning Xinyao that he had reincarnated 3 years into the future and was aware of her ulterior motives for usurpation. What if, in this lifetime, she had not yet conceived such ominous ambitions? To voice such suspicions prematurely would unjustly accuse her. Conversely, if she had already entertained such thoughts, revealing his knowledge might only hasten her descent into darkness. After careful consideration, he realized he needed to choose his words wisely. Just then, a heavy silence enveloped the room. "Husband, if something is amiss, you may speak candidly, or perhaps this matter involves me, and is difficult for you to articulate." This silence unnerved Ning Xinyao, for she was typically composed and patient. Yet before Qin Changxing, she felt as restless as an impulsive young girl. Of course, this demeanor suited her public persona quite well. My dear, our wedding date approaches. We are to be a family, are we not? Qin Changxing sighed, opting for a gradual approach. Ning Xinyao nodded, and he continued, "As we are now family, there are certain matters I wish to address without obfuscation. If I speak too directly or if my words are misplaced, please let me know, but do not take offense that it must be said." Qin Changxing had a knack for building suspense at this moment. Ning Xinyao felt a surge of anxiety due to his words. Beneath the table, her fists clenched tightly on her lap, her garments crumpled under the pressure, fearing he might voice some disdainful remark about her. In the past, outsiders often labeled her as foolish and naive, yet they only spoke of him as the most ineffectual son of the Western Shu royal household, a debauched youth. However, through their interactions in recent days, he had come to understand that she was not as others claimed. She, too, recognized that he was not as incompetent as portrayed. Ning Xinyao nodded vigorously, not dwelling on the first part of his statement. In her efforts to maintain her image before Qin Changxing, she had restrained herself considerably, appearing less astute, but certainly not as foolish as before. Her focus lay on the latter half of his words. Qin Changxing was no useless progeny. He was the future senior brother of the immortal Tao sect, the very light in her heart. Then let us speak openly. Did I know you are a clever individual, harboring grand ambitions and perhaps unfathomable strength, that my own pretense of folly and debauchery was merely a ruse to divert attention and hostility from the Western Shu royal household. Ning Xinyao's heart raced, her eyes widening as she gazed at Qin Changxing. How could he have discerned this? What else did he know? Yet, Qin Changxing paid no heed to her apparent astonishment, interpreting her silence as acquiescence to his assertions. He continued, "Thus, as we are now family, there is no need for us to conceal anything from one another, that we should unite our efforts to confront the unknown perils that lie ahead, correct?" Under Qin Changxing's unwavering gaze, Ning Xinyao unconsciously nodded, her earlier concerns momentarily forgotten. Qin Changxing then added, "In that case, any ambitions or thoughts you harbor can be voiced freely. Your husband shall assist you in realizing them. However, throughout this process, it is imperative that you do not stray down the wrong path. Indeed, usurping the throne may be feasible, but one ought to at least aspire to be a benevolent ruler." Over the years, the royal house of Shishu has faced numerous covert attacks from the Ning Emperor. Yet, Qin Shi has consistently endured. Did I guess it that he lacks the capability to confront the Ning Emperor? Not at all. It is simply that, despite being a divine general of war, Qin Shi has witnessed far too much bloodshed and thus cannot bear to see the rivers run red with conflict. His restraint is not for the sake of the Ning Emperor, but for the well-being of the common people. While the Ning Emperor is indeed suspicious and jealous by nature, he can, with some reluctance, be considered a wise ruler in matters of governance. Otherwise, given his repeated attempts to incite discord among the Qin brothers through assassination attempts on Qin Changxing, Qin Shi would have long since unseated him from his throne. Very well, I shall grant your request. Ning Xinyao harbors doubts. She wonders if Qin Changxing possesses some foreknowledge, not of events that have already transpired, but of those yet to unfold. Could it be that he, too, has been reborn? Ning Xinyao feels a certain degree of certainty, yet refrains from voicing her inquiry at this moment. She can only nod in agreement with Qin Changxing, her thoughts drifting towards the possibility of testing him in the future. "And what of my husband? Is there anything I can assist you with?" "Not at the moment. However, I must inform you of the precarious situation surrounding the royal house of Shishu. Chen Chongsheng proceeds to share, without reservation, the tribulations he has faced over the past few years, along with the Ning Emperor's ulterior motives, including the remarks made by the emperor earlier that afternoon, and Chen Sha's suspicions regarding him. Once he finishes, the twinge of unwarranted concern flits through Chen Chongsheng's mind that he wonders if Ning Xinyao might doubt his words. After all, their father-daughter relationship has not been particularly close over the years, and she may not take kindly to his insinuations. Fortunately, Ning Xinyao does not react with anger. Instead, she nods in understanding, saying, "I comprehend that as you mentioned, I possess a modicum of strength, perhaps not formidable, but sufficient for self-preservation." Having witnessed Ning Xinyao's prowess in her previous life, Chen Chongsheng recognizes her modesty, and perhaps it is a touch excessive. Nevertheless, he chooses not to dwell on it, that I merely wish for you to be prepared. Should trouble arise, in most instances you need not intervene. Simply continue to conceal yourself. Chapter 19. A spring outing, as Chen Sha anticipated. In the subsequent days, Ning Xinyao and Chen Chongsheng found themselves facing several assassination attempts. Although this was expected, with Ning Xinyao having prepared herself in advance, a single remark from Chen Chongsheng still plunged her into a state of despair akin to descending into hell. The assassins this time appear to be more formidable than those who had previously attempted to take Chen Chongsheng's life. The earlier assailants were, to put it bluntly, akin to mere buffoons, scarcely worthy of mention. The Ning Emperor likely never truly intended for those individuals to succeed in eliminating Chen Chongsheng. After all, despite the external disparagement of Chen Chongsheng's reputation, he remains the fourth son of the royal house of Shishu. If an unfortunate event were to transpire, Chen Sha would undoubtedly scrutinize the matter, and the Ning Emperor would find himself at a loss for justification. His primary objective was to incite discord within the royal house. However, this time, the intention was to take Ning Xinyao's life. Through her demise, the Ning Emperor sought to hold the royal house of Shishu accountable, indicating that he was indeed resolved to kill, that he even went so far as to deploy top-tier assassins, whose skills ranked just below those of the legendary Immortal Masters. This reality was not lost on Ning Xinyao, even without Chen Chongsheng articulating it. Thus, the bonds of blood and kinship meant little to him. I am merely a pawn he can cast aside at will, am I not? Ning Xinyao harbored little emotional attachment to her biological father. Yet she could not envision herself committing acts that would forsake familial bonds for the sake of ambition. Even when she orchestrated a coup, she did not inflict harm upon the Ning Emperor, at most. She had him placed under house arrest, as long as the Ning Emperor did not provoke her excessively. She, as the former Empress Dowager, had always accorded him the respect he deserved. However, Chen Chongsheng was at a loss for words upon hearing her voice imbued with sorrow. The Chen family had always been united, devoid of the intricacies of deceit and rivalry. Otherwise, the Ning Emperor would not have failed in his attempts to sow discord repeatedly. Thus, Chen Chongsheng found it impossible to empathize with Ning Xinyao's sentiments. One cannot counsel another to be virtuous without having endured their suffering. Chen Chongsheng could not implore Ning Xinyao to dismiss her feelings. Instead of offering empty platitudes, he chose to assert his own stance. Fear not, for you have me, and the entirety of the royal house of Shishu. Should anyone dare to harm you, they must first reckon with us. Ning Xinyao turned to Chen Chongsheng, her smile not only sweet, but also imbued with a newfound strength and determination. Yes, I trust my husband to protect me, and I believe we shall remain together forever. Therefore, the regrets of my past life can indeed find resolution in this one, correct? In her previous life, she became a decisive empress, feared by all. Yet, the hardships she endured along her path were known only to Ning Xinyao. Given the choice, she would not have opted for such a fate. Chen Chongsheng took her hand in his, recognizing that her sentiments echoed his own, although he found himself unable to voice them in this moment. Perhaps due to the sentimentality of the thought, his eyes grew misty, but Ning Xinyao's smile shone brighter, as if seeking to glean more from his gaze. Let us set aside our somber thoughts and focus on joy. The weather is delightful today. Shall we take a stroll outside? Having heard Chen Sha's warning to remain cautious and not wander aimlessly, Chen Chongsheng had confined himself to their residence in recent days. Yet, as time passed, even with Ning Xinyao's company, he found himself feeling stifled. Today, coinciding with Ning Xinyao's own discontent, he felt an even stronger urge to venture out. He scoffed at the notion of being overly cautious. Qin Chongqing refused to believe that the Ning Emperor's inept subordinates could pose any genuine threat to him, in truth, while Qin Chongqing acknowledged that his abilities were not yet as formidable as they would be 3 years later upon entering the realm of immortals. He was certainly not a mere pawn to be easily manipulated. Among the Ning Emperor's entourage, aside from the 2 immortal-level experts, the rest held little significance for him. However, those 2 individuals were the Emperor's last line of defense and would not be dispatched lightly unless absolutely necessary. Upon hearing that they could go out, Ning Xinyao's excitement was palpable. She looked up at Qin Chongqing with a face that radiated eagerness. Yet, despite her enthusiasm, she remained mindful of Qin Chongqing's earlier words about avoiding trouble for the royal house of Shishu. Is it truly permissible? Of course. As long as you desire it, what could possibly hold us back? Qin Chongqing regarded Ning Xinyao with surprise, pondering why she would pose such a question that wouldn't going out create complications. Ah, so that was her concern. There is no trouble to be had. Perhaps they, too, would relish the opportunity to step outside and enjoy the fresh air, while Qin Chongqing generally preferred not to inconvenience those tasked with his protection. He would not relinquish his freedom for such a trivial reason. Very well. Where shall we go for our outing? Upon hearing Qin Chongqing's affirmation, Ning Xinyao's expression brightened. Her eyes widened in anticipation for their impending date. I do not yet know where you wish to go. Please, tell me your choice. Qin Chongqing affectionately ruffled Ning Xinyao's hair. Regarding that matter, you have indeed stumped me, in truth. Ning Xinyao had spent the majority of her existence confined within the palace walls. Prior to her usurpation, she had endured a life of restraint within the harem, and after her ascent, she found herself trapped in the court. She had yet to truly explore the wonders beyond the palace grounds. Her most cherished memories likely stem from the recent outings with Qin Chongqing to places like Zijin Street. That I am not particularly familiar with the world beyond the palace, that I shall defer to my husband's judgment. Wherever you choose, I shall be content. Very well, let us embark on a spring outing today. Wait here. I shall instruct someone to prepare provisions that we shall dine outside and not return until later. Ning Xinyao nodded gleefully. Splendid. You go ahead and prepare. I shall select a suitable outfit. Qin Chongqing called out toward the entrance, and a servant promptly entered, bowing respectfully. Young master, how may I assist you? Please make arrangements for a spring outing outside the palace this afternoon. We shall not return until later. Understood. That A.S. Ning Xinyao changed her attire. Qin Chongqing had already prepared everything, including the carriage. The 2 walked side by side and boarded the vehicle, which set off toward the suburbs. In the unseen distance, a covert team of dark guards composed of the Western Shu army stealthily followed. However, the others aside from Qin Chongqing remained oblivious to this. Another faction trailing him was secretly jubilant, believing it was finally convenient to act now that they had departed from the Western Shu royal residence. Chapter 20. Let me handle this. The carriage came to a halt at a riverbank wetland, flourishing with the sounds of chirping birds and fragrant blossoms. Thanks to the river's nourishment, the nearby flora appeared particularly vibrant. Besides Qin Chongqing and Ning Xinyao, many others were also frolicking in the area. Some were fishing in the river, while children flew kites on the grass. Laughter and joy filled the air, and the earlier gloom surrounding Ning Xinyao dissipated completely. Observing the smile that involuntarily graced her face, Qin Chongqing could not help but feel elated. Convinced that his presence here today was indeed worthwhile, that as long as Ning Xinyao was happy, everything was worth it. That of course, it would have been even better without that bothersome tail trailing behind them. With a cold snort, Qin Chongqing took Ning Xinyao's hand, directing her toward a more secluded area. Given their level of expertise, any confrontation would cause too much commotion, and with so many people around, it would be challenging to avoid collateral damage. While the Ning Emperor could act with reckless abandon, Qin Chongqing was not so devoid of compassion. That my lord, what's wrong? Where are we headed next? Ning Xinyao asked, somewhat perplexed at her. The land beneath their feet seemed perfectly fine, and there was no need to change locations. First, we need to find a quiet place to deal with those annoying flies. Qin Chongqing whispered in her ear, their intimacy akin to playful banter. Initially, as Qin Chongqing drew near, his warm breath brushing against her ear caused Ning Xinyao to feel a flutter of emotions. However, upon hearing his words, she quickly regained her composure, and her eyes darkened with a hint of hostility. The Ning Emperor seemed intent on eliminating her, showing no intention of sparing her life in the past 10 days. This was already the third wave of assassins they had encountered, each time facing land-level masters, clearly a testament to their worth. "Very well, my lord shall decide," she replied, her heart brimming with indignation, though she kept her composure. Such words delighted Qin Chongsheng, filling his heart with joy at the trust his wife placed in him, that as they ventured into a more remote area, their pursuers grew anxious, believing Qin Chongsheng and Ning Xinyao were attempting to flee. They could not contain their impatience and leapt out that a group of 6, all formidable individuals, emerged. The leader, clad in black, possessed a well-groomed appearance and a robust physique, exuding an aura of menace that made him seem quite formidable. Accompanying him were 4 others, 2 at the pinnacle of martial saints and 2 at the peak of master-level cultivation, on the verge of reaching the land immortal stage. This group represented the strongest combat power available to the Ning Emperor. Aside from the 2 immortal-level experts, the Ning Emperor truly showed no mercy to Ning Xinyao, seeking to annihilate her completely. Ning Xinyao cast a faint glance at the newcomers, though she did not gaze directly at the Ning Emperor. It felt as though she had severed all familial bonds with him in that moment. "That my lord, may I handle these individuals?" she suddenly asked Qin Chongsheng, expressing her desire to confront them herself. Qin Chongsheng raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Are you certain?" They are all experts that he was aware that Ning Xinyao had been quite formidable during her reign as empress, but he had never truly known her current strength, as she had always concealed it well. "Today, I shall demonstrate my prowess," Ning Xinyao affirmed with a nod. There were matters she preferred not to address hastily, but if the Ning Emperor insisted on forcing her hand, she would not hesitate to disregard their bond. Qin Chongsheng sighed but did not dissuade her. Instead, he gestured to the hidden observers, signaling them to remain concealed for the moment, with him nearby to ensure her safety. Even if Ning Xinyao struggled, he would be able to protect her in time. Since his wife was determined to take action, he would accompany her in this performance. "Very well, let me witness your strength," he said. Ning Xinyao nodded in agreement. Stepping forward, she elegantly flicked her wrist, revealing a magnificent sword in her hand. Qin Chongsheng was no fool. He immediately recognized that this weapon was extraordinary, in her previous life. Ning Xinyao had wielded this very sword to behead the prince who attempted to usurp the throne. Although Qin Chongsheng had not been present at the time, he had heard many tales about this blade. It was said to be a divine weapon passed down since ancient times, possessing unparalleled might. While such a claim might seem plausible, there were other rumors that sent chills down one's spine. For instance, some said the sword was a malevolent object that could backfire on its wielder, leading to a drastic alteration of character, rendering them exceedingly ruthless. Qin Chongsheng suspected this rumor stemmed from Ning Xinyao's own temperament. There were even more outrageous claims that the sword's power, which had aided Ning Xinyao in evading the throne's grasp, was due to it having attained sentience. Allegedly, she sacrificed young boys and girls daily, feeding their blood to the sword as offerings to a malevolent deity. However, having had minimal interaction with Ning Xinyao in his previous life, Qin Chongsheng had been skeptical of such tales, leaning more toward disbelief than belief. In this life, having married Ning Xinyao and spent time together, he had come to understand her character and disposition better, further solidifying his disbelief. After all, seeing is believing. Upon seeing the sword in Ning Xinyao's hand, the expressions of the experts across from her shifted dramatically. This was not what they had anticipated. The Ning Emperor had instructed them that Qin Chongsheng and Ning Xinyao were surely under the protection of the Western Shu army. Several previous attempts to eliminate them had ended in failure, hence they could not afford to be careless. Their plan this time was to strike unexpectedly. They presumed Qin Chongsheng might possess some martial prowess, but thought it would be manageable. However, they had deemed Ning Xinyao a mere liability, believing they could easily eliminate her. Even if they could not kill her, they intended to severely wound her. The remnants could be dealt with later. The Ning Emperor could always summon imperial physicians under the pretext of treatment to carry out further harm. Yet now, gazing at the sword in Ning Xinyao's grasp and her imposing stance, they realized she was anything but a liability. She was undoubtedly a formidable opponent, perhaps even more powerful than all of them combined. Exchanging glances, the group collectively sensed shock and trepidation in one another's eyes. Just as they contemplated retreating to report back to the Ning Emperor and reassess their strategy, Ning Xinyao seized the moment, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that sliced through the air. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, contrasting sharply with the laughter and merriment nearby. However, Chen Chongqing had already discreetly erected a barrier around them, ensuring that the ordinary citizens nearby remained oblivious to the unfolding events. As long as they kept the commotion minimal, they would not endanger the innocent. Chapter 21. The masked man Ning Xinyao's speed was astonishing, and her sword energy was exceptionally potent in that moment. It felt as if the very winds had changed. The so-called experts dispatched by the Ning Emperor appeared utterly insignificant in her presence. Not only were the assailants taken aback by Ning Xinyao's prowess, but even Chen Chongqing, as an observer, was astonished. His wife was far more formidable than he had imagined. In the blink of an eye, all of the Ning Emperor's dispatched experts lay defeated on the ground. Save for one that this lone survivor, though still alive, knelt in submission. Too terrified to move, he was the fortunate one, having been spared by Ning Xinyao's deliberate choice. Standing above him, Ning Xinyao seemed to tower like a giant. Despite her modest height of just over 1 meter and 60 centimeters, her presence exuded an aura that felt at least 2 meters and 80 centimeters tall, that a mere flick of her finger could crush him like an ant. Yet at that moment, Ning Xinyao appeared to lose interest in him and turned her gaze toward Chen Changsheng. My lord, may I spare him and allow him to return to my father? Chen Chongqing was taken aback. Wouldn't he sending this man before the Ning Emperor reveal her identity? Seeing Chen Chongqing hesitate, Ning Xinyao assumed he disapproved of her intentions. Perhaps it would be best to eliminate him after all, she decided. Chen Chongqing's eyelids twitched, and he quickly interjected, wait. Ning Xinyao had already raised her sword, poised to strike, but at Chen Chongqing's call, she hesitated and lowered it. Curiously, she regarded him, unsure of his intentions. My hesitation does not stem from opposition to your actions. Rather, I was simply trying to comprehend your reasoning. Chen Chongqing's words remained unfinished, yet Ning Xinyao grasped his meaning immediately. After all, she had consistently maintained a low profile until now. By keeping this individual before the Ning Emperor, she inadvertently revealed her own strength to him. The Ning Emperor had numerous offspring, and he had always regarded Ning Xinyao, the daughter born of a palace maid who appeared to have some innate intellectual shortcomings, with little importance. Ning Xinyao even harbored doubts that her elevation to the title of Princess Chongning was merely a prelude. The Ning Emperor had long since intended for her to marry Chen Chongqing and had bestowed upon her a title in advance as a superficial gesture to prevent the Chen family from voicing objections. After masquerading as a fool for so many years, if she were suddenly to confront a tiger, the Ning Emperor would undoubtedly be taken aback. Given his temperament, he would certainly not allow Ning Xinyao to remain. Even if he did not eliminate her, he would not permit her to enter the Chen family in a powerful union. I am indifferent. I merely wonder if this will affect your Western Shu army. The Western Shu army is of no consequence. My only fear is that His Majesty may act capriciously and disrupt our engagement. For many years, the Western Shu army had been subtly targeted by the Ning Emperor. He was the archetype of someone who bore ill will towards the Chen family, yet felt powerless, resorting only to petty annoyances that to the Chen family. These were mere trifles, akin to teasing a child. However, the Ning Emperor's penchant for mischief caused Chen Chongqing to worry that he might use the pretext of canceling the engagement or deliberately delay it, although he and Ning Xinyao had already established a marital bond and recognized each other. For Chen Chongqing, having a formal title would render their union even more perfect. In that case, you are right. Let us eliminate him. Once we are wed, I shall confront him directly. Ning Xinyao raised her weapon once more. And this time, Chen Chongqing did not intervene. The last remaining assassin met his demise. It was only after Ning Xinyao had finished her grim task that she turned to Chen Chongqing, her face etched with concern, and asked, my lord, do you think I am excessively bloodthirsty? Do you despise me for it? Chen Chongqing sighed heavily, contemplating, before my rebirth, I witnessed a scene of your cruelty far beyond what you have displayed now. This is merely the beginning. Nevertheless, he sought to comfort Ning Xinyao. Fear not, they deserve their fate. Slaying evildoers, no matter the number, does not equate to bloodlust. However, in the future, should such matters arise again, I would prefer to assist you. Their bloodied remains should not be touched by your hands. Ning Xinyao was utterly taken aback that Chen Chongqing not only did not loathe her, but could utter such words. She was so moved that tears threatened to spill. You are truly wonderful, my lord. Ning Xinyao embraced Chen Chongqing's neck, declaring, from now on, I shall heed only your words. Foolish girl, This is what I ought to do. Chen Chongqing replied tenderly as the couple exchanged sweet nothings. They suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura approaching from all directions. My lord, formidable foes are upon us, Ning Xinyao exclaimed. Given the timing, those who dared to intrude could not be weak. But who could it be? Logically, if they were the Ning Emperor's men, they would have attacked together earlier rather than presenting themselves as mere fodder. Yet if it were someone else, who among the Dayan would be reckless enough to provoke the Western Shu royal family? Do not fear, Chen Chongqing reassured her. You have already displayed your prowess. Now it is time for you to witness mine. Indeed, Ning Xinyao nodded. Despite the impending threat, the couple remained calm, viewing this as an opportunity to showcase their capabilities to one another. Whoosh! Just as Chen Chongqing spoke, a dark figure materialized before him. It was not merely an assassin cloaked in dark garb. Little girl, that sword you wield is quite impressive. Is it the legendary Tianwai Feishian? The individual appeared to possess strength at the level of an earthly immortal, yet their demeanor and voice were unfamiliar. Even considering the forthcoming 3 years, Chen Chongqing realized he had never encountered this person before. Alarm surged within him as he wondered how, within the Dayan realm, there was an earthly immortal-level expert of whom he was unaware. Fortunately, he sensed little malice emanating from this person, as their focus seemed primarily fixated on the sword in Ning Xinyao's grasp. Indeed, and what of it? Ning Xinyao responded, her expression devoid of the tenderness she reserved for Chen Changxing, in stark contrast. As she faced this unknown intruder, her eyes burned with hostility. Were it not for Chen Chongqing's presence, she would have forcefully commanded the intruder to depart. Yet the intruder appeared rather composed, not displaying anger. Their gaze remained locked on the sword Ning Xinyao held, a look of covetous desire evident. To be frank, I have my eyes on that sword of yours. Shall we strike a deal? Would you part with it? Although the masked individual gazed upon Ning Xinyao's treasure with glimmering eyes, their tone remained courteous, adopting a demeanor that suggested a willingness to negotiate. Under ordinary circumstances, one would not rebuff a smiling interlocutor. Regardless of whether one wished to finalize the transaction, the masked person's apparent sincerity would typically warrant a polite response. Alas, this unfortunate soul had crossed paths with Ning Xinyao. Chapter 22. Lu Yinjin. Ning Xinyao felt that she lacked nothing at present and had no desire to engage in any dealings with this stranger. Most importantly, the sword known as Tianwai Feishian was a gift she intended for Chen Chongqing, and selling it to someone else would be utterly absurd. Not interested. Begone. She had merely wished to accompany Chen Chongqing on a leisurely outing to refresh her spirits. Yet she had not anticipated a series of unwelcome interruptions. How disheartening! The masked man trembled with rage at Ning Xinyao's audacity to speak to him in such a manner. You presumptuous little girl! How dare you address me in this tone? I shall subdue you first, so you may learn the consequences of disrespecting your elders. I had intended to negotiate with you amicably, but now that you have provoked me, the sword is mine, and you shall receive no benefits. As he spoke, the masked man lunged toward Ning Xinyao. Humph! Ning Xinyao scoffed at the approaching assailant, flicking her wrist to send the Tianwai Feishian flying from her hand, transforming it into a darting blade aimed at the masked man. Startled, the masked man had not anticipated Ning Xinyao's speed. He hastily reached out to catch the Tianwai Feishian, but was instead met with its backlash, injuring his right arm and causing blood to flow from his wrist. Fortunately, he wore black robes today. Otherwise, his attire would have been stained crimson. You dare to injure me? The masked man bellowed, his gaze toward Ning Xinyao filled with venomous hatred. In truth, rather than questioning whether he had the audacity, the masked man was more concerned with whether he had arrived too late to witness Ning Xinyao dispatching several formidable adversaries in a single strike. Judging solely by her age, he naively assumed she was merely a young girl. The man beside her did not appear particularly formidable either. He had expected that, with his strength, he could easily handle them. However, he had not anticipated suffering defeat in the very first round. Humph! Ning Xinyao retorted coldly. Why should I fear? Very well, since you dare to injure me, do not be surprised when retribution comes knocking. The masked man gritted his teeth, his gaze filled with loathing for Ning Xinyao. Deep down, he was loath to acknowledge her strength and attributed his earlier miscalculation to underestimating her. Otherwise, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Ning Xinyao's expression remained icy, her eyes glinting with murderous intent as she regarded the masked man. Humph! Even if retribution does come, what can you do about it? What you should be contemplating is whether you will survive today. What a sharp-tongued woman! The masked man sneered, launching another assault on Ning Xinyao. Come, Ning Xinyao stood her ground, unflinching in the face of the oncoming threat. You seek death. The masked man was infuriated by her brazen demeanor and charged at her once more. But this time he was intercepted. That it was none other than Shan Changzhong. That my dear, did we not agree that this person was to be dealt with by me? Why do you not afford me even a single opportunity to showcase my prowess? Qin Chongqing's words seemed to chide Ning Xinyao, yet his tone was laced with affection. Ning Xinyao stuck out her tongue playfully, feigning innocence that, oh dear husband, I see my error now. I was merely anxious because he sought to snatch the gift I prepared for you. Upon hearing the latter part of her statement, Qin Chongqing raised an eyebrow. Realizing that this treasure was intended as a token of affection from Ning Xinyao, it became even more imperative to protect it from the masked man's avarice. Hey, old man, did you hear that? This is my wife's token of affection for me. You do not seriously intend to take it, do you? The masked man, fuming with rage, glared at Qin Chongqing and Ning Xinyao, his mind racing as he contemplated how these two seemingly ordinary individuals, lacking in apparent strength, remained so composed in the face of an expert like himself. Did they not care for their dignity? Do you even know who I am? Qin Chongqing lightly tapped his ears, appearing utterly indifferent. That I truly have no idea. So who are you? Curiosity flickered in Qin Chongqing's eyes. After all, killing him without cause could lead to future vengeance. And it would be rather embarrassing not to know the identity of his adversary. I am Lu Yunjie, a master of the earthly, immortal level. My two disciples are tasked with guarding Emperor Ning in the palace. Ah, so those two formidable figures beside Emperor Ning are indeed his disciples. Qin Chongqing mused, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor. This only served to infuriate Lu Yunjie further. He had devoted over a decade to profound cultivation without descending the mountain. It was one thing for Qin Chongqing to be unaware of his name, but why did he seem utterly unfazed by the prowess of his disciples? Aren't you afraid? Lu Yunjie inquired, his curiosity getting the better of him. With a lazy glance, Qin Chongqing regarded him, finding the man's foolishness astonishing. Their intellect and strength appeared to be completely mismatched. Why should I fear? Your disciples may serve as the emperor's bodyguards. But have you ever heard of the Wangfu of Shishu? Qin Chongqing narrowed his eyes, a hint of murderous intent surfacing. That a master of such caliber, unknown until today, must surely have been dispatched under someone's orders. Given his disciples' identities, it was evident who had sent him. What could Emperor Ning's purpose be in summoning such a powerful figure? Most likely, it was to contend with the Wangfu of Shishu. Today was fortuitous. He could resolve this matter personally and offer a small token to Emperor Ning. Upon hearing the name Wangfu of Shishu, Lu Yunjie's expression shifted dramatically. His disciples had sent him a letter urging him to descend the mountain. Though the reasons were not explicitly clear, there had been hints of a connection to the Shishu army that he had not anticipated encountering it so soon after his descent. Was it fortune or misfortune? Had he known of the formidable backgrounds of these two individuals, he would have refrained from seeking the sword. After all, once he assisted Emperor Ning in dealing with the Wangfu of Shishu. Acquiring a sword as a reward would be simple enough. That a grave miscalculation indeed. Old man, you have provoked the Wangfu of Shishu. Your fate will not be pleasant. But since I respect you as a master, feel free to state how you wish to die. Originally, Qin Chongqing merely intended to dismiss him. However, upon learning of his connection to Emperor Ning, he had no intention of letting him go. Today he must die. Young man, do not grow too complacent. Even with the backing of the Wangfu of Shishu, do not presume you can act recklessly here. Watch as I kill you first, and then raise the Wangfu of Shishu. From now on, the Shishu army shall bear my surname, Lu. Chapter 23. Mutual gift of divine weapons. Qin Chongqing merely scoffed at his words that I end the past, due to his extravagant facade. Many had whispered behind his back. Yet, regardless of the rumors, when Qin Chongqing showcased the insignia of the Wangfu of Shishu, respect was invariably afforded. However, encountering someone as audacious as Lu Yunjie was a first for him. He was entirely baffled by the source of the man's confidence. Did he truly believe the Wangfu of Shishu was in decline, allowing a mere earthly immortal to be so arrogant? To suggest that the Shishu army changed their surname to Lu was not entirely impossible. But he must first overcome Qin Chongqing. With a cold huff, Chen Chongqing resolved that he would not let Lu Yunjie return unharmed today. That would be an affront to his surname. Let us see what you can do. Lu Yunjie was undeterred, his aura swelling with intensity. Yet, Chen Chongqing remained entirely unfazed, his own presence radiating power, shedding the frail appearance of a typical scholar. Such a formidable aura startled Lu Yunjie. This presence indicated that he indeed possessed the strength to contend with him. It was no wonder Chen Chongqing exhibited such arrogance that in a blur. Chen Chongqing closed the distance and unleashed a powerful punch that Lu Yunjie hurriedly raised his sword to defend, but a thunderous clash echoed. And Chen Chongqing stood unmoved while Lu Yunjie's sword shattered, sending him staggering backward. What terrifying strength! Fear gripped Lu Yunjie's heart. He recognized that his opponent far surpassed him. Continuing the fight would surely lead to his downfall. Yet conceding so easily was not in his nature. With renewed determination, he swung his sword once more, shouting, "I, Lu Yunjie, have roamed the martial world for decades. I have never feared anyone. Then come at me." Chen Chongqing's eyes glinted with cold light as he stomped on the ground, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, it was directly behind Lu Yunjie. The latter's expression changed dramatically. He attempted to evade, but found himself unwilling to back down. Gritting his teeth to engage in a direct confrontation. Boom! Their fists collided once more, and Lu Yunjie was sent hurtling away, crashing to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. Chen Chongqing did not pursue him. Though Lu Yunjie was powerful, he was not yet at a level capable of challenging Chen Chongqing. "That I have lost." Lu Yunjie struggled to his feet, his eyes filled with resentment. That it was clear he harbored a deep unwillingness to accept defeat. "Do not look at me with those eyes. Do you think acknowledging your loss will spare your life?" Chen Chongqing stated coolly, devoid of murderous intent, yet delivering a cruel message. Though Lu Yunjie was reluctant, he was ultimately outmatched and had no recourse. Just as Chen Chongqing prepared to strike, a spark of inspiration ignited in Lu Yunjie's mind. "Wait, let us make a deal." Before Chen Chongqing could respond, Ning Xinyao, standing nearby, rolled her eyes, thinking this old man peculiar for his penchant for making deals. "There is no need. You have nothing I desired. If Lu Yunjie possessed any treasures, he would have revealed them long ago. Nor would he have been so eager for the sword in Ning Xinyao's possession. As for any useful information he could provide, it was likely lacking. Merely the emperor's trivial thoughts regarding the Shishu army, which Chen Chongqing could surmise without his input. Thus, he found no reason to spare Lu Yunjie's life. With that, Chen Chongqing struck downward, his palm landing squarely on Lu Yunjie's forehead, shattering his crown and resulting in instant death. Witnessing such brutality, Ning Xinyao exhibited neither fear nor unease. Instead, she grinned at Chen Chongqing, exclaiming, "Husband, you truly are formidable. You are not too shabby yourself." Chen Chongqing replied, recalling her previous movements that were both clean and decisive, far superior to what he had initially perceived. At the very least, he no longer needed to worry about Ning Xinyao's safety during their travels, as very few in the Great Yin realm could claim to outmatch her. Then, Chen Chongqing glanced at the sword in Ning Xinyao's hand. The heavenly immortal, whether it was a divine weapon mattered little. What was significant was the gesture that, "This sword, I had intended to gift it to you, but never found the opportunity. Here, take it." Ning Xinyao had long contemplated how to present such a divine weapon to Chen Chongqing without revealing her identity or strength while in the palace. However, after returning with him to the Wangfu of Shishu and having an open discussion, there was no longer a need for concealment. That had simply slipped her mind until now, and today presented the perfect opportunity. Wiping the blood off the blade with a handkerchief, she offered it to Chen Chongqing with a sense of pride. Chen Chongqing accepted it graciously, examining the weapon closely. It was indeed a divine sword. Gently touching the blade, he felt the pulsating energy within it. Recognizing it as a token of Ning Xinyao's goodwill, he did not decline but accepted it. Then, he drew a soft sword from his waist. "In return for your thoughtful gift, I too have a divine weapon to present to you." Chen Chongqing's usual long sword was understated, meant to conceal his prowess. However, in times of need, he possessed this soft sword to turn the tide in his favor. Ning Xinyao had never noticed that Chen Chongqing had concealed a soft sword at his waist in this lifetime, and even in the previous one, she had never witnessed him wield it. "Wow. Thank you. Husband, I absolutely adore it." Ning Xinyao joyfully accepted the gift, For her, whether it was a divine weapon or not was inconsequential. What mattered was that it was from Qin Chongqing. Try it out and see if it suits you. If you find the soft sword uncomfortable, I can always procure a more fitting one for you later, or return the heavenly immortal. Your sentiment is what truly matters. Seeing Ning Xinyao's delighted expression brought Qin Chongqing joy as well. However, a divine weapon remained fundamentally a type of weapon, and when discussing weapons, the most crucial aspect was their compatibility. The difference between a soft sword and a long sword was vast. While Qin Chongqing could utilize both, he was unsure if Ning Xinyao could adapt to the soft sword. Have no worries, it feels just right. Ning Xinyao responded confidently that at her level of mastery, she could easily adapt to any weapon, rendering such concerns unnecessary. Very well, it is time for us to enjoy ourselves. How about I catch some fish and prepare grilled fish for you? Today was meant for relaxation, yet they had encountered two groups of assassins, which had consumed considerable time and dampened their spirits. Sounds great. I want to watch you fish, Ning Xinyao nodded, unconditionally supporting Qin Chongqing in all his endeavors. Chapter 24. When Qing and Yin Du. Although their day was considerably delayed by the assassins sent by the Ning Emperor and Lu Yunjie, it did not detract from the joy that Qin Chongqing and Ning Xinyao experienced during their time together. To the point of almost losing themselves in bliss, that it was only as dusk fell that they reluctantly made their way back to my husband. I had an incredibly joyful day, as long as you are happy. My dear, that if you wish, we can frequently venture out together. I will take you to explore every picturesque landscape in Dian. Is that truly so? You mustn't go back on your word. Of course not. Little did they know, while they were immersed in their tender exchanges, the Ning Emperor in the palace was nearly driven to a heart attack by anger. Upon learning that the assassination attempt had again failed, he overturned the table in the imperial study. Useless. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Can't they manage to kill a single fool? Previously dispatched assassins had failed to eliminate Qin Chongqing, which was somewhat understandable, as the Ning Emperor was well aware of their capabilities. The accidental suffocation of Qin Chongqing was a stroke of luck, and if he survived, at least they could have succeeded in sowing discord among Qin's sons, which would still count as achieving a goal. However, this time, he had nearly mobilized all the skilled fighters around him, and what was the result? Time and again, they returned empty-handed. When will your senior brother arrive? I can hardly wait. The Wen Emperor was eager to meet Lu Yunjie at once and send him to assassinate Ning Xinyao. Surely, a master of such caliber could not fail again. Your Majesty, please do not fret. Allow me to contact my senior brother and ascertain his whereabouts. When Qing and Yin Du were equally perplexed, logically, masters like Lu Yunjie traveled vast distances in a single day. It had already been a full day without any news of his arrival. How could he still not have set off? They had agreed he would arrive today. After all that I in their minds, Lu Yunjie was not one to be unreliable. Suddenly leaving them in the lurch without any word. When Qing hastily took out a communication mirror to reach Lu Yunjie, but it seemed to have lost its signal. After calling out for a long while, there was still no response from Lu Yunjie. The Ning Emperor also sensed that something was amiss and narrowed his eyes at the two. They were startled, cold sweat forming on their brows. Your Majesty, please do not rush. Allow me to use another method to contact my senior brother. When Qing put away the communication mirror and began to calculate with his fingers, the Ning Emperor and Yin Du waited anxiously for his result. But they soon saw when Qing's expression darkened. This is not good. I cannot sense my senior brother's presence. Upon hearing this, the Ning Emperor's heart sank, but he tried to reassure Wen Qing, thinking he could not be that unfortunate. Could it be that he is too far away? Impossible. This is a unique method of contact from my sect. Even from a great distance, I could usually sense a trace of his energy. But now, I cannot even feel my senior brother's life force. Yin Du, having heard Wen Qing, quickly joined him in calculation, only to find that he too could not locate Lu Yunjie. Most alarmingly, he sensed a trace of deathly energy. Something has happened to my senior brother. Though reluctant to accept this conclusion, Yin Du had to acknowledge the grim reality. Are you certain? The Ning Emperor's expression turned grim. Originally, Lu Yunjie's fate did not concern him. But this man was one he had summoned from seclusion. Now that he had emerged, only to vanish without a trace, it would be nothing short of a joke. Your Majesty, I implore you to assist us in the search. Even if my senior brother has perished, we must recover his body. To be honest, Both Wen Qing and Yin Du felt somewhat embarrassed that in front of the Ning Emperor they had boasted about Lu Yunjia's prowess, claiming he was a master of celestial caliber a decade ago, that he had secluded himself for over 10 years, and that his abilities had surely soared. They had insisted that the mere Western Shu royal family was no match for Lu Yunjia. Yet now, they had not even laid eyes on him, and already the bad news had arrived. More humiliating still was the fact that they now needed the Ning Emperor's help to locate a corpse. Impossible, you recommended such a useless person to me, and I did not hold it against you. Now you wish for me to assist you in finding him. Do I appear to be a fool? Seeing the Ning Emperor's fury escalate, Wen Qing and Yin Du quickly knelt before him. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. Allow me to explain why we require your assistance. Speak, if you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation. Do not blame me for being heartless today. The Ning Emperor glared at the two, eager to hear what they could possibly say. First and foremost, my senior brother's martial prowess is certainly on par with Yin Du and myself. Had we not been confident, we would not have dared to call him down from the mountains. Otherwise, we would not only be guilty of deceiving the Emperor, but also of putting my senior brother's life at risk. Thus, we genuinely did not exaggerate his capabilities. Since you claim he is so formidable, why did he encounter trouble? There is only one reason. My senior brother must have encountered an even more powerful opponent upon descending from the mountains, leading to this unfortunate incident. While this is a misfortune for my senior brother, it may present an opportunity for your Majesty. What do you mean? To lose yet another master would surely infuriate the Ning Emperor. How could it be seen as an opportunity? Your Majesty, consider this. If we can locate the master who harmed my senior brother and persuade him to serve you, would it not bolster your strength considerably? You would no longer need to fear that old fool Chen. Hearing Wen Qing's words, the Ning Emperor found a semblance of logic in them. However, since Lu Yunjia was indeed their senior brother, even if he could find this so-called master, could they truly set aside their enmity with him? Of course not, they replied. However, a person who could easily kill Lu Yunjia would likely be beyond our capabilities as well. Therefore, it would be wise to first leverage the Emperor's might to locate him, and then we can utilize him for our own purposes. Once his value has been exhausted, we shall devise a means to deal with him and avenge Lu Yunjia. While it was impossible to claim there were no hard feelings, the two brothers were here to serve the Emperor, and personal grievances could not supersede matters of state. Furthermore, to be outmatched was simply to accept one's fate. And this was something the Emperor need not worry about. That it must be said that Wen Qing and Yin Du, having followed the Ning Emperor for so long, possessed not only formidable martial skills, but also exceptional talent for flattery. In just a few short sentences, they had managed to coax a smile from the Ning Emperor, easing much of his earlier ire. Very well, I shall send people to search. However, Dian is vast. Finding someone in such a large expanse is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Do you have any other methods? Indeed, we do at this moment. The Ning Emperor began to dream of swiftly locating the expert who had defeated Lu Yunjia and persuading him to serve under his banner. Yet, he could never have imagined that the very master he sought to recruit was none other than Chen Chongqing, the one he had long wished to assassinate. Chapter 25. Mentorly Duh. Upon returning home, the first thing Chen Chongqing did was inform Chen Sha the events of the day, that in truth, the mere presence of Lu Yunjia was not something that would alarm Chen Sha. What truly troubled him was the Ning Emperor's intent to frame the Western Shu army, which was becoming increasingly urgent. Yet upon reflection, it did not seem entirely unfathomable. After all, with the Crown Prince's sudden demise, and the new heir still unestablished, the unknown assassin was likely to be a threat to the Western Shu army. The Ning Emperor, unwilling to establish a new heir without eliminating these concerns, would surely seek out several more skilled fighters. Well, the man is already dead, and the Ning Emperor is somewhat apprehensive that in these times, he is unlikely to stir up any major unrest. With your wedding to Princess Chongning fast approaching, it would be wise to maintain a low profile for the next few days. Chen Chongqing was in complete agreement that in just under 10 days, he would be marrying Ning Xinyao. During this time, he wished for no disturbances that could jeopardize their wedding. Thus, despite his many grievances against the Ning Emperor, he would endure. Many matters unfolded in such a manner. As long as the thin veil of appearances remained intact, one must learn to endure. After exchanging a few pleasantries about family matters with Chen Sha, Chen Chongqing retreated to his room to seek out Ning Xinyao. Ning Xinyao was still admiring the soft sword that Chen Chongqing had gifted her earlier that day, although it was not her usual weapon. Thoughts of its original owner made her grow increasingly fond of it. That my dear, do you find this sword so enchanting, or is it that you like me, thus extending your affection to my possessions? Chen Chongqing now spoke sweetly, his words flowing effortlessly. More easily than sweet nothings, he found himself teasing her with playful banter. Fortunately, Ning Xinyao had grown accustomed to this and did not blush so easily anymore. I like the sword, but I like you even more. Chen Chongqing had intended to flirt with Ning Xinyao, but her response took him by surprise. The young lady, when silent, was demure, but once she spoke, she could be even more alluring than he realized that he must step up his game. He could not allow himself to be outdone by her. As long as my dear is pleased, I will prepare even more delightful surprises for you in the future. Ning Xinyao looked up, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. What woman in the world could remain unmoved by such words? Even though Ning Xinyao believed she had become indifferent to desires, she could not help but feel a twinge of curiosity upon hearing Chen Chongqing's words. What kind of surprise could this man possibly have in store for her? Very well, I shall await the surprise my husband will provide. However, I do have a matter to discuss with him for the time being. Chen Chongqing observed the expression on Ning Xinyao's face and noticed a hint of hesitation, which piqued his curiosity. What could possibly trouble her so? My dear, we are husband and wife, a family. Whatever it is, you may speak freely without reservation, he encouraged her. Ning Xinyao sighed and said, I wish to leave the residence tomorrow. Ah, so it was this. Chen Chongqing felt a wave of relief, having thought that her desire to leave was merely a whim to alleviate her boredom at home, that he smiled and took her hands. Placing them on his lap, oh, my dear, where do you wish to go tomorrow? To the countryside for a stroll? To Zijing Street? Or perhaps somewhere else? Just say the word, and I will have the carriage prepared. Yet, to his surprise, Ning Xinyao shook her head and replied, I wish to visit the Prime Minister's residence to pay my respects to my teacher. Chen Chongqing initially thought her intentions were grand, and he felt no trepidation, confident he could prepare whatever was needed. However, the prospect of visiting the Prime Minister's residence presented a challenge. The current Prime Minister, Li De, was a staunch civil official, a foil to Qin Shi, representing the duality of literature and martial prowess, and was ostensibly the left and right arms of Emperor Ning. However, Li De's relationship with the Western Shu army had always been tenuous. Though he harbored no malicious intent, he was somewhat antiquated in his views, often lamenting that Qin Shi's accomplishments overshadowed the emperor, believing that the Western Shu army should serve only the command of their king, to them. Qin Shi's position eclipsed that of Emperor Ning, which they viewed as a grievous affront that Li De was singularly focused on national unity, often covertly undermining the Western Shu army. Thus, while Li De and Qin Shi were ostensibly allies of Emperor Ning, their discord was apparent in this context. Ning Xinyao wished to visit Li De. Chen Chongqing fell silent, recalling the fate of Li De in his past life. Not many knew of the teacher-student bond between Li De and Ning Xinyao. When Ning Xinyao usurped the throne, Li De had been infuriated, publicly decrying how he could have produced such a rebellious student. Though Chen Chongqing had heard the tirade, he eventually learned that it was hardly polite. Many speculated that the new empress, known for her ruthlessness, would spell disaster for the new prime minister. Surprisingly, the notoriously cruel Ning Xinyao exhibited remarkable restraint towards the old man, merely stripping him of his official robes and sending him to the countryside to enjoy his retirement. It was a rather undignified end for a founding prime minister, yet when compared to the fates of others, one could consider him fortunate to be alive. As Chen Chongqing pondered these thoughts, he momentarily forgot to respond to Ning Xinyao. She misinterpreted his silence as concern over the Western Shu army's relationship with Li De and grew uneasy. What is it, husband? Are you upset? She inquired. Though Chen Chongqing was not typically one to be easily perturbed, Ning Xinyao's words amused him at this moment. Did he truly strike one as someone so petty as to be upset over such trivial matters? Why would I be upset? If you wish to visit, then go ahead. Shouldn't you prepare some gifts for your teacher? Have you arranged them? If not, I can have someone gather them now, lest it delay your meeting. Also, given that the Prime Minister is often occupied with state affairs, have you prepared a formal request for an audience? What if he has prior engagements tomorrow? Ning Xinyao opened her mouth, but realized she had neglected these details. After all, since Li De became Prime Minister, their interactions had diminished significantly. isolated within the palace. She rarely had the opportunity to meet him in recent years. Their only exchanges involved sending festive gifts through Linger during holidays. However, she never paid attention to the procedures involved. Her desire to see Li Da today was a spontaneous decision, and she had not contemplated these matters. It seemed she had forgotten entirely that I merely miss my teacher. Having not seen him for many days, it is not an urgent matter, she admitted. Since that is the case, let us postpone it for a day. Tomorrow, I shall have someone procure gifts and prepare a formal request for an audience. And the day after, I shall accompany you to see your teacher. How does that sound? You wish to accompany me? Ning Xinyao replied, her voice tinged with surprise. Your teacher is my teacher as well. Is there any impropriety in my visiting my own teacher? Not at all, but I fear it may not be well received, she confessed silently, her expression revealing her thoughts. Yet, Qin Chongqing feigned ignorance, boldly asserting, do not worry, my dear. Your teacher is indeed my teacher. Though Li Da may harbor some reservations regarding the Western Shu army, I shall not take offense. While his words sounded magnanimous, Ning Xinyao understood that it was not merely a matter of his feelings, but rather how Li Da would perceive their visit. She recognized that with the support of the Western Shu army, her ascension might occur sooner than in her past life. The moment she seized power could be imminent. Thus, this meeting with Li Da might be their last civil encounter. Ning Xinyao was reluctant to bring Qin Chongqing along, fearing it would provoke Li Da's displeasure and transform what should be a warm meeting into a tense confrontation. Yet, at that moment, Qin Chongqing adopted an expression of feigned grievance and looked at her, asking, are you embarrassed by my reputation as a scoundrel, worried that my presence might bring you shame before your teacher? Ning Xinyao felt a rush of exasperation. She swore she had no such intention, but Qin Chongqing's playful accusation was impossible to counter. No. How could you think that? You know exactly what I mean. Her face flushed with urgency as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Qin Chongqing, finding her flustered demeanor endearing, recognized the risk of pushing too far lest he provoke her ire. Very well. If you do not wish for me to accompany you, then I shall refrain. Truth be told, I had no desire to face Li Da's ire either. However, if you leave me alone at the Prime Minister's residence, surely you must provide some form of compensation? Feigning innocence, he looked at her as if he had suffered a grave injustice. Yet, in Ning Xinyao's eyes, the situation appeared quite different. What compensation? She asked warily, surprised that a brief visit to the Prime Minister's residence could warrant such a request. Surely, she would return within a few hours, or at most, stay for a meal. What could possibly necessitate compensation for such a short separation? But Qin Chongqing's gaze remained fixed on her, his expression suggesting he found her vulnerability irresistibly tempting. He added with a hint of flirtation, surely, my dear, you would not deny me even this small request. As Ning Xinyao beheld the familiar, somewhat lecherous glint in Qin Chongqing's eyes, alarm bells resonated within her heart, as if she could already discern his intentions. Yet, during their time together, aside from the occasional inconveniences during their journey to Kuei Shui, they had engaged in such activities almost daily, rendering any notion of compensation utterly unfounded. Unless, of course, Qin Chongqing harbored ulterior motives that no. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Xinyao vehemently rejected the idea, not even inquiring about the specifics. Her reaction, however, took Qin Chongqing by surprise. The innate flaws of man surfaced, and once a thought took root in his mind, it became an imperative to fulfill. Today, by any means necessary, he was determined to coax Ning Xinyao into exploring some new diversions. Upon his return earlier, a subordinate had thrust a Risco book into his hands. A cursory glance revealed an array of postures he had never encountered before, igniting a burgeoning interest within him. Upon entering the room and catching sight of Ning Xinyao, he was almost overcome with the urge to seize her without a word and delve in a practical application. Yet, certain postures did indeed require the cooperation of a woman. Hence, he had engaged Ning Xinyao in conversation for such a prolonged duration, having dug a pit within that book. How could he easily relinquish it? Should his wife not inquire about his desires? You must not ask for anything. Ning Xinyao reiterated, her conviction solidified at that moment. She was nearly certain that Qin Chongqing was brimming with mischief. Alas, this attitude of hers truly saddened him. When one scheme failed, Qin Chongqing resorted to feigning innocence. His acting prowess was such that it would be a pity not to take it to the stage. Even Ning Xinyao found herself swayed by his antics. Thus, She momentarily cast aside her initial vigilance and timidly inquired, "Well, what is it that you desire?" Perhaps it would not hurt to hear you out before making a decision, as soon as Ning Xinyao relaxed her demeanor. Chun Chongsheng, without hesitation, grasped her hand firmly and pressed her down, eagerly declaring, "It is nothing much. I merely require my wife to cooperate a bit more." At this moment, Ning Xinyao realized she had been duped. Yet it was far too late. Chapter 27. Paying homage to the master that night, Ning Xinyao, half persuaded and half coerced by Chun Chongsheng, ultimately acquiesced to his desires, discovering a joy she had never experienced before. The unfortunate news was that after being thoroughly exhausted, she awoke the next morning with her body, particularly her waist, feeling achingly weak, rendering her unable to rise. The silver lining, however, was that they had already agreed to visit the Prime Minister's residence the day after tomorrow. Leaving her free to rest today, then on the morning of their scheduled visit, Ning Xinyao brought a cart laden with gifts prepared by Chun Chongsheng to pay her respects to the Prime Minister. She had intended to maintain a facade of innocence, having never revealed any ambitions in front of outsiders, including the Prime Minister, where she still presented herself as a pitiful and overlooked princess. This meeting with the Prime Minister should have been a warm reunion between teacher and student. However, she was caught off guard by a minor setback before even laying eyes on him. Upon dismounting her carriage and presenting her visiting card, as she awaited the servant's report, she was ready to instruct the attendants to carry the gifts inside when the servant spoke first. "The Prime Minister has said that only Her Highness may enter. All gifts should be taken back to the Wangfu of Shishu later." Ning Xinyao thought to herself, "This old man seems even more obstinate than she had perceived in her past life." It was merely a modest token, accepting it would not tarnish the Prime Minister's reputation. She feigned ignorance of the Prime Minister's intentions and insisted that the servant accept the gifts. Yet the Prime Minister was indeed a man of rigid principles, and his servants had inherited his stubbornness. Even upon Ning Xinyao's insistence, he merely shook his head resolutely, stating, "There is no need. The Prime Minister has said that your intentions suffice. Very well." Ning Xinyao had never been one to possess a gentle temperament. While others might say that 3 attempts are enough, she had no intention of even making a third, but if the gifts were not to be accepted, so be it. After all, a dignified Prime Minister's residence would surely not be lacking in such trifles. She signaled for her servants to return the items home, and then followed the servant into the Prime Minister's estate. The Prime Minister had led a life of integrity and rectitude. Even after achieving the rank of Prime Minister, he remained free of the excesses that plagued other officials. The estate, bestowed by Emperor Ning, was undoubtedly impressive, yet upon entering, the furnishings and decor were inferior to those of some wealthy merchants. Inside, there were only 2 or 3 individuals bustling about to attend to his needs. This scene was even less grand than that of Lu Shangshu from the Ministry of Revenue, who had been thoroughly chastised by Chen Chongxing. Reflecting on this, Ning Xinyao could not help but marvel at the integrity and strictness of the Prime Minister. With such a man supporting the realm, it was indeed akin to adding wings to a tiger. Regrettably, this old fellow... it was best not to dwell on him. Originally, Ning Xinyao had harbored some hope of subtly hinting to the Prime Minister before any issues arose, perhaps prompting him to accept the reality and, after a fit of anger, ultimately remain in court to assist her. Yet, witnessing the Prime Minister's current demeanor, it seemed unlikely, especially since Chen's family's gifts were not even allowed inside. Fortunately, she had only harbored a modest hope, treating it merely as a notion. Thus, even in disappointment, she felt little anguish. After all, this was a conclusion she had long anticipated. Presently, the Prime Minister sat before a low table, engrossed in a book. The elderly gentleman, lean and somewhat frail, sported a sparse goat beard, exuding an air of scholarly grace. Long Ning pays homage to her esteemed teacher. It had been several years since the Prime Minister had taken Ning Xinyao under his wing. During these years, aside from significant festivals when Emperor Ning hosted court officials, opportunities for interaction had been scarce. Upon seeing his once little student, now grown into a graceful young woman, the Prime Minister displayed little excitement. He slowly set down his book, glanced at Ning Xinyao, and responded in a calm, measured tone, "Please, take a seat." Ning Xinyao complied and sat down, but she observed a hint of displeasure on the Prime Minister's face. Was it due to her presence, or had she arrived at an inopportune moment? "I have long heard of your engagement to that good-for-nothing Qin Chongsheng. while Ning Xinyao was still grappling with the earlier situation. The Prime Minister's words struck her with a sense of foreboding. Instantly, memories of her childhood lessons under his strict tutelage flooded back. The Prime Minister was an excellent teacher, yet he was also stern. Despite being a royal, she received no preferential treatment in his presence and had endured her fair share of admonishments. Now, hearing his tone laced with discontent, she instinctively straightened her posture. It was only then that Ning Xinyao realized her reaction was unwarranted. She was no longer that naive, defenseless girl without allies. Nowadays, even plotting a rebellion would be a simple task for her. Yet despite these thoughts, she maintained her tense demeanor, gazing at the Prime Minister, and replied, "The Emperor arranged the marriage. Long Ning merely follows his orders that this moment." Ning Xinyao seemed to shift all blame onto Emperor Ning. The Prime Minister, however, scoffed coldly. "I had thought this was merely the Emperor's coercion, and I intended to seek an opportunity to discuss it with him, urging him to dissolve this engagement. Point one was the student he had once cherished, while the other was the son of his arch-nemesis. How could someone like the Prime Minister allow their union? Naturally, he would seek ways to thwart it." Ning Xinyao was not surprised. However, it was unfortunate that everything was now too late, that if Emperor Ning had never entertained such thoughts, it would have been one thing. But now that he had, and with Qin Chongqing being the chosen one, how could anyone else disrupt that? Not even the Prime Minister himself. Yet, that impudent boy, lacking decorum, had the audacity to storm the palace and abduct you. At this juncture, the Prime Minister slammed his palm on the table, and Ning Xinyao could not help but stifle a chuckle. That had been quite some time since that incident. Yet here he was, still fuming over it. Point one could only imagine how enraged he had been at that moment. "Now, I hear you have been residing in the Wangfu. Such impropriety. How could the Emperor endure such behavior? When I raised this issue, the Emperor seemed to relent at every turn, claiming it was that insolent Qin Chongqing who pressured the Empress to relent." Ning Xinyao's brow twitched as she recalled the scene in the palace when Qin Chongqing had angered the Empress. Reflecting on it, she found little fault in the situation. Yet hearing Emperor Ning shift the blame entirely onto Qin Chongqing felt amiss and irksome. Chapter 28. What constitutes righteousness after all, in Emperor Ning's eyes? Ning Xinyao understood that she was merely a tool to restrain the Qin family, that as long as Qin Chongqing remained pleased, what significance did the thoughts of a mere tool hold? Ning Xinyao firmly believed that even if Qin Chongqing were to commit another act of abduction that day, Emperor Ning would merely turn a blind eye, dismissing it as a youthful indiscretion born of mutual affection and impetuosity. The claims that Qin Chongqing had coerced the Empress were nothing more than a facade, permitted under the tacit approval of Emperor Ning. "Teacher, it is not as you think." Ning Xinyao intended to assist Qin Chongqing in clarifying her position before Prime Minister Li, asserting that her departure with him was a scheme of Emperor Ning and the Empress's relentless pressure. However, to her surprise, Prime Minister Li, normally composed, became exceedingly agitated when it came to matters concerning the Chun family. Before Ning Xinyao could utter a single word, he was already so enraged that he abandoned even the most basic courtesies, glaring at her with fury and exclaiming, "Not as you say. How else is it? Are you claiming it was voluntary?" Ning Xinyao, though not intending to make such a claim, found herself unable to refute it entirely. Prime Minister Li interpreted her silence as an implicit acceptance and, trembling with indignation, pointed at her, his voice rife with disappointment. You have disappointed me greatly." Ning Xinyao blinked in bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the old man's thoughts. All she felt was a mutual affection for Qin Chongqing. She had neither betrayed anyone nor acted unfaithfully, so why did it provoke such a profound sense of grievance in him? In her previous life, if one were to accuse Ning Xinyao of treason, Prime Minister Li's heartache might be somewhat understandable. Yet in this life, she had not committed any act of rebellion. She simply admired Qin Chongqing. How could it elicit such a reaction? Ning Xinyao had assumed that the old man was merely stubborn and perhaps held a mild disdain for Qin Chongqing, but she hadn't anticipated his domineering attitude, insisting on controlling whom she could like. Had it not been for their long-standing teacher-student bond, Ning Xinyao would have been unable to restrain her temper and might have overturned the table in frustration. At this moment, she cared little for anything except for one point of contention. She could not abide others speaking ill of her relationship with Qin Chongqing. Taking a deep breath to calm her anxious heart, she ultimately refrained from losing her temper and instead spoke as evenly as possible, Is it such a grave offense for Chong Ning to cherish the one she loves? What heinous crime has been committed here? Today, she aimed to vindicate the Western Shu army. Having lived through 2 lifetimes, Ning Xinyao understood better than anyone that Qinsha had never contemplated treason. Rather, the one who had committed the ultimate act of betrayal against the emperor was she herself. Do you even understand what you are saying? Are you enamored with an ordinary person? That is the Western Shu army. A calamity for the court. The calamity for my father, yet not for the court. The Western Shu army is loyal and righteous, defending our homes and country, that if the court considers them a threat, then who remains worthy of trust? Ning Xinyao's words rang with conviction. Had she been in a different setting, addressing the common folk, they would have undoubtedly nodded in agreement, declaring, Princess Chong Ning makes a valid point. As long as the Western Shu army stands, we can live in peace without fearing external foes. Yet, the individual before her was not just any commoner, but Prime Minister Li, an obstinate old man who had been indoctrinated by Emperor Ning to believe that Qinsha's achievements overshadowed the crown and that he harbored treasonous intentions. Li was nearly breathless with rage, pointing at Ning Xinyao, taking some time to regain his composure before managing to say, I knew it. I knew it. You are merely a little woman, consumed by romantic whims. How could you possibly comprehend the greater good of the nation? I should never have invested such care in you. In Li's eyes, Ning Xinyao was now just a lovesick young woman, utterly entranced by Chen Chongsheng, losing all sense of familial duty and national righteousness. Pray tell, esteemed Prime Minister, what exactly constitutes the greater good? Is it the duty of a minister to conspire and scheme against colleagues rather than to work harmoniously to support the emperor? Or is it the role of the emperor to neglect his people and his ministers, consumed by jealousy and fear of losing favor? In the spacious room, a third voice unexpectedly emerged, one that was familiar to Ning Xinyao. She even sensed the moment Chen Chongsheng had entered, likely arriving slightly before her. He descended gracefully from the beams overhead and, with an air of familiarity, took a seat beside Ning Xinyao. Initially, she had expected him to wait at home. Yet his presence here brought her joy, prompting her to inquire, What brings you here? Fearing that this old man would bully you. Chen Chongsheng had initially thought to regard Prime Minister Li with some measure of respect, considering he was Ning Xinyao's teacher. Although their families often clashed, he felt he should extend some courtesy. However, he hadn't anticipated that the old man would so shamelessly attempt to sow discord between him and Ning Xinyao, even going so far as to label her a love-struck fool. How could he tolerate such insolence? Thus, disregarding all decorum, he made his entrance to AT first. His arrival startled Li, but once he recovered, he was left sputtering. Do you realize how treasonous your words were? Li was not particularly offended by Chen Chongsheng's remark about his age, but rather astounded that he would dare speak so brazenly about the emperor. Chen Chongsheng, understanding Li's sentiments, merely raised an eyebrow, adopting an expression that conveyed, What will you do about it? After all, even if Li dared to report his words to Emperor Ning, could the emperor truly confront him over such blatant truths? Enough, my dear. Shall we return home? Chen Chongsheng chose to ignore Li entirely, taking Ning Xinyao by the hand, intent on leading her away. Through their conversation, Ning Xinyao realized that the bond they once shared as teacher and student had been irrevocably tarnished far sooner than in previous years. Perhaps today was simply not the right time for a visit. Suddenly disinterested, Ning Xinyao stood and offered a respectful farewell to Li, saying, I shall not impose further on you today. Teachered, I will come to visit again when the opportunity arises. Though the words were spoken, they both understood that such an opportunity was unlikely to present itself again. Li, already in a state of agitation, overturned the table in fury, shouting, Get out! Leave at once! I have never taken on such a treasonous student. In the past, his most favored pupil had now allied herself with the very son of the person he despised most. Previously, Li could comfort himself with the notion that it was the emperor's command, one he could not defy, let alone Ning Xinyao. Yet now, it appeared more like a romance blossoming amid mutual enjoyment, that he managed to suppress his anger without spewing blood and frustration, and his mindset had shifted remarkably. Chapter 29. Disruption on the wedding day. The occurrences at the Li residence did not significantly impact Ning Xinyao, perhaps because she had long been prepared for such turmoil in the blink of an eye. The day of the wedding arrived. To be honest, the arrangements for this union were hastily made, taking less than 2 months from the initial agreement to the actual ceremony. Besides the urgency felt by both Qin Chongxing and Ning Xinyao, it also stemmed from Emperor Ning's somewhat lackadaisical approach. After all, the preparation time for royal weddings typically required at least 3 months. Fortunately, Ning Xinyao did not concern herself with such formalities. Her only desire was to marry as soon as possible. Of course, despite the rushed timeline, royal weddings still retained their grandeur, and the Western Shu Wangfu would ensure that Ning Xinyao maintained her dignity. On the day of the wedding, nearly all the civil and military officials in the capital, except for Li De, gathered, creating a magnificent spectacle. Ning Xinyao donned a vibrant red bridal gown, carried in a lavish 8-pole sedan chair from the palace to the Western Shu Wangfu. The ceremonial rites of the imperial family were more intricate than those of common folk, with the entire wedding process proving to be quite lengthy. After enduring over an hour of rituals upon entering the Wangfu, they finally completed the ceremony and were ready to usher the bride into the bridal chamber, followed by a grand feast for the guests. However, just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred that a powerful aura enveloped the Wangfu, sending waves of unease through everyone present, both civil and military alike. They all felt the distinct difference. Such overwhelming power was something they had never encountered before. A collective apprehension arose, as they all instinctively thought of 4 words. The visitor bears ill intent. Chen Sha, sensing the unfamiliar presence, was equally astonished. Who dares intrude upon the Wangfu? He called out loudly. Who dares to trespass? Yet the response was a boisterous laugh. Where is that little Qin Chongxing? Today, I have come to collect your life. Qin Chongxing was taken aback. When had he offended such a formidable adversary? Though alarmed, he nonetheless stepped forward, declaring, If you seek my life, then do so openly. Hiding in the shadows like a coward speaks volumes of your character. His words fell into a stunned silence. The onlookers exchanged glances. They grasped the underlying message in each other's eyes. After all, Qin Chongxing had always been perceived as a reckless wastrel, bringing disgrace to the Western Shu Wangfu. Today, even an unskilled civil official could sense the ominous intent of the newcomer. Yet Qin Chongxing appeared utterly unfazed, even adopting a provocative demeanor, as if he were a young calf unafraid of tigers. What could he possibly possess that they were unaware of? Or was he simply emboldened by the presence of his family? In stark contrast to the entire assembly, the most composed individual was surprisingly the Ning Emperor. Qin Chongxing regarded him with a calm glance, internally cursing, You old rascal, it's indeed you who is stirring trouble again. Even on the day of my grand wedding, you won't allow me a moment of peace. Once I deal with this mysterious intruder, I shall slowly settle accounts with you. Hey, old man, come out quickly. Don't delay my nuptials with my bride. Qin Chongxing shouted once more, causing several ladies present to lower their heads in embarrassment. Although the desires and emotions of humans are natural, expressing one's lust so bluntly in a public setting was something many found difficult to accept. Yet, Qin Chongxing was indifferent to other sensibilities. For the newcomer had finally revealed his true form. A chilling wind swept through, and just a dozen steps away from Qin Chongxing, a white-haired elder materialized. The old man appeared to be at least 70 years of age. Despite his slender frame, his eagle-like gaze conveyed an unmistakable air of formidable prowess. This individual was undoubtedly the most formidable opponent Qin Chongxing had encountered since his rebirth. Old man, who sent you here to cause me trouble today? Why not have a seat and enjoy a cup of wedding wine? On the day of my marriage, I have no desire to shed blood unnecessarily. Despite his words, Qin Chongxing's gaze was initially fixed on the Ning Emperor. And when the emperor raised his head, their eyes met without flinching. The implication was crystal clear. I know it's you. However, the Ning Emperor appeared unfazed, standing there with serene composure, showing no signs of retreat. It was evident he was confident due to the presence of this formidable expert. Qin Chongxing suppressed his growing irritation, refraining from further speech, and redirected his attention to the elder, who suddenly burst into raucous laughter. Wedding wine? Today, I shall avenge my disciple and turn your joyous celebration into a funeral feast. Avenge a disciple? Qin Chongxing pondered, recalling the numerous lives he had taken recently. The only name that sprang to mind, fitting such a powerful master, was Lu Yunjie, who had perished not long ago. Given the elder's age, it aligned perfectly. Nevertheless, Qin Chongxing remained unperturbed, But he sensed that while the old man possessed strength, his propensity for grandiloquent boasts was even more pronounced. Transform this celebration into a funeral? Setting aside the Qin family, would the Shishu army agree to such a thing? Ever since the Elder S arrival, the Shishu troops have been steadily entering, blocking the path of the Ning Emperor and the civil and military officials. The remaining situation would fall to Qin Chongqing and his kin to resolve that your disciple Lu Yunjie. And what is your name? Though he already suspected the answer, Qin Chongqing asked for clarity. Indeed, Yunjie is my disciple, that I am Bailey Hong. Upon hearing Bailey Hong's name, many present could not suppress their gasps that he was a legendary figure from over 30 years ago, although the Shishu royal family wielded considerable power. The fact that Qin Chongqing had provoked such a formidable individual suggested that the royal family would face tumultuous days ahead. Yet, Qin Chongqing displayed no fear on his face to be by the time he was born. Bailey Hong had already been in seclusion for nearly a decade. While talent emerges in every generation, the era of the Great Yin was rife with tales of legendary figures that in comparison, Bailey Hong, despite his skills, was merely a recluse with no sect or affiliation. His notoriety diminished over time, that he truly formidable. Qin Chongqing turned to Qin Sha and inquired, while he often dismissed others' claims of prowess. If Qin Sha deemed someone formidable, it was undoubtedly true. To his surprise, he observed Qin Sha nodding gravely in affirmation. Witnessing such a response from Qin Sha, Qin Chongqing finally tempered his earlier nonchalance. Adopting a cautious demeanor towards Bailey Hong, he was not so much afraid of Bailey Hong, but rather exhilarated that a master acknowledged by Qin Sha was certainly impressive. Chapter 30. The duel. Seeing Qin Chongqing suddenly fall silent, Bailey Hong assumed the youth was intimidated. Had he known that the young man was merely brimming with excitement at the prospect of facing a challenger, he would have surely been incensed. After all, before his retreat, he had been a figure that instilled fear in many. Hey, old man, are you certain you don't wish to have a cup of wedding wine first? Qin Chongqing inquired once more. After all, such a formidable elder deserved a toast to honor his presence. Yet Bailey Hong mistakenly interpreted this gesture of courtesy as a sign of Qin Chongqing's trepidation, believing he was merely stalling for time. I've stated it clearly. I shall sit down for a drink only after I have turned your wedding feast into a funeral. What a pity, Qin Chongqing remarked, clicking his tongue in disappointment. With a flick of his wrist, a sword appeared in his hand, the very Tianwei Feixian gifted to him by Ning Xinyao. The knowledgeable spectators gasped once more that it was said that the Shishu royal family was affluent. Yet even a so-called waste could wield such an extraordinary artifact, a lavish display indeed. Qin Chongqing furrowed his brow. Although he appeared carefree, he did not underestimate his opponent, Lu Yunjie and Wen Qingyan were both formidable figures at the Earth Immortal level. And Bailey Hong, as their master and a renowned expert from over 30 years ago, surely possessed skills that surpassed theirs by at least 2 tiers. Qin Chongqing himself was merely at the transformation realm. A step above the Earth Immortal level, this battle was precarious, yet he could not simply concede. Even with the Tianwei Feixian at his disposal, victory would not come easily. Fortunately, Qin Chongqing was in his home territory. Even if he were to lose, with Qin Sha and Qin Changyuan present, his life would likely remain unthreatened at this moment. Qin Sha had already formed a protective formation, safeguarding all the guests present. He understood that such unexpected turmoil on the day of a wedding would become fodder for gossip among the elite for a long time to come, regardless of whether Bailey Hong succeeded in his intentions. Yet, Qin Sha was determined to ensure that no mishap would befall the guests. Although the Shishu royal family appeared prosperous, due to Ning Emperor's suspicions, they were already feeling the strain behind the scenes. If today's wedding were to turn into a tragedy, their future would be even more challenging. With myriad thoughts racing through his mind, Qin Sha had no time to ponder further, as Qin Chongqing and Bailey Hong had already begun their confrontation. As Qin Chongqing had anticipated, Bailey Hong's strength indeed lay at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. However, the onlookers were astounded by Qin Chongqing's prowess, which was evidently at the transformation realm. Setting aside the preconceived notions held by those present, it was rare to find such a young individual capable of achieving such a level of mastery. There was likely no second in the entire Great Yin capable of such a feat. Even the spirited heir of the Shishu royal family, Qin Changyuan, had not reached such heights. While others were astonished, the Ning Emperor's expression darkened that on that fateful day, at the request of Wen Qingyan, he had assisted in locating Lu Yunjie's corpse. Upon investigating the movements of those present, he discovered that Qin Changxing had indeed accompanied Ning Xinyao to the vicinity, leaving him in shock. Though he found it hard to believe, he nonetheless used this as a pretext to summon Bai Li Hong. The Ning Emperor had previously extended numerous invitations to Bai Li Hong, hoping to enlist his aid in restraining the Shishu royal family, offering him esteemed rewards in return. However, Bai Li Hong had shown no interest and repeatedly declined. Now, upon hearing of his beloved disciple's untimely demise, he was enraged, determined to descend from his seclusion to exact vengeance. Initially, the Ning Emperor had harbored 3 parts suspicion and 7 parts framing, but after hearing Qin Changxing admit to killing Lu Yunjie, his astonishment intensified. Now witnessing Qin Changxing's extraordinary capabilities, he felt a surge of fury rising within him. Had it not been for the presence of the civil and military officials, he would have erupted uncontrollably. Previously, he had harbored suspicions towards Qin Sha, accusing him of being unable to tolerate loyalty. Yet, observing Qin Sha's concealment of his son as strength, how could he claim to be loyal? Ning Di clenched his fists, consumed by thoughts that even if Qin Sha and Qin Changxing managed to escape this calamity, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences at that moment. The battle raged on with no clear victor. The odds seemed to subtly favor Qin Changxing. Yet, despite being at a disadvantage, he was not defeated. Armed with the extraordinary weapon known as the Tianwai Feixian, he managed to contend with Bai Li Hong, showcasing the formidable power of this weapon, which explained why Lu Yunjie had once risked everything to seize it. Aside from Ning Di, the other guests present had mixed feelings. Some were concerned for Qin Changxing, while others, harboring grievances against the Shishu Wangfu, eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. There were also those bewildered by the commotion, noting that the bride inside remained utterly unresponsive, whether due to strict adherence to decorum or sheer folly in the face of such tumult. Unbeknownst to them, even before Bai Li Hong's arrival, Ning Xinyao had orchestrated a covert setup, positioning Linger in an inconspicuous corner to broadcast the event live via mirror. As she observed the scene, a hint of anxiety tugged at her heart, yet her worry was tempered. After all, none of Qin Sha and Qin Changxing's brothers were easy adversaries. Qin Sha vigilantly safeguarded the other officials, while Qin Changyuan and his 2 younger brothers remained fixated on the unfolding situation, poised to intervene should the need arise. Moreover, with so many Shishu soldiers present, none could be underestimated. Given these circumstances, Ning Di's presence prompted Ning Xinyao to refrain from revealing herself prematurely. The surprise she had prepared for him was already sufficient. After a brief respite in their combat, both sides finally discerned each other's expressions. Bai Li Hong appeared relatively unchanged, aside from a slight intensification of his aura, while Qin Changxing bore the marks of struggle. His pristine attire marred by several rips, revealing wounds beneath, though the blood matched the fabric's hue, obscuring their severity, that a sense of triumph flickered across Ning Di's face as he mused on the prowess of the Shishu Wangfu, which had led to such a dismal outcome. According to Bai Li Hong's temperament, he would first seek to take Qin Changxing's life before targeting Qin Sha, followed by an assault on the entire Shishu Wangfu. With this thought, Ning Di's spirit soared, dispelling his previous worries. Sacrificing Lu Yunjie had seemingly gained him Bai Li Hong's support, a profitable exchange for him. In a fleeting moment of distraction, the battle reignited, becoming more chaotic than before. The courtyard, once resplendent, was now a scene of devastation. Despite Qin Sha's protective barrier around the officials, the oppressive atmosphere bore heavily upon them. Qin Changxing felt his vitality waning rapidly, acutely aware that if this continued, defeat was inevitable. Having concealed his true strength until now, he had little experience in actual combat compared to Bai Li Hong, whose prowess was well established. His endurance relied almost entirely on the support of the Tianwai Feixian. Under different circumstances, any other fighter might have succumbed to defeat by now. Yet, even as time wore on, Qin Changxing struggled to mask the tide of loss. Qin Sha exchanged a glance with Qin Changyuan, who reciprocated that silent connection. A decision was made. Although it was somewhat unsporting to summon external aid in a one-on-one duel, in such dire circumstances, who could afford to be concerned with propriety? Moreover, Bai Li Hong, a long-revered veteran, challenging Qin Changxing in a duel was itself an act lacking in honor. Was it fair to allow him to exact vengeance on his disciple while denying the Shishu Wangfu the right to defend their kin? Even if Qin Changyuan joined the fray, it could hardly be considered bullying. Chen Sha nodded subtly at Chen Chongyuan, signaling him to take action. Two young heirs combining their strength against a single opponent was not a breach of martial ethics. Regardless of the outcome, they could maintain their dignity. However, should Chen Sha decide to intervene, the situation would change drastically. Although younger than Bai Li Hong by a few years, their renown was comparable, and their strengths nearly equal. Winning would not be particularly commendable, and losing would be even more disgraceful. Furthermore, Chen Sha needed to be vigilant against Bai Li Hong's potential schemes against other officials. Chen Chongyuan, as Chen Sha's eldest son, was a renowned young warrior, his capabilities surpassing those of the more reserved Chen Changsung. That in truth, Chen Chongqing had not been significantly outmatched by Bai Li Hong. With Chen Chongyuan's assistance, the tide of the battle swiftly turned. The Chen brothers transformed their disadvantage into parity and ultimately into a position of strength. "You lack martial integrity," Bai Li Hong shouted as they separated momentarily, his earlier arrogance dissipating, now demanding fairness. Chen Chongqing scoffed, resolutely denying his request that my elder brother and I combined do not exceed your age. "What is wrong with 2 against 1? You, a seasoned veteran, challenging my brother alone would be dishonorable. Now that I have joined, is it too much to ask? Or do you wish to bully the younger generation in a one-on-one scenario?" Chen Chongyuan also chimed in, backing his brother. Just moments prior, Bai Li Hong had boasted of his intention to make the Shishu army change their surname, a testament to his brazen arrogance. Before the fight, he had threatened to bring ruin to the entire Chen family. Yet now, after only 2 of the 5 Chen family members had engaged, he was already retreating, revealing his cowardice. "Surely not, Bai Li Hong. Are you truly unable to contend with the 2 of us? If you seek revenge for your disciples' sake, you must first obtain my father's and my elder brother's consent. This is not a mere competition, but rather a matter of principle that if you cannot withstand our combined efforts, what right do you have to seek vengeance? Such a master is truly useless." After delivering this scathing remark, Chen Chongqing deliberately cast a glance at Wen Qing and Yin Du, as if to imply that their master was hardly worthy of respect. Individuals of Bai Li Hong's stature could scarcely tolerate such provocations. His eyes widened in fury. Unable to endure Chen Chongqing's derision, he launched another assault, seemingly bereft of rationality. This encounter was fiercer than the previous ones. Yet in his fervor, Bai Li Hong revealed numerous vulnerabilities, progressively retreating under the pressure. In mere moments, he was vanquished. As he coughed up blood, the legendary figure seemed to tumble from grace. Bai Li Hong's gaze turned towards Chen Chongqing, now tinged with deeper animosity. Yet for Chen Chongqing, Bai Li Hong's hatred was inconsequential. Such a formidable opponent might not afford him the luxury of having Chen Chongyuan by his side in their next encounter. It was perhaps best to eliminate him once and for all. While Chen Chongqing held compassion for the people, it was evident that Bai Li Hong was not included within his definition of the populace. As Chen Chongqing's murderous intent surfaced, Bai Li Hong was not the type to risk his life for the sake of pride. However, should he attempt to flee, the Chen family would likely pursue him, albeit not for long, as he was gravely injured. Surveying his surroundings, Bai Li Hong noticed the officials still sheltered under Chen Sha's protective barrier and devised a plan. Summoning all his remaining strength, he assaulted the weakest point of the barrier. Caught off guard, Chen Sha inadvertently allowed a breach. The barrier shattered, and the ensuing shockwave injured several individuals, some even spitting blood, leading to chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Li Hong made his escape. The Chen family prioritized the safety of the officials, their minds too preoccupied to pursue him. Fortunately, the direction Bai Li Hong had attacked did not coincide with Ningdi's position, thus sparing him from injury. Nonetheless, the situation was far from trivial. The Shishu army handled the chaos with relative efficiency, swiftly relocating the injured officials and summoning physicians for their treatment. Ningdi's expression darkened, fully aware of the circumstances, yet feigning ignorance as he questioned. "Chen Sha, what transpired? Why has Chen Chongqing found himself at odds with Bai Li Hong?" Although Bai Li Hong had fled wounded, the outcome diverged from Ningdi's expectations. Nevertheless, the injuries sustained by so many officials provided ample grounds for him to seize the opportunity to retaliate. While the results were less favorable than he had hoped, they were still conclusive. "Your Majesty, please pardon my offense. This matter is rather intricate." As a seasoned fox, Chen Sha remained unfazed, feigning trepidation while harboring no guilt within. "Then make your explanation succinct," Ningdi replied, furrowing his brow, seemingly determined to assert his authority over Chen Sha in this public setting. After all, the injured officials moaned in distress, and faced with the ensuing chaos. Now was the opportune moment for him to strike. Should anyone dare to plead for leniency, a mere gesture towards the surrounding turmoil would suffice to silence their voices. Indeed, the situation is rather troublesome. But Chen Sha was not one to concede easily. The guests attending the wedding banquet included one who had sustained an injury at his residence, while he expressed his willingness to take responsibility. It does not imply that Emperor Ning could exploit this matter for his own ends. Chapter 32. Severe Punishment. This tale must begin over 10 days prior when we received the Empress's command to bring Princess Chongning back to her home. As soon as Chen Sha spoke the first words, Emperor Ning furrowed his brow, for it seemed as if the Empress could not tolerate a betrothed princess. Indeed, it was the Empress who hastily uttered a phrase that allowed Chen Chongsheng to seize the opportunity to take Ning Xinyao out of the palace. Chen Sha contemplated interrupting Chen Sha's narrative to provide corrections, yet he was not granted the chance to do so. After Princess Chongning returned, she found herself rather bored at the Wangfu done on that day. My son Chongsheng took the princess to the countryside for a leisurely outing. Initially, they encountered a group of assassins. Emperor Ning nodded, and Chen Sha, following him, ceased his indiscreet chatter, seizing the moment when Chen Chongsheng escorted Ning Xinyao for their excursion. Emperor Ning's men attempted to assassinate them. They believed that, being away from the Wangfu and lacking significant protection, their endeavor would succeed. However, the outcome was better left unspoken. Fortunately, I diligently adhered to your Majesty's decree, ensuring the princess was safeguarded from unforeseen circumstances. Thus, adequate protection was dispatched, and although an incident occurred, it was not grave. The group of assassins was swiftly countered. Initially, we thought the matter concluded, allowing us to rest easy. Yet unforeseen developments arose. Suddenly, Bailey Hong's disciple, Lu Yunjie, made an appearance. At this point, Emperor Ning grew anxious that he was only aware of where Lu Yunjie had met his demise, and that Chen Chongsheng had been present. In the beginning, he was uncertain whether Chen Chongsheng had indeed killed Lu Yunjie, and naturally, he was unaware of the reasons behind their conflict, but he had always harbored curiosity regarding this issue. Although Emperor Ning understood that the information divulged by Chen Sha might not be entirely accurate, it could still serve as a reference. And then, how did your conflict arise? Chongsheng had been a wastrel for the past 20 years, achieving little. Now, having gained your Majesty's favor, he could finally establish a family. Which brought me joy.in my elation. I inadvertently bestowed upon him this extraordinary weapon, never anticipating that it would incite Lu Yunjie's covetousness, but he brazenly declared his intent to seize this divine artifact. And naturally, Chongsheng refused that Lu Yunjie, relying on his prowess as a terrestrial deity-level expert, attempted to forcibly take it. During the struggle, he inadvertently fell victim to Chongsheng's hand, that I believe Chongsheng did nothing wrong. The laws of Dian are exceedingly severe regarding such brazen acts of robbery in broad daylight, with the gravest offenders facing execution. Since Chen Chongsheng killed him in the course of self-defense, it is entirely justified that if we were to judge according to Chen Sha's account, Chongsheng truly bears no fault. Although Chen Sha lacks witnesses, his words hold considerable weight. To hastily challenge his account without evidence would seem inappropriate, as if one were deliberately seeking a quarrel. Emperor Ning cast an irritated glance at Wen Qingyan and Du, who both lowered their heads in unison, their guilt almost palpable. Thus, Emperor Ning gleaned that, even if Chen Sha embellished the narrative, the incident of the attempted theft of the sword was likely true. Consequently, he found himself harboring resentment toward Lu Yunjie, a man of limited capability yet boundless ambition, who dared to covet the possessions of others without assessing his own worth. Indeed, in this matter, Chongsheng has committed no wrongdoing. Did the princess sustain any injuries? The princess is, of course, unscathed. Had she suffered any harm, I would not dare to conceal it. Emperor Ning nodded, choosing not to dwell further on this issue. Initially, he had not been particularly concerned about Ning Xinyao's well-being. But in the presence of so many, it would seem rather callous to remain silent. Very well, let us consider that Chongsheng bears no fault in this matter. But what now? Bailey Hong persistently seeks retribution for this incident, claiming that these ministers were injured at your West Shu Wangfu, and I demand accountability and punishment from you. Do you harbor any grievances? Hearing Emperor Ning's tone, it was evident that he intended to make an issue of this situation. Chen Sha felt vexed yet dared not speak further at this juncture. Emperor Ning merely inquired whether he acknowledged the punishment. Any further comments might suggest an attempt to evade responsibility. Chen Sha was not so foolish. If Emperor Ning's punishment were excessively harsh, the truth would inevitably reveal itself to the hearts of the people that in due course. Those who could not abide such injustice would rise to his defense. I harbor no grievances. You shall forfeit half your salary for 6 months. Today, the military rations for the West Shu Army will be allocated for the medical expenses of the ministers present. Do you consent? The notion of withholding military rations sounded daunting. Yet the West Shu Army comprises over 300,000 troops, with only a mere 1,000 present for protection. Even if 3 months' worth of rations were deducted, Chen Sha could easily supplement the shortfall, resulting in minimal impact. In fact, upon hearing this, Chen Sha found it curious how accommodating Emperor Ning seemed. However, this thought had barely formed when Emperor Ning spoke again. Chen Changyuan, as the heir of the divine warrior, bears the responsibility of safeguarding both the nation and the family. Yet today, within his own home, he allowed an injury to befall a national minister, failing to protect either family or country. Therefore, a severe punishment is warranted. Chen Sha lowered his head, frowning inwardly. While he thought this to be expected, he could not help but worry for Chen Changyuan. Emperor Ning had declared a severe punishment, suggesting the matter would be serious. He was uncertain of the extent. Yes, there are currently no military engagements at the borders. Chen Changyuan, you shall relinquish your military authority and remain in the capital to assist in military training. Upon uttering this, Emperor Ning astonished not only the Qin family, but also the gathered ministers that the heir apparent. Chen Changyuan's status was already exalted, and he also possessed military accomplishments, with over 300,000 troops in the West Shu Army. Chen Changyuan commanded more than 100,000 at the borders. Now, Emperor Ning audaciously demanded that Chen Changyuan surrender his military insignia. This not only punished Chen Changyuan, but also effectively retracted a portion of his military power. Of course, when I say this, I do not imply any ill will toward your West Shu Army. Even if Changyuan relinquishes his authority, the West Shu Army remains yours in due time. Chen Sha, you may appoint another general to replace Changyuan at the borders. But ensure you include the second prince, so he may learn the ropes. With the crown prince gone, I must select another prince to fill the position of heir apparent, I must say. Emperor Ning's reasoning was astutely crafted, but he clearly intended to compel Chen Sha to relinquish some military power without stating it directly, using the pretext of training the prince as an excuse. Chen Sha could hardly refuse the notion of allowing a future prince to familiarize himself with military affairs. While the military authority appeared to remain in Chen Sha's hands, unless he himself ventured to the borders, none could command the prince effectively. Particularly with Emperor Ning's insinuation, it was as if he were announcing to the world that the second prince was the new heir apparent. Chen Changyuan, seethed with indignation, yet found himself at a loss for a counterargument. As Emperor Ning presented his motives with such grandiosity that he could only acquiesce, that I shall accept the punishment. Chapter 33, Consultation. Witnessing Chen Changyuan dutifully accepting the punishment, Emperor Ning felt quite satisfied. This move not only subtly diminished the Qin family's military power, but also had the potential to sow discord among the Qin brothers. The enemies Qin Chongqing had gathered for his wedding banquet were ultimately to be punished through Qin Changyuan. From Emperor Ning's perspective, this would surely lead Qin Changyuan to hold a grudge against Qin Chongqing. Regrettably, however, Emperor Ning miscalculated the unity among the Qin brothers. Qin Changyuan bore no resentment toward Qin Chongqing, for he recognized that grievances must be directed at their rightful owners. He would only blame Bailey Hong and Emperor Ning. Naturally, the wedding festivities, disrupted by Bailey Hong, lost their necessity. Fortunately, all prior rites had been completed. Even without Bailey Hong's interruption, the gathering would have devolved into mere feasting. Now, even with the early conclusion, the essence of the wedding remained largely unaffected. Qin Chongqing and Ning Xinyao were now husband and wife. If there were to be any lament, it would be the inability to relish the joys of their wedding night. Once all the guests had departed, the 5 sons of the Chen family convened, and Ning Xinyao arrived, donned in a resplendent red bridal gown. The events that had transpired were already relayed by Linga, so Ning Xinyao did not require further explanation before anyone else could speak. She sincerely apologized to the Qin family, saying, "It is all my fault. I should not have allowed my husband to accompany me for a leisurely outing that day. Had we not encountered Lu Yunjie, today's events would not have transpired." Ning Xinyao's apology was genuine, devoid of any false pretenses or ulterior motives to elicit sympathy. Sister-in-law, do not take it to heart. Ultimately, the emperor harbors intentions to suppress our Chun family. Even had you not ventured out that day, the inevitable would have befallen us, albeit in a different manner. Qin Changyuan was the first to offer comfort to Ning Xinyiao that in his view, to some extent. He owed gratitude to her. Had they not encountered Lu Yunjie that day, they might never have realized how ruthlessly the emperor intended to target the Qin family, thus allowing them to prepare mentally in advance. However, given that the emperor was, after all, Ning Xinyao's father, Qin Changyuan refrained from expressing his thoughts too candidly. Indeed, what Changyuan says holds merit. While some colleagues were injured today, their wounds are minor and not life-threatening. Those who bear grudges against us would have done so regardless of this incident, whereas those without any enmity would surely understand, even in the face of such occurrences. Regarding the issue of military power in Changyuan, it is evident that this matter poses the gravest concern for the Qin family. It is not merely about the fate of the 100,000 soldiers from Shishu. It also pertains to the 10,000 stationed at the border. Should any unforeseen events arise, it would grant opportunities to the neighboring nations that covet our lands. Alas, we shall take it one step at a time. At least on the surface, the military authority remains in our hands. Since Your Majesty has expressed a preference for the second prince to be the new heir, it is likely that he possesses some semblance of understanding in matters of state, particularly regarding the border situation. Qin Sha let out a sigh, ultimately finding solace in this reasoning that Tio speak candidly. If it were not for the fear of war bringing devastation to the common folk, he would have long since relinquished his concerns regarding Ning Di's governance. After all, this realm belongs to the Ning family. What connection does it have to the Chun lineage? So, whom do you intend to delegate this responsibility to? Qin Changyuan appeared to have accepted the loss of military power, now solely concerned with who would succeed him. Those 100,000 soldiers from Shishu are his brothers, and he would not wish for them to suffer any injustice that Jiyu Junshu is still over there. Go to Changshu. He will assist you. Qin Changshu, the second son of Qin Sha, had previously seen battle, but had yet to manage such a large contingent of the Shishu army independently. Very well. Rest assured, I shall take care of this matter, that I will not allow that second prince to act recklessly. However, Ning Xinyiao furrowed her brow upon hearing this. Her second brother is not one to be trifled with. Previously, with the crown prince's presence imposing restraint, he had not dared to be overly arrogant. Now that the crown prince is gone, one cannot predict how he might wield his newfound power. She is certain that second Prince Ningyu is merely a pawn in Ning Di's schemes. Given Ningyu's temperament, even if Ning Di were to select a new crown prince, he would not be considered to be cautious of my second brother. His temperament is likely quite volatile. Sister-in-law, fret not. As military generals, we are least inclined to tolerate the likes of your second brother. The more ill-tempered he is, the more I shall strive to rein him in, that if he approaches me with respect, I may find it difficult to resist. Qin Changshu chuckled heartily, evidently dismissing the significance of the second prince. Yet, Ning Xinyao's concerns lingered. Whether the military power of the Shishu army resides with Qin Changyuan or Qin Changshu is of little consequence to her. However, she must devise a means to distance Ningyu from their affairs, lest he bring trouble to the Qin family. Lost in thought, her hand was grasped by Qin Changshu. Our primary concern should be Bai Li Hong at this juncture. Although Bai Li Hong had managed to escape with injuries this time, they all understood that he would soon recover and return with a vengeance. Qin Changshu had indeed been fortunate this time. He had caused a scene during the wedding banquet, and the rest of the Chun family were present. Had the timing been different, and he found himself alone, even with Feng Wei's protection, he might not have emerged unscathed. Consequently, the safety of the Chun family members during their outings is of utmost concern. Given the current circumstances, aside from Qin Sha, none of the others would likely stand a chance of escaping unharmed should they encounter Bai Li Hong alone. Chongqing speaks the truth. You all must exercise caution in your future outings. After Changshu, I am least worried about him residing in the military camp, that my greatest concern lies with Changyuan and Chongqing. After all, these two defeated Bai Li Hong in plain sight, and such a proud man will surely hold a grudge. Biding his time for revenge, that I am unconcerned, as long as my wife is by my side. And with Feng Wei's covert protection, even if I were to face Bai Li Hong, as long as he has no allies, there is nothing to fear. The only worry lies with my elder brother. Ning Di has requested Chen Changyuan to assist him in training troops. Thus, he will be stationed in the military camp that IT appears safe, but one cannot dismiss the possibility of Ning Di losing his wits and inciting Bai Li Hong to act against Chen Changyuan, potentially even rallying the soldiers in the camp to turn against him. The consequences would be unimaginable. After all, no matter how acclaimed Chen Changyuan may be as a god of war, he is but a single young man. He is not invincible, that in such circumstances, it is unwise to be overly anxious and place guards around him. Firstly, it would tarnish Chen Changyuan's reputation, and secondly, it would openly cast suspicion on Ning Di. If he refrains from acting, and the Chen family takes such measures, they would inevitably be subject to gossip that no matter. If we cannot win, we should still be able to escape. Chen Changyuan understood this well. Hence he merely waved his hand, urging everyone not to worry. Chapter 34. Ning Xinyao's plan. It was clear to the others that Chen Changyuan was attempting to reassure them. However, knowing the truth of the matter does little to resolve the pressing issue of how to safeguard Chen Changyuan. Ultimately, it was Ning Xinyao's keen insight that led her to devise a solution. Elder brother, if you do not mind, I have a maid named Xiao Yun. Her skills are commendable. She has been assisting me outside the palace. So few have seen her, that if you bring her with you, while it may not be a guarantee of protection, she could provide some assistance should you encounter Bai Li Hong. Although the other members of the Chen family had not witnessed Ning Xinyao in combat, they had heard accounts from Chen Chongxing or Feng Wid. It was reasonable to assume that if the master possesses such prowess, it is plausible for the servant to possess a modicum of skill as well. Therefore, they would undoubtedly trust Ning Xinyao's words. Considering the practicality of the situation, Chen Changyuan, in name, is the heir to the throne of Shishu, destined to inherit the kingdom. Given his status, it would not be unreasonable for him to have a maid attending to his daily needs while training troops in the military camp. Moreover, they had encountered Xiaoyan a few times in recent days. She appeared lively and clever, so placing her by Chen Changyuan's side would bring them peace of mind. Very well, let us proceed as the princess suggests. In due time, Changyuan shall take Xiaoyan with him. As for Changwen, it would be best if he refrains from venturing out alone for the time being. Even if Bai Li Hong dares to cause trouble, he is unlikely to confront the Shishu Wangfu directly. Chen Changyuan and Chen Changwen nodded in agreement, indicating their willingness to heed Chen Sha's counsel. The Chen family members are each formidable in their own right. Yet none have ever overly indulged in notions of individual heroism. As long as it serves the greater good of the Chen family, they are willing to conceal their own brilliance or endure some grievances. It is precisely this mindset that has thwarted Ning Di's machinations over the years. Had it been any other family, even slightly less united, Ning Di's objectives would have been realized, with the most pressing issue temporarily resolved. There remain minor concerns, yet they pale in comparison and are of lesser urgency. After all, today marks the joyous occasion of Chen Chongqing's wedding. Chen Sha, wishing not to delay the newlyweds' time together, waved his hand to signal everyone to disperse, indicating that any further matters could be discussed later. Very well, let us conclude today's affairs here. We shall address the rest at a later time. Today is Chongqing's day of celebration, and we must not continue to hinder the couple. Ning Xinyao, though still uncertain if Chen Sha had any further words to impart, found herself met with this straightforward conclusion. While it was indeed logical, Chen Sha's words felt rather blunt. Chen Chongqing, with no shame, embraced Ning Xinyao, exclaiming, "Indeed, we are still awaiting our wedding night." With that, he disregarded the gazes of those around them and boldly led Ning Xinyao back. Upon returning to their bridal chamber, Ning Xinyao harbored lingering thoughts. She opened her mouth, intending to continue discussing the events of the day with Chen Chongqing. However, the moment she began to speak, Chen Chongqing swiftly silenced her with a kiss that the kiss ended. Ning Xinyao gasped for breath, her eyes wide in surprise as she looked at Chen Chongqing, wishing to admonish him to refrain from such antics and focus on the more pressing matters at hand. Yet Chen Chongqing had already pressed her onto the my dear wife. An evening of passion is worth 1,000 gold, that do not dwell on trivialities. We can address them tomorrow. Ning Xinyao wished to resist, but she was no match for Chen Chongqing. Ultimately, she succumbed to the moment, losing herself in the experience. Meanwhile, while Chen Chongqing reveled in the pleasures of the night with Ning Xinyao, Ningdi was having a rather difficult time. Although he had publicly stripped Qin Changyuan of his military power today and placed Ningyu within the Shishu army, he was still dissatisfied that moment. He was in a fit of rage. You all praised Lu Yunjie to the heavens in my presence, but what is the reality? Such a formidable expert, yet he turned out to be a petty, short-sighted individual. To add insult to injury. He was even killed by Chun Chongsheng. As he recalled this, Ningdi's ire only intensified that he had thought the most incompetent individual within the Shishu Wangfu was indeed quite formidable. Not only had he managed to take down Lu Yunjie with ease, but he could also stand his ground against Bai Li Hong, that he then remembered his past thoughts of recruiting an expert capable of easily eliminating Lu Yunjie to assist him in dealing with the Shishu Wangfu. If the Qin family were to discover this plan, they would surely laugh uproariously. Wenqing and Yinda also found the situation preposterous, but given that events had already transpired, further discussion would be futile. The most pressing concern now was to appease Ningdi's temper and prevent his wrath from being directed at themselves. Your Majesty, please forgive us. This time, it was indeed my senior brother's fault. However, he has already faced punishment, and the deceased cannot return, that I hope your Majesty will not lay too much blame. Speaking of which, it is indeed the most infuriating matter. Ningdi is seething with anger. Yet he is at a loss for how to express it. After all, one cannot vent their frustration by desecrating the dead. However, on a brighter note, even in the absence of Lu Yunjie, there remains Bai Li Hong, which can be seen as a blessing in disguise. How is Bai Li Hong faring now? Is he safe? Although Bai Li Hong's defeat at the hands of the Chun brothers may appear somewhat disgraceful, he has at least provided Ningdi with valuable insights into the strength of the Qin family, as well as a pretext to confront them. Thus, despite his hasty escape, Ningdi was not overly irate and even managed to extend a modicum of concern towards Bai Li Hong. Master is currently safe and recuperating. Once he is healed, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance against the Wang family of Shishu, so your Majesty need not worry. Both of them are acutely aware that Ningdi's concern for Bai Li Hong ultimately serves the purpose of determining whether he can continue to assist in dealing with the Wang family of Shishu. Very well. Should he require any rare medicinal materials during his recovery, he should feel free to ask. He is working for me, and I shall not let him go unrewarded. Moreover, summon the second prince to see me. Setting aside the grievances between Bai Li Hong and the Wang family, Ningdi is presently more concerned about the military authority at the border. While he has not yet reclaimed the 100,000 troops from the Wang family, his decision to send Ningyu there signifies that he has begun to entertain that notion. The primary concern now is how to devise a strategy to have Ningyu assist him in seizing military power. Ning Xinyao was not mistaken. Even with the crown prince's demise, Ningdi had never contemplated passing the throne to Ningyu. Nevertheless, Ningyu's arrogant and overbearing disposition renders him the most suitable tool for Ningdi's current endeavors. He now seeks to secure this tool's unwavering loyalty by promising him benefits and painting a tantalizing picture to ensure he is thoroughly exploited. And Ningyu, blissfully naive, has indeed placed his trust in Ningdi's schemes. Chapter 35. Returning to one's parental home as the night passed, Ning Xinyao had entirely transformed into a married woman. Fortunately, as she would Qin Chongsheng, she harbored no reservations about this new identity. Rising early, she adorned herself and accompanied Qin Chongsheng to pay respects to Qin Shachu Ning. That it was evident that, aside from any preconceived notions regarding Ningdi, the couple was quite pleased with Ning Xinyao as their daughter-in-law. Prior to her marriage, they had treated her exceptionally well, and now that they were truly family, there was no need for further elaboration. Chu Ning reiterated some intimate words to Ning Xinyao, urging her to enjoy her life in the Wang residence and to voice any concerns she might have. Ning Xinyao nodded in agreement, assuring them that she would not hold back. After all, genuine family members fear not the inconveniences of one another. They speak candidly, and while there may occasionally be minor friction, it is never taken to heart. Conversely, the true horror lies in harboring unspoken grievances until they erupt. After breakfast, Qinsha convened everyone to discuss some lingering minor issues from the previous day. It was apparent that Qinsha had diligently sorted through matters overnight, and thus his current role was merely to relay instructions to complete the tasks at hand. The other members of the Chen family appeared to have no objections. For Qinsha was the head of the household, and he was quite astute. Most decisions he made garnered genuine approval from others. when it came to matters within the Chun family that could be resolved. They were best handled by its own members, and Ning Xinyao was reluctant to interfere excessively, especially since she had other matters to attend to the following day, according to the customs of Dian. On the third day following the wedding, a woman was expected to return to her parental home. Even though Ning Xinyao was a princess, she could not disregard tradition. Yet, she found herself pondering whom she should visit upon her return. Her mother had long passed away, leaving only Ning Di, a father by blood, with whom she shared neither familiarity nor affection. The only remaining individuals to visit were the Empress and Consort Xia, both of whom she found equally repugnant. The thought of facing all three of them simultaneously the next day soured her mood. Seeing her furrowed brow, Chen Chongqing felt a pang of sympathy and remarked, "If you dislike it so much, we need not go back. After all, if any blame falls upon me, I shall remain unfazed." Initially taken aback by Chen Chongqing's suggestion, Ning Xinyao considered it but ultimately dismissed the idea. She felt that she had already caused the Chen family considerable trouble and ought not to add to their woes. After all, while the palace might be likened to a den of dragons and tigers, she had managed to survive there for over a decade. Returning now would merely be a fleeting visit. Could it really cost her a piece of flesh? In the end, it was Ning Xinyao who turned to comfort Chen Chongqing, saying, "It's all right. I have done nothing wrong. Why should I fear returning?" Chen Chongqing chuckled at her demeanor and replied, "Indeed, that my wife may go wherever she pleases. I shall be curious to see who dares to trouble you." Having come to an understanding, the two cheerfully gathered their belongings and set off for the palace early the next day, in accordance with tradition. Ning Xinyao was to pay her respects in order to Ning Di, the Empress and Consort Xia. Upon their arrival, they found Ning Di and the others already awaiting them. Ning Di, maintaining a semblance of composure, regarded the newlyweds with a measured calm, while the Empress and Consort Xia were visibly distressed. They had not attended the wedding at the Chun family the previous day, yet they were well aware of the events that transpired. Having been rivals for half a lifetime, this was one of the rare occasions they found themselves united in their animosity. Both lamented that Bai Li Hong had failed to eliminate the Wang family in one fell swoop, and they bore a certain resentment towards him. What nonsense, hidden master! He cannot even handle the Wang family. He is truly a figure of empty reputation. Yet, witnessing their constipated expressions, Ning Xinyao could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Were it not for the need to save face for Ning Di, her lips would have curled into a triumphant smile. Chongning, your marriage came rather abruptly, leaving many matters unprepared on my part. Nevertheless, rest assured, you are my most cherished daughter. I shall never allow you to suffer." For reasons unknown, this statement, both in tone and content, resonated with sincerity. Yet to Ning Xinyao's ears, it sounded rather unsettling. She could not shake the feeling that Ning Di's sudden benevolence was suspect, as if he were harboring ulterior motives. As expected, your princess residence is nearly ready. Once you have assessed what additional items may be needed, we can arrange for you and your husband to move in. Although Chen Chongqing had already discerned Ning Di's insincerity, he too was taken aback by this unexpected announcement. What is this? Why the sudden change? Is Ning Di attempting to ensnare me within the confines of the royal residence? They had never been informed of the princess residence's existence, and its sudden emergence raised suspicions of hidden agendas lurking within. Clearly, Ning Xinyao shared Chen Chongqing's thoughts. While she acknowledged her father's goodwill, she believed it best to forego the princess residence. "I am quite content residing here at the Wang family of Shishu. I have grown accustomed to it and see no need to move." Ning Xinyao promptly rejected Ning Di's well-meaning offer, prompting him to furrow his brow in discontent. "You must accept this residence. You are not an ordinary daughter. You are my first daughter to be wed. How can you not possess a proper residence and remain in your husband's home?" Ning Di's dissatisfaction was palpable, as if he were resolute in his desire to bestow the princess residence upon her. Chen Chongqing, listening from the sidelines, felt compelled to voice his frustrations. After all, while Ning Di's words appeared reasonable, it was clear that he had long held this intention. Even if time was of the essence and the residence could not be prepared in advance, he should have at least given them a heads-up. Now, only after Ning Xinyao had returned home did he bring it up, which seemed rather absurd. Chen Chongqing mused that Ning Di had likely never anticipated that the wedding would materialize until now. Nevertheless, given that Ning Di had made such a declaration, it would be inappropriate for Ning Xinyao to refuse once more. She could only nod in gratitude saying, "I thank Father and the Empress, as well as Mother Consort." Ning Xinyao merely expressed her gratitude in a simple manner. Yet for reasons unbeknownst to her, both the Empress and Consort Xia detected an undertone of provocation. The two were secretly scheming, contemplating whether today's circumstances might afford them an opportunity to trouble Ning Xinyao. After all, in a few days' time, Ning Xinyao truly wished to avoid returning to the palace, for future attempts to find fault with her might not present themselves so readily. Regrettably, with Emperor Ning present, neither party could fully indulge in their aspirations. Chapter 36. The Emperor's sudden attack. After enduring a prolonged period of mutual torment, Ning Xinyao could no longer restrain her desire to depart with Qin Chongqing. In the past, she had faced similar scenes of carnage within the palace, but today felt particularly arduous. Perhaps it was because she had not only left the battlefield, but also found no other refuge. Yet, leaving today meant escaping the faces that irked her. No longer would she have to confront their disdainful expressions. With hope, her impatience grew. Upon announcing her intention to depart, Emperor Ning did not hinder her. With a cheerful grip on Qin Chongqing's hand, she bid her farewells. However, for reasons unclear, Emperor Ning, observing Ning Xinyao's joyful demeanor, felt a pang of displeasure that he had thought he had misjudged Qin Chongqing yesterday. But today it seemed that the one misjudged may not have been limited to Qin alone. Suddenly, Emperor Ning felt an inexplicable urge to test this daughter, whom he had always dismissed as a simpleton. Thus, just as Ning Xinyao was about to reach the door, he sprang from his throne like an arrow loosed from a bow. The instant Emperor Ning acted, Ning Xinyao was already aware of his intentions. Yet, caught between retaliation and maintaining her facade, she opted for the latter. She dispelled the protective aura surrounding her, allowing Emperor Ning's strike to land. Fortunately, Qin Chongqing reacted swiftly, extending his arm to shield Ning Xinyao, thereby dissipating much of the force behind the attack. Though she spat out a mouthful of blood, appearing gravely injured, she was in truth not in serious danger. Hand in hand, Qin Chongqing sensed that Ning Xinyao was relatively unharmed. Yet he could not help but resent the necessity of their charade at this moment. He gazed at Emperor Ning with fiery eyes, an expression of grief, anxiety, and even indignation as he reproached. "Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this? What wrong has Xinyao committed to warrant such a harsh response?" Though his strike had succeeded, Emperor Ning found himself unable to articulate whether he felt disappointed or satisfied. To him, Ning Xinyao had shockingly shown no response whatsoever. Was he merely overthinking? There appeared to be no valid grounds for suspicion against her. However, how should he address Qin Chongqing's inquiry? In the moment of impulsive action, he had not contemplated the ramifications, and now he found himself in a predicament. Yet after a brief internal struggle, Emperor Ning raised his head, looking resolutely at Qin Chongqing, and declared, "Your Qin family has been rather unsettled of late. I merely wish to test your responsiveness to see if you could adequately protect Longning. It has been some time since I last engaged in combat, and I momentarily lost my sense of proportion." Quickly, summon the imperial physician to attend to the princess. Qin Chongqing replied, "Such a fresh and unconvincing excuse is truly unbecoming of you." Yet, despite recognizing that Emperor Ning's reasoning was merely a pretext, what could he do? Though somewhat contrived, it was not entirely implausible. Accepting Emperor Ning's rationale would require Qin Chongqing to bear his own share of blame. With a tumult of anger swirling within, he looked at the pale-faced, eyes-closed Ning Xinyao and swallowed his indignation. After all, she had exerted herself so diligently. How could he allow a moment of rashness to thwart her aspirations? "I beg your pardon, Your Majesty. It is I who have been disrespectful. It is only fitting that I bear the brunt of your wrath for my incompetence. Had I reacted more swiftly, the princess would not have been harmed." Qin Chongqing gritted his teeth, wishing he had had the courage to retaliate against Emperor Ning. After all, they were merely feigning ignorance. He could just as easily claim he had been anxious and mistook the emperor for an assassin. What could be more shameless? Who was to fear whom? It is of no consequence. We are all at fault. However, you must exercise caution in the future, especially against someone like Bai Li Hong, who will not show mercy as I have. Emperor Ning, taking advantage of Qin Chongqing's concession, remained unsatisfied, descending the stairs only to step on Qin again. Qin Chongqing marveled at his own restraint. Even after such comments, he refrained from losing his temper. Were it not for the fact that Emperor Ning held the title of sovereign, he would have pointed a finger at him and exclaimed, "Do you take my leniency for granted, exploiting my forbearance?" At that moment, Ning Xinyao could no longer maintain her facade, but if she did not open her eyes soon, the physician would arrive. She was not particularly concerned about revealing anything before the physician. Their abilities were so limited that she had no genuine apprehension. Furthermore, her injury was indeed minor. Once she left this place and took some time to meditate, she would be right as rain within the hour. Her urgency to depart stemmed solely from a desire to avoid further entanglements with Emperor Ning, who might conjure yet another scheme. What if he used the excuse that Qin Chongqing had failed to protect her and decided to detain the young couple within the palace? The very thought sent shivers down her spine. Ning Xinyao had complete faith that Emperor Ning could devise such a scheme. Quickly, she steadied herself with Qin Chongqing's hand and addressed Emperor Ning. "Father, your intentions are most kind, yet it is I who am inadequate, ever requiring your concern. It is but a minor injury. With some rest, I shall be well. There is no need to trouble the physician." Not only was her injury slight, but even if it were severe, as long as Qin Chongqing was by her side, she would crawl out of the palace if need be. "You are my daughter. To speak of trouble is to be overly formal. No, I cannot allow you to return in such a state that it would be better for you and Chongqing to remain in the palace today." As expected, Ning Xinyao felt a wave of dread wash over her. She knew this old man had a plethora of dubious ideas. Even Qin Chongqing frowned, realizing he could no longer afford to yield. He quickly interjected, "Thank you for your kind offer, father. However, my elder brother is set to depart for the frontier tomorrow, and we must rise early to see him off. It may be somewhat inconvenient to stay overnight in the palace. Moreover, I was careless earlier. Once we leave, I shall be far more vigilant, especially with Feng Wei providing protection from the shadows. There will be no further incidents." Qin Chongqing invoked the name of Qin Chongxiu, and Emperor Ning found it difficult to insist on their staying. After all, he had not genuinely wished to keep them. It was merely idle talk. Whether they stayed or departed, the palace would not suffer from their absence. Indeed, Chongxiu is a capable child. I have every confidence in his journey to the frontier. The second prince is fortunate to have him as a guide. Ultimately, Ning Xinyao awaited the physician's examination, and upon confirmation that she was unscathed, she departed the palace. However, the day's events would undoubtedly be recorded in her mental ledger. Chapter 37. The reckless Xia Lin, the physician, examined Ning Xinyao's injuries and concluded they were not severe. A bit of rest would suffice. While this was precisely what Ning Xinyao had anticipated, it left Qin Chongqing in a state of agitation. As soon as they exited the palace, he seized Ning Xinyao's arm and scrutinized her from head to toe. "My dear, are you truly unscathed?" Ning Xinyao found Qin Chongqing's concern to be somewhat excessive. With a playful wink, she replied, "Of course I'm fine. I'm not the sort to crumble under such trivial wounds." Seeing her reaction, Qin Chongqing finally felt a measure of relief. Yet remnants of anxiety lingered. "You truly startled me. Please refrain from jesting about such matters in the future." Had it not been for Qin Chongqing's quick reflexes, Ning Xinyao might have suffered considerably from the emperor's blow. If she had absorbed the full force, it could have been perilous. I know I can be so bold because I have you by my side." Ning Xinyao maintained her teasing demeanor, yet her words struck a chord with Qin Chongqing, rendering him unable to muster any ire. Ultimately, he could only shake his head in resignation. The two boarded their carriage, preparing to return, but unexpectedly, halfway through their journey, they collided with another carriage. The collision was due to the other party's excessive speed, leaving Qin Chongqing with no time to evade. They had only just left the palace and were still on the main thoroughfare. Under normal circumstances, those traveling this road were either wealthy or noble. Yet today, the approaching party appeared particularly arrogant. To act so brazenly before the palace was one thing, but upon encountering the carriage bearing the insignia of the House of Xia, they showed no signs of restraint. "Are you blind?" The Xia family's carriage could at least exercise some caution. Still seated in the carriage, Qin Chongqing heard the boisterous voice of the other party. He let out a cold laugh, remarking that there were not many ministers with the surname Xia who could enter the palace at any time, and even fewer who could do so with such audacity. It seemed evident that only the family of the Xia consort could act so ostentatiously. Unable to deal with the Xia consort for the time being, venting his frustration on her family would suffice. Qin Chongqing instructed Ning Xinyao to wait in the carriage while he lifted the curtain and stepped out. He was eager to see who was inside the Xia family's carriage, daring to confront the vehicle of the West Shu royal family. His tone carried the weight of a challenge, as if to say they had come to measure whose resolve was greater, as expected. No sooner had he spoken than the occupants of the opposite carriage emerged. At that moment, a girl, no older than 17 or 18, dressed in striking red, stepped out. Qin Chongqing did not recognize her, but having heard that the Xia consort had a brother and a headstrong daughter, he surmised that this must be the very person. His interest waned considerably. He was reluctant to engage in a confrontation with a young girl, not out of deference, but simply to avoid being embroiled in a petty dispute with an unrelated woman. In his past life, Ning Xinyao was not one to be trifled with. Her possessiveness was formidable, and anyone who dared to encroach upon what she cherished faced dire consequences. Qin Chongqing believed that while many events had yet to unfold in this life, the essence of a person's character remained largely unchanged. Given the current disposition of Ning Xinyao's future usurpation seemed all but certain that he did not wish to alter her path, but could attempt to guide her towards becoming a benevolent ruler. Thus, he resolved to avoid actions that might provoke her. West Shu royal family. You are Qin Chongqing, are you not? Qin Chongqing had little desire to engage further, yet Xiao Lin appeared blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. Perhaps ignorance breeds audacity. She regarded Qin Chongqing and mused that he was merely an ordinary individual that I am. And what of it? Qin Chongqing narrowed his eyes at her. Curiosity piqued. He sensed that the girl harbored some disdain towards him. You married that foolish Ning Xinyao, and not long ago, you made my aunt quite upset, did you not? Indeed, and what of it? Qin Chongqing's expression soured, for he detested hearing Ning Xinyao spoken of in such a manner. To him, she was the most astute individual. Regrettably, these imbeciles failed to comprehend her worth. Since you have just emerged from the palace, I presume that foolish Ning Xinyao is within as well, that if you both bow 3 times in apology to me, I shall overlook your offense of colliding with my carriage. Qin Chongqing could hardly contain his laughter, incredulous at Xiao Lin's audacity, that he longed to question her about her identity and the nature of her grievances. After all, no matter how one viewed it, Ning Xinyao was a princess and should not be compelled to kneel before a mere young lady who relied solely on her family's influence. However, he reconsidered. To argue with such an ignorant girl would only lead to his own humiliation. Miss Xia, I shall regard your words as the folly of youth. Please step aside quickly. Do not delay my return home with my wife. Did you not hear what I just said? Qin Chongqing felt he had already shown considerable restraint, yet there seemed to be those who sought their own demise. Indeed, before he could respond, Ning Xinyao's voice rang out. My dear, which dog outside is barking so wildly? Please help me chase it away and teach it a lesson. Ning Xinyao's tone was decidedly frigid. Qin Chongqing shrugged. Having provoked Ning Xinyao, she was not inclined to let Xiao Lin go easily. The most troubling aspect was that at this juncture, Xiao Lin remained oblivious to the seriousness of the situation. Unable to see the occupants of the carriage, she directed her ire at Qin Chongqing. Tell her to come out and speak with me. With a sigh, Qin Chongqing replied, She cannot come out, but I can certainly escort you straight to the palace. Xiao Lin glared at him, still not grasping the meaning behind his words. Qin Chongqing made his move. With a surge of energy, Xiao Lin was lifted, carriage and all, and sent flying towards the palace before she could comprehend what was happening. The distance was not great. He could still hear her screams and the ensuing commotion among the palace guards that he sighed, wondering why such a young girl would seek her own ruin. My dear, are you satisfied now? After dealing with Xiao Lin, Qin Chongqing returned to the carriage and inquired of Ning Xinyao. She had not witnessed the specifics of how he handled Xiao Lin, but the sounds had been quite thrilling. She nodded, her voice soft and sweet. Devoid of the earlier murderous intent, that of course I am satisfied. Whatever my husband does is pleasing to me. Well, that is good to hear. Let us return home. Qin Chongqing took Ning Xinyao's hand, clearly unfazed by Xiao Lin's antics. He had initially worried that revealing his strength during the wedding might lead to complications, but it now appeared that not only were there no issues, but it had also afforded him certain advantages. For instance, upon sensing Ning Di's movements in the palace, he could promptly step forward to protect Ning Xinyao and deal with provocateurs like Xiao Lin without hesitation. Maintaining this buoyant mood, Qin Chongqing returned to the West Shu royal manor. However, scarcely had they arrived and settled when members of the Xia family came seeking retribution. Xia Guofu was presently in his 50s, yet he appeared worn from indulgence in worldly pleasures, lacking the vitality one might expect. Despite his age, his temper could be fearsome, as was the case now. With Xia Lin cast into the palace, the sudden appearance of such an incident left the palace guards in a state of alarm. Naturally, some, in their panic, acted prematurely. Thus, it was easy to imagine the extent of Ning Xinyao's distress. It was fortunate that her life was not in jeopardy. For Xia Guofu, the most infuriating aspect was that the incident had become widely known throughout the palace. Regardless of who was at fault, the Xia family's reputation had been tarnished. The matter had reached Ning Di, who seemed to have even reprimanded the Xia consort. It appeared that Ning Di was unconcerned with right or wrong, merely finding the situation disgraceful. Left with no alternative, Xia Guofu sought out the West Shu royal manor. The young must be taught, but the elder should possess some reason, he proclaimed. West Shu king, you must provide me with an explanation today. Xia Guofu attempted to adopt a demeanor befitting his years, hoping to intimidate Qin Sheng. Yet he was wholly unprepared for Qin Sheng's fierce protectiveness. Moreover, during the time that Qin Changxing and Ning Xinyao had returned, they had not informed Qin Sheng of the events that transpired in the palace. Thus, Xia Guofu's demand was met with perplexity. May I inquire, uncle, what has transpired, and how am I to provide you with an explanation? Xia Guofu, taken aback by Qin Sheng's question, nearly choked on his indignation. He glared at Qin Sheng, who remained unfazed, wearing an expression of innocence. Finally, it was Xia Guofu who relented first. He recounted the events at the palace, embellishing them as he went. And so, am I being unreasonable in demanding an explanation from the prince? After all, my sister is the nominal mother of Princess Changning, and he owes her a debt of gratitude. Yet Qin Changsheng, as the consort, treated my daughter in such a manner that not inappropriate. Qin Sheng frowned slightly upon hearing this, but displayed no signs of remorse or anger. Instead, he turned calmly to Qin Changsheng and inquired, "Is this true?" Qin Changsheng scratched his head, seemingly unperturbed, and nodded. Though perhaps a bit exaggerated, it is fundamentally accurate. Thus, he deemed it merely a slight exaggeration, without specifying where the embellishments lay. Remarkably, Qin Sheng did not press further. Merely nodded and asked Xia Guofu, "I see. And what would you have them do, uncle?" Qin Sheng's response took Xia Guofu by surprise. Naturally, they must apologize to Liner personally and acknowledge their error before His Majesty. Qin Changxing scoffed, finding Xia Guofu's demands utterly ludicrous. "I have no objection to apologizing, and I can certainly visit His Majesty. However, uncle, you may need to explain to His Majesty why Miss Xia frequently enters the palace as an external relative. On the main thoroughfare before the palace, carriages must proceed slowly and cannot be ridden recklessly. Why did Miss Xia charge through, colliding with the vehicle of the West Shu royal family at this juncture?" Xia Guofu had already begun to break out in a cold sweat. Tio put it plainly. He had merely listened to Xia Lin's narrative about the events of the day, but how much truth could Xia Lin possibly convey? At the very least, she had not uttered a single word about her own misdeeds. Previously, Xia Guofu had harbored little suspicion, yet now, with Qin Changxing's mention of the matter, he knew without needing to inquire that every word was indeed accurate. Xia Guofu felt increasingly unsteady. It was truly humiliating, and he thought it best to make a hasty exit. Unfortunately, now that Qin Changxing had spoken, how could he easily let him go? However, the aforementioned matters were of little consequence. Perhaps we should inquire instead how Miss Xia dared to demand that the princess kneel and apologize after colliding with the carriage of the Wangfu, fully aware that it carried Princess Changning. Qin Changxing's words were delivered with utmost severity, inciting both anger and frustration within Xia Guofu. While Xia Lin was indeed somewhat haughty and overbearing, Xia Guofu never imagined she would be so audaciously foolish. Such an implausible scenario, when articulated by Qin Changxing, bore an unsettling semblance of truth. "Let us go, Your Excellency," he proposed, to seek an audience with His Majesty for a fair resolution. But Xia Guofu now lacked the courage to approach Emperor Ning with this matter. Even if Emperor Ning held little regard for Ning Xinyao, she was still his daughter, a princess of noble birth. And what was Xia's family in comparison? Their greatest reliance was merely on consort Xia, who was gradually falling out of favor. The closeness of their standings was self-evident. Most importantly, Ning Xinyao represented not only herself, but also the dignity of the entire royal family. A misunderstanding. I have misjudged the fourth young master and the princess, that I beg your pardon, esteemed lords. You are magnanimous and will not take offense, will you? Qin Chongqing chuckled lightly, that if one were to say he cared, it would not be excessively so. After all, it was Xia Lin who had suffered, and he had already administered punishment. Yet, since Xia Guofu had so conveniently presented himself, he saw no reason to forego further benefits. In truth, such trivial matters should not warrant contention with the Duke. However, on this unfortunate day, the princess had sustained an injury upon leaving the palace, and Xia Lin's collision had left her in a foul mood. Thus, Your Excellency, would it not be fitting to offer some form of compensation for her emotional distress? Emotional damages? Xia Guofu was left utterly stunned. The illustrious fourth young master of the Western Shu Kingdom was reduced to such a mercenary individual. What? Unwilling. Qin Chongqing pressed. Then let us seek an audience with His Majesty. Chapter 39. Farewell. Ultimately, Xia Guofu suffered a heavy financial loss, having been thoroughly extorted by Qin Chongqing that a single visit to the Qin household cost him nearly a year's worth of salary. In truth, Qin Chongqing had little interest in such material wealth. It was merely a byproduct of life. However, the thought of causing Xia Guofu discomfort brought him genuine delight. Moreover, Qin Xia had tacitly endorsed Qin Chongqing's actions. The money extorted from Xia Guofu was not claimed by him, allowing the young couple to manage it as they saw fit. Qin Chongqing allocated a portion for additional provisions at the Wangfu that evening, while reserving another for future necessities. The prospect of relocating to the princess's residence seemed all but certain. Given Emperor Ning's notoriously biased favor, securing a residence was already a significant concession, and the quality of its furnishings was likely unimpressive. Qin Chongqing needed to save some funds to furnish Ning Xinyao's new abode. The following day, Qin Chongqing set off for the border, accompanied by the second prince, Ningyu. Recently, Ningyu had been riding high on the waves of fortune. Initially, his ambitions were limited to living as a languid royal, but unexpectedly, the crown prince had been assassinated, leaving him as the most suitable candidate for succession by virtue of seniority. After all, in terms of talent and character, Emperor Ning's sons bore a striking resemblance to the legendary heroes of old, and even among the less capable, it would be difficult to find a standout. Just over a month had passed since the crown prince's death, and no one dared to advocate for the establishment of a new heir. Yet, Ningyu was taken aback by how swiftly fortune had smiled upon him, that a small incident at Qin Chongqing's wedding had seemingly prompted Emperor Ning to express his intentions. Although he did not state it outright, the implication was clear to most observers. Later that evening, Emperor Ning summoned Ningyu to lay out grand plans for his future. Now, it was as if the title of future crown prince was merely waiting to be inscribed on his forehead. Even when faced with the members of the Qin family, he exhibited no particular courtesy. Rest assured, Your Highness, I am quite amiable, and even at the border, I shall not bully General Changshu. Indeed, to ensure the second prince was bestowed with an appropriate title before heading to the border. Emperor Ning had even conferred upon him a royal title the previous night. However, his words seemed somewhat lacking in weight before Qin Xia and the others. Qin Xia displayed a hint of dissatisfaction. But out of respect for Ningyu's status as the Prince of Qi, he refrained from voicing his concerns. After exchanging a few more reminders with Qin Changshu, he bid farewell and returned home. Upon arriving, Qin Chongqing felt a lingering unease. What is your opinion of the Prince of Qi? In his previous life, the Prince of Qi had been betrayed by a treacherous concubine, and the former king before Ning Xinjiao could ascend to power. As such, Qin Chongqing did not hold a particularly strong impression of him. He hesitated to ask Ning Xinjiao, unsure of her thoughts on the matter. However, Ning Xinjiao had already contemplated numerous scenarios the day before when she had heard Emperor Ning's intention to send Ningyu to the border. This included all her impressions of Ningyu from both her past and present lives. That as for my second royal brother, I am at a loss for words. His abilities, cunning, and even courage are inferior to those of the former crown prince. To put it bluntly, he is nothing more than a fool. Then does that mean we have little to fear? Qin Chongqing felt somewhat reassured upon hearing Ning Xinyao's words. Just as his brow began to unfurrow, Ning Xinjiao spoke again. But perhaps my father sees this trait as a strength and has thus sent him to the border. What do you mean by that, my dear? Consider it, because my second royal brother is so foolish and incompetent. Any outrageous actions he takes at the border would be entirely expected, that if something were to go amiss, my father would merely strip him of his title, but the burden of responsibility would fall heavily upon my brother. Are you suggesting that His Highness the Prince of Qi is merely a pawn? Chen Chongqing remained perplexed that if the crown prince were still alive, it would be reasonable for Emperor Ning to use the second prince as a pawn against the Western Shu king. But with the crown prince gone, whom exactly was Emperor Ning targeting by employing the second prince in this way? Who was his favored heir? Moreover, to use the border as a mere plaything seemed rather juvenile. The depths of his mind were inscrutable, and everything remained uncertain. Ning Xinyao observed the confusion etched on Chen Chongqing's face and replied calmly, "What we must do now is wait and watch the developments." Though Chen Chongqing felt somewhat uneasy at her suggestion, he could think of no alternative. Yet he harbored an unsettling feeling that Emperor Ning's actions were far from straightforward. Ning Xinyao glanced at Chen Chongqing, noting his lingering hesitation, and sighed softly. She had anticipated this outcome. In recent days, she had come to a resolution. Regardless of the unfolding events, since she had married Chen Chongqing, the Chen family would now be her own. She would not permit anyone to harm Chen Chongqing or his family, and no longer would she be blinded by hatred as in her previous life. The past was irretrievable, but the present was different. She was determined not to repeat her mistakes. Ning Xinyao's gaze hardened with resolve. She would not allow such a thing to occur. She would protect Chen Chongqing and safeguard those he cherished, ensuring no one could lay a hand on them. She was resolute in her pursuit of the truth behind these events. She did not believe this was merely a coincidence. She was convinced that Emperor Ning had acted with intent. Enough. You need not worry excessively, that I will inform my father of your concerns, and he will alert my brother to remain vigilant. Moreover, in the face of authority, a ruler's command may not always be heeded. Even if the Prince of Qi sought to incite chaos, my brother would not allow it. Chen Chongqing patted Ning Xinyao's hand, reassuring her not to dwell too much on her worries. She nodded softly. Having come to a clear understanding, regardless of what transpired, she would not allow Chen Chongqing and the Western Shu Wangfu to suffer any losses. She would not permit anyone to harm them. In that moment, Chen Chongqing felt an overwhelming sense of Ning Xinyao's fierce protectiveness. This woman never flinched in the face of adversity, that he too would strive to safeguard Ning Xinyao and the Western Shu Wangfu, ensuring their safety and well-being to the utmost extent. Let us not dwell on this matter for now. Tomorrow, if time permits, we shall visit your princess's residence and see what needs to be arranged. Very well. As long as my husband is with me, I lack for nothing. Chen Chongqing's heart swelled with satisfaction at her words that I know you need nothing, but I wish to provide you with the very best. Besides, if we acquire everything, would we not be wasting the goodwill of Duke Xia from the other day? Very well. I shall defer to my dear wife. Chapter 40. The haunted mansion. Emperor Ning's decision to act hastily and his perfunctory gift-giving were to be expected from a royal family. And thus, a certain grandeur was still present. The mansion designated as the princess's residence was indeed quite opulent. Comprising 3 stories with additional basements, it contained over 100 rooms. Furthermore, the courtyard boasted pavilions, terraces, and flowing streams. Everything one could desire. Ordinary folk would gaze upon it with envy. However, within this grand princess's residence, aside from Chen Chongqing and Ning Xinyao, the vast back garden lay desolate, devoid of any vitality. At a glance, Chen Chongqing discerned that this mansion was a haunted one. It was truly within the realm of possibility for Emperor Ning to repurpose a haunted house into a princess's abode. Could it be that the Chen family truly had no recourse? Chen Chongqing felt a tumult of indignation within him, yet found no outlet for his frustration. Was he truly to confront the emperor directly in the palace regarding this matter? At that point, Emperor Ning could easily disavow any knowledge of it, offering up a few scapegoats to bear the blame. This was not merely a haunted house. It was a place ensnared by a malevolent formation. Thus, while it appeared perilous, it could be ignored once the formation was dispelled. Ning Xinyao, however, did not react as strongly as Chen Chongqing. After all, she had never held any expectations of Emperor Ning from the outset. Moreover, she quickly recognized that the malevolent formation within was far more formidable than that of an ordinary haunted house. Typically, one could simply invite a Taoist priest to perform rituals to absolve the spirits of their restlessness. Yet this formation was not something an ordinary person would dare to unravel. The consequences of being ensnared within it were unimaginable. Perhaps we should return to the residence of the Prince of Shishu. Ning Xinyao consoled Chen Chongqing. Such a vast mansion, so empty, does not appeal to me. Your home is far more lively. Very well. If you feel that living with my parents is too constricting, I can seek out another residence to move into. After all, I am now married and fully capable of living independently. Chen Chongqing sighed and suggested that he truly feared that Ning Xinyao would feel wronged, accumulating grievances over the years until they erupted. Rest assured, my husband, I hold great affection for your family. Living with your parents and brothers does not make me feel slighted in the least, Ning Xinyao replied, raising her head, her gaze unwavering as she looked at Chen Chongqing. This time, Chen Chongqing felt a weight lift from his heart. He nodded and said, "As long as you are happy." Ning Xinyao smiled brightly, taking Chen Chongqing's hand. "Then let us return home." Hand in hand, they made their way back. The residences of the Prince of Shishu and the princess were located on opposite ends of the city, and even the journey back and forth took over half an hour. However, they merely glanced at the place and departed within a moment, having no intention of moving in. Upon learning of this, Emperor Ning was greatly angered. He summoned Chen Chongqing and Ning Xinyao to the palace for questioning. "I have heard that Chong Ning and Chong Sheng visited the princess's residence, took a mere glance, and departed, with no intention of moving in whatsoever. Are they dissatisfied with the mansion I have bestowed upon them?" Ning Xinyao silently cursed Emperor Ning, wondering if he had any self-awareness regarding the quality of the gift he had presented. However, she chose to maintain a facade of diplomacy, still willing to offer an explanation. "Father's intentions are sincere. How could I possibly harbor disdain? It is merely that I have grown accustomed to residing in the residence of the Prince of Shishu, where the bustling atmosphere feels familiar. The princess's residence, being so vast, feels somewhat lonely." This answer evidently did not satisfy Emperor Ning. He frowned, gazing at Ning Xinyao. "The princess's residence is currently quiet because you have yet to move in. Once you do, and after acquiring maidservants and attendants, it will naturally become lively. This is no great matter." Under normal circumstances, Emperor Ning would have allowed Ning Xinyao to decline his offer. However, he had invested considerable effort into preparing the princess's residence. Eagerly awaiting Chen Chongqing and Ning Xinyao's relocation to ensnare them in his plans, that if Ning Xinyao refused to move in now, would he not have wasted his efforts? "Your Majesty, I understand that you cherish your children. But this truly is unnecessary. Moreover, neither Chong Sheng nor I are lavish individuals. Even with a few attendants, we do not require many to attend to us. Residing in such a large mansion would be wasteful. Besides, the residence of the Prince of Shishu is more than sufficient. But you are a princess, my most beloved daughter. It is inappropriate to live with your in-laws after marriage," Emperor Ning insisted. Ning Xinyao scoffed internally, thinking to herself that this Emperor Ning would say anything to achieve his goals. The most beloved daughter. Did he not feel any pangs of conscience? "Your Majesty need not worry. The Qin family treats the princess with utmost respect. Residing with me is merely to provide an extra hand in caring for her. And no matter how many servants there are, the distinction between master and servant remains, and they will not be as attentive. However, my parents genuinely regard the princess as family, offering care that money cannot buy." After a long silence, Chen Chongqing finally spoke up. His words left Emperor Ning speechless, as if he had been rendered mute. Should he continue, it would appear as if he were deliberately trying to deprive Ning Xinyao of a good life. Yet, to abandon the matter seemed equally unsatisfactory, just as he was preparing to find another excuse. Chen Chongqing interjected once more. Previously, Bai Li Hong caused a disturbance at the royal residence and subsequently vanished without a trace that a master of his caliber, once he is recuperated, is unlikely to remain absent for long. However, if I were to reside in the princess's residence, the security would be insufficient. Should any mishap occur, my life is of little consequence. But the princess is, after all, of noble birth. Therefore, until Bai Li Hong reappears, it would be better for the princess to stay with me in the royal residence. What do you think, Your Majesty? Goodness! Just when Emperor Ning had been morally cornered by Chen Chongqing, now he faced an even more serious dilemma. His face turned ashen, realizing that Chen Chongqing was exceedingly difficult to deal with, that if he were to force Ning Xinyao to the princess's residence now, he would be disregarding her safety, that if he were to send someone to protect her, Bai Li Hong's formidable skills would pose a challenge. Even dispatching Wen Xingyin would not guarantee her safety. Moreover, if both of these masters were to protect Ning Xinyao, what would become of the palace? Chen Chongqing's argument was both astute and cunning. Very well, I merely wish to act with good intentions that if you truly do not wish to, I will not compel you. Just refrain from claiming in front of others that I am biased. Father has always cherished Chang Ning, and Chang Ning holds gratitude in her heart. How could she possibly wrong you? Ning Xinyao replied, seeking to placate Emperor Ning, although she internally mocked him, given the Qin family's unusual circumstances. She did not wish to appear overly audacious that a few flattering words would cost her nothing. Indeed, Chang Ning is quite considerate. Chapter 41. The death of Bailey Hong, Qin Changxing, and Ning Xinyao finally freed themselves from the gratifications of the Ning Emperor, leaving the imperial palace in high spirits, convinced that they would finally attain some semblance of peace, believing that the Ning Emperor would also take a reprieve for a few days. However, the path leading out of the palace seemed to be ill-fated for them. Shortly after they exited the palace gates, they were ambushed once more to their astonishment. The assailant was none other than Bailey Hong, whom Qin Changxing had just mentioned before the Ning Emperor. After resting for over half a month, Bailey Hong had finally regained his strength. Upon learning that the Ning Emperor had summoned Qin Changxing and Ning Xinyao, while Feng Wei and others could not accompany them, he lay in wait along the road to launch a surprise attack. The moment Qin Changxing and Ning Xinyao stepped outside, Bailey Hong struck. The suddenness of the attack caught them off guard, for he was a master of the Foundation establishment level, and the assault was unexpected. Qin Changxing barely had time to sense the murderous intent before Bailey Hong's formidable aura enveloped them. Fortunately, Qin Changxing reacted swiftly, evading the brunt of the lethal strike by shielding Ning Xinyao just in time. The carriage they occupied was shattered by the collision of two powerful forces, while the driver, unprepared, sustained minor injuries. Just as Qin Changxing exhaled a sigh of relief, Bailey Hong launched a second wave of attacks. He hastily drew his weapon, Tianwei Feixian, to counter the onslaught. The injured driver had already scurried away to summon help. The two combatants were locked in a fierce struggle, neither willing to yield. Ning Xinyao watched anxiously, fully aware that Qin Changxing could only hold his ground for a fleeting moment against Bailey Hong. He would not last even a quarter of an hour. Yet, the commotion had drawn no response from the palace, which spoke volumes. The Ning Emperor had anticipated everything, but still allowed this to unfold. Ning Xinyao felt a mix of resignation and indignation. She had expected such a scenario, yet the Ning Emperor's indifference was intolerable. She questioned whether they would even have time to wait for the driver's reinforcements. Relying on fate was less reliable than relying on oneself. She cast one last glance toward the palace, envisioning the Ning Emperor observing from the battlements, detached from the chaos below, that if she acted, she would undoubtedly reveal her hand. Yet, remaining passive would mean Qin Changxing could not endure for long, and once he was incapacitated, she would be unable to confront Bailey Hong alone. With this thought in mind, Ning Xinyao resolved to act. She drew her flexible sword from her waist and joined the fray in terms of combat prowess. She could not compare to Qin Changxing, and as newlyweds who had known each other for less than 3 months, their coordination paled in comparison to the tacit understanding forged between brothers over 2 decades. Initially, when Ning Xinyao entered the battle, Bailey Hong dismissed her presence, regarding her as merely a distraction, underestimating her capabilities. However, as time passed, their synergy improved, and although Ning Xinyao could not directly secure victory for Qin Changxing, her involvement alleviated much of the pressure on him, easing the tension of the encounter. With renewed focus, Qin Changxing gradually turned the tide of battle. The two even began to delineate their roles clearly, with Ning Xinyao providing support. Bailey Hong, sensing a shift, contemplated retreat, but having escaped once before, fortune was no longer on his side. Moreover, today, he lacked the backing of the court officials to divert attention from his injuries. Just as Bailey Hong entertained the notion of fleeing, Qin Changxing discerned his intent and would not allow it to come to fruition, that he intensified his offensive. Bailey Hong barely had time to register the dark figure before him when he found himself immobilized. Qin Changxing wielded Tianwei Feixian, unleashing a barrage of sword energy that pierced through Bailey Hong's form. Bailey Hong's mouth opened, but before he could utter a word, life slipped away from him. Let us depart. Regardless of the grimness of Bailey Hong's demise, Qin Changxing deemed it well-deserved, harboring no sympathy whatsoever. With the adversary vanquished, he lost all interest and, grasping Ning Xinyao's hand, prepared to leave, though the carriage was lost. It was still early, and taking a leisurely stroll back home was not out of the question. However, as they had fought desperately just moments prior, the palace guards, who had feigned ignorance, now swarmed out, encircling Qin Chongqing and Ning Xinyao. Having revealed her identity, Ning Xinyao dropped any pretense, her brows furrowed with a menacing aura that conveyed an unmistakable threat to anyone who dared oppose her. This demeanor struck a chord of familiarity in Qin Chongqing. Was she not reminiscent of the fierce female emperor from his past life? The sight startled him momentarily, but he quickly regained composure. Shielding Ning Xinyao behind him and reassuring her, "Do not be angry, my dear. Leave these blind fools to me. Fear not, for I shall ensure your safety." Though their union was formidable, and Ning Xinyao was more than capable of holding her own, Qin Chongqing persistently positioned himself as her protector. That in the past, Ning Xinyao had believed that true security stemmed from her own strength, derived from a place where no one dared to provoke her. Yet now, she realized that security could also come from others. That a wave of relief washed over her as she sheathed her weapon, ready to let Qin Chongqing take the lead. Despite Ning Xinyao's calm and Qin Chongqing's confidence, the guards surrounding them wore scowls. They were, after all, palace guards, and with so many of them present, they felt entitled to some respect, that if not for themselves, then at least for the palace. "Your Highness, please wait." The voice that broke the tension belonged to none other than the Ning Emperor. Qin Chongqing and Ning Xinyao could no longer feign ignorance. They halted in unison, yet remained unfazed, keen to observe the Emperor's next move. The Emperor, despite his displeasure, walked with an air of nonchalance, as if strolling through a garden. What transpired? His question was laden with feigned ignorance. Ning Xinyao had clearly seen him reveling in the spectacle from the city walls while Qin Chongqing battled for his life. Surely he approached now, hoping for a chance to deliver a fatal blow. With the facade dropped, Ning Xinyao regarded the Ning Emperor with an expression that challenged him to take action. With Bailey Hong deceased, the Emperor's remaining elite were but a pair, hardly a source of concern. "Father, I and Chongqing were about to leave when we were ambushed by Bailey Hong." Thankfully, Chongqing reacted swiftly. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Ning Xinyao met the Emperor's gaze, betraying not an ounce of trepidation. After all, her words were largely truthful. Even if there were some omissions, what of it? The Ning Emperor, now acutely aware of Ning Xinyao's defiance, wore an increasingly grim expression. Today was indeed shocking, as he had not anticipated her possessing such formidable abilities. Yet, what incensed him further was the realization that she had concealed her strength for so long, only to reveal it today. Was it the Western Shu army that emboldened her? Regret gnawed at him for having arranged this marriage, which had failed to restrain the Western Shu royal house and instead unleashed Ning Xinyao, the proverbial wolf in sheep's clothing. Observing how easily she and Qin Chongqing subdued Bailey Hong, the Emperor's resolve to eliminate them grew stronger. "I have sent people to search for Bailey Hong for days without success. Yet he delivers himself to me today. Excellent, excellent. This spares me the anxiety of worrying about you both in the palace. By the way, are you two unharmed?" "We are well, thank you for your concern." "Father," Ning Xinyao responded softly, while Qin Chongqing remained silent behind her, secretly cursing the old rogue for his shamelessness. By the way, now that you no longer have to worry about Bailey Hong, shouldn't you consider moving to the princess's residence?" Qin Chongqing, Ning Xinyao. The imagined interrogation remained unvoiced, only to be met with such a statement. Uncertain whether to breathe a sigh of relief or to feel anger, she pondered the old rogue's relentless intent to harm them, showing no sign of respite. Meanwhile, Emperor Ning reveled in his own cleverness, convinced of his astuteness. Just moments ago, he had contemplated for quite a while, unsure of how to address this situation. Allowing the two to leave without further ado left him dissatisfied. Yet, he feared that if he forced them to stay, a conflict might ensue, and he would be the one to suffer, especially considering that Bailey Hong was a master to Wen Qinyan, and neither Qin Chongqing nor Ning Xinyao stood a chance against him. After casting a glance at Bailey Hong's lifeless body, a spark of inspiration struck him as he recalled the reasons Qin Chongqing and Ning Xinyao had previously given for refusing to relocate to the princess's residence. They had cited concerns for their safety while Bailey Hong was still alive. Now that he had met such a tragic end at their hands, they ought to be free of misgivings. Moreover, given the strength of the two, it was unlikely that many would dare to challenge them. Well then, it is decided to celebrate Bailey Hong's demise and the removal of your threat. I shall arrange for someone to prepare the princess's residence for you tomorrow. adding some furnishings and decorations that I suspect that your recent visit felt rather desolate, and this is likely the reason. The emperor's tone carried an undeniable firmness, yet he made no mention of how Chen Chongqing had vanquished Bailey Hong. Seemingly determined to feign ignorance, Ning Xinyao turned her gaze toward Chen Chongqing, awaiting his decision. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded and replied, "Very well, since Father Emperor has such good intentions, we shall respectfully comply." Seeing Chen Chongqing acquiesce so readily, the emperor appeared somewhat taken aback, staring at him with a hint of astonishment. Chen Chongqing took note of the emperor's expression, thinking to himself that this man was truly incorrigible. He then countered, "Father Emperor, why such a reaction? Do you perhaps harbor regrets?" "Not at all, of course not. I am more delighted than anyone that you are moving in," the emperor hastily denied. "Very well, it is getting late, and your carriage is in disrepair. Why not spend the night in the palace?" The palace, after all, was his own territory. Even if Chen Chongqing was exceptionally skilled, the emperor felt no fear. Keeping him there might even present an opportunity to resolve matters preemptively. However, Chen Chongqing had no interest in engaging in such childish games with the emperor, especially with the insufferable crowd within the palace. Just as he was about to refuse, the coachman who had sought help returned, followed by a small contingent of Western Shu soldiers, each adorned in armor and wielding weapons, exuding a striking presence. Young master, we have arrived. Your Majesty, the Western Shu army is concerned for my safety and has acted somewhat out of line. I hope you will not mind." From a distance, Chen Chongqing observed the Western Shu soldiers, who appeared as though they had just returned from battle, given the restrictions against galloping within the vicinity of the palace. He feared the emperor would cause trouble and thus decided to take the initiative to retreat. The emperor frowned. Although displeased, he felt a tinge of trepidation upon seeing the Western Shu soldiers. Likely due to the shocking revelation that Chen Chongqing and Ning Xinyao had managed to kill Bailey Hong. There were reasons for such events, which could not be generalized, yet if no measures were taken, the whispers of the masses would not cease that a mild punishment would serve as a warning. "You shall bear 50 strokes of the military baton, or each of them shall receive 5. What do you think?" There were approximately 60 Western Shu soldiers present, meaning a total of 300 strokes if divided among them, that if Chen Chongqing were to accept the punishment alone, he would only endure 50 strokes. This arithmetic alone seemed a fair trade. Moreover, the Western Shu army had always been directly managed by the Qin family, with all rewards and punishments falling under their jurisdiction. Now to have the emperor issue a decree to punish them seemed somewhat inappropriate. A harsher approach might even alienate some veteran soldiers. Yet, if Chen Chongqing were to take on this burden alone, 50 strokes would be no trivial matter, especially if the emperor were to meddle further. Chapter 43. Chen Chongyuan takes a life upon returning to the Western Shu Wangfu. Chen Chongqing and Ning Xinyao's first order of business was to inform Chen Sha of everything that had transpired within and outside the palace. After listening, Chen Sha furrowed his brow, appearing lost in thought. This issue with Bailey Hong has been resolved splendidly. However, regarding the princess's residence, since we cannot avoid it, the Western Shu Wangfu has never feared anything. If necessary, we can relocate together that day. Consider it your mother and I warming your new home, that we will face any challenges together. Father, you have stated that our Western Shu Wangfu has never feared anyone. It is merely a formation of malevolent energy. Why must you and mother accompany us? Chen Chongqing turned his gaze toward Ning Xinyao as he spoke. She nodded repeatedly, echoing, "Indeed, it is just a formation of malevolent energy. There is nothing to fear. You and mother need not worry." With the young couple asserting their stance, Chen Sha found it inappropriate to interfere further. Although he remained somewhat concerned, he simply offered a brief admonition. Confidence is commendable. But should any needs arise, do not overestimate yourselves. We are all family. After expressing their gratitude and nodding in agreement, Chen Chongqing and Ning Xinyao returned to their quarters. To be honest, Chen Chongqing was not overly concerned about the matters of the princess's residence. When the emperor claimed he would assist in arranging it, no one believed he would act out of genuine goodwill. The underlying implication was clear. You have exceeded my expectations, so I must make additional arrangements. Thus, Chen Chongqing concluded that overthinking was futile. It was better to adopt a more relaxed attitude, that in the end, it would merely be a matter of facing adversity as it came. With confidence, Chen Chongqing believed that having successfully dealt with Bailey Hong alongside Ning Xinyao, No subsequent challenges could possibly deter them. Meanwhile, Ning Xingyao seemed to be habitually troubled, her brow furrowed. Qin Chongqing approached her to offer comfort. But dear, what troubles you? Are you still preoccupied with the events of the day? Ning Xingyao sighed deeply and nodded. Today, she had inadvertently revealed her strength before Emperor Ning, which left her feeling helpless. However, she could not simply remain indifferent to the aftermath. The once tranquil days were likely to become more chaotic. She confided her concerns to Qin Chongqing. Yet, upon hearing her, he merely waved his hand dismissively, appearing unconcerned. What significant matter could possibly cause you such distress? No matter how complex or difficult the road ahead may be. As long as I am here by your side, what is there for you to worry about? Ning Xingyao nodded, feeling that Qin Chongqing's words held a semblance of truth. Indeed, as long as my husband is here, I fear nothing. There is nothing to worry about. The worst that could happen is a rebellion, much like in my past life. With this thought, Ning Xingyao suddenly found herself emboldened, after a couple of peaceful days. However, unexpected troubles arose once more. This time it was not Emperor Ning stirring the pot, but rather an incident involving Qin Chongyuan. He had relinquished his military authority at the border to assist with training troops at the nearby Tongzhou camp. However, for reasons unknown, he clashed with the son of the Minister of War that in full view of the public. He inadvertently struck down Huang Xing, the son of the Minister of War. Now, Minister Huang Xing knelt before the Golden Luan Hall, demanding that Emperor Ning intervene on his behalf. Qin Chongyuan himself was also bewildered that in the few days since he had arrived at the Tongzhou camp, he had discovered issues with the quality of weapons within the barracks. For a soldier in battle, the quality of their armaments is paramount, that a skilled craftsman cannot work without materials. If the weapons provided to his side are subpar, even the bravest soldiers cannot withstand the enemy's assault. It would be a heartbreaking scenario if those warriors were to suffer defeat due to the inadequacy of their own supplies. The armaments and equipment were supplied by the Ministry of War. Thus, Qin Chongyuan sought to discuss this matter with Huang Cheng. However, he did not meet with Huang Cheng. Instead, Huang Xing arrived at the camp first. Upon hearing Qin Chongyuan's criticisms, Huang Xing was quite displeased, leading to a verbal altercation between them. Accustomed to commanding troops, Qin Chongyuan found it particularly irksome that someone beneath him would dare to retort. Huang Xing, emboldened by his father's status, had long been accustomed to arrogance. As their mutual disdain escalated, they soon resorted to physical confrontation. Huang Xing struck first, while Qin Chongyuan merely acted in self-defense, giving him a light shove. Unbeknownst to Qin Chongyuan, that seemingly gentle push had an unforeseen consequence. Huang Xing collapsed to the ground, not rising again. In the beginning, Qin Chongyuan had not thought much of it and believed Huang Xing was merely trying to provoke him. He even approached to give Huang Xing a couple of kicks. Yet, Huang Xing lay there, seemingly lifeless, prompting a keen-eyed soldier to exclaim, "Oh no! It seems young Master Huang has died." A fine individual, who just moments ago was spiritedly arguing with himself, now lies lifeless after a mere gentle push. Qin Chongyuan was incredulous. He turned and bent down to investigate, only to discover that Huang Xing had indeed ceased to breathe. The son of the esteemed Minister of War had been accidentally slain by the heir of the Western Shu King in the military camp. And this was no trivial matter. Both parties boasted illustrious backgrounds, making them equally formidable adversaries. The astute individuals present promptly reported the incident, fearing that this celestial clash might ensnare innocent bystanders. Qin Chongyuan, you harbor dissatisfaction towards my previous decree. Emperor Ning's heart was secretly elated. Though his countenance displayed an exaggerated fury, he maliciously contemplated that Huang Xing's demise was indeed timely. Exchanging one Huang Xing for Qin Chongyuan was an exceedingly profitable transaction. Your Majesty is mistaken. Qin Chongyuan has never expressed discontent towards anyone or anything. Upon arriving at the Tongzhou camp, I dedicated myself to training diligently. I have maintained harmonious relations with the soldiers. The incident involving young Master Huang was truly an accident, and moreover, it was he who sought trouble with me first. I was merely acting in self-defense. Ultimately, Qin Chongyuan, possessing a voice, hastily defended himself upon feeling the weight of the emperor's accusation. However, Emperor Ning was resolute in his judgment, solely focused on the opportunity to eliminate Qin Chongyuan, with fairness being entirely disregarded. Bold Qin Chongyuan, how dare you retort and deny? So many witnesses are present. Since there are numerous witnesses, They should have seen that my action was merely a gentle push, devoid of any murderous intent. Although such defiance in the Grand Hall was somewhat disrespectful, Chen Changyuan found himself with no other recourse. Regardless of how Huang Xing met his end, he could not concede. Admitting guilt would seal his fate. As the narrative unfolded, it seemed that the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on all involved, and the stakes escalated with each passing moment. Nature dares not voice dissent. Those few who harbor opinions dare not express them, lest they be deemed ungrateful and insatiable, since there are no objections. Let us disperse from court. Qin Sha. Until the verdict regarding the Crown Prince's punishment is delivered, the members of the Qin family are prohibited from visiting him at Li Qingxiang. You shall remain. I have matters to discuss with you. Qin Sha, filled with pent-up rage, found it intolerable not to be allowed to visit Qin Changyuan. Now that Emperor Ning had retained Li De for discussion, it was likely intended to further stifle him. Yet, who could blame him when Qin Changyuan had fatally wounded another? With a heavy heart, Qin Sha returned home. Naturally, Qin Changxing and the others were already aware of the incident involving Qin Changyuan. Nearly all the Qin family awaited news of Qin Sha's return. Upon Qin Sha's arrival, before he could utter a word, Qin Changxing merely glanced at his father's expression and discerned that things were likely not well. However, it was not difficult to imagine. In the military camp, under the scrutiny of many, an accidental killing, especially of the son of the Minister of War, coupled with Emperor Ning's long-standing wariness of the Shishu army, would surely provide an opportunity for retaliation. With a sigh, Qin Sha recounted everything that had transpired in the court. Upon hearing this, Qin Changxing's immediate reaction was to look at Ning Xinyao. 1 was Emperor Ning. The other Li De, two individuals closely related to those targeting Chen Changyuan. Do not look at me. My husband. If you wish to assist your elder brother in any way, feel free to act. Now that I am married to you, I am also a member of the Qin family, and I shall naturally support my kin. Qin Changxing felt a surge of gratitude upon hearing this, and couldn't help but reflect on how fortunate it was to have a considerate wife at home. No need to worry. His Majesty has yet to announce a verdict. Let us wait. Once he decides on a punishment for Changyuan, if it seems unjust, we can determine how to respond. In any case, Changyuan shall inevitably face some hardship. After all, he has taken a life, and Qin Sha has never hoped for a complete acquittal for Qin Changyuan. However, it is unreasonable to deny us the right to visit our elder brother. No matter how severe the situation, this remains a personal conflict, not a treasonous act. Why should we be barred from seeing him? In such a chaotic place as the dungeons, at the very least, we should be allowed to send him some provisions to ease his suffering. Qin Sha's thoughts were well understood by Qin Changxing. He simply could not accept the notion of not even being allowed to see Qin Changyuan. But on this matter, was not Qin Sha himself also fuming? Yet, earlier in court, Emperor Ning's intentions were clear. He had already shown leniency towards Qin Changyuan, and Qin Sha should not be so foolish as to overstep. Ning Xinyao was particularly adept at indulging Qin Changxing. Whatever he wished for, even if merely spoken in passing, she would remember and strive to fulfill. That if you wish to visit, then go ahead. Why endure this restraint? Whatever the issue, I shall bear it. Despite her poor reputation, which invited much ridicule, she was nonetheless a princess of noble birth. Using the name of Princess Changning to approach the Ministry of Justice would undoubtedly deter anyone from obstructing her. Ning Xinyao reiterated her intentions, looking at Qin Changxing, who found the idea quite appealing. Though he worried about the potential repercussions for her, is it truly without consequence? Will it place you in a difficult position? Ning Xinyao shook her head and smiled. What difficulty could there be? The relationship between my father and me is clear to all. You know it better than anyone. Indeed, the bond between father and daughter had long since deteriorated. No matter how strained their relationship, it could not compare to the treachery of her past life. Very well, I shall gather some items for my elder brother, and we will head to the Ministry of Justice. How absurd! Qin Changxing exclaimed, eager to rush to the Ministry of Justice to see his brother. However, Qin Sha slammed the table, silencing both of them. His Majesty has already spoken. Do you still intend to force your way into the Ministry of Justice? Do you think that would aid your brother? It would only provide others with ammunition against him, giving the Emperor a pretext for harsher punishment. We must exercise patience. The truth will reveal itself in time. With Qin Sha's reprimand, Qin Changxing quickly quieted. Understood, father. I see my error. It is not entirely your fault. You are merely anxious for your elder brother. However, some matters cannot be rushed, Chen Shao replied, shaking his head. Although he had been angry moments ago, he was not inclined to remain in a state of fury. Once he saw Chen Chongqing regain his composure, he offered him words of comfort. It seemed they could only await the outcome now. Leaving Chen Chongqing feeling somewhat dejected as he retreated to his chamber. Seeing her husband in such a state, Ning Xinyao hastened to console him. Husband, do not be troubled. While father has clearly stated we cannot go to the Ministry of Justice, that does not mean we cannot seek assistance from others. Her words. Chen Chongqing suddenly lifted his head. How so? Do you have another plan? Well, it may not be a plan per se, but it is worth attempting. Although I am reluctant to see him again, it must be said that if anyone can help my elder brother now, it is only Teacher Li. After parting from the minister's residence, Ning Xinyao had prepared herself for a final severance of ties with Li De. Knowing they were not aligned. Yet with the current predicament, it seemed she must seek Li Da's assistance after all. Emperor Ning's intent to target Qin Shan was as apparent as Sima Zhao's heart. Universally understood. However, if he were to avoid overtly antagonistic measures, it would rely on Li Da's ingenuity. Thus, if anyone were to be approached for help, it could only be Li De, aside from Emperor Ning. But would Li De, who harbored such animosity towards the Qin family, truly lend his aid? Chen Chongqing recalled their last unpleasant encounter and felt as if Li Da's disdain for the Chen family had become deeply rooted. If not for the knowledge that the Chen family had done nothing to offend him, he might have suspected a historical grudge existed between their families. Chapter 46. Unfit to be a minister regardless of the outcome. It was essential to try. What else could be done? Should they seek out the emperor directly? Ning Xinyao glanced at Qin Changsung. That in truth, only two individuals could offer genuine assistance. Li De and Emperor Ning. Compared to the latter, while Li De was stubborn and pedantic, he was not wholly malevolent. Thus, seeking his help was certainly preferable to approaching Emperor Ning directly. Very well, let us proceed. This time they did not inform Chen Sha. Directly mounting their horses to head to the minister's residence, that Li De was likely to have returned before them. Yet upon announcing their arrival, the servant at the door informed them that he would see no one, not Chen Chongqing, nor even Ning Xinyao. You may return. Our minister has stated he will not meet with anyone, and there is no need to discuss the matter of Chen Shizi. He knows what to do. Chen Chongqing frowned, initially harboring a sliver of hope that Li De, despite his pedantic nature, would at least adhere to some fundamental principles. However, upon witnessing Li Da's demeanor, refusing even a brief audience, it seemed he had already resolved to make things difficult for Qin Shan. Ning Xinyao was clearly displeased, her temperament more overt than Qin Chongqing's. Inform the master that I still regard him as my teacher, hence my polite waiting for an audience that I have extended him this courtesy. If he chooses to disregard it, he cannot blame me. The threat in her words was unmistakable, almost laced with a hint of menace. Qin Chongqing observed that since Ning Xinyao had ceased pretending to be pitiful, she had become increasingly unrestrained. Her current demeanor resembled that of a tyrant in her previous life, capable of life and death decisions. The servant, intimidated by Ning Xinyao's presence, hurried to relay the message. Qin Chongqing let out a resigned sigh, still mindful of his aspirations to transform Ning Xinyao into a benevolent ruler, but he tugged at her sleeve, saying, My dear, do not be too angry that we are here to seek assistance. Let us lower our stance a bit. Besides, Li De is, after all, your mentor. A touch of courtesy is warranted that in her past life. After enduring Li Da's harsh words at breakfast, Ning Xinyao had merely stripped him of his title, allowing him to return home for a quiet retirement. Clearly, Li De held a significant position in her heart, one that surpassed even that of her own brothers. Yet in this life, Ning Xinyao had already severed ties with Li De in her pursuit of marrying Qin Chongqing. Leaving him feeling quite guilty, he was even less inclined to witness her acting defiantly towards Li De on behalf of Qin Shan. Rest assured, I merely wish to see my teacher. The intimidation is solely directed at that servant. If I truly intended to do anything, I would not have announced my arrival first. Ning Xinyao's greatest strength in her past life had been her decisiveness. If she wished to eliminate someone, she would act without hesitation, avoiding unnecessary disputes. However, this often left many bewildered, even until their last moments, unaware of what had provoked the Empress. Very well. Remember, regardless of whom we face, let me handle the confrontations. All right, I understand. I shall heed your counsel to that moment. Ning Xinyao appeared charming and endearing, even exhibiting a touch of innocent playfulness, embodying the image of a devoted wife. The servant, returning after witnessing this scene, was left in a state of disbelief, pondering whether the woman before him possessed some magical abilities. The princess, the prince consort, and the prime minister have granted you entry. Li Xiang ultimately agreed to meet them. Ning Xinyao lifted her head slightly towards Chen Chongsheng, seemingly flaunting. See, my method worked, didn't it? Chen Chongsheng smiled and took Ning Xinyao's hand, following the attendant inside. It was the same room as their last meeting, where Li sat at the desk, eyes closed, not resting, but seemingly deep in thought. Even upon hearing the sound of their arrival, he did not open his eyes. This time, however, Ning Xinyao remained calm, refraining from initiating conversation. Despite the presence of 3 individuals in the spacious room, it was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Both parties seemed to be exerting their patience, unwilling to speak first. After a quarter of an hour, Li Xiang slowly opened his eyes, focusing solely on Ning Xinyao. Princess Chongning, do you remember what I said when you left this room last time? Consider it as though I never taught you as a student. You left without a second thought then. Why now, for the sake of young Master Chen, must you resurrect the bond of teacher and student? Ning Xinyao suddenly found that the old man was more endearing when he was silent. You are mistaken, sir, that I have come today to discuss matters concerning young Master Chen, indeed. Yet, I do not seek to persuade you with the bond of teacher and student. Not to plead for mercy? Then perhaps you wish me to impose a harsher punishment. If that is the case, you are not entirely beyond redemption, that if it were not for needing something from him, Chen Chongsheng would have been displeased. How is it that the Chen family, known for its loyalty and righteousness, is spoken of as though they were treacherous rebels in your words, Li De? You are also mistaken. I seek you not to plead, but merely to remind you, out of respect for our past relationship, that one should act with integrity, that do not let your personal biases and selfishness lead to harm against those who are genuinely loyal. Li De, who had been relatively composed, was now incensed by Ning Xinyao's words. What did she mean by his personal biases and selfishness? The Wang of Shishu had earned great merit and was more popular among the people than Emperor Ning. Any sensible person would have moderated their actions. Yet Chen Sha did not exhibit a hint of restraint. He has gained the people's affection. How can the imperial family maintain their dignity? Li De believed that if Chen Sha truly had no intention of usurping the throne, he should act with more discretion or simply relinquish his military power and return to civilian life. Humph. You are but a girl. What do you know about the affairs of the Chen family? If you were truly sensible, you would be at home, supporting your husband and raising children. I suggest that your family remain low-key and refrain from seeking trouble, rather than lecturing me on loyalty. Chen Chongsheng firmly grasped the agitated Ning Xinyao, glaring at Li Xiang, and then stood up with dignity, saying, Whether my family is loyal or not, the heavens bear witness, and the people will judge. It cannot be determined merely by the words of the Chen family or by your biased remarks, Li Xiang. However, regarding my elder brother's case, you ought to judge impartially that if your disdain for the Chen family leads you to be deliberately biased, then you are unworthy of your position as prime minister. Li Da's expression turned ashen at Chen Chongsheng's words. It was the first time in many years that someone had dared to address him so boldly. Unworthy? Unworthy? Pray tell, where do you find me lacking, or what is unjust about today's proceedings? Speak, and I shall have the Ministry of Justice execute Chen Chongyuan this very instant. Chapter 47. Li Da's defenses crumble. Murder cases ought to be handled by the Ministry of Justice. However, the ministry had not been given the opportunity to intervene, as it was taken over by the Prime Minister. Did I ask this not absurd? Perhaps you could argue that, given the involvement of the young master and the son of the Minister of War, it is reasonable for you to take charge, fearing the Ministry of Justice might mishandle the matter. Since you acknowledge it is reasonable, what is it you are saying now? Li De glanced at Chen Chongsheng, feeling that this young man, if he understood, should not be causing a stir. Your assumption of taking charge may be reasonable, but your process of judgment is not. Did you visit the crime scene? Have you heard the testimonies of the soldiers present? Was there an autopsy conducted? If none of these were done, how can you be certain? Li De widened his eyes, realizing he had underestimated Chen Chongsheng. This young man was surprisingly eloquent. More critically, he had indeed overlooked all of this. After all, to some extent, Li De shared the same goal as Emperor Ning, to use this incident to suppress Chen Sha. If all I have mentioned did not occur, and you hastily condemned my brother to the emperor. Once this matter becomes public, it surely will not be accepted by the people, will it?" Upon hearing this, Li Da's face turned a deep shade of anger. Who does not know that Emperor Ning harbors two main fears regarding Qinsha, aside from the 30,000 troops under Qinsha's command, which pose a threat to Emperor Ning? There is another crucial reason: popular support. Compared to Emperor Ning, Qinsha, a general who once fought valiantly in battles, seems to have won the people's hearts. Now, as Qin Chongqing mentioned the so-called popular support, Li Da felt he was implying something that he glared at Qin Chongqing and bellowed, "Qin Chongqing, why do you bring up popular support? Are you warning me and the emperor?" Qin Chongqing was equally perplexed. He merely intended to reason with Li Da, but unexpectedly, the old man reacted so sensitively. "Sir, does merely uttering those two words cause you such alarm? Am I the one warning you? Or are you fearful of something? Is the situation not evident? Moreover, if you truly believe you will handle this matter with fairness and justice, why then are you so agitated?" The more Li Jing spoke, the more Li Da felt his defenses crumbling. He covered his chest, staring at Li Jing as though viewing a child attempting to harm him. "You get out." Previously, when the two families were at odds, it was rare for anyone from the Qin family, aside from Qin Sha, to have dealings with Li Da. Qin Chongqing once thought that since Li Da held the title of prime minister, serving alongside Emperor Ning, he must be quite formidable. However, after encountering him twice, Qin Chongqing could only conclude he was merely an obstinate old man prone to losing his composure. "Heh, I do not mind leaving, but I hope you will think twice about certain matters." With that, Qin Chongqing cheerfully took Ning Xinyao's hand and departed the prime minister's residence. That today's negotiations had come to naught to Li Da was indeed a difficult person to communicate with. "If I were to upset him to the point of causing a grave mishap, would you blame me? After all, he is your mentor." Ning Xinyao chuckled softly. While Li Da was indeed her mentor, and someone she respected, she was also acutely aware that respect should not come at the cost of one's life. Moreover, upon closer examination, the things Ning Xinyao had done in her past life far surpassed what Qin Chongqing was doing now. "Not at all that I am a person of reason. The fault lies with the teacher in this matter. I merely worry that your words today might provoke him excessively, leading to potential retaliation against my elder brother. There is no need for concern. Had he considered the long term, he would not act out of spite over my words. That if he retaliates maliciously because of my remarks, it would indicate he never intended to spare my brother from the beginning." Ning Xinyao nodded, finding Qin Chongqing's logic sound. They did not know how long it would take to reach a conclusion. Hearing Ning Xinyao sigh, Qin Chongqing fell silent. This moment felt akin to the fate of Chun Chongyuan, seemingly dependent on Emperor Ning's whims. "Do not worry, my dear. My elder brother is blessed and will not encounter misfortune. Let us hope so that we should return." After a long day of turmoil, the two arrived back at the Wangfu as night had fallen. The house was brightly lit, yet Qinsha's expression was darker than the night outside. Qin Chongqing initially assumed that Qinsha was still worried about Qin Chongyuan's situation, just as he was about to offer some comforting words. He was met with a piercing glare from Chun Sha at this hour. "Where have you been?" Qin Chongqing was taken aback by the sudden outburst at first. He misinterpreted Qinsha's concern as a normal reaction. Everyone was worried. However, one cannot simply remain cooped up at home, fretting to the point of aging prematurely. Moreover, he had just left to address matters concerning Qin Chongyuan. Why was he taking out his frustrations on him now? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and with a hint of uncertainty, he looked at Qinsha and asked, "Has the emperor and Li Xiang decided how to handle my elder brother?" Qinsha nodded solemnly. Qin Chongqing's expression darkened, but he had not lingered even for a moment since leaving the prime minister's residence. In fact, considering the time taken to travel to and from the prime minister's office, it could not have been long at all. Yet, the news had already reached home. What did that imply? It indicated that Li Da and Emperor Ning had long since made their decision. But after conversing with Li Da for so long, he had not mentioned a word. Had he been toyed with? What was the outcome? Qin Chongqing inquired, as this was his last glimmer of hope, that he hoped that Li Da might exhibit some semblance of fairness or possess a broader perspective. 200 strokes of the rod, 200 lashes, followed by 3 years of imprisonment. Execution will take place at the marketplace in 3 days. Qin Chongqing? Wasn't he supposed to be spared from death? The death penalty not only remains unmitigated, but has also exacerbated the suffering on that day in the imperial palace. Following a protracted negotiation regarding Bailey Hong, Chen Chongqing managed to reduce his punishment from 50 military strikes to merely 20. Nonetheless, even under such circumstances, he required several days of recuperation upon returning home. Now, with Chen Changyuan facing 200 strikes and an additional 200 lashes, would he even survive long enough to be imprisoned? Execution at Kaishiko. Is it to be a singular, conclusive punishment? If it were staggered, perhaps enduring 200 strikes and 200 lashes over the span of 2 to 3 months could offer a glimmer of hope for survival. A single execution. Chen Chongqing pressed his lips together, feeling that the Ning Emperor and Li De had indeed gone too far. Such a severe punishment was one matter, but to carry out the execution publicly at Kaishiku was akin to broadcasting a message to the populace. Chapter 48. Chen Chongqing's strategy, shall we simply endure this? It is well known that Chen Sha is fiercely protective of his own. Despite the Ning Emperor's overt and covert provocations, Chen Sha had restrained himself. Viewing the Ning Emperor merely as a buffoon, the one he truly cared about was not threatened. Even in the face of multiple assassination attempts against Chen Chongqing, Chen Sha felt that those rabble could not pose any real danger to him. However, now, with this sentence looming, the face of the Shishu Wangfu would be utterly tarnished, and more critically, Chen Changyuan might not survive the ordeal. This could not be borne. Thus, I have been pondering our course of action. Following Bailey Hong's demise, Chen Chongqing's third brother had gone out on business and had yet to return. The options for consultation around Chen Sha had dwindled significantly. Hence, Chen Chongqing's absence at a crucial moment had incited his frustration. What of a prison break? Ning Xinyao, the boldest among them, proposed an outright jailbreak. Chen Sha shook his head upon hearing this. With the capabilities of the Chen family, breaking into the dungeon to rescue someone was undoubtedly feasible. Yet such an act would mean completely exposing the Chen family to the Ning Emperor's wrath, sacrificing the entire Chen family for the sake of one Chen Changyuan. The alternatives were either to rebel outright or for the entire family to retreat into the depths of the mountains. Renouncing the world. Hiding would be precarious for such a large family, and could they simply disregard the 300,000 troops of Shishu? An outright rebellion would merely provide the Ning Emperor with further leverage, solidifying his previous baseless fears. Thus, this was a desperate last resort. Not a jailbreak, but an execution site raid. Chen Chongqing pondered before speaking, questioning the very distinction between the two proposals. Chen Sha regarded him, contemplating whether the youth had become so anxious that he had lost his wits, unable to discern the substantial difference between the two courses of action. The distinction is considerable that a jailbreak would only permit us to flee, while an assault on the execution site would allow us to remain. There, the common folk would rally to our cause. Chen Chongqing recalled Li De's vulnerable state at the Xiangfu this year, believing it could be strategically exploited. The Ning Emperor's choice to hold the execution at Kaishiku was merely to ensure a greater audience, intending not only to brutally execute Chen Changyuan, but also to obliterate the Chen family's reputation. Yet, Chen Chongqing aimed to devise a plan that would turn the emperor's cleverness against him. When Li De threatened him with public sentiment today, Chen Chongqing resolved to demonstrate to the Ning Emperor and Li De tomorrow what it would look like if the Chen family wielded public opinion to threaten them. Chen Chongqing shared his intentions with Chen Sha and Ning Xinyao. Upon hearing his plan, they fell into silence to speak candidly. Chen Chongqing's strategy to manipulate public sentiment was fraught with peril, risking a complete rupture with the Ning Emperor. However, compared to an outright jailbreak, it was a far more prudent course of action. Let us proceed as you suggest. Very well, we have 3 days. The Emperor likely intends to use this time to broadly disseminate information. At that point, we shall seize the opportunity to incite public opinion, striving to ensure that by then, my elder brother need not even set foot at Kaishiku. Chen Sha contemplated that if the matter escalated too significantly, with too many dissenting voices among the populace, the Ning Emperor might indeed reconsider his stance. Just as the father and son were deliberating on how to stir public sentiment, Ning Xinyao interjected with her objections. What is amiss, or does my lady possess another insight? Chen Chongqing turned to Ning Xinyao, awaiting her perspective that if public sentiment swells too greatly, it is indeed possible that my father might change his mind. However, a change of heart does not guarantee that he would spare my elder brother. If he openly conformed to public opinion, avoiding lashes and strikes, what if he resorted to some other underhanded method behind closed doors? In that case, he would leave us no time to prepare, and we would be left to face the consequences. Ning Xinyao's words resonated deeply, causing Chen Chongqing to furrow his brow. Yet apart from this strategy, what other means exist to rescue Qin Changyuan? Might there be alternative approaches, as you suggest? None. My husband's plan is quite sound. However, I merely believe we should refrain from inciting public sentiment too hastily. The final night prior to the execution would be the opportune moment to disseminate our narrative among the populace. Once at the execution site, we can then exert pressure on the palace. Utilizing the voices of the people, we must compel my father to alter the punishment, or better yet, to release my brother entirely or to substitute it with a penalty we can all accept. Qinsha nodded that in recent years, the Ning Emperor's actions have grown increasingly ruthless. Ning Xinyao's proposal is indeed the most prudent. However, it feels somewhat excessive for a daughter to scheme against her father. Very well, as the princess suggests. Yet we must be astute in orchestrating this public narrative, ensuring we cleverly incite the populace's emotions. With only one night to work, how can we maximize the public's fervor? Shortening the Ning Emperor's response time would mean our task becomes more arduous, that we have 2 days to deliberate on this matter. My wife and I shall take responsibility for the planning. Now that the sentence has been decreed, may we visit my brother? If so, let us divide our efforts. You and mother can go soothe my brother's spirit, urging him not to act impulsively. My wife and I will devise a plan at home. Indeed, it has been far too long since anyone has checked on Shan Yuan. We remain in the dark regarding his condition. Upon mentioning this, Chu Ning, who had been silent until now, finally reacted that it is said that a child is a piece of flesh from their mother, and one suffers more acutely than Chu Ning at this moment. Very well, I will accompany your mother to gather our things and visit Chang Yuan, while you and the princess manage the other affairs. Once Qin Sha and Chu Ning departed, only Qin Chongqing and Ning Xinyao remained in the room. Ning Xinyao looked up, furrowing her brow as she addressed Chen Chongqing. Do you think that if we remain silent, my father will notice nothing amiss? Given the Ning Emperor's suspicious nature, he will undoubtedly sense the oddity. Moreover, having finally found an opportunity to deal with your family, does he truly believe he can abandon it with but a few words from the populace? If the Ning Emperor truly cared as much as he professed, over these years, he could have tempered his hostility toward the Qin family, considering the welfare of the people, and this predicament might have been averted. Nevertheless, Qin Chongqing always felt that Ning Xinyao's words carried deeper implications. My lady, what are your intentions? Why does father not simply rebel? Dian possesses a total of 800,000 elite troops, while the Shishu army numbers 300,000, although this is less than 40% of the total forces. Their strength far surpasses the remaining 500,000 under the Ning Emperor's command. Coupled with the might of the Qin family, rebellion would indeed be a simple matter. Why then does Qin Sha endure the Ning Emperor's tyranny? In the previous life, amid such chaos, they had never entertained such thoughts. Yet today, the Ning Emperor has become increasingly oppressive, and Qin Sha harbors no intentions of rebellion. Chapter 49. Pressure on the palace. Qin Chongqing recognized that Ning Xinyao's inquiry was sincere, not merely a rhetorical flourish. For in her past life, she had indeed rebelled with conviction and successfully usurped the throne. His father believed that while the emperor may harbor excessive suspicions, under his governance, the borders remained peaceful, and the people of Dian lived in harmony. Thus, at times, enduring his grievances seemed inconsequential. Moreover, the emperor, despite his duplicity, maintained a facade of civility towards the Qin family. Surely, if he were to rebel, it must be for a just cause, mustn't it? He could not simply provoke the emperor without justification. For what good would it serve to seize the throne without rightful claim? Upon hearing Qin Chongqing's reasoning, Ning Xinyao fell into contemplation that rebellion is fraught with such intricacies. In her previous life, she had acted on impulse, unable to tolerate the crown princess foolishness, and rebelled without much thought. It seemed no one had voiced objections to her actions. No, there were indeed voices of dissent, but those who dared speak up had subsequently met their demise at her hands. Ignorance may have been bliss, but now that she was aware, she pondered, if one day I desire to rebel, would I also lack a just cause? Ning Xinyao gazed at Qin Chongqing, her eyes betraying a tinge of anxiety and uncertainty. She acknowledged that her probing was audacious, but vowed that should Qin Chongqing express any opposition, she would relent. Qin Chongqing understood her motivations, but found her caution puzzling. Only after processing her words did he feel both a pang of empathy and a swell of affection that I trust that if one day you genuinely entertain such thoughts, it will be out of sheer necessity that I shall ensure that all you do is rendered justifiable. Very well, I too pledge to do my utmost to shield you from hardship. Perhaps this is what they refer to as a mutual pursuit. Chen Chongqing smiled at Ning Xinyao and remarked, "Fool, if there is something you wish to do, pursue it with abandon. As long as it is your desire, I shall not hinder you. Really, what if I say I wish to visit the palace right now?" Chen Chongqing instinctively sensed that Ning Xinyao's intention for going to the palace was not noble. However, he could not take back the words he had just spoken. "Of course you may, but my dear wife must inform me of your purpose in going to the palace. Is it related to matters concerning my elder brother?" Chen Chongqing reasoned with himself to provide Ning Xinyao with a valid justification for his consent, and at that moment, the situation in the Chen family, specifically Chen Chongyuan, served as the most compelling rationale. The IT is indeed for my elder brother's affairs. Nothing is more pressing than that. With Ning Xinyao stating such, Chen Chongqing felt reassured that he unconditionally trusted her. "Very well. My dear, pursue whatever you must. I shall support you from behind." "Agreed. Then let us go together." Ning Xinyao nodded, resolved to take the plunge. Without notifying anyone, the two made their way to the palace. The curfew in Dian was not overly strict. Yet after curfew, entering the palace freely was not as simple as one might imagine. Even with Ning Xinyao's status as a princess, she found herself halted at the palace gates. Under normal circumstances, out of respect for the Ning Emperor, she might have refrained from entering, but today she could not simply relent. Together, she and Chen Chongqing faced the guards, who initially attempted to block their passage earnestly. However, realizing they could not prevail, the guards soon abandoned their resolve, retreating as they made their way to the Ning Emperor's private quarters. The Ning Emperor, believing he had successfully dealt with the troublesome Chen Chongyuan earlier that day, was in relatively high spirits and had not yet retired for the night, thus avoiding the awkwardness of being abruptly awakened by Ning Xinyao. "Chongning, is there not something that can wait until tomorrow? Must you barge into the palace at night?" After speaking, the Ning Emperor cast a glance at Chen Chongqing, suspecting that he had incited Ning Xinyao to act due to Chen Chongyuan. Although the Ning Emperor was furious about Ning Xinyao's intrusion, he saw the potential to blame Chen Chongqing and eliminate another member of the Chen family, which was a silver lining. While the Ning Emperor's thoughts were calculating, how could Ning Xinyao allow him to succeed? With a cold laugh, she retorted, "Father need not overthink. All that I have done today is solely my own volition." Observing the fierce determination radiating from Ning Xinyao, the Ning Emperor could not help but feel a twinge of fear. "What do you intend to do? Trespassing the palace is a grave offense. Even if you are a princess, my most cherished daughter, I cannot let you go unpunished." Ning Xinyao scoffed, unwilling to unmask the Ning Emperor's facade of paternal affection. "Father, do you truly believe I entered the palace with my sword to take my leave peacefully? Indeed, it does not appear so. Your demeanor suggests a life-or-death confrontation. What is it that you truly desire?" The palace guards had gradually gathered, surrounding Chen Chongqing and Ning Xinyao. Though in the eyes of such formidable individuals, these guards were merely a disorganized rabble, they still served as a form of psychological comfort for the Ning Emperor. "Father, why don't we step inside and discuss this further? However, if I were to act in view of so many, it would not reflect well upon your reputation. Rest assured, if you cooperate, I guarantee our conversation will be amicable. And you shall not be put in a difficult position." A threat. A blatant threat. The Ning Emperor glared at Ning Xinyao, yet the distance between them was merely a little over 10 steps. To be honest, the Ning Emperor was not without strength himself, even rivaling the likes of Wen Qinyan and Du. However, when he recalled that Chen Chongqing and Ning Xinyao had once defeated a master like Bai Lihong together, his confidence dwindled. At his age, one is either fearless or overly cautious. The Ning Emperor clearly belonged to the latter. "Very well, let us discuss matters inside. A wise man knows when to yield." Ultimately, despite his dissatisfaction, the Ning Emperor darkly gestured for Chen Chongqing and Ning Xinyao to enter his quarters. "Speak. What is it that you two intend to accomplish?" Once inside, the Ning Emperor took a seat, neglecting to invite Chen Chongqing and Ning Xinyao to sit, and proceeded to inquire directly about their intentions. Ning Xinyao, however, did not bother with pleasantries. Since he did not invite her, she found a seat for herself and pulled Chen Chongqing down beside her. Father, you have been on the throne for over 20 years now, correct? The Ning Emperor had risen in rebellion at the age of 17, and with Chen Sha's assistance, he had overthrown the preceding tyrannical regime and established Dian after 4 years, making it exactly 20 years since then. What do you want? The Ning Emperor was not foolish. He did not believe that Ning Xinyao had come merely for a casual chat. That I simply feel that 20 years may be too long. Perhaps you have grown weary of this position, that if you wish to relinquish it, I could assist you in sharing the burden. Chapter 50. The deal. Upon hearing this, the Ning Emperor slammed his hand on the table beside him. Are you threatening me? You have some audacity. Ning Xinyao chuckled softly. Father, you misunderstand. I am merely a daughter expressing concern for her old father. A friendly exchange. Nothing more. Friendly exchange. My foot. The Ning Emperor thought Ning Xinyao was merely a step away from placing a sword to his throat and forcing him to abdicate. Father, are you not going to speak? It seems you are somewhat reluctant to part with your throne. That if you are reluctant, that can easily be remedied. Just behave yourself while seated upon this throne. Ning Xinyao, do you truly believe that by entering here without my invitation, I am afraid of you? Over the years, I admit I have underestimated you, but do not presume that this is the palace. Provoke my ire, and do you truly think you can leave unscathed? The Ning Emperor could no longer contain himself. Staring wide-eyed at Ning Xinyao, he had initially thought she came due to matters concerning Qin Changyuan and perhaps hoped for a negotiation. But now it was clear that her ambitions extended to his very throne. How could the Ning Emperor tolerate this? Qin Changsheng, however, smirked, suddenly realizing how naive the Ning Emperor was at his age. Did he truly think that they had come here today with the intention of leaving unscathed? He did not hold back in his mockery. The Ning Emperor's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Yet he found himself unable to refute the accusation, as Qin Changsheng's words did hold some truth. Are you truly unafraid? To say we are not afraid would be an exaggeration. However, we have little to lose. Which makes us bolder, that I in this regard, you have already lost. Qin Changsheng shook his head with a smile that he and Ning Xinyao were concerned for their family, yet regardless of the outcome today, none could harm Qin Sha and the others. The Ning Emperor, on the other hand, was fixated on power and wealth, unable to bear even the slightest risk of loss. One was fearless while the other was fearful. Father, since I dared to invade the palace tonight, I have no intention of continuing the FA of peace between us. To be frank, the Qin family has never coveted your throne, and I myself do not desire it at the moment. If you wish to remain here, it is quite simple. Cease to trouble the Qin family. Ning Xinyao gazed intently at the Ning Emperor, that on her way here, she had initially intended to revolt outright. But recalling Qin Changsheng's words about having legitimate reasons made her hesitate. Qin Changsheng had assured her of his unwavering support, yet Ning Xinyao did not wish for him or the Qin family to be placed in a difficult position or to bear the brunt of blame because of her actions. Thus, she was willing to offer the Ning Emperor one last opportunity. I am both your sovereign and your father. On what grounds do you speak to me in such a manner? The Ning Emperor looked at Ning Xinyao. His eyes filled with defiance. Simply because I dare to gamble, and you do not. I am aware that you possess considerable skill, and with Wen Qingyan and Du as protectors, along with the palace guards. If it came to a fight to the death, I cannot guarantee that my husband and I could leave without a scratch. But after such a struggle, are you certain you could accept the cost? The Ning Emperor slowly clenched his fists, then released them, finally exhaling a heavy sigh. What do you intend to do? Release Qin Changyuan. And in the future, do not trouble the Qin family, that I can assure you that the Prince of Shishu harbors no ulterior motives towards you. That is impossible. The decree regarding Qin Changyuan's sentence has already been communicated to the entire capital. To now retract my orders would only invite ridicule. I am the son of heaven. My word is golden, and I cannot simply go back on it. The Ning Emperor shot a furious glare at Ning Xinyao. Indeed, a married daughter is like water that has been spilled, and now she was attempting to pressure him on behalf of her in-laws. Of course, rescuing Qin Changyuan was not entirely out of the question. If Qin Sha were to surrender the Tiger Talisman and relinquish command of the 300,000 troops of Shishu, I would allow him to retain his life on the execution platform. Father, you are thinking too much. However, there is no rush. I can grant you 3 days to consider. Once you have made your decision, there will naturally be a way for you to step down gracefully. So do not worry. 3 days hence will mark the day of execution for Qin Changyuan. Should Emperor Ning truly reconsider his stance by then, he could, under the guise of propriety, release Qin Changyuan, thereby enhancing his own reputation as a wise sovereign. However, if such a splendid opportunity is squandered by Emperor Ning, Ning Xinyao believes she cannot be faulted for her lack of civility. Father, I have always understood the origins of your apprehensions towards the Qin family. I assure you, if you grant my elder brother his freedom, the Qin family shall remain loyal to Dian, and I am willing to lead Her Highness the Princess away from the capital. As long as you do not impose hardships upon the Qin family, I shall willingly forsake my presence in the capital for the rest of my life. This transaction is certainly in your favor. In his previous life, Qin Chongqing had been compelled to flee the capital to join the sect of Xiandao, a transaction made with Emperor Ning to safeguard the Qin clan. Initially, upon his departure, Qin Chongqing felt humiliated. Yet in this new life, he had not anticipated he would address this matter with such initiative and composure. It was evident that Emperor Ning was indeed swayed. The alliance of Qin Chongqing and Ning Xinyao posed a far greater threat than that of Qin Changyuan alone. "Why should I place my trust in you?" came the retort. "Because you lack principles that in just a few terse words, the emperor's predicament was laid bare, almost breaking his composure. With 3 days remaining, should the Qin family feel cornered into desperation, one must contemplate who would ultimately suffer greater losses. That it grows late. I and the princess must take our leave to rest. Father, please take care of your health." Qin Chongqing understood that Emperor Ning might possess a streak of defiance. Should he be pressed too hard, it could very well lead to mutual destruction. Thus, it was prudent to afford him a moment to ponder and react. He was an astute individual, unlike Li De, who was notoriously inflexible and should be able to discern the optimal course of action. Though Emperor Ning did not respond, Qin Chongqing recognized the hesitation within him. Consequently, he refrained from further discussion and departed the palace with Ning Xinyao. Their journey home was marked by a profound silence, only broken when Ning Xinyao finally lifted her gaze to Qin Chang's, "That my husband, if father agrees to your request, will you truly take me away from the capital?" "Yes, I intend to seek mentorship at the Xiandao sect. What say you? Would you accompany me?" In his previous life, Qin Chongqing had posed a similar inquiry to Ning Xinyao, at a time when they were not yet wed. Back then, she had chosen the allure of power. Upon her rebirth, the moment Ning Xinyao beheld Qin Chongqing, she pondered whether a different choice might have led to a happier existence. Now, fate had granted her another opportunity for choice, and she was inclined to gamble on this outcome. Of course, I would willingly accompany my husband. Yet, my dear, will your parents not worry if you depart the capital in this manner?" Ning Xinyao inquired once more, raising her gaze to Qin Chongqing. The Wang residence of Shishu was not far ahead, its lanterns illuminating the path. Each light shone with its own brilliance, yet for Qin Chongqing, none compared to the one before him. He yearned for this light to endure, and thus sacrifices must be made. Life has always been thus. One must relinquish to gain. They will likely be concerned, but I believe they will understand. Qin Chongqing sighed, reminiscing about the moment of parting from his parents in his past life. That it was during a time when the Qin family was at its nadir, relentlessly besieged by factions led by the crown prince. Under the pretense of complying with the court, Emperor Ning had reassigned all the elite troops of Shishu to the borders. Consequently, the Qin family endured considerable hardships, with Qin Chongqing's elder brother, Qin Changnua, becoming a true invalid as a result. Coincidentally, during this tumultuous period, the newly established Tiandao sect sought to recruit Qin Chongqing. Recognizing his potential, that he approached Emperor Ning, proposing an agreement. He would never return to the capital in exchange for leniency towards the Qin family. However, despite his departure, Emperor Ning ultimately broke his promise, resuming his previous tactics within half a year. Just as Qin Chongqing prepared for revenge, Emperor Ning suffered a setback during his cultivation and was compelled to cede the throne to the crown prince. Following the crown prince's ascension, the Qin family found respite, and Qin Chongqing did not return. Let's not dwell on this. We should return home. This matter shall be discussed with my parents upon our arrival. Upon their return, Qin Sha and Chu Ning had already emerged from imprisonment. However, only Qin Sha was present. Chu Ning had likely retired for rest. Qin Chongqing gestured for Ning Xinyao to rest while he remained to converse with Qin Sha. The latter's countenance bore the weight of concern, likely stemming from the grim situation regarding Qin Changyuan in prison. "Where did you and the princess venture?" Chen Sha queried, having noticed the lateness of the hour as he organized their belongings. To the palace, where I may have engaged in actions of dubious consequence. Chen Sha remained calm upon hearing this, his expression steady as he prompted, "What transpired? Speak freely." He believed that, given the day's events, nothing could surpass the gravity of Chen Changyuan's situation. Yet, despite his readiness for any news, when Chen Chongqing recounted the events at the palace, Chen Sha could not help but slam his hand down on the table. "Preposterous, utterly reckless. You too seem to think your modest talents grant you the liberty to act without restraint. That palace is no place for your antics." However, as Chen Sha vented his frustrations, Chen Chongqing felt a sense of relief. Chen Sha's anger stemmed from concern for them rather than reproach for their presence at the palace. This indicated that, to some extent, Chen Sha was not wholly opposed to the decisions they had made. Nor did he blame them for the trouble. "Father, please do not be upset. Regardless of the palace's nature, the princess and I have returned unscathed. Now, I wish to discuss my proposal with you. What are your thoughts? Human nature is indeed peculiar." If Chen Chongqing now expressed a desire to spend years training at the Xiandao sect, Chen Sha would likely respond with acceptance, recognizing it as a rite of passage for his son. While he might feel a twinge of reluctance, he would not overly fret. Yet, when the same intention is framed differently, it appears as though Chen Chongqing is making a tremendous sacrifice for the sake of the Chen family. Plunging Chen Sha into a sea of guilt and self-reproach. "That I have heard of the name Tiandao Daoist, but how do you know he intends to establish the Tiandao sect?" Chen Chongqing realized he had overlooked this detail. "I have my ways of knowing, and rest assured, the information is credible. Since you are so resolute, my dissent matters little. However, the Emperor's stance remains pivotal. Should Emperor Ning refuse, the only way to appease him would be for the entire Chen family to relinquish their military power and distance themselves from the capital. He will consent." Chen Chongqing's gaze was unwavering. Regardless of future changes of heart, for the moment, he was certain Emperor Ning would acquiesce. After all, their audacious infiltration of the palace would surely have left a profound impression upon him. Under normal circumstances, such a stimulus would either drive one to madness or instill a sense of caution. Given that Chen Chongqing and Ning Xinyao had exited the palace unscathed, it signified that the likelihood of Emperor Ning succumbing to madness was minimal. It was advantageous that he could secure some time for the Chen family. "And what of the princess? Does she wish to accompany you to the Xiandao sect?" "She is willing. Let me contemplate this further. In 3 days, we shall focus on rescuing your elder brother first." Chen Sha sensed that Chen Chongqing had meticulously orchestrated the situation, seeking his input merely as a formality. His son had matured, developing his own perspectives, leaving Chen Sha somewhat at a loss for words. Moreover, Ning Xinyao had remained silent out of course. "The priority is your elder brother's situation." Chen Chongqing nodded, as his agreement with Emperor Ning hinged upon the condition that he would not hold the Chen family accountable this time and would spare Chen Changyuan. If by that time, Chen Changyuan could not be saved, then all bets were off. "Enough, enough. It grows late. You should rest as well. You have endured much these past few days." After the day's tumult, the clock had already passed midnight. If they delayed further, dawn would break. Indeed. "Father, please rest well." Chen Chongqing exchanged greetings with Ning Xinyao before retreating to his chamber. Ning Xinyao had already completed her evening ablutions, clad only in her night garments. Reclining on the bed in anticipation of Chen Chongqing's return. "Have you shared your decision with father? What is his stance?" "He suggested we postpone discussions until after your brother's matter is resolved." "Very well, but regardless of the outcome, I shall steadfastly support any decision you make, my husband." Ning Xinyao reiterated her unwavering resolve. Observing her determined demeanor, Chen Chongqing felt increasingly reassured. He believed that his ability to swiftly make decisions and his courage to leave the capital were largely influenced by Ning Xinyao. Yet, as is the nature of man, after the emotions of gratitude, one's thoughts inevitably turn to more intimate matters. "That in that case, there is a particular task I require your assistance with, my dear wife." Ning Xinyao seemed taken aback that Chen Chongqing was still contemplating matters of intimacy at such a time. With an innocent flutter of her eyelashes, she gazed at him and inquired, "Husband, what is it that you require my assistance with?" Of course, it was to first conceive a child. Chapter 52. A plea from thousands. 3 days swiftly passed. The night before the execution, the Chen family scarcely slept a wink. Their sleeplessness stemmed from 2 sources. the frantic efforts to shape public opinion, and the sheer anxiety that rendered them unable to rest. Thus, when they arrived at the market square early in the morning, they were visibly marked by deep, dark circles under their eyes, appearing utterly haggard. Yet, even in such a state, they were in better condition than Qin Changyuan. Stripped of his armor, he wore nothing but a tattered white undergarment, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. His unkempt beard and disheveled hair rendered him scarcely better than a street vagabond, despite the absence of torture during his confinement. It was clear that the Ning Emperor had not refrained from tormenting him in other ways. Likely deprived of food and sleep, he appeared alarmingly gaunt, a far cry from the once arrogant young general he had been just days prior. In the brief span of time, it seemed as though everything had changed, save for the unwavering strength of his spine and the resolute glimmer in his eyes, upon witnessing Chen Changyuan's condition. Chen Changshen could not help but clench his fists, seething with the desire to rush forward and deliver a sound thrashing to the Ning Emperor to alleviate the rage swelling within him. Meanwhile, the Ning Emperor sat upon the execution platform, maintaining a cold demeanor. Yet his complexion appeared relatively stable, suggesting that the previous night's escapade involving Qin Changsheng and Ning Xinyao had not greatly impacted him. Two formidable figures, when Qin Yin and another master, stood behind the Ning Emperor, their intentions unclear. He gestured to Feng Wei, who nodded and promptly departed. Before long, whispers began to circulate among the populace how spirited and ambitious the young lord once was. A general of remarkable vigor. How could a mere few days of imprisonment reduce him to such a wretched state? What do you expect? It's the Ministry of Justice's prison. Who can endure such conditions? It truly is a pity. The young lord achieved so much at the tender age of 15 alongside the king of Shishu, earning the title of God of War, yet now he faces such treatment. Though he erred, is this punishment truly warranted? Does His Majesty truly intend to inflict torture upon the young lord? How barbaric! Indeed, while the young lord may have accidentally taken a life, I hear that the deceased was the son of the Minister of War, who was no stranger to wrongdoing. One might argue that this was a service to the people rather than a crime. His Majesty is indeed being unjust this time, that I wonder if we all kneel together to plead for leniency. If he might reconsider, perhaps we should give it a try. Yes, let us attempt it, that if we succeed, it will be splendid. If not, the law does not punish the masses, and surely His Majesty would not take action against us. Their animated discussions were overwhelmingly in favor of Qin Changyuan. Aside from a few whom Qin Changsheng had strategically placed to incite sentiment, most spoke from the heart. The effect was gratifying to Qin Changsheng. And as the clamoring grew more fervent, it was evident that the Ning Emperor was also listening. His face darkened with anger upon hearing the commotion, and he shot a fierce glare at Li De, yet remained silent, continuing to feign indifference while awaiting the appointed hour for execution, hoping to witness Qin Changyuan perish under the blows. Yet how could the common folk stand idle and witness such a tragedy unfold? As Qin Changyuan was bound to the execution frame, someone suddenly knelt, calling out, "We beseech your Majesty to show mercy, to lessen the young lord's punishment and grant him a chance at life." The Ning Emperor assumed the populace was merely posturing, but to his astonishment, individuals continued to kneel, echoing the same plea. The royal family of Shishu commanded considerable respect among the people, and with the Ning Emperor's recent provocations, nearly the entire capital had gathered to witness the event, many unable to even see the execution platform due to the throngs. Those in the back, initially unsure of the discussions taking place, followed suit in kneeling as they observed the multitude before them. Thus, when the Ning Emperor looked up, he beheld a sea of kneeling citizens imploring for mercy, but he instinctively clutched his chest, the scene spiraling out of his control. Among the few still standing were the Qin family and Ning Xinyao. Even the executioner, whip in hand, hesitated at the sight, glancing back at the Ning Emperor, awaiting new orders. The Ning Emperor was so enraged he could scarcely breathe. Rising, he pointed at Qin Changyuan, prepared to obstinately command the execution. Yet upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Qin Changsheng felt it was time to act, that he stepped forward and called out, addressing the Ning Emperor, "Your Majesty, I, along with these citizens, dare to plead for my brother. If your Majesty cannot lessen his punishment, I implore you to grant him a swift end, to spare him further suffering." Qin Changsheng's final words, appearing to retreat for the sake of advance, laid bare the Ning Emperor's malicious intent. For ordinary transgressions, one might face death as recompense. The guillotine would deliver a swift end. Yet how was it that Qin Changyuan, a general of immense merit, faced such torment for an accidental death? This punishment, even if he survived, would render him a shell of his former self. The citizens, still kneeling, began to murmur once more. Initially, they had sought to plead for Qin Changyuan. Yet now most were discussing the Ning Emperor, that he found himself at a loss, realizing that Qin Changxing had indeed departed so readily, claiming to need 3 days to deliberate. He had assumed that once the 3 days elapsed, execution would proceed without further contemplation. Since arriving, he had awaited Qin Changxing's overture, only to be met with silence. The Ning Emperor, now grasping that the Qin family, despite their high standing, had orchestrated this scene, felt a surge of frustration for having received no prior warnings. Had he been aware, he would have ensured that the execution was postponed, preventing the populace from staging such a spectacle. Your Majesty, I implore you to spare my brother. Qin Changxing's voice rang out again, and the kneeling citizens unified in their cries. We beseech your Majesty to spare the young lord. The clamorous pleas of thousands resonated with overwhelming force, echoing in the Ning Emperor's ears with an almost deafening intensity. The Lida, sensing the precariousness of the situation, realized that it was no longer feasible to proceed with the execution. To do so would incite public outrage, the repercussions of which could be dire. He gently tugged at the Ning Emperor's sleeve and whispered, Your Majesty, perhaps it is best to relent. Chapter 53. A turn of events. The Ning Emperor remained silent, clearly unwilling to acquiesce to the demands for Qin Changyuan's release. He appeared to be waiting, hoping that with a bit more time, Qin Changxing would lose patience and draw his sword, inciting rebellion. In such an event, the hundreds of archers concealed nearby would swiftly deal with the Qin family, rendering them as mere traitors, regardless of the public's discontent. Yet, regrettably for the Ning Emperor, Qin Changxing possessed considerable patience. Following his utterance, he remained silent as long as the Ning Emperor refrained from responding, creating a stalemate. Just then, hurried footsteps approached, followed by a booming voice proclaiming, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, what is it? The Ning Emperor frowned in inquiry. Your Majesty, I bear urgent military dispatches for your attention. Bring it forth. The Ning Emperor commanded, his tension slightly alleviated. However, upon reviewing the contents of the confidential report, his expression soured dramatically, more so than when the citizens had knelt in unison to plead for Qin Changyuan. Had it not been for the trusted messenger, he might have suspected that the dispatch was a fabrication by the Qin family to secure Qin Changyuan's release. Nevertheless, despite his doubts, the Ning Emperor dared not gamble. Observing the shift in the Ning Emperor's demeanor, Qin Changxing grew curious. Did this report contain information of significance? What could it possibly reveal? Yet, the most infuriating aspect was the necessity of maintaining an air of composure. The citizens remained kneeling, unwavering in their stance. The Ning Emperor reassured himself, contemplating whether it was wise to seize this opportunity to retreat. Even if Qin Changxing were to endure today, he would feel humiliated should he later need to appeal to the Qin family for favor. At that moment, Lida also discerned the Ning Emperor's peculiar behavior. Leaning closer, he surreptitiously glanced at the contents of the report. Breaking into a cold sweat, he swiftly made a decision on behalf of the Ning Emperor. Without hesitation, he knelt and addressed the Emperor. Your Majesty, I believe the citizens speak wisely. Matters at the border are of utmost urgency. Perhaps it would be best to spare the young lord this time. Qin Changxing finally comprehended the reason behind Ning Di's ashen visage. Upon perusing the confidential report, it was revealed that hostilities had once again erupted at the frontier. However, the precise location of this strife remained a mystery. Could it be the Wager tribe in the northwest? That area had always been rather tumultuous, yet the Western Shu army had long stationed there, keeping it in check. Might it be that this time, upon witnessing a change in the command at the border, they felt emboldened to act? Well, let us set this matter aside for the moment and revisit it later. At such a juncture, most individuals would hastily express their gratitude and withdraw while the situation was still favorable. Yet, due to his distrust of Ning Di, Qin Changxing remained unmoved, continuing to stand there and imploring Ning Di. The suffering within the prison is immense. The prolonged indecision is also a torment for my elder brother. Rather than prolonging this agony, it would be more merciful for your Majesty to grant him a swift resolution. I beseech your Majesty to make a decisive judgment. observing the demeanor of Ning Di and Li De. Qin Changxing was convinced that Ning Di dared not execute Qin Changyuan immediately. Thus, he ceased to plead for mercy and directly demanded the execution of Qin Changyuan. Should Ning Di be unwilling, he would have no choice but to release Qin Changyuan at this moment. It seemed that Qin Changyuan had also grasped Qin Changxing's intentions, that he feigned contrition and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, I am acutely aware of my grave sins and do not merit the pleas of others. To spare your Majesty any distress, I am willing to take my own life." Ning Di trembled with fury as he stood above, believing that his prior suggestion to defer the matter had been a concession to the Chun brothers, expecting them to take the opportunity to retreat gracefully. Instead, he found them utterly ungrateful. Had he acquiesced to their demands earlier, he might have executed Qin Changyuan without hesitation. However, the situation was different now. The Wager tribe from the northwest had made incursions. Though Qin Changshu was currently stationed there, preventing any major issues, the Western Shu army, having fought alongside Qin Changyuan, would likely react negatively should news of his execution reach the frontier. Ning Di feared that they might either become despondent in battle or even rebel outright, leading to a dire predicament for the Yin dynasty. Though Ning Di was occasionally blinded by jealousy and sought to target the Qin family, he was still capable of discerning the critical priorities in times of crisis. His initial intention was to confine Qin Changyuan in prison to placate the soldiers at the northwest frontier. Once the turmoil with the Wager was quelled, he would find an opportunity to redeploy the defenses and subsequently deal with Qin Changyuan. However, he never anticipated that Qin Changxing and his brother would be so unyielding. At this juncture, Ning Di realized that retreating was no longer an option, yet admitting defeat was far too humiliating for him. "Elida, you shall decide this matter." With a fierce glare directed at Qin Changxing and Qin Changyuan, he entrusted the situation to Li De and swept away in indignation. Elida understood the implications of Ning Di's stance and let out a disappointed sigh. "Your Highness, given that so many have interceded on your behalf, and considering your past military achievements, I shall absolve you of physical punishment today. However, the matter concerning Minister Huang presents a dilemma. Since we cannot act against Qin Changyuan, how might we alleviate Huang Cheng's grievances?" Fortunately, Huang Cheng was present. "Minister Huang, what compensation do you seek?" Huang Xing was Huang Cheng's legitimate son, yet he had numerous wives and several less favored illegitimate sons. The death of Huang Xing did not cause Huang Cheng the profound sorrow he outwardly displayed. In fact, in some respects, he might even feel a sense of relief at the demise of this troublesome and reckless heir. Nevertheless, when queried by Li De, he could not afford to appear indifferent. Moreover, having risen to the position of Minister of War, Huang Cheng was not a fool. Returning to the Chancellor, "The deceased is beyond recovery. No compensation can restore my son's life. However, I am also aware that even if His Highness were to pay with his life, it would not bring my son back. Therefore, I do not seek any recompense. Merely that your Majesty and the Chancellor be spared any inconvenience." That Elida's words portrayed him as exceptionally reasonable, especially in stark contrast to the Qin brothers, highlighting his profound sense of righteousness. Nonetheless, Qin Changxing remained unconcerned. As long as Qin Changyuan was safe, his reputation mattered little. Even if Huang Cheng were to gain some notoriety, what of it? After all, he had genuinely lost a son. "Very well. I shall handle this matter on behalf of His Majesty." That in the end, under Li Da's decree, Qin Changyuan received 50 lashes and was subsequently released, with the stipulation that he would serve 3 months of labor in the mines once he healed. Additionally, the Qin family was required to compensate the Minister of War with 10,000 taels of silver. Following this, Ning Di, in a private capacity, bestowed some rewards upon Huang Xing, thereby bringing a temporary conclusion to the matter. Chapter 54. No need for sacrifice after receiving his punishment. Qin Changyuan was carried home by his family members, while the onlookers dispersed contentedly. For them, the day had culminated in a joyous resolution. Qin Changyuan had endured physical suffering yet escaped death, while Huang Cheng had lost an ineffectual son but gained a substantial compensation, and the Western Shu royal house now owed him a favor. Thus, they had witnessed a spectacle, and with this, the capital was rid of one tyrannical ruffian. The only true victim in this entire affair might have been Ning Di. Yet who would care? Compared to the earlier punishment, 50 lashes were considerably more bearable, though certainly not pleasant. The individual tasked with executing the punishment was one of Ning Di's trusted subordinates, who showed no mercy. After this ordeal, Qin Changyuan had certainly suffered greatly. Although he was not on the brink of death, his spirit was undeniably diminished. Fortunately, the Chun family possessed numerous precious medicinal remedies specifically for treating such external injuries. Having frequently dealt with minor wounds from battlefield engagements and training, Qin Changsheng, after his previous beating, had merely needed some ointment and had recovered within a few days without any significant issues. Qin Changyuan had also received 50 lashes, which were not substantially worse than what Qin Changsheng had endured. Qin Sha urged Qin Changyuan to rest, while he took Qin Changsheng aside to discuss matters. The recent developments at the execution ground were evident to anyone with sense. The true reason behind Ning Di's change of heart was not Qin Changsheng or the beseeching commoners, but rather that unexpected confidential report that had arrived. The report, sealed with wax, had originated from the frontier. Qin Sha, loving his family, was equally concerned for the safety of the yin, thus he was keenly aware of the situation at the frontier, especially with Qin Changshu stationed there. What exactly transpired at the border? Could it be a serious issue? Qin Sha inquired, gazing at Qin Changsheng. Qin Changsheng had already contemplated this matter and answered without hesitation. Seeing how furious the emperor was yet refrained from taking immediate action against my elder brother. It must be related to the area where our second brother is stationed in the northwest. However, his anger, devoid of panic, suggests that while there may have been an incident, it is likely not grave. And our second brother should be able to manage in any case. Even the fastest of his spies cannot surpass ours. Let us wait, and within an hour, news will surely arrive. Qin Sha nodded upon hearing this. If something had indeed occurred on Qin Changshu's end, and the message took longer to return than it did for Ning Di to react, it could only mean that the issue was not severe enough for urgent communication. Remaining within Qin Changshu's capacity to resolve that as expected within half an hour, Qin Changshu's confidential report reached the Qin family, containing only 8 words. Wager incursions. All is well that it appeared to be a mere formality. A notification for Qin Sha to inform him of recent developments at the frontier. Upon reading this, Qin Sha exhaled in relief. The Wager region was somewhat unique. This tribe had been established for centuries. Known for their valor and martial prowess, engaging in skirmishes not only with the Yin, but also with neighboring states. Despite the frequent conflicts, this relatively small area remained resource-rich and resilient. Fortunately, the Western Shu army, under the Chun family's command, was stationed there. Small skirmishes and clashes occurred no fewer than 3 to 5 times a year. The Wager tribe could not gain the upper hand, and casualties were minimal, causing few to regard them with seriousness. Were it not for the complex terrain making expeditions difficult, Qin Changyuan would have previously considered launching an offensive. Father, let us prepare. The emperor should summon us shortly. Initially, when Qin Changsheng proposed a transaction to Ning Di, the emperor might have hesitated about Qin Changyuan's life. However, now that the matter concerning Qin Changyuan had passed, if Ning Di were to dismiss Qin Changsheng from the capital, it would indeed be a considerable loss. Qin Sha seemed to arrive at this conclusion as well that he sighed and patted Qin Changsheng's shoulder, saying, "Previously, it was for your elder brother, perhaps an act of desperation. However, now we possess a bargaining chip, that if you are unwilling, there is no need for you to sacrifice yourself. What you confided to me earlier has yet to be disclosed to your mother. Should you have a change of heart, we shall consider it as if nothing transpired, that a bear is fierce on its own, while a general is fierce with his troops, if it were not for the concern that the 300,000 troops of Shishu might fall into unreliable hands, leading to dire consequences. Qin Sha would not have such lingering attachments to the power of the capital. Resigning from his official position and retreating from nobility, he could lead a comfortable life with his family by cultivating a few acres of fertile land and engaging in small trade. Unfortunately, Emperor Ning is unable to comprehend his struggles that he speaks to Emperor Ning, yet the latter may not truly believe him. Rest assured, Father, I have my own plans. There is no need for you to worry about me." Qin Changsheng smiled faintly. Although Qin Sha's words were quite persuasive, he remained resolute in his decision for the time being. "Very well, you should rest for a while. You hardly rested last night, and if the Emperor truly summons you for an attack later, it will undoubtedly require considerable effort. Given that there is still time, it would be wise to recuperate and gather your strength." Qin Sha did not overly interfere with Qin Changsheng's thoughts. He patted his shoulder, encouraging him to take a break first. After all, after a night of unrest, even if Qin Changsheng could endure, he himself was feeling somewhat fatigued. Chun Chongqing nodded, and the two of them went their separate ways to rest. However, within the palace, Emperor Ning was in a far less pleasant mood. The imperial study had been in disarray once again. To be honest, he had not rested well the previous night, primarily due to excitement. The mere thought of soon resolving the significant blow that Chen Changyuan had dealt to the Chun family filled him with exhilaration, but of course, this excitement was tinged with anxiety, fearing the harsh words Chun Chongqing had spoken that day. Yet, what had transpired on this day? The Wager tribe, arriving neither too early nor too late, chose this very moment to cause disturbances. Emperor Ning even suspected that after so many years of friction with the Shishu army, the Wager tribe had become an ally they had summoned. This infuriates me. No, I cannot allow the Chun family to profit so easily from this. Someone summon Chen Chongqing for an attack. I have already spared Chen Changyuan. Now it is time for him to fulfill his promise and leave the capital. Emperor Ning thought that given the situation, he must at least drive away Chen Chongqing and Ning Xinyao. Otherwise, he would truly be at a loss. Your Majesty, shall this old minister take his leave first? Li De, who was also in the imperial study, had spent quite some time trying to console Emperor Ning, seemingly to no avail. Upon hearing that Emperor Ning wished to see Chen Chongqing and Ning Xinyao, he decided it best to leave rather than greet them. Emperor Ning nodded, realizing that Li De could no longer be of assistance, and instructed him to return. As the clock struck midnight, Chen Chongqing and Ning Xinyao were summoned to the palace, nearly at the same hour as 3 days prior. Emperor Ning had barely managed to calm his emotions and awaited their arrival in the imperial study. He had initially believed he was thoroughly prepared, yet upon seeing the two, the feeling of being incensed resurfaced within him that he realized that the two appeared even more detestable than he had imagined. Chen Chongqing, do you still remember what you said to me a few days ago? That if I spared Chen Changyuan, you would be willing to forever leave the capital. Indeed, I did say that. At this moment, Chen Chongqing no longer referred to himself as a son, appearing ready to sever ties with Emperor Ning completely. That I did propose such a deal, yet your Majesty did not refuse at that time. Moreover, even if you spared my elder brother today, it is unlikely to be for the sake of our agreement. There must be other reasons. You are merely concerned about the Wager's impending invasion. Treating my elder brother so in the capital is not conducive to unity at the border. Having been exposed, Emperor Ning surprisingly did not become angry. Instead, he sighed, sometimes being too clever is not necessarily a good thing. Chen Chongqing thought to himself that Emperor Ning was truly shameless, that he was clearly at a loss. Yet now he was blaming Chen Chongqing for being too astute, which was utterly ridiculous. Your Majesty, let me be frank. Although you initially had no intention of making a deal with me today, the fact that you ultimately spared my elder brother was due to other matters. However, I am not a man of untrustworthiness. As long as you promise not to target my Shishu Wangfu and the entire Shishu army in the future, I am still willing to uphold my end of the bargain. Chen Chongqing believed that Emperor Ning should feel fortunate. Regardless of the nefarious thoughts he harbored, at least Chen Chongqing had come with genuine intentions to negotiate a deal. Otherwise, he would have been forced to make Emperor Ning suffer considerably for earlier remarks. It was evident that Emperor Ning was left with no other options. To rid himself of Chen Chongqing, he could only agree to this transaction. Your request is acceptable. However, I have a demand of my own. Chen Chongqing raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised that even at this juncture, Emperor Ning still sought to negotiate, but he let out a cold laugh, intrigued, and asked, "What is your demand, Your Majesty? Feel free to speak candidly. I want you to swear an oath. With your primordial spirit, pledge that in this lifetime, you shall not set foot in the capital." Chen Chongqing's expression darkened as he gazed at Emperor Ning, feeling that the latter was indeed pushing his luck, evidently taking his previous kindness for granted. Even Ning Xinyao could not help but step forward to defend Chen Chongqing. Chen Chongqing held Ning Xinyao back, addressing Emperor Ning, "And what if I refuse?" Upon hearing Chen Chongqing's response, Emperor Ning surprisingly did not become angry. Instead, he mirrored Chen Chongqing's demeanor, stating coolly, "If you refuse, it would imply that you were insincere from the beginning. I will not force you. I will simply have you executed for treason against the Emperor, and the entire Chen family shall pay the price for your betrayal. The crime of treason could be punishable by extermination of 9 generations." However, Chen Chongqing did not believe that Emperor Ning would dare to label him with such a charge. After all, when it came time to explain why he had committed treason, Emperor Ning would likely feel embarrassed to divulge the details. The crime of treason was a grave matter. The Qin family was not a group that could be easily oppressed. Such a serious accusation could not simply be resolved with a few words. Your Majesty, why would I betray the Emperor? Do you truly dare to reveal the reasons to the world? Naturally, Emperor Ning did not dare. Qin Chongqing's words left him blushing with embarrassment, just as he was about to argue. Qin Chongqing interjected, Rest assured, Your Majesty, I did not come here merely to engage in verbal sparring. I genuinely wish to resolve this issue. How shall it be resolved? I can comply with Your Majesty's request. I can swear an oath right now. Emperor Ning raised an eyebrow, while Ning Xinyao grew anxious. Husband, there is no need for this, that we have many options. She pulled Qin Chongqing, urging him not to act impulsively. However, Qin Chongqing merely smiled, then grasped Ning Xinyao's hand. Then, my dear, do not worry. I will not suffer losses that I in truth. Qin Chongqing was well aware that his decision to negotiate with Emperor Ning at this moment was not solely to protect the Qin family. As Ning Xinyao had mentioned, there were many ways to safeguard the Qin family. There was no need to leave their homeland, but he had another purpose. He genuinely wished to join Tiandao Gate to learn its arts. Once he became a disciple under the master of Tianji, he would encounter even more extraordinary experiences that would benefit him throughout his life. Therefore, since he had determined to join Tiandao Gate, why not take this opportunity to leverage Emperor Ning? Although swearing an oath seemed passive, the true outcome of who would suffer losses remained uncertain. Your Majesty, if I leave the capital within 10 days, can you assure me that you will not target the Qin family? If you lack personnel, I shall swear. Qin Chongqing turned once more to Emperor Ning, seeking final confirmation. Yet upon hearing this, Emperor Ning furrowed his brow. 10 days? That long? Emperor Ning was eager for Qin Chongqing to leave with Ning Xinyao that very night. Qin Chongqing noticed the urgency in Emperor Ning's eyes, chuckling softly, and replied, Of course, you must allow me some time to make arrangements and bid farewell to my family. You see, my elder brother has sustained serious injuries, and I have yet to see him out of danger. How can I leave with peace of mind? A common person could face life-threatening risks after receiving 50 strikes. Yet, Qin Changyuan would certainly not. With the miraculous elixirs in the Shishu Wangfu, by nightfall, Qin Changyuan would be able to walk with assistance, and within 3 days he would be lively and well. However, Emperor Ning merely speculated that Qin Changyuan was not as gravely injured as Qin Chongqing claimed. But he did not anticipate Qin Changyuan's swift recovery. Of course, this did not hinder Emperor Ning from negotiating with Qin Chongqing. No, 5 days, 7 days. Very well, I have another condition. Ning must accompany you. If you do not return, she too shall not set foot in the capital. At this moment, Emperor Ning had not yet realized that the true threat to his reign would come from Ning Xinyao in the future. He was merely displeased with his daughter for straying from the path and wished to drive her away. Agreed. Qin Chongqing swore with his primordial spirit that he would leave the capital in 7 days. And as long as Emperor Ning did not unjustly target the Shishu Wangfu in the future, he would never set foot in the capital again. Should he violate this oath, his primordial spirit would shatter. Wait, if your Shishu Wangfu commits any offenses, I will punish your family according to the LAW in such a case. If you return to the capital, your primordial spirit shall also shatter. Chapter 56. A vow together upon hearing Qin Chongqing's oath. Emperor Ning couldn't shake the feeling that he was being manipulated, prompting him to add another remark. Qin Chongqing nodded in response, assuring, Your Majesty, rest assured, the Qin family of the Western Shu Prince's residence consists entirely of loyal and valiant individuals. And we would never conspire against the throne. Indeed, the Qin family will not rebel, but Ning Xinyao is of your Ning family, and that is of no concern to me. Moreover, assisting her in ascending to power essentially aids your family in seizing the throne, which cannot be deemed a rebellion. Qin Chongqing calculated inwardly, the absurdity of the situation nearly bringing him to laughter. It must be said that Emperor Ning was truly naive, despite his extensive calculations. He likely never imagined the unforeseen circumstances that could arise, especially regarding Ning Xinyao. Very well, repeat that last sentence, incorporating the addition. Emperor Ning insisted, still uneasy. With a clear conscience, Qin Chongqing complied with the emperor's request and reiterated his oath. It is worth noting that swearing by one's primordial spirit is no trivial matter. It is the most solemn vow in this world, irrevocable once established, and any breach would invoke immediate divine retribution. Chen Chongqing's willingness to declare such an oath before Emperor Ning provided a measure of reassurance to the emperor. Naturally, he would not let the Qin family off the hook either. After all, he had already entangled himself with them for so long and could endure a little longer, planning to be more discreet in the future to avoid giving Chen Chongqing any leverage. Yet even with this, Emperor Ning remained unsatisfied and turned his gaze to Ning Xinyao, suggesting Chongning should swear an oath as well. After all, you are husband and wife. Isn't it customary for a bride to follow her husband? To be honest, Ning Xinyao was seething internally. Had it not been for Chen Chongqing's intervention, she would have lost her composure when Emperor Ning mentioned swearing by one's primordial spirit. Now, the emperor was still not content, and had turned his focus to her. "My dear, come now," Chen Chongqing urged, patting Ning Xinyao's shoulder to signal her to remain calm. For Chen Chongqing's sake, Ning Xinyao managed to suppress her anger and, following his example, swore her own oath. "Today, Ning Xinyao swears by my primordial spirit that in 7 days I shall follow my husband, Chen Chongqing, out of the capital. Should he never set foot in the capital again, I too shall never return. If I breach this vow, my primordial spirit shall shatter." Upon hearing Ning Xinyao's oath, Emperor Ning finally appeared satisfied. Today, at last, there was something that went according to his wishes, and he felt an overwhelming desire to sing in delight. His joy practically written across his face. Chen Chongqing merely smiled in reply, choosing to say nothing further. "Very well, now I am at ease. When you and Chongning depart the capital, do ensure to inform me, so that I may see you off properly." Emperor Ning's intentions, however, were far from genuine, that he merely wished to witness Chen Chongqing and Ning Xinyao leave the capital, never to return. Chen Chongqing understood the emperor's underlying message and replied with a hint of sarcasm. "It is merely a journey, your majesty, that of course. We shall inform you before our departure, but you need not trouble yourself with sending someone to see us off. The night is deep. I shall not disturb your majesty further." With that, Chen Chongqing took Ning Xinyao by the hand and exited the palace. Emperor Ning did not pursue any further grievances and watched them leave. Once they boarded their carriage, Ning Xinyao sighed and turned to Chen Chongqing, saying, "My husband, why did you have to swear such a binding oath? You know well what kind of person my father is. You are bound by this oath, yet he can break it at any moment." Chen Chongqing chuckled softly, reassuring her, "Do not worry, my dear. The effectiveness of this vow ultimately depends on whether the emperor has any integrity. When I made my vow, I clearly stated that my return hinges upon his non-hostility towards the Chen family. Should he breach this and target us, the vow would automatically dissolve, allowing me to return at will." Seeing Chen Chongqing's confidence, Ning Xinyao finally felt at ease. "Very well, I trust my husband. Wherever you go, I shall follow, unbound by any oaths that my dear. You are truly wonderful," Chen Chongqing exclaimed, deeply moved. Looking at Ning Xinyao, he felt that regardless of whether she would usurp power in the future or become a tyrant or benevolent ruler, it mattered little, for in Chen Chongqing's heart, Ning Xinyao was already the best wife in the world. "That it is because my husband and his family treat me so well that I wish to reciprocate with the same sincerity." Ning Xinyao smiled, fully aware that marrying Chen Chongqing would bring significant changes to her life, even leading her to forsake the riches and glory of her past. Yet at this moment, she felt no regret, for she believed that the affection and care bestowed upon her by the Chen family far outweighed any material wealth. Chen Chongqing's heart warmed at her words, and he embraced Ning Xinyao tightly, wishing they were not in public, as he longed to shower her with affection. Upon returning to the Wang residence, most of the household had already retired for the night. Only Chen Sha was still waiting under the lamp for Chen Chongqing. He was the only one in the Chen family, aside from Chen Chongqing and Ning Xinyao, who understood why the emperor had summoned them so late. The complexity of emotions brewed within him as he contemplated the impending clash between family and nation. Realizing that he would have to sacrifice his own son, for the first time in many years, Chen Sha felt utterly powerless, unable to protect his family. However, Chen Chongqing and Ning Xinyao appeared to be in good spirits. And upon seeing Chen Sha, Chen Chongqing greeted him with a smile. Chen Sha, unable to muster the same enthusiasm, sighed wearily and asked, "Have you confirmed your departure?" Chen Chongqing nodded. "Yes, in 7 days." Chen Sha's reluctance only deepened. "Rest assured, I am not leaving for any reason of coercion. I am going willingly, and I intend to seek some benefits for the Chen family while I am at it. Father, you truly need not worry about me." However, no matter what Chen Chongqing said, Chen Sha felt that his son's cheerful demeanor was merely a facade to comfort himself, and he struggled to feel happy about it. He waved his hand dismissively. "I understand. Tomorrow morning, I will inform your mother of this matter, that in the coming days, you and the princess should prepare accordingly." "Understood," Chen Chongqing replied, about to turn away when something seemed to come to mind. "Father, when you tell mother and my brother about this, please say that it was my desire to accompany my wife to Tiandao Men for training. There is no need to mention the emperor's agreement. I fear it may upset them. After all, I truly do not feel wronged." "Very well. I understand. I shall exercise discretion and will not let anything slip." Chen Sha sighed, fully aware of Chen Chongqing's intentions and agreeing with his proposal, for he could empathize with the sentiment. "Thank you, Father. Please rest early." Chapter 57. Departing the capital soon, the entire Chen family learned of Chen Chongqing's impending departure, perhaps due to the concealment of certain truths. Chu Ning and the others did not seem overly distressed, though some reluctance remained. The group escorted Li Zheng to the city gates, and as they watched Chen Chongqing board the carriage, Chu Ning's eyes brimmed with tears. "My son, take good care of yourself and the princess while you are away. Write to us often." "Rest assured, mother, we will take care of ourselves," Chen Chongqing replied, waving goodbye to his family before boarding the carriage and driving off. The members of the Chen family continued to watch until the carriage vanished from sight before turning away. Emperor Ning had also arrived, though he merely stood atop the city wall, choosing not to reveal himself. This was at Chen Chongqing's request, as he understood that given the relationship between Emperor Ning and the Chen family, if the emperor were to appear, both Chu Ning and Chen Changyuan would inevitably grow suspicious. He had threatened the emperor that if he dared to appear and be discovered, he would not leave, and the vow would be considered broken. Emperor Ning could not afford to gamble on such matters and was unwilling to risk any unforeseen consequences over something so trivial. However, having finally succeeded in driving Chen Chongqing out of the capital, how could he bear not witnessing it firsthand? Thus, he chose to remain concealed while observing as Chen Chongqing's carriage disappeared from view. Feeling a profound sense of relief wash over him that in 4 words, one could describe his mood. Invigorated and refreshed, at last, Chen Chongqing has left the capital. I am most pleased, in light of his departure. I shall refrain from causing any trouble for them in the meantime. You two find some skilled masters for me, that I want true experts, not those who merely have a name, but are utterly ineffectual. The underlying implications in the emperor's final statement left when Qingyan blushing. Understood, Your Majesty, we shall do our utmost in truth. These two were already considered quite formidable within the great Yin, constantly guarding Emperor Ning, who seldom ventured out of the palace. Few posed a threat to him. Yet for Emperor Ning, this was far from sufficient. He desired not merely to be confined to the palace, but also to see the downfall of the Chen family. Hence, these two were still inadequate in his eyes. Very well. Return to the palace on the other side. Chen Chongqing drove the horse-drawn carriage himself, while Ning Xinyao sat alone inside. She quietly lifted the curtain to gaze outside. The scenery along the roadside was hardly picturesque, yet to Ning Xinyao, it felt refreshingly novel that in her previous life, even such landscapes had seemed new to her. Before the coup, there was no need to mention her struggles. She had endured every hardship and grievance just to survive. After usurping the throne, although she appeared imposing, in reality, she was merely trapped within the confines of the imperial city, especially in the beginning. As Chen Chongqing had said, the throne felt rather illegitimate in her hands, making it uncomfortable and restless, resulting in sleepless nights. Ning Xinyao reminded herself that those days were behind her. Now, she was the freest of birds, able to go wherever she wished. "Husband, how far are we from Tiandao Mountain?" After a while, feeling somewhat bored, Ning Xinyao left the carriage and joined Chen Chongqing outside at our current pace. It should take about 5 days. "That's quite a distance," Ning Xinyao exclaimed, having never traveled so far before. "Well, we're not in a hurry. I plan to take our time, enjoying the journey, which might extend our travel a bit. What do you think?" "Wow, that sounds wonderful. Thank you, husband." Ning Xinyao's face instantly lit up with joy at the prospect of stopping to play along the way. She had secretly harbored this thought, but had hesitated to voice it. Chen Chongqing had always intended to go to Tiandao Gate, and Ning Xinyao, unsure of the urgency of the matter, had felt reluctant to impose on his time. Now that Chen Chongqing had brought it up, Ning Xinyao was naturally overjoyed. After a while, once they entered a nearby city, Chen Chongqing indeed did not continue on, but instead found an inn to stop at. "Come, let me take you to have something to eat. We'll stay here for the night and play for a couple of days. From now on, whenever we reach a new place, we'll stop and enjoy for a couple of days, and if we find a place we like, we can stay even longer. After all, I have ample funds for this journey." Ning Xinyao's eyes sparkled with excitement at first, but then she voiced her concern. "It's great, but will this really not delay your important matters? What if we arrive too late and the Taoist of Heavenly Secrets has already gathered enough disciples and no longer wishes to accept you? Do not worry. That will not happen. The Tiandao Gate has only just been established, and there aren't many seeking to become disciples. That it is impossible for them to fill the ranks so quickly. Moreover, even if they were full, as long as Chen Chongqing goes, the Taoist of Heavenly Secrets will surely make an exception for him." Chen Chongqing was not an ordinary person. He had a profound understanding of the Taoist of Heavenly Secrets in his previous life, when the old man wished to take Chen Chongqing as his disciple. Chen initially did not agree to exaggerate a bit. One could say that the Taoist of Heavenly Secrets pursued Chen Chongqing, recognizing his extraordinary talent. Chen Chongqing himself did not particularly covet the title of the so-called eldest disciple of the Tiandao Gate. Furthermore, even if he were to decline, he was not desperate to join this sect. Worst case, the two of us could wander the world together, which would also be delightful. Having said this, Chen Chongqing had already parked the carriage and took Ning Xinyao's hand, leading her into the inn. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Would you like to dine or stay overnight? Please prepare a fine room for us and select the most exquisite dishes you offer. 3 dishes and a soup, including both meat and vegetables." Chen Chongqing tossed his bundle to the approaching inn attendant, and after giving his instructions, did not wait for further arrangements, instead guiding Ning Xinyao to a table by the window. The attendant, noticing their luxurious attire and remarkable demeanor, even without recognizing their true identities, speculated that they must be the son and daughter of a wealthy family, thus treating them with extra warmth. He promptly placed Chen Chongqing's luggage at the counter, and, while pouring tea for the two, quickly listed several dish names. After receiving their nods, he hurried to the kitchen to place the order. Later taking the luggage to their room, this is what life beyond the capital is like, bustling with vibrancy. It was likely mealtime, as many patrons filled the inn, and the street outside was teeming with people, rivaling the capital in liveliness. That, of course, being relatively close to the capital contributed to its bustle, and given these years of peace and prosperity, one could honestly say that most regions within Dian were quite affluent. Chapter 58. Sun Hongling. No matter how much Chen Chongqing disliked Emperor Ning, he had to admit that under his governance, most of the populace lived quite well. Otherwise, he would not have endured the emperor's rule for so long. Ning Xinyao nodded in agreement, but refrained from offering her opinion. The two then shifted to other topics, engaging in a pleasant exchange, oblivious to the attention they had attracted from others. Just as their dishes were served, each a feast for the senses, even Chen Chongqing, who typically did not indulge in culinary delights, felt his appetite stirred as they were about to begin their meal. A young woman entered through the door. She appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old, her demeanor radiating an air of arrogance. Clearly not someone to be trifled with, her striking red attire made her stand out even more. Initially, both Chen Chongqing and Ning Xinyao paid her no mind, assuming she was just another ordinary guest. However, with a third of the tables still vacant, the young woman headed straight for their table, audaciously taking a seat without invitation. She then surveyed their dishes with disdain, exclaiming, "Why just these few dishes? Waiter, bring me 8 treasure duck and mouth-watering chicken." Chen Chongqing was momentarily taken aback. "Miss, are you sure you have the right table?" He thought perhaps she had simply mistaken her seat, not intending to cause a ruckus. So despite his displeasure, he tried to maintain a cordial demeanor, subtly hinting that she was in the wrong. Yet the girl widened her eyes defiantly and retorted, "No mistake at all. I'm sitting right here." Chen Chongqing, who usually considered himself mild-mannered, found it increasingly difficult to contain his irritation, casting a glance at Ning Xinyao, whose expression mirrored his own displeasure. But he made an effort to suppress his temper and asked, "It seems we do not know each other." Chen Chongqing felt he had made his intentions clear, but the young woman remained oblivious to no matter. "If we don't know each other, I'll introduce myself. My name is Su Hongling, the eldest daughter of the wealthy Su family. And you, young sir, what is your name? So she was the daughter of a wealthy family. No wonder she was so brazen. However, her wealth paled in comparison to Chen Chongqing and Ning Xinyao. Before Chen Chongqing could speak, Ning Xinyao quickly interjected. His name is of no concern to you, though we have no desire to make your acquaintance. So kindly take your dishes and leave this table. Excuse me, but I was asking this young gentleman. What does it have to do with you? Su Hongling shot a displeased glance at Ning Xinyao before turning her gaze back to Chen Chongqing. She had not intended to dine inside, but had caught sight of Chen Chongqing through the window. Although she had only caught a glimpse of his profile, she felt she had never seen such an attractive man. Being the youngest daughter in her family, she had been spoiled and accustomed to getting her way. Naturally, she expected the same from those she fancied. Yet today, she seemingly encountered an obstacle that of course it matters. He is my husband. He listens to me, Ning Xinyao declared fiercely, only to suddenly realize she had not obtained Chen Chongqing's consent. She wondered if her domineering tone might anger him, and timidly glanced at his face. Fortunately, Chen Chongqing was looking at her with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Indeed, he is not angry. Rather, he seems to find this amusing. Understanding Chen Chongqing's unspoken message, Ning Xinyao felt relieved and shifted her gaze back to Su Hongling. Her eyes now laced with provocation to Su Hongling, taken aback by the revelation that the striking gentleman she had admired was already married. Felt her face flush with anger. Yet, she was accustomed to her own arrogance. Had Chen Chongqing approached her with kindness and offered an apology, she might have let the matter slide. However, it irked her that she had to apologize for merely trying to engage him in conversation. This was the logic of Su Hongling. Yet, none of this mattered anymore, for Chen Chongqing had not apologized. Not only did he refrain from an apology, but he also allowed Ning Xinyao, whom she found quite irritating, to speak to him, further fueling her displeasure. Now, Su Hongling was thoroughly incensed. What of having a wife? I like him, so he belongs to me. How much is your husband worth? I'll buy him for 3 days to keep me company. Is 10,000 taels enough? With that, Su Hongling flaunted her wealth, slapping a stack of silver notes onto the table. For an ordinary person, such a sum would take a lifetime to earn. However, Chen Chongqing remained unfazed. Miss Su, please leave. Staying here any longer would be impolite. Su Hongling failed to detect the disdain in Chen Chongqing's tone. Instead, she scrutinized him from head to toe once more. After a moment of contemplation, she surmised that his displeasure might stem from the meager sum offered. After all, judging by his attire, he appeared to hail from a wealthy family, and a mere 10,000 taels would hardly suffice to sway him. 10 times that amount might do the trick. Perhaps she should propose a figure herself that in Su Hongling's worldview, there seemed to be no issue that money could not resolve, if such an issue did exist. It was undoubtedly due to insufficient funds. Moreover, Chen Chongqing's aloof demeanor only intensified Su Hongling's possessiveness that a gentleman as handsome and charismatic as he must belong to her. Rest assured, I merely intend to take you home for a couple of days. Should you grow weary, I shall release you, that if you find pleasure in this arrangement, even after you divorce your wife, you may remain in the Su family. I shall gladly compensate you for your little wife. With an air of self-satisfaction, Su Hongling presented her proposal, while Chen Chongqing could only think that this person likely could not comprehend human speech. He had little desire to engage in further trivialities with Su Hongling. Casting a glance her way, he retorted, I have no interest. Take your money and leave. With that, he seized the banknotes from the table and tossed them out the window, but Su Hongling's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Chen Chongqing. She pondered, given her beauty and wealth, having been the center of attention since childhood, no one had ever dared to treat her in such a manner. You man, there are limits to the game of hard to get. Tolerating this Mrs. Displeasure is not a wise choice. Is that so? What if I were to provoke you instead? Sun Hongling felt her neck twist in anger. Suddenly, she stood up and shouted, Someone, bring this pretty boy back home. Pretty boy. Chen Chongqing laughed incredulously. After living for so many years, it was indeed the first time someone had referred to him as such. How novel. Just then, several burly, menacing guards surged into the room. Their formidable presence would genuinely intimidate an ordinary person. Yet they faced Chen Chongqing. Chapter 59. Leave it to me. Chen Chongqing regarded these household guards with utter disdain, that he recognized them as Su Hongling's subordinates. Likely accustomed to engaging in nefarious deeds at her behest, and thus showed them no mercy Su Hongling stood aside, waiting for her men to apprehend Qin Changsheng. Yet in the blink of an eye, it appeared as if he merely waved his hand, and her entire entourage fell to the ground. Having never witnessed such a spectacle, Su Hongling was both astonished and terrified, her eyes wide as she beheld Qin Changsheng. He, however, seemed utterly unfazed, as if the chaos around him did not even touch him. Nonchalantly, he filled a bowl with soup and offered it to Ning Xinyao, saying, "My dear, please have some soup today for Su Hongling." Qin Changsheng paid her no mind. His demeanor only served to further infuriate her. She stamped her foot and demanded, "Who exactly are you? Why are you opposing me?" "Oh." Qin Changsheng appeared to finally notice Su Hongling, turning to raise an eyebrow as he remarked, "Your words are rather inappropriate. My lady my wife and I were enjoying a meal in peace until you chose to stir up trouble." Su Hongling's face flushed crimson, leaving her momentarily speechless. Although Qin Changsheng had no intention of engaging her further, he grew concerned that she might linger and create more complications. While he knew she could not truly harm him, her presence was nonetheless vexing that he sighed, maintaining his composure, and addressed her, "Miss Su, I am merely passing through and bear no desire to create enmity. Hence, while I have yet to lose my temper, it would be wise for you to take your people and leave. I shall consider the previous incident as if it never occurred." Su Hongling had never experienced such humiliation. The overwhelming psychological blow made her unwilling to concede defeat so easily. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "Not a chance. I must have you today." "Ha!" Qin Changsheng shook his head, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips as he replied, "Then by all means, do tea or why." Su Hongling understood that Qin Changsheng would not hold back. Yet she refused to relent, sensing that this man was unlike any she had previously encountered. Observing her, Qin Changsheng found himself perplexed by her obstinacy, that he could comprehend her usual reliance on her family's influence. Accustomed as she was to having her way. However, today she was clearly outmatched. Why persist in such futile endeavors? But Qin Changsheng had no desire to speculate on her motivations, that he held no interest in Su Hongling. His only wish was to enjoy a quiet meal with Ning Xinyao. Meanwhile, as their conversation unfolded, Ning Xinyao had finished her bowl of soup. She regarded Su Hongling with a hint of irritation, clearly on the verge of losing her patience. "Leave, or I shall kill you all." Ning Xinyao's voice was cold as ice. Qin Changsheng sensed the tension and thought to himself, "Oh no, this is bad. Ning Xinyao is angry. She won't resort to killing, will she? No, taking a life could become an addiction. Regardless of whether she aspires to be an empress, I must suppress the violent impulses within her. My dear, please continue enjoying your meal." Qin Changsheng said with a smile to Ning Xinyao, "That I shall handle this." His words seemed to possess a remarkable calming effect on her. After hearing him, Ning Xinyao noticeably relaxed, her anger dissipating as she even smiled sweetly at him. Su Hongling, unable to tolerate the sight of their camaraderie, felt her fury intensify once more. Yet for some inexplicable reason, she hesitated to act rashly. The chilling aura exuding from Qin Changsheng instilled in her a sense of danger. If she were to attack recklessly again, his earlier warning might not have been mere jest. That Su Hongling understood that her guard stood no chance against Qin Changsheng, that if he truly wished her harm, she would not survive. Consider yourself fortunate." Su Hongling huffed angrily before turning on her heel to leave. She intended to seek assistance. When she returned, this pair of dog and cat lovers would not escape unscathed. Ning Xinyao made no attempt to stop her, knowing that Qin Changsheng would not kill. After Su Hongling departed, the guards began to rise, limping out after her. With Su Hongling gone, one would presume that peace would return, allowing them to enjoy their meal in tranquility. Yet, to Qin Changsheng's surprise, Ning Xinyao suddenly set down her utensils and sighed deeply. "What's wrong, my dear?" "The bothersome person has already left," Qin Changsheng inquired curiously. "Even the most delicious food loses its appeal once a fly has buzzed by," Ning Xinyao remarked, her words implying that Su Hongling was akin to a fly. Qin Changsheng found nothing amiss with her sentiment. In fact, he deemed her metaphor quite apartment. Truth be told, Su Hongling's interference had diminished his appetite as well. "Forget it. If I can't eat, then I shan't. Let us head upstairs for a rest, and afterward, we can explore the city and seek out other culinary delights." Having consumed a bowl of soup and a few morsels, Ning Xinyao was not particularly hungry. Therefore, she did not protest Qin Changsheng's suggestion. She nodded in agreement, appreciating his proposal. As the two stood to ascend the stairs, the previously attentive innkeeper abruptly blocked their path. Hesitating and looking apprehensive, "Esteemed guests, I apologize, but our humble establishment may no longer accommodate such illustrious patrons. I must kindly request that you relocate to another lodging for tonight. Your belongings will be brought down shortly, and your meal will be on the house. Would that be acceptable?" The Su family wielded considerable influence in this area, and the innkeeper knew well that provoking them was unwise. Given that Chen Chongqing and Ning Xinyao had just crossed paths with the Su family's daughter, they were unlikely to escape unscathed. The innkeeper considered this meal a stroke of bad luck, as long as he could avoid entanglement when the Su family came seeking retribution. Chen Chongqing chuckled, sensing the innkeeper's predicament, but feeling no inclination to press him further. After all, the earlier incident had left him with a rather poor impression of this place. Even if he were to leave now, he would not lament the decision that he turned to Ning Xinyao. Seemingly seeking her approval, she nodded, indicating that, due to Su Hongling's presence, she too held little fondness for the establishment. "Then let us depart," Chen Chongqing concluded. "Thank you for your understanding, esteemed guests. Our establishment, too, struggles to survive. I shall fetch your belongings at once. Also, please ensure that the kitchen prepares some snacks for my dear wife for the journey ahead," Chen Chongqing instructed. Although the innkeeper had just mentioned that the meal would be complimentary, Chen Chongqing had never been one to take advantage of others. Despite his unintentional actions, he had indeed caused the establishment some trouble, and thus, he felt it was only right to pay for what was due. Chapter 60. Reinforcements having collected his belongings and pastries, Chen Chongqing departed with Ning Xinyao, boarding the carriage. However, as he entered, he distinctly sensed that someone was shadowing him. In a place where such clumsy tracking abilities were displayed, it was evident who was behind it. Chen Chongqing's brow furrowed slightly, feeling a twinge of regret for having let Su Hongling off so easily earlier. Yet uncertain of the other's intentions, he chose not to confront them just yet. Once Ning Xinyao was settled in the carriage, they set off, but the tail remained, even growing in number. "Darling, are they still following us?" At that moment, Ning Xinyao emerged from the carriage, sitting beside Chen Chongqing. Her tone laced with impatience, clearly having noticed the presence of their pursuers. "Indeed," Chen Chongqing nodded, a slight smirk forming at the corners of his mouth, his eyes glimmering with a frigid light. "Since you were so audacious, do not blame me for being ungracious. That my dear, would you like to teach them a lesson?" Ning Xinyao nodded, her eyes now reflecting a hint of fury, clearly having reached her limit. Seeing her resolve, Chen Chongqing halted the carriage and leapt down. Like a wraith, he moved swiftly. Before those trailing him could react, he had already seized one by the throat. His expression was cold and menacing, a stark contrast to the refined demeanor he had exhibited at the inn, which frightened the guard considerably. "Where is your master?" "I do not know. The young lady only instructed me to follow you. I have no idea when she will arrive," the guard stammered, with a disdainful snort. Chen Chongqing refused to let the man go simply because he was frightened or uninformed. He dragged the hapless follower back to the carriage. Ning Xinyao seemed to share a tacit understanding. Producing a bundle of rope from somewhere, Chen Chongqing took the ropes and swiftly bound the servant, stating, "I find myself rather unoccupied today, so I shall generously accompany you in keeping an eye on your young lady." It wasn't too long before he spotted Su Hongling approaching with reinforcements. Compared to the multitude of servants that had appeared at the inn, this time, Ning Xinyao's support was notably sparse. Only one individual, a tall middle-aged woman. Despite her years, her face retained a certain elegance, hinting at her youthful beauty. However, she bore no resemblance to Su Hongling, indicating they were likely not mother and daughter. What then was their relationship? Mentor and apprentice? Chen Chongqing pondered little on that, his brows furrowing slightly as he narrowed his eyes, ready for a confrontation, but he had noticed the woman wielding a long sword, and her demeanor suggested she was not to be trifled with. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" Although the trouble had been instigated by her, Chen Chongqing was not keen on inciting conflict. He hoped that this middle-aged woman might possess some reason to his astonishment. The woman drew her sword and retorted, "Humph, you are not worthy to ask my name." The blade pointed at him left Chen Chongqing bewildered, and he finally grasped the source of Su Hongling's audacity. Not only did her family possess wealth and power, but they also had such a formidable ally to indulge her reckless behavior. However, it was unfortunate for Su Hongling that Chen Chongqing had resources and abilities that surpassed hers. Thus, this woman did not intimidate him. Then I shall not hold back. As the words left his lips, he made his move. With a flick of his wrist, a cold glint flashed, and in the next moment, two crimson lines appeared on the woman's arm. Staring at her injury in disbelief, she stood frozen in shock. "Who are you? Does it really matter who I am?" Qin Chongqing replied coolly. He found it amusing that after refusing to disclose her name, she now sought to learn his. Did he appear to be in a particularly amiable mood? "My name is irrelevant. What matters is whether you concede that if the middle-aged woman were to concede gracefully, Qin Chongqing would show leniency and allow her to leave. However, should she choose defiance, she would have no one but herself to blame for the consequences. Concede? At this, the woman finally snapped back to reality. She glanced at her wound and suddenly let out a cold laugh. "Do you truly believe I was injured by you?" She thought she had merely been caught off guard and that Qin Chongqing had gained an unfair advantage. Raising her other wrist, she flicked her fingers, sending forth a streak of azure light that arced through the air, aiming straight for Qin Chongqing's heart. Qin Chongqing did not flinch, confident that the sword would pose no threat to him. The woman's expression shifted as she realized that her full-powered strike had simply vanished into thin air. "Who are you really?" She pressed again, her voice heavy and serious, imbued with an undertone of authority. "You lack the qualification to know who I am," Qin Chongqing replied coldly. His tone remained steady, devoid of any turbulence, yet only served to amplify the woman's unease. Turning to Su Hongling, she asked, "Hongling, who is he?" At this point, Su Hongling began to grasp that she might have stirred up trouble and encountered a formidable opponent. She nervously glanced at Yao Shi, saying, "Master, I do not know that he is merely a pretty face I happened to see at the inn." Yao Shi, clearly aware of her disciple's impulsiveness, retorted, "Well, you too. Have you finished your whispering?" Qin Chongqing, growing increasingly impatient, called out to them, "Originally, had you simply conceded and apologized, I would have been in a generous mood to let you go. But now, since you choose to be obstinate, I see no reason to show you mercy. What do you intend to do?" Yao Shi, displaying a degree of intelligence, had already discerned that she was no match for Qin Chongqing after just a few exchanges. She regarded him warily, uncertain of what demands he might make. "Take your lives, but I doubt you will surrender peacefully. If I were to take matters into my own hands, I would fear it would soil my hands. So, how about this? You both bow and apologize to me, and we shall consider this matter closed." Qin Chongqing was not inclined to kill them, feeling their offenses did not warrant such a severe response. Moreover, he wished to set an example for Ning Xinyao, demonstrating that one need not be bloodthirsty. Nevertheless, even with this leniency, the mentor and apprentice appeared reluctant. Chapter 61. Cherishing the delicate, apologizing was acceptable. But kneeling and bowing was utterly excessive. Yaoshi did not wish to be defeated by Qin Chongqing, yet she also found such humiliation intolerable. Qin Chongqing, however, merely smirked that he had intended to show mercy. Yet they dared to bargain. "It seems you do not quite comprehend the situation at this moment. You lack the standing to negotiate with me. To be frank, Qin Chongqing felt that if he were to slay them right here, it would be a service to the public, and he had no intention of sparing them." Yaoshi felt a tremor of fear at his words, lifting her gaze to meet his, her voice trembling as she asked, "Who are you truly?" This marked the third time Yaoshi had inquired about Qin Chongqing's identity, yet he remained silent. Meanwhile, Ning Xinyao grew increasingly impatient. She leapt from the carriage, fixing her gaze on Yao Shi and Su Hongling. To Ning Xinyao, some individuals, though still breathing, were already dead in her eyes. "My dear, I wish to kill them directly. Do you have any objections?" Qin Chongqing dared not voice any dissent. In fact, he felt compelled to assist Ning Xinyao. Ning Xinyao nodded, as she was a person who cared only for results, indifferent to the processes involved. As long as the bothersome intruders were eliminated, she was unconcerned about who dealt the blow. Yao Shi's expression darkened. Today's youth, with a modicum of skill, truly had no sense of their own limits. Having been somewhat careless just now, did they truly believe she had no further tricks up her sleeve? "You are quite arrogant." With that, she pointed her index finger at Qin Chongqing's forehead, preparing to unleash a newly acquired technique that if the target's gaze met hers, they would be instantly slain. She was confident in this ruthless maneuver. Yet, as her finger neared Qin Chongqing, he suddenly became insubstantial, as if her fingertip were passing through thin air. Yaoshi was taken aback. How is this possible? But the astonishment did not end there. The next moment, She was left agape as the man vanished entirely from her sight. Qin Changsheng went to what place? He clearly stood still, yet why did he seem to vanish? A profound sense of unease and dread surged within Yao Shi. The abilities of this young man surpassed her expectations. Just as she had not fully emerged from her terror, her neck was suddenly restrained. She saw Qin Changsheng materialize before her, resembling a cold-faced king of hell. There was no time to evade. Her fate had already been completely grasped in the hands of Qin Changsheng. Regret began to swell within her, and she yearned to plead for mercy, yet she found herself unable to utter a single word. Qin Changsheng would no longer afford her any opportunity. Remember this. My name is Qin Changsheng. As soon as he finished speaking, Yao Shi could not react in time to grasp who this name belonged to or whether she had any recollection of it. And then she heard a sickening crack of dislocated bones. The excruciating pain failed to envelop her entire being before she had already lost consciousness. Beside her, Su Hongling was utterly stunned by the scene. Though she often exhibited some domineering tendencies, she was not a cruel individual. She had never taken a life, at least not witnessed anyone being killed before her eyes. Master. She took 2 steps back. Her eyes wide with terror as she gazed at Qin Changsheng. Did I in that moment? She truly regretted provoking him. Qin Changsheng had originally intended to eliminate both the master and the disciple together. However, upon seeing Su Hongling's fearful demeanor, he hesitated. That it was not out of pity. Rather, he believed that for some individuals, living might be more torturous than death. That my name is Qin Changsheng. Remember it if you dare to commit evil again. To bully the weak. The latter part of the sentence went unspoken. He glanced at Yao Shi before releasing his grip. Yao Shi's lifeless body collapsed to the ground, serving as a grim message about the unspoken threat. Su Hongling nodded incessantly, like a chick pecking at grains, indicating her understanding. Fervently hoping that Qin Changsheng would spare her, he snorted coldly and turned to take Ning Xinyao's hand, preparing to leave. Before Ning Xinyao could fully turn around, she shot a fierce glance at Su Hongling, laden with warning. Had it not been for Qin Changsheng's presence today, Ning Xinyao, true to her nature, would have already slain Su Hongling. After they had walked several paces and boarded the carriage, they heard Su Hongling's sorrowful cries from behind. And no one paid her any heed as the carriage sped away. It was not until they had traveled nearly 10 miles that Ning Xinyao looked at Qin Changsheng and teasingly remarked, "Why didn't you kill Su Hongling as well? Was it out of pity?" Qin Changsheng shook his head and smiled, well aware that Ning Xinyao was merely jesting and did not genuinely care. Thus, he felt no anxiety regarding her question and replied with a smile. "In my heart, there is only one woman deserving of my compassion. My wife. As for Su Hongling, I scarcely regard her. Her life and death have no bearing on me." "Then why spare her life?" Ning Xinyao pressed, her persistence amusing Qin Changsheng. "Then my dear, if you care so much, shall I return now and slay her?" Ning Xinyao huffed lightly. She had no strong desire to kill Su Hongling, even though she found her disagreeable. Qin Changsheng had already let her go, and to insist on returning to take a life seemed excessive. "That is unnecessary. I simply wish to understand why you chose to spare her." Qin Changsheng sighed and explained, "I observed Su Hongling and suddenly felt that she likely isn't as wicked as she appears. Otherwise, her reaction upon witnessing a death would not have been so intense. Moreover, leaving her with a lifelong shadow is perhaps a greater torment than killing her." Ning Xinyao nodded in understanding, seemingly surprised that Qin Changsheng possessed such depth of character. She studied him for a moment before asking, "Then why did you kill her master?" Yao Shi, until her demise, had not been remembered by either Qin Changsheng or Ning Xinyao. Ultimately, they deduced her identity from Su Hongling's last murmured words. That it was indeed a poignant realization. That old witch, appearing so amiable, had resorted to lethal strikes on multiple occasions. Had I not possessed formidable abilities to withstand her, you might have become a widow by now. Clearly, she had committed numerous misdeeds in her lifetime, and Su Hongling's current state bore some responsibility, rendering her death inconsequential. Qin Changsheng snorted disdainfully. Speak honestly. Yao Shi was quite formidable in her own right. Unfortunately, she encountered Qin Changsheng today. Otherwise, given her merciless nature, the world would likely have gained another vengeful spirit. Chapter 62. Lin Hao. Due to the brief interlude with Su Hongling, Ning Xinyao lost her desire to continue their outing. Qin Changsheng's visage was far too captivating for young women to overlook. At that moment, Ning Xinyao simply wished to keep Qin Changsheng hidden away, Her man was not to be coveted by anyone else. Therefore, aside from the necessities of food and lodging, they made no further stops. Within a few short days, they arrived at Tiandao Mountain, the birthplace of the Tiandao sect. This majestic mountain range was constructed entirely of stone, from its base to its peak, adorned with intricately carved images of divine beasts and celestial birds. Appearing vividly lifelike, this mountain resembled an enormous gem embedded in the earth. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Ning Xingyao gazed upward at the colossal peak, feeling an inexplicable sensation. Did those divine beasts and celestial birds truly exist? Or were they merely creations of the Tiandao sect? Just how powerful was the Tiandao sect? This was the sole question swirling in Ning Xingyao's mind at that moment. Chen Chongqing stood beside her, observing her contemplation with a smile. Although the Tiandao sect had only recently been established, its history stretched deep into the past. Turning to Ning Xingyao, he offered clarification. Of course, this knowledge comes from my previous life, imparted by my master, the celestial mechanic. Their lineage had been passed down at Tiandao Mountain for over 300 years, witnessing the rise and fall of several dynasties that I see. Ning Xingyao nodded, enlightened. Let us proceed. Chen Chongqing reached out and took her hand. Ning Xingyao lifted her gaze to meet his gentle, affectionate eyes, within which her reflection shimmered. They walked onward together. According to Chen Chongqing's calculations, the Tiandao sect had only just been founded. However, the celestial mechanic and his two disciples had yet to formally take on students. Although they encountered some disciples clad in sect attire upon ascending the mountain, they were not considered true initiates. Instead, they resembled laborers working in the mountains, trading their labor for a protective haven while learning only superficial skills. Upon seeing others ascend the mountain, they did not impede their passage, allowing Chen Chongqing to proceed unimpeded. Upon reaching the final mountain gate, they were finally blocked. Who goes there? Chen Chongqing recognized the young man before him quite well. The boy, Lin Hao, was merely 14 years old and had been rescued 6 months prior by the celestial mechanic from the outside world. He had long aspired to become an inner disciple of the celestial mechanic, yet due to insufficient aptitude, he had been turned away. Since then, he had remained at the Tiandao sect as a gatekeeper, enduring ridicule from some. Nevertheless, Lin Hao neither complained nor contemplated leaving. By day he guarded the gate, and by night he practiced diligently. On one occasion, Chen Chongqing had discovered him and imparted some skills to him. He wondered how Lin Hao fared in this parallel world now that I am Chen Chongqing, son of the king of Shishu. Chen Sha that I seek to become a disciple of the celestial mechanic. Chen Chongqing introduced himself, and Lin Hao nodded, seemingly unfazed by the title of the king of Shishu. Then Lin Hao turned to Ning Xingyao and asked, "And you?" To be honest, Lin Hao felt a sense of wonder upon first seeing Ning Xingyao. He had never encountered such a beautiful woman. Now, speaking to her, he felt his cheeks flush slightly. Ning Xingyao assumed it was due to sun exposure and thought little of it. That I am Ning Xingyao, Chen Chongqing's wife. Upon learning that they were married, Lin Hao appeared somewhat disappointed. However, he quickly reasoned that such a beautiful woman, even if not wed to Chen Chongqing, would likely be beyond his reach. Age, appearance, and family background. He possessed none of the qualities to match. Are you also here to seek a master? No, I am merely accompanying my husband. Ning Xingyao had a master. Otherwise, her impressive skills could not have manifested out of thin air. Compared to Li De, her master had been the one who had shown her the most profound kindness. Yet tragically, she had passed away. Ning Xingyao clenched her fists, suddenly reminded that she needed to return to the capital. She had yet to avenge her master. Regrettably, thus far, she did not even know who her enemy was. However, Xiaoyan and Linger remained in the capital investigating the matter and would notify her as soon as they had results. All right, I understand that I will inform the sect leader immediately. Please wait here and do not enter recklessly. Lin Hao, before proceeding to make the announcement, earnestly addressed Chen Chongqing. Chen Chongqing nodded in response, saying, "You may go ahead. I have come here to seek a master, so I shall certainly not disrupt the established customs." After mulling over it for a moment, Lin Hao found this reasoning sound and promptly turned to relay the message. It seemed he had not considered what might happen if Chen Chongqing were not here to seek apprenticeship. Chen Chongqing and Ning Xingyao waited at the entrance. After about a quarter of an hour, Lin Hao finally returned, panting heavily. The Taoist of heavenly secrets was not in his chamber, and Lin Hao had spent a little time searching, which caused him concern that Chen Chongqing and Ning Xingyao might have departed or Worse, taken it upon themselves to enter the mountain gate. Seeing that they remained in place, he felt immense relief. The sect leader has agreed to meet you. Please follow me, he announced. Chen Chongqing smiled and replied, Then I must trouble you, young brother, to lead the way. The scenery within the mountain gate remained refreshing, though it lacked the abundance of spiritual essence that had previously filled the air, appearing instead more desolate. Everything here was quite ordinary, lacking any particular distinction, yet there was a certain order to it all. Lin Hao guided Chen Chongqing and Ning Xinyao through several small paths until they arrived at a courtyard. Within the courtyard stood several thatched cottages, the most prominent of which was a stone arch bridge. Chen Chongqing stepped onto the bridge to observe it closely. The sides were flanked by a tangle of bushes. This bridge was not a natural formation, but rather a later construction that on the opposite bank stood an ancient tree, its trunk robust and towering over 10 meters, its branches heavy with foliage. As Chen Chongqing gazed upon it, he felt an invisible pressure wash over him, akin to a ferocious beast poised to consume him whole, that he knew the Taoist of heavenly secrets was within and was employing this method to test him. The old man had a penchant for challenging those who approached him for mentorship in such a manner. However, Chen Chongqing had not undergone this trial in his previous life, as it was the Taoist who had sought him out as a disciple. It seemed that in living a second life, he was destined to complete this ritual after all. Yet, Chen Chongqing remained unperturbed. He had faith in his ability to withstand this challenge, even if he questioned himself. He ought to trust in the Taoist's discerning eye. If he couldn't endure this minor test, how could he have been chosen in his past life? Chapter 63. Passing the test. Wait for me here. Chen Chongqing instructed Ning Xinyao before boldly stepping forward, unafraid of the pressure, that he refused to believe that such a trivial challenge could best him. Suddenly, the entire bridge trembled violently, akin to an earthquake. Chen Chongqing felt as though the ground beneath him had vanished, and he stumbled, landing squarely on the ground that a sharp pain shot through his back, radiating throughout his body that he gritted his teeth, enduring the agony as he pushed himself up slowly. I underestimated this, he muttered. Darling, are you all right? Ning Xinyao called out anxiously from behind, wanting to rush to his side. But Chen Chongqing, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, waved her off, admonishing, Do not come any closer. He turned to face the ancient tree, his gaze sharpening like the edge of a blade. He recognized this as a trap, a mechanism designed to test him. Nevertheless, he did not falter and continued onward. Chen Chongqing had witnessed many individuals traverse this bridge and understood that the Taoist test primarily assessed one's mindset, that as long as he could withstand the pressure for the first 5 steps. The remainder would be significantly easier. This was a form of tempering that the Taoist extended to each individual. Chen Chongqing thought to himself that 5 steps were nothing. He could pass them in the blink of an eye. However, after taking the 3rd step, he found himself utterly unable to persist. He felt as though a heavy weight was pressing down upon his back. This sensation was not merely physical. It bore down on him from the depths of his very soul. With gritted teeth, he summoned all his strength to lift his body, but he fell once more, crashing heavily to the ground. This time, he could no longer endure did I end this moment. He even feared that the Taoist might end his life. Darling, Ning Xiao murmured from behind, worry etched on her face. She was deeply concerned for Chen Chongqing, but alas, he had forbidden her from approaching. Chen Chongqing lay on the ground, pallid, cold sweat beading on his forehead. His lips a shade of purple, his expression one of extreme anguish. After a brief respite, he finally sat up. However, he did not rush to move forward immediately. Instead, he remained seated, regulating his breath. He took a full incense stick's worth of time before he stood up and pressed on. Once again, he felt the relentless weight of the pressure. Yet, Chen Chongqing persevered. He continued forward until he stood beneath the ancient tree. He did not stop there. He pressed on toward the tree, knowing that he was but a step away from reaching it. This time, he refused to relent, determined to keep moving forward. Finally, he succeeded in crossing to the other side of the bridge and breathed a sigh of relief that, so it is Chen Chongqing. You indeed possess some merit. A deep and ancient voice resonated from within the thatched cottage ahead. While others might find it imposing, Chen Chongqing felt a sense of familiarity, having called the person across from him master for 3 years in his previous life. Darling, are you all right? Ning Xinyao's voice chimed in, now beside him, supporting him. Chen Chongqing's earlier actions had frightened her, but now, seeing him safe, she could finally relax. Chen Chongqing gently shook his head, replying, I am fine that he understood that the Taoist merely intended to test him, not to take his life. Thus, even if he truly could not endure it, the Taoist would surely know when to stop. You there, since you wish to become my disciple, why do you not hurry in to pay your respects to this old man? How long do you intend to linger outside, indulging in flirtation? The Taoist called out. Chen Chongqing chuckled, thinking that the old man, having lived his life as a solitary figure, was now intolerant of others displaying affection. He took Ning Xinyao's hand and headed toward the thatched cottage. Upon pushing open the door, he was greeted by a rustic and weathered table and chairs, along with an elderly man with a head full of white hair. The old man was slender, dressed in a plain gray robe, and held a wooden staff appearing quite ordinary. Yet, Chen Chongqing dared not underestimate him. Junior Chen Chongqing, paying my respects to the elder, he stated, "Rise." The Taoist of heavenly secrets nodded, seemingly quite satisfied with Chen Chongqing as his apprentice. The son of the Western Shu King, why do you seek out such an inconspicuous old man like me for mentorship? This lineage of the Taoist had remained secluded in these mountains for a century. Possessing little renown externally, that it was only after the establishment of the heavenly Tao sect that they began to gain recognition. To say that they were of little fame was not mere modesty. However, this question posed a challenge for Chen Chongqing, that he could hardly say it was due to his respect for the fates of his past life. Finally, scratching his head, Chen Chongqing replied, "The reason is of no importance. What truly matters is whether you wish to take me as your disciple." That he chose to sidestep the question. And fortunately, the Taoist did not dwell on it either. He merely smiled and nodded, saying, "Very well, from this day forth, you shall be my disciple. Today has been taxing, so let Lin Hao escort you to rest. Tomorrow, I shall introduce you to your fellow disciples, and after the customary rites of apprenticeship, you will officially become a member of the heavenly Tao sect." Chen Chongqing had long anticipated and grown accustomed to such an outcome. Ning Xinyao, however, was taken aback. This was the heavenly Tao sect. In his previous life, the sect had developed rapidly, becoming the foremost sect in Daiyan within a mere 3 years. Many signs of noble families had sought entry, only to be turned away. Ning Xinyao had assumed that Chen Chongqing would have to endure numerous trials beyond the one he had just faced. But to her astonishment, it had been so straightforward. After she saluted the Taoist of heavenly secrets alongside Fong Lang, she followed Lin Hao to their quarters. The heavenly Tao sect had few members at present. Accommodations were ample. Moreover, since Chen Chongqing and Ning Xinyao were a married couple, it would be inappropriate to separate them. Thus, Lin Hao thoughtfully arranged for them to occupy a room tucked away in a corner. While it was somewhat secluded, the environment was pleasant and, most importantly, quiet. "Thank you, Lin, for your kindness and assistance today," Chen Chongqing expressed with a smile, only to find Lin Hao regarding him with an envious gaze. Lin Hao had never imagined that a person like Chen Chongqing, who had it all, a good family background, remarkable abilities, and a lovely wife, could truly exist. That it seemed all the good fortune in the world had conspired to favor him. Chen Chongqing recalled Lin Hao's past obsession, thinking he was merely envious of his position as the senior disciple of the heavenly Tao sect, and thus did not dwell on it further. "Not at all. You shall be our senior disciple from now on, and I shall rely on you to look after us." Lin Hao remarked, "I shall take my leave now. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me." With a brief farewell, he hurried away. Chen Chongqing paid little mind to it, assuming Lin Hao was merely anxious to return to guard the mountain gate. Given Lin Hao's familiarity with the heavenly Tao sect, he felt assured that there was no need to trouble him for assistance. Chapter 64. The contest for senior disciple. My dear, what do you think of this room? Are you satisfied? Is there anything you wish to add? Ning Xinyao, having once resided in the ancestral hall, was accustomed to accommodating various circumstances. Moreover, having ascended the mountain to hone her skills, she had long since prepared herself for hardship. The current environment was far superior to what Ning Xinyao had envisioned. She remained curious about the seemingly hasty decision made by the heavenly mechanism Taoist, inquiring, "My husband, is it customary for the heavenly Tao sect to recruit disciples so casually?" In truth, Ning Xinyao wished to ask whether Chen Chongqing's own apprenticeship in his previous life had been as arbitrary. However, the matter of reincarnation seemed to be a topic neither had broached openly, leading Ning Xinyao to phrase her inquiry in a more tactful manner. Upon hearing her, Chen Chongqing chuckled and replied, "What else could it be? When it comes to taking on disciples, it is fundamentally about fate and potential. If one possesses both, then the process can indeed be quite relaxed without the need for excessive rigor. Ning Xinyao nodded in agreement, finding some merit in his words. Before they knew it, the next day arrived. As dawn broke, Chen Chongqing awoke, freshened up, and donned his attire, awaiting Lin Hao's arrival to summon him. This demonstrated his earnestness regarding the apprenticeship ceremony at the appointed hour. Lin Hao came to call for Chen Chongqing, with Ning Xinyao accompanying him. The venue for the apprenticeship was known as the Hall of Inquiry. Before the main hall stood 3 statues, the central one representing the ancestral master of the heavenly mechanism Taoist. It was said that he had once attained enlightenment amidst the mountains, comprehending the concept of selflessness and thus earning the title of a great adept. The other 2 figures were the Grand Master and Master of the heavenly mechanism Taoist. According to tradition, Chen Chongqing was required to pay respects to these 3 statues before bowing to the heavenly mechanism Taoist, and his 2 junior brothers at the right of the heavenly mechanism Taoist stood his second junior brother, Tian Xian, while to the left was his 3rd junior brother, Tianwen. Chen Chongqing recalled that Tianwen had a gentle temperament and was not particularly motivated by personal gain. His only desire was to safeguard the heavenly Tao mountain. In contrast, Tian Xian was ambitious and deeply enamored with fame and fortune, leading to internal strife within the sect due to his machinations. Moreover, Tian Xian had taken a particular interest in targeting Chen Chongqing, as he believed that his own disciple, Li Yuan, who had been accepted before Chen Chongqing, ought to be the rightful senior brother. Li Yuan was indeed of remarkable talent, hailed as a genius, and was well regarded by the elders of the Heavenly Tao sect. Despite his questionable character, Tian Xian had always felt that Li Yuan deserved the title of senior brother, while Chen Chongqing, as a newcomer, was unworthy of such a distinction. However, since Li Yuan had already been Tian Xian's disciple prior to the establishment of the sect, the order of succession should have favored him. Yet, as the master of the sect, only the disciple of the heavenly mechanism Taoist could rightfully be called senior brother, to placate both Tian Xian and Li Yuan. The heavenly mechanism Taoist ultimately decided that both would be considered senior brothers. Chen Chongqing, however, was not particularly fond of this superficial title. Unfortunately, in terms of character, Li Yuan fell far short compared to him, which led to greater respect from their fellow disciples towards Chen Chongqing. Eventually, this situation served as a pretext for Tian Xian to disguise his ambitions and incite discord within the sect. This would later become a matter for discussion, but now that Chen Chongqing had foreseen future events, he was determined not to grant Tian Xian any opportunity. After completing the apprenticeship rites, the heavenly mechanism Taoist proclaimed, "Excellent, Chen Chongqing, you are my first disciple, and thus you shall naturally be the senior brother of the heavenly Tao sect. Henceforth, you must set an example and take good care of your junior brothers and sisters." As expected, the scene mirrored that of his previous life, with Tian Xian stepping forward to object, asserting, "I disagree." Li Yuan joined before Chen Chongqing. Logically, he should be the senior brother. One cannot simply disregard his identity because the heavenly Tao sect had not yet been formally established. The heavenly mechanism Taoist appeared taken aback by Tian Xian's insistence on this matter, that he himself was not particularly invested in the title, but feared directly bestowing it upon Li Yuan might upset Chen Chongqing. After all, in the future, should he and Tian Xian or Tianwen retreat into seclusion or leave the heavenly Tao mountain for any reason, the responsibility would fall to his primary disciple. After some consideration, the heavenly mechanism Taoist devised a compromise. "Your argument does hold some weight, my junior brother. Let us have both of you serve as senior brothers of the heavenly Tao sect, supporting and assisting each other." This should have been a cause for celebration in the past. Although Tian Xian was still somewhat dissatisfied, he temporarily acquiesced to this arrangement that time. Chen Chongqing found it inconsequential. However, now that he had secured the title of sole senior brother, he would not allow anyone to share it with him. No, how can there be a senior brother who is not the master's disciple? My husband is the master's eldest disciple, and thus he must be the senior brother. The one opposing this was Ning Xinyao, who was unwilling to allow anyone to share the title with Chen Chongqing. Upon hearing this, Chen Chongqing smiled, grateful that he need not voice his own objection. However, Tian Xian was clearly displeased. "You little girl, you are not even a disciple of the heavenly Tao sect. What right do you have to interfere in our affairs? I have no interest in meddling in your sex matters. I simply dislike the notion of your disciple attempting to usurp my husband's title," Ning Xinyao retorted, unafraid to confront Tian Xian. Showing no regard for her dignity, Tian Xian's face darkened with anger, and had there not been others present, he would have readily cast Ning Xinyao aside to avoid the embarrassment of being accused of bullying a young girl. What good is your discontent? As long as your husband consents, that is all that matters. Qin Changsheng, what say you? Tianxian believed that Qin Changsheng, being newly arrived at the Heavenly Tao sect, and with Tianxian as his senior uncle, would likely concede him this courtesy, to his astonishment. Qin Changsheng flashed a slight smile at Tianxian and replied, I never do anything that would displease my wife. Therefore, I shall be the sole senior brother. You. Tianxian was utterly taken aback. He had never anticipated that Qin Changsheng would oppose him. The number of times he had been infuriated today had already surpassed those of the past few years combined. Yet, Qin Changsheng appeared entirely oblivious to the fact that he had provoked his uncle on his very first day as a disciple, continuing to smile at Tianxian and saying, How about this? I understand that my uncle and junior brother Li Yuan might feel dissatisfied, believing that I, as a newcomer, am ignorant of the rules. Therefore, let us hold a contest. The victor shall be deemed the rightful senior brother. What do you think? Qin Changsheng pretended to offer a concession. While Tianxian studied him with suspicion, he had already overlooked the fact that Qin Changsheng had instinctively regarded Li Yuan as a junior brother. You? Just based on you? Tianxian thought to himself. Although he was aware that Qin Changsheng had passed the Heavenly Mechanism Taoist test and likely possessed some skill, he doubted that Qin Changsheng could surpass the prodigious Li Yuan. To Tianxian, Li Yuan was a raw gem that had been polished to perfection under his guidance over the years. Qin Changsheng, however, appeared blissfully unaware of the peril he faced, perhaps having been overly pampered as the son of the king of Shishu, leading to a sense of invincibility. Chapter 65. The contest for senior brother. Of course. Does my uncle dare to refuse? Or is it that junior brother Li Yuan lacks the courage? Tianxian raised an eyebrow. To him, Qin Changsheng's bravado was the hallmark of ignorance. He could hardly believe that Qin Changsheng thought he could defeat Li Yuan. However, since Qin Changsheng was so intent on courting disaster, Tianxian was more than willing to oblige. An opportunity to eliminate Qin Changsheng under the guise of a friendly contest would be ideal. We certainly dare, but before the contest, we must sign a life-and-death agreement to avoid any unfortunate accidents that could lead to dire consequences. Otherwise, the king of Shishu might come looking for trouble with my Heavenly Tao sect. Qin Changsheng let out a cold laugh, fully aware of Tianxian's intentions. Yet, he found this to be a fortuitous coincidence, as he too harbored similar objectives. Unable to directly deal with the troublemaker Tianxian for the time being, eliminating Li Yuan would indeed sever one of Tianxian's limbs, potentially curtailing his future mischief. Just as Qin Changsheng was about to agree, the Heavenly Mechanism Taoist interjected, As fellow disciples, I have no objections to your contest. However, such matters should be kept light-hearted. There is no need to sign a life-and-death agreement. This is too severe. Master, that is not appropriate, Tianxian replied. While it is true that contests are often conducted with restraint, it is not uncommon for injuries to occur in the heat of battle. One must always be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Do you not agree? With a smile reminiscent of a cunning tiger, Tianxian gazed at the Heavenly Mechanism Taoist, unwilling to let go of this opportunity. After delivering his remark, he shot a provocative glance at Qin Changsheng, as if to say, Little brat, are you feeling intimidated? Unfortunately for Tianxian, Qin Changsheng was entirely oblivious to the concept of intimidation. Without waiting for the Heavenly Mechanism Taoist response, he grinned and stated, All right, I believe my uncle has a valid point. However, this life-and-death agreement should not be signed solely by me. Junior brother Li Yuan should also participate, do you not think? He does not require it. You should be more concerned about your own safety. Upon hearing Qin Changsheng's words, Tianxian felt as though he had heard the most absurd joke imaginable. He was on the verge of retorting, You are unworthy. That simply will not do. If senior brother Li Yuan does not sign, and something goes awry, how would I handle the repercussions? Qin Changsheng smiled, uttering words designed to provoke, while raising an eyebrow at Tianxian. Tianxian felt his frustration boiling to the point of a potential stroke. Fine, we shall sign. Seeing that both Tianxian and Qin Changsheng, along with Li Yuan, had reached an agreement, the Heavenly Mechanism Taoist found it difficult to voice further objections, ultimately conceding, Very well. Qin Changsheng and Li Yuan shall engage in a contest with restraint. The victor shall be designated as the senior brother of the Heavenly Tao sect. Prepare yourselves, and we shall set up the arena for tomorrow's competition. Chen Chongqing nodded in agreement, yet Tian Xian appeared reluctant, once again voicing his dissent. No, it cannot be. Master Shixiang surely does not intend to impart any secret arts to Chen Chongqing tonight, showing favoritism towards him. Does he? Upon hearing this, Daoist Tianji furrowed his brow. It could be excused if Chen Chongqing, being a junior, was unaware of the implications, but how could Tian Xian, the left elder of Tiandao sect, be so short-sighted, quibbling over trivial matters, although it was for his own disciple? Were they not all of the same school? Moreover, look at the words Tian Xian spoke, portraying both himself and Chen Chongqing as despicable characters. It was infuriating, just as he was about to refute Tian Xian's remarks. Chen Chongqing interjected, "Very well. Let it be as my Shu has suggested. We shall proceed today." After saying this, Chen Chongqing turned to Daoist Tianji, bowed respectfully, and assured, "Master, do not worry. I shall be fine." "Excellent, such resolve. Lin Hao. Prepare accordingly. The time is set for 2/4 of an hour from now. Also, inform the other sect members to come and witness how Li Yuan defeats Chen Chongqing. Those who intend to vie for the position of Shixiang shall look utterly foolish." The remaining words, even if Tian Xian did not utter them, Chen Chongqing could guess, and he inwardly scoffed, contemplating that perhaps the world would be left disappointed that in his previous life he had indeed crossed swords with Li Yuan. One could say he was a prodigy, yet unfortunately, he had encountered himself, just over 20 years of age, possessing such cultivation, he could hold his ground against someone of Li's caliber. How could he possibly fear Li Yuan? If one were to speak candidly, who was not a talented youth, "Master, I have no qualms." Turning around, Chen Chongqing, concerned for Daoist Tianji's worries, promptly expressed his stance. Daoist Tianji could only sigh in resignation, nodding his head. Although Li Yuan was gifted and powerful, the essence of Chen Chongqing's abilities had been tested by him the previous day, and it could only be described as astonishingly remarkable. Daoist Tianji was not apprehensive about Chen Chongqing losing to Li Yuan. He simply did not wish for him to be too conspicuous upon his arrival at Tiandao sect. After all, he was aware that Tian Xian, in truth, possessed a rather petty disposition. Lin Hao, upon receiving Tian Xian's instructions, went to notify the other disciples. There was no need to construct a special arena, since Tiandao sect had established its own presence and intended to recruit disciples. Such a venue for martial practice had been prepared long ago. With such a brief interval, Daoist Tianji had little to convey to Chen Chongqing beyond reminding him to prioritize safety. As for Tian Xian, he hastily prepared 2 identical death warrants, requiring both Chen Chongqing and Li Yuan to sign them. Then came the waiting period. Although Ning Xinyao trusted in Chen Chongqing's strength, she could not help but feel anxious. After all, if Li Yuan inspired such confidence in Tian Xian, his prowess must not be underestimated. "Darling, you must give it your all, but of course, if it truly proves too much, conceding is also an option." Chen Chongqing simply smiled, playfully chiding. "What are you thinking? Do you lack faith in your husband?" "That is not the case." Ning Xinyao thought to herself. It was not about doubting him, but rather the integrity of Tian Xian and Li Yuan. After all, this was still their territory. What if they resorted to underhanded tactics? "All right, do not worry yourself," they spoke. Chen Chongqing had already ascended the arena, while Li Yuan flew over, his expression serious, indicating he regarded this contest and his opponent with utmost seriousness. Yet Tian Xian appeared indifferent, even mocking Chen Chongqing. "Chen Chongqing, if you are afraid, you may step down now. Li Yuan is a once-in-a-century prodigy, cultivated by me over many years. His strength is not to be underestimated. Admitting defeat now would not be shameful." Chen Chongqing merely scoffed, thinking to himself, how can one be so arrogant, merely because he is a once-in-a-century talent? Thank you for your kind intentions, Shu. However, I believe I shall pass. You have proclaimed Li Yuan to be so formidable. Thus, I must give it a try. After all, losing would not bring shame, but winning would be a tremendous gain. It would also save me from the future reluctance of Li Yuan addressing me as Shixiao. Chapter 66. Li Yuan's disgraceful defeat. Regardless, let us keep things within limits. Daoist Tianji finally instructed the two that his sole desire was to elevate his sect, yet little did he know that right at the outset. Due to the title of Shixiao, such trivial matters had arisen. Fortunately, it was merely a friendly spar, and surely nothing serious would come of it. One can only hope that the death warrant was merely a precaution. In the blink of an eye, both Chen Chongqing and Li Yuan stood upon the arena, Dressed in a black robe, Li Yuan appeared handsome, hands clasped behind his back, while Chen Chongqing donned a white attire. Please enlighten me. Chen Chongqing clasped his hands respectfully, his tone calm as water, pleased that Li Yuan said nothing further, simply gesturing with his hand. The atmosphere was charged, ready to ignite. Li Yuan's figure shifted, suddenly appearing before Chen Chongqing, then extending his right palm to gently push against Chen Chongqing's chest. This seemingly gentle push concealed a hidden force, targeting a vital point, aiming for either death or serious injury. Yet, Li Yuan did not revel in his triumph for long. In an instant, it felt as though all his strength had been absorbed into Chen Chongqing's body. You? How is this possible? Li Yuan's expression darkened, his voice trembling with fear. Chen Chongqing's lips curled into a smile. What seems to be the matter? Junior brother, that strike of yours lacked any force, did it not? Li Yuan gritted his teeth, exclaiming, what kind of sorcery are you employing to absorb my strength? Tian Xian watched from below, already astonished that Chen Chongqing had effortlessly received Li Yuan's attack. Now, hearing Li Yuan's words, he was even more taken aback. Yet, Chen Chongqing continued to smile mockingly at Li Yuan, a blatant provocation. Furious, Li Yuan pressed again. What kind of nefarious techniques have you mastered to absorb my power? Chen Chongqing tilted his head, responding with a grin. Junior brother, your accusation lacks basis that I merely possess protective vital energy surrounding my body. If your technique is ineffective, how can you blame others for employing underhanded methods? Are you unable to accept defeat? After speaking, Chen Chongqing's gaze shifted towards Tian Xian. Tian Xian, feeling enraged, recognized that Chen Chongqing's words were clearly directed at him. However, with both of them on the arena, he could not afford to engage Chen Chongqing further. Thus, he redirected his frustration towards Li Yuan. You fool, continue. What are you dawdling for? Chen Chongqing nodded in agreement. Indeed, continue. However, junior brother, do be serious from here on out. I shall only allow you 3 moves. Allow? 3 moves? Li Yuan, who had been cherished by Tian Xian since joining the sect, had never faced such an affront. Everything was Chen Chongqing's fault? Very well. Today, I shall make you pay for this. With that, he no longer hesitated, launching another strike towards Chen Chongqing. This time, he intended to crush his opponent with overwhelming force. Chen Chongqing faced it head-on. Yet in that moment, an extraordinary force erupted around him, soaring to the heavens. Boom! A golden barrier suddenly appeared between them. Li Yuan's strike missed, sending him tumbling backward, crashing heavily to the ground amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Struggling to rise, Li Yuan's face flushed, a mouthful of blood spewing forth, his demeanor despondent. Impossible! How could you possibly withstand my onslaught? He clutched his chest, shouting hoarsely, how can you possess such immense power? Perhaps it is merely the contrast of your abilities? Chen Chongqing chuckled. This statement, while seemingly modest, was an insult to Li Yuan's skills. Having never faced such humiliation throughout his life, Li Yuan seethed with rage and lunged at Chen Chongqing once more. Unfortunately, the outcome remained unchanged. Chen Chongqing dodged effortlessly, even delivering a kick to Li Yuan. With a pained cry, Li Yuan was once again sent sprawling on the ground. Junior brother, how are you still so inept? You cannot even withstand a single strike. Chen Chongqing sighed, shaking his head. I will kill you. Li Yuan roared in fury, charging at Chen Chongqing again, entirely disregarding Daoist Tianji's earlier admonition. This time he could not even come close to Chen Chongqing. The arena witnessed another presence, the previously spectating Daoist Tianji, who now wore an expression of displeasure. Coldly fixing his gaze upon Li Yuan, he reproached Li Yuan. What did I say before you ascended the stage? Keep it within limits. You have lost. You must admit it. The Daoist of heavenly secrets let out a sigh. He had always believed that Li Yuan was exceptionally talented among the younger disciples. Yet now he found himself unable to even scratch a single hair of Chen Chongqing. How utterly embarrassing. His stepping forward at this moment was, in fact, a manifestation of his desire to protect Li Yuan. Otherwise, if it truly came to a showdown, Li Yuan would undoubtedly be the one to suffer. After speaking, the Daoist cast another glance at Tian Xian and said, Junior brother, are you not going to take your disciple back? Tian Xian's face flushed with anger. Li Yuan was his pride and joy. He had often boasted about this disciple in front of the Daoist of heavenly secrets, and Tian won. Today, he had hoped that Li Yuan would earn the title of senior brother to bring honor to himself. But the moment he faced Chen Changsheng, it all shattered. What a disgrace! Li Yuan, come back! Tianxian bellowed, seemingly unable to remain in this place any longer, and turned to leave. He was not only furious at Li Yuan's incompetence, which brought him shame, but also at the Taoist of heavenly secrets. The power of Chen Changsheng appeared to be at least at the pinnacle of the earthly immortal level, if not higher. As the master of Chen Changsheng, the Taoist had personally tested him yesterday. How could he be unaware of the disparity between Chen Changsheng and Li Yuan? To remain silent, knowing the vast difference, was akin to deliberately allowing him and Li Yuan to suffer humiliation. At this moment, Tianxian had completely forgotten that from the very beginning, the Taoist had been somewhat disapproving. Seeing that his own master had departed, Li Yuan realized that the Taoist was now blocking Chen Changsheng's path, and he understood that all hope was lost. He could only nod in acknowledgement of his defeat. Very well, I concede. Li Yuan is outmatched. With that, Li Yuan prepared to leave the stage. However, Chen Changsheng, in a mischievous mood, looked at Li Yuan with a smile and said, "Wait, junior brother, don't rush off just yet. Let us hear you call me senior brother." Li Yuan, already feeling disgruntled at his loss, was further incensed by Chen Changsheng's teasing. But a defeat was a defeat. There was no way around it. Senior brother. The three words were uttered with great reluctance. But Chen Changsheng did not press the matter further, instead smiling and saying, "Ah, dear junior brother, if anyone bullies you in the future, you must tell your senior brother, and I will seek justice for you." Li Yuan glared fiercely at Chen Changsheng, wanting to admonish him not to take advantage of the situation. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Ning Xinyao bounced onto the stage, mimicking Chen Changsheng's tone. She cheerfully said to Li Yuan, "If your senior brother is busy, just call me senior sister-in-law. I can help you too." Having just suffered a setback, Li Yuan felt his anger boiling anew at the antics of this couple. As if their taunts were not enough, they now sought to undermine his spirit. Ultimately, it was the Taoist of heavenly secrets who could no longer bear to watch, letting out a sigh and shaking his head. "Changsheng, come with me." The Taoist's tone was inscrutable, and Chen Changsheng immediately became more subdued, nodding and saying, "Yes, master." However, the Taoist did not leave immediately. Instead, he took a couple of steps toward Li Yuan, reaching into his sleeve to produce a small porcelain vial, which he handed to Li Yuan. "Take this. You must properly tend to your injuries." "Thank you, master," Li Yuan replied. Being wounded by a disciple only to receive medicine from him felt incredibly humiliating. That if Tianxian found out, he would undoubtedly be subjected to another round of scolding. However, rejecting the Taoist's kind intentions was not an option for Li Yuan. The small vial of elixir felt almost scalding in his hands. Observing Li Yuan's inner turmoil, the Taoist said nothing further, simply pressing the item into his hand before turning to leave. Initially, Chen Changsheng and Ning Xinyao had followed the Taoist, but as they approached a cluster of thatched cottages, the Taoist suddenly stated, "Changsheng, you may come in with me. Miss Ning, please wait outside." Caught off guard by being turned away, Ning Xinyao was quite displeased. However, upon seeing the reassuring glance from Chen Changsheng, her mood lightened somewhat. She pouted and turned to leave, but only found a nearby spot to sit and rest while waiting for Chen Changsheng to emerge. Upon entering, Chen Changsheng felt a wave of anxiety. He thought to himself that the Taoist's serious demeanor and the fact that he had called him in alone likely meant trouble. Could it be that he was upset over Chen Changsheng's victory over Li Yuan? "Do you have any grievances regarding your second master or junior brother Li Yuan?" As expected, the Taoist opened his mouth to speak about Tianxian and Li Yuan, though there was no hint of reprimand in his tone, which eased Chen Changsheng's tension slightly. "Did know, they're the ones who sought me out." After all that, he mused, well, claiming the title of senior brother for oneself could also be seen as seeking trouble. The Taoist did not express a definitive opinion on Chen Changsheng's response. "Your second master has some minor flaws, but he is, after all, an elder. Sometimes, it is best not to take things too personally." That in the end, the Taoist only offered this single piece of advice. Chen Changsheng nodded but felt conflicted. If Tianxian merely had a few temperamental faults, he could overlook them as a courtesy to the Taoist. However, this individual was likely to stir up discord within the heavenly Tao sect. Could he truly continue to tolerate such behavior? Perhaps in this rebirth, the course of events had shifted, and Tianxian would not repeat the foolish actions of his past life. Qin Chongqing dared not gamble, but also felt it inappropriate to disclose his concerns to the Taoist. Even if there are shortcomings with my second master, it is not my place as a junior to speak out. However, should things become excessive, I can hardly remain passive. After all, I joined the Heavenly Tao sect to learn, not to be bullied. Qin Chongqing pondered for a moment, deciding it best to give the Taoist a heads up and lay his cards on the table that, of course, if he does anything out of line, you can come to me, that I will ensure you are treated fairly, that I end the sect. If I cannot protect my junior brothers, how can I shield them from outside troubles in the future? Thank you. Master, I will certainly remember your words, Qin Chongqing replied earnestly. Good, I'm glad you understand. Set aside your second master's issues for now. Starting today, I shall teach you some techniques and mantras. Once you master them, those junior brothers will rely on you for guidance. With that, the Taoist handed Qin Chongqing a tome. To be honest, Qin Chongqing had already memorized this tome after practicing it for over 3 years in his previous life. Even after his rebirth, he had secretly practiced it for a while in the capital. Otherwise, he would not have been able to improve his skills so rapidly or hold his own against Bai Li Hong for a few exchanges. However, Qin Chongqing certainly would not reveal to the Taoist that he was already familiar with the text. Thank you, Master. I will diligently practice and ensure I do not disappoint you. That he sincerely expressed his gratitude to the Taoist and then returned with the tome in hand. On the other side of the bridge, Ning Xinyao waited patiently. After a while, without seeing Qin Chongqing emerge, a hint of worry crossed her face. Upon finally spotting him, she sighed with relief and rushed over, only to be securely caught by Qin Chongqing. Darling, are you all right? Qin Chongqing smiled, tapping her lightly on the head with the tome. You don't trust me again? Who am I? I'm your husband. How could anything happen to me? He glanced back at the thatched cottage and added, besides, I have done nothing wrong. Even if I had, my master would never punish me. That is true. Congratulations, husband, from now on. You are the senior brother of the Heavenly Tao sect. You must look after me. Ning Xinyao nodded in agreement after some thought. She then began to act coyly toward Qin Chongqing. He could only chuckle at how just moments ago, Ning Xinyao had been boasting about being the senior sister-in-law and protecting Li Yuan. Weren't you just being all imposing as the senior sister-in-law? What happened to that? Ning Xinyao, caught off guard by Qin Chongqing confronting her, was momentarily vexed. She shot him a fierce glare but ultimately retorted, well, in front of your junior brothers and sisters, I am the senior sister-in-law, but in front of you, I am merely your wife. And you must protect me. Ning Xinyao's reasoning was sound, and Qin Chongqing regarded her with affectionate indulgence. All right, I promise to protect you, now and forever. And what about in the next life? I will protect you in the next life as well. As the two were about to embrace, a sudden cough emerged from within the cottage. Disciple, I am weary and need to rest. You and your wife should go elsewhere. Qin Chongqing. Ning Xinyao. In her heart, Ning Xinyao secretly mocked, thinking that the celestial mechanism Taoist, this solitary man, must be filled with envy and resentment towards her. Meanwhile, Qin Chongqing merely shook his head and chuckled, opting for silence as he took Ning Xinyao's hand and departed. Chapter 68. Seeking revenge in the days that followed, life was relatively peaceful, at least with Tianxian no longer coming to trouble Qin Chongqing. The Tiandao sect also saw an influx of individuals seeking to become disciples. Yet only about half of them managed to stay. Qin Chongqing suddenly found himself with over 10 new junior disciples, which kept him quite busy. Ning Xinyao, however, remained idle, quietly cultivating her techniques. But one day, the arrival of an individual shattered the tranquility on the mountain. Lin Hao entered with a young man in his 20s, and upon seeing him, Qin Chongqing initially assumed he too was there to seek apprenticeship. A cursory glance led him to believe that the young man's aptitude appeared rather mediocre. Neither the celestial mechanism Taoist nor Tianxian would likely take notice of him. Strangely, the young man was dressed in plain white mourning attire, as if he had rushed over immediately after a funeral, perhaps burdened with deep-seated grievances. Alas, the poor child. Within a mere 15 minutes, Lin Hao hurried over to find Qin Chongqing, stating that Tianxian had summoned him to the Dao Inquiry Hall. After all, Tianxian was a senior elder of the Tiandao sect, and as the eldest disciple, Qin Chongqing had to assist in handling sect matters, which inevitably involved some interaction with Tianxian. However, this time, Lin Hao emphasized that Ning Xinyao must accompany him. Qin Chongqing found this peculiar. Shaolin, do you know what Uncle Shi wants to discuss with me and my wife? Lin Hao hesitated. glancing around to ensure no one else was nearby before lowering his voice to inform Qin Changxing. Eldest brother, I'm not entirely sure, but it seems to involve something that happened before your arrival. Did you and sister-in-law happen to kill someone before ascending the mountain? A question mark slowly formed in Qin Changxing's mind. Could it be that this person's grievance was indeed directed at him? Yet, to say he had killed someone prior to coming here. Well, there was indeed the matter of Su Hongling's master. Admittedly, Qin Changxing had never remembered the name of the individual involved, and more critically, he could not fathom how this person had managed to trace him to the Tiandao sect. Had nearly 2 months elapsed, and they still knew he had come to the Tiandao sect to study? Or did this individual have some prior connection to Tianxian, leading to this serendipitous encounter? Regardless of the reason, he would soon uncover the truth upon meeting Tianxian. All right, I understand. You may go about your business. I will fetch my wife and join you shortly. Qin Changxing dismissed Lin Hao and turned to find Ning Xinyao, briefly relaying the situation to her. Ning Xinyao appeared unconcerned, even patting her chest as she looked at Qin Changxing and said, "It's nothing. Let us go meet him. Worst case, we can seek out your master. He will look after us." Having spent some time at the Tiandao sect, Ning Xinyao had become acquainted with many individuals and had discerned the true nature of the celestial mechanism Taoist. Though he often appeared stern, he was in fact quite protective of his disciples. Moreover, regarding the matter with Sun Hongling and her master, it was not ultimately Qin Changxing's fault at that time. Sparing Sun Hongling's life had already been an act of mercy on Qin Changxing's part. Indeed, let's head over. Qin Changxing nodded in agreement. Truth be told, he felt nothing but curiosity at this point, lacking any trace of fear as they walked hand in hand toward the Dao Inquiry Hall. Inside the hall, many individuals had gathered. Naturally, Tianxian was present, as well as the celestial mechanism Taoist and Tianwen. The young man in mourning attire was also there, alongside Li Yuan, who appeared quite serious. While Qin Changxing could understand the presence of others, he could not fathom why Li Yuan was there. Was it possible that Tianxian intended to use this incident as an excuse to expel him from the sect, thereby allowing Li Yuan to ascend in rank? Before Qin Changxing could ponder further, the young man pointed an accusatory finger at him, exclaiming in rage, "Uncle, it is he. He is the one who killed my mother." Prior to the young man's arrival, Qin Changxing had glimpsed him, but the young man had not seen him, hence his current agitation. Qin Changxing raised an eyebrow, realizing that they were indeed relatives. However, he feigned ignorance, calmly greeting the celestial mechanism Taoist and the others. Longsheng pays respects to Master and the 2 uncles. Ning Xinyao followed suit, bowing respectfully behind Qin Changxing. "Qin Changxing, do you know him?" The celestial mechanism Taoist had just nodded when Tianxian interjected, his voice laced with anger as he pointed at the young man, urging Qin Changxing to recognize him. Qin Changxing scrutinized the young man again, noting the hatred in his eyes, which made him uncomfortable. The young man indeed appeared unfamiliar. Qin Changxing even questioned whether he had come due to Sun Hongling's master, that I do not recognize him. Qin Changxing replied nonchalantly, retracting his gaze. Upon hearing this, Tianxian frowned and turned to the young man, asking, "Yao Long, are you certain it is him?" The young man, now identified as Yao Long, glared at Qin Changxing with unbridled fury and replied, enunciating each word, "I recognize him. Even if he turned to ash, I would still recognize him." "Wait a moment. Good sir, you have clearly never seen me before. How is it that you recognize me so distinctly?" Qin Changxing almost retorted humorously. "Are you perhaps an admirer of mine, harboring a secret infatuation?" He continued, "While I have not seen you, I have heard much about your appearance from others, and it has left a lasting impression. You killed my mother. You must pay with your life." Yao Long shouted vehemently. "Who was your mother?" "I may have killed a cultivator around 40 years of age on my way here." Though he felt 7/10 certain, Qin Changxing decided it prudent to inquire about the name to avoid taking the blame inadvertently. It was not beyond the realm of possibility that Tianxian had set a trap for him. "My mother's name was Yao Shi. I also have a junior sister named Su Hongling. That it was you who killed her while passing through Bianzhou." Upon hearing Bianzhou and Su Hongling, Qin Changxing confirmed the connection. So, the old woman was named Yao Shi. Mentioning Su Hongling left no room for doubt. Although he had not known her name, it had to be the person Yao Long referred to. "Uncle, you heard him admit it. You must avenge my mother." It turned out that Yao Long was the godson of Yao Shi, and Yao Shi was Tianxian's cousin. After Yao Shi's death, Yao Long had learned of Chen Chongqing's name from Sun Hongling and had also gathered information about Chen Chongqing's appearance from her and an innkeeper. Originally, he intended to seek help from this seemingly unconnected godfather to avenge Yao Shi. Little did he know that by a twist of fate, Chen Chongqing was cultivating at the Tiandao sect. For Tian Xian, who had joined the Tiandao sect to study at a young age and had only returned home twice, his feelings towards Yao Shi were quite minimal and hardly memorable. Had the perpetrator been someone else, he might not have intervened at all. However, if it was Chen Chongqing, he would not hesitate to seize this opportunity to eliminate him. Chapter 69. How to Avenge Thus. Upon hearing Chen Chongqing's name from Yao Long, Tian Xian was particularly agitated. When he learned that the other party was a man and a woman dressed in finery, his suspicions were further confirmed. He quickly summoned Lin Hao and others to identify them at this moment. Upon hearing Chen Chongqing's admission, Tian Xian appeared outwardly furious. Yet internally, he was elated. Chen Chongqing, since you have admitted it, there is nothing more to discuss. The Tiandao sect does not harbor those who indiscriminately kill. Depart at once, lest we be forced to take action. Chen Chongqing let out a cold laugh, unable to tolerate Tian Xian's impatience. Uncle, you seem a bit too hasty. Are you acting in the interest of the Tiandao sect's reputation, or is this a matter of personal vengeance? Chen Chongqing's mocking tone pierced through Tian Xian's facade. Though Tian Xian did not openly acknowledge it, he felt a flush of embarrassment. You speak nonsense, he retorted, glaring with wide eyes, as if such indignation could mask his own insecurity. Chen Chongqing smirked, countering, if you claim this is for the sake of Tiandao Mountain, then why deny me the opportunity to explain myself? What is there to explain? Have you not already admitted to killing him? Is he not the one you murdered? I only acknowledge that I killed someone. I did not concede that I did so without just cause. Chen Chongqing maintained his composure, gazing at Tian Xian without a hint of fear. Then he turned to the celestial mechanism Taoist and stated, Master, the situation unfolded as follows. Chen Chongqing recounted the events of that day in detail to the celestial mechanism Taoist. However, Yao Long was clearly dissatisfied. As soon as Chen Chongqing began to speak, he pointed an accusing finger at him, exclaiming, You are slandering me. My mother was not someone who acted without reason. Yao Long puffed out his chest, his face flushed with indignation. One might genuinely believe he was wronged. Chen Chongqing merely chuckled coldly. This individual was indeed a skilled performer, but what was the use of his theatrics if the others did not play along? Otherwise, it would merely be a solo performance. Yao Shi was not that kind of person. The truth of their character is irrelevant to us here. If you are so convinced I have defamed her, it is quite simple. Bianzhou is not far from here. You need only send someone to inquire, and the truth will be revealed. Su Hongling should be well known to everyone in your circles, correct? As Chen Chongqing recalled the day he departed from the inn, he remembered the humble demeanor of the innkeeper. It seemed that Su Hongling had indeed committed many misdeeds in her daily life. This was merely a conjecture on Chen Chongqing's part, yet he was taken aback when Yao Long fell into a profound silence after his words. Evidently, he was well aware of Yao Shi's usual conduct. At this point, Chen Chongqing suddenly felt that perhaps he had been too lenient that day. Why have you ceased to speak? Are you afraid? Seizing the opportunity, Chen Chongqing pressed on relentlessly, sparing no semblance of dignity. Yao Long's face flushed instantly, yet he found himself utterly speechless. Satisfied, Chen Chongqing turned to face the Taoist of heavenly mechanisms and Tian. Master, uncle, this is the situation. Every word I speak is the truth, that I am not one to indiscriminately take lives, that if Yao Shi and Sun Hongling were to take advantage of others, it would be a different matter altogether. Furthermore, on that day, Sun Hongling's cultivation was exceedingly low. I perceived her merely as an ordinary citizen and chose to show mercy by refraining from striking her. Both the Taoist of heavenly mechanisms and Tianwen nodded in agreement. Although they rarely descended from the mountains, they understood the principle that those who instigate trouble must be prepared to face the consequences. Since it was Su Hongling and Yao Shi who initiated the provocation, Chen Chongqing's actions could be deemed justifiable self-defense. However, Tian Xian was unwilling to let this opportunity slip by and continued to press on, refusing to relent. Even so, you should not have placed someone in mortal danger. If you could spare Su Hongling, why not extend the same mercy to Yao Shi? It is quite simple. Although Su Hongling is tyrannical, it is largely due to her youth and lack of understanding. I believe that after this incident, she will learn her lesson. Yet, Yao Shi is different. She is already over 40, with her worldview firmly established, leaving no room for change. Moreover, Su Hongling merely sought to abduct me to satisfy her own desires, while Yao Shi has made lethal threats against me. Had I shown any weakness, I would not have survived to seek apprenticeship at the Heavenly Tao Gate. Such a ruthless individual who shows me no mercy. Why should I care for her life? Qin Chongqing raised his gaze to Tianxian, his words resounding with eloquence, leaving no room for rebuttal. Even Ning Xinyao, who listened from behind, found the exchange exceedingly dull. Not only was there no one capable of combat, but there was also a dearth of articulate individuals. That IT was truly a display of overreaching ambition, seeking trouble without the means to back it up. Does Uncle have any other opinions? Qin Chongqing provocatively inquired of Tianxian, inciting further irritation. Yet before Tianxian could respond, Qin Chongqing continued, "In truth, I understand the principle of repaying enmity with enmity and grievances with grievances. As Yao Shi's cousin, it is only natural for you to seek vengeance for your cousin's tragic demise at my hands. However, this is merely a personal grievance between us, unrelated to the Heavenly Tao Gate." Upon hearing this, Tianxian was rendered utterly speechless, as nearly all avenues were effectively blocked. Yao Shi's misfortune was of her own making, which meant that she could not invoke the name of the Heavenly Tao Gate to punish Qin Chongqing. Any pursuit of vengeance could only be conducted in a personal capacity, leading to potential disgrace in defeat or little glory in victory. After all, being more formidable than Qin Chongqing was expected, given his status as an elder. Ultimately, the most significant factor was that he shared little emotional connection with his cousin Yao Shi. While it would be ideal to eliminate Qin Chongqing through this opportunity, if he failed, there was no compelling reason to pursue this vendetta. Qin Chongqing's strategic retreat was truly masterful. Yet, in the entire assembly, only Yao Long remained oblivious to the situation, his eyes wide with disbelief as he turned to Tianxian, exclaiming, "Uncle, you must avenge my mother by killing Qin Chongqing." Tianxian, already irate, found in Yao Long's words an outlet for his frustration. He shot him a fierce glare, declaring, "Yao Shi has bullied others and allied with wickedness. Now she has provoked someone she ought not to have. This fate is her just deserts. Why should I be compelled to harm my own junior? If I were to act thus, how would I differ from her?" As Qin Chongqing observed Tianxian's wrath directed at Yao Shi, he swiftly shifted his stance, adopting an outsider's perspective. Internally, he mused that Tianxian was indeed an unabashed egoist. Initially, when Yao Shi's predicament was advantageous to him, he assumed a facade of righteousness, advocating for justice. Now that Yao Shi's situation bore no benefit, he immediately distanced himself, even rebuking Yao Long. Such a lack of loyalty and willingness to bear any loss was truly disheartening. Unfortunately, in his previous life, he had allowed such a person to masquerade as an ally for 3 years, only to discern his true nature amid the turmoil. That IT remained uncertain whether today's events would serve as a wake-up call for the Taoist of heavenly mechanisms, enabling him to recognize Tianxian's true character sooner. Chapter 70. The reversal of course. Should you insist on seeking revenge for personal grievances, the Heavenly Tao Gate shall remain uninvolved. You are free to pursue vengeance against Qin Chongqing. Neither I nor my sect will lend him any support. Qin Chongqing? The fruit is still uneaten, and yet the calamity has already been thrust upon me. Tianxian is truly a mundane individual. Qin Chongqing set aside his spectatorship, casting a cold glare at Yao Long. The Tio be honest. If he was not afraid of Yao Shi, what merit did Yao Long possess to warrant concern? Dealing with him would merely require a few simple techniques. Qin Chongqing was merely displeased by Tianxian's remarks. Fortunately, at that moment, Tian interjected to mediate. "Second senior brother, your words are misguided. The private grievances of others do not concern the Heavenly Tao Gate. However, Chongqing is our esteemed senior brother. How could we possibly stand by idly while he faces difficulties? What? Are you suggesting that we should mobilize the entire sect to bully a young man in his 20s merely to protect our own?" Tianxian immediately countered. Yet, Qin Chongqing found this exceedingly unjust, thinking to himself, isn't everyone in their 20s? Was his weakness a justification? He decided to observe how Tianwen would respond. Indeed, Tianwen swiftly clarified, "Senior brother has misunderstood. That is not my intention, that I merely wish to correct your statement, that if we disregard the safety of our disciples due to personal grievances, what significance does their apprenticeship to the Heavenly Tao Gate hold?" If a disciple encounters trouble and is in the wrong, the heavenly Tao gate will not condone it. However, if we are in the right, we will certainly not allow them to suffer losses. Yet this enmity was stirred up by Chen Chongsheng before he ascended the mountain. At that time, he was not yet a disciple of the heavenly Tao gate. Now that he is one of us, it suffices. Unless he commits a grave error, the master will not expel him from the sect. The conversation shifted to the Taoist of heavenly mechanisms, who finally spoke his first words of the day. Chongsheng has not erred. He is commendable. This implied that Chen Chongsheng would not be expelled from the sect. Furthermore, if one were to contemplate more deeply, it suggested that even if today's events stemmed from personal grievances, the heavenly Tao gate would not remain indifferent. Chen Chongsheng felt considerably reassured and then turned to the Taoist of heavenly mechanisms and Tianwen, stating, "In truth, master and uncle need not worry. Although Yao Long has sought me out today, considering Uncle Tianqian's standing, as long as he refrains from making a move, I shall not trouble him. Yao Shi's faults should not be laid upon Yao Long." He paused for a moment, then looked at Yao Long. Due to the alignment of the Taoist of heavenly mechanisms and Tianwen, as well as Tianqian's silence, Yao Long had lost his earlier bravado, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, revealing his evident anxiety. If he insists on blindly adhering to filial piety and seeking vengeance against me, I shall not be afraid. There is no need for my fellow disciples to intervene. I can handle him myself. It makes no sense that I can slay Yao Shi yet fear her son. The final remark from Chen Chongsheng was delivered with utmost arrogance, coupled with a youthful vigor that I in stark contrast. Yao Long, also a young man, appeared much more timid, now daring not to utter a single word. "So, Yao Long, if you are prepared, feel free to come at me. That if you are unprepared, resting here is also acceptable. However, if you fear and regret your decision, I advise you to leave the heavenly Tao gate at once." Yao Long gazed at Chen Chongsheng. Feeling immensely distressed, he wished to provoke Chen Chongsheng, but lacked the courage and strength. Yet, to simply walk away was unsatisfactory. Did he cast his gaze toward Tianxian, who turned away to avoid eye contact. After a moment of hesitation, Yao Long unexpectedly knelt before Tianxian. "With my mother deceased, I am now an orphan without a place to go. I beseech my uncle to take me into. I am willing to join the heavenly Tao gate and become a disciple." This turn of events was entirely unforeseen by Chen Chongsheng. Were it not for their opposition, he might have even applauded Yao Long. "Well done, young man, for devising such a clever scheme. I guess it a case of if you cannot defeat them, you join them. However, do you not find it irksome to constantly gaze at me?" If he can truly endure this, even Chen Chongsheng must admire him as someone capable of achieving great things. All eyes in the room turned towards Tianxian. The requirements for discipleship at the Tian Dao sect are not particularly strict. Tianji Daoist, Tianxian, and Tianwen each have their own preferences. That in other words, as long as Tianxian does not feel embarrassed at this moment, he may nod and accept Yao Long as his disciple. Chen Chongsheng, intrigued, wondered how Tianxian would choose. Tianxian felt conflicted. At present, Yao Long's abilities seemed rather limited, yet there was a sense of talent and tenacity about him, coupled with a grudge against Chen Chongsheng. Accepting him as a disciple and mentoring him might very well turn him into a sharp blade in the future. However, it felt somewhat inappropriate to accept someone who clearly had enmity with other disciples, which could contradict the rules of the Tian Dao sect. Yao Long seized upon the fleeting hesitation in Tianxian's eyes and instantly understood that the matter was not one of Tianxian's reluctance, but rather a predicament for him. Since Tianxian had such intentions, it was up to Yao Long to turn Tianxian's dilemma into a non-dilemma. "That I beseech my uncle to show mercy towards his nephew." Yao Long bowed deeply to Tianxian, pressing his forehead to the ground, exuding sincerity to the extent that even Chen Chongsheng was nearly moved. Tianxian maintained a stern facade, remaining silent. Those with a keen sense could tell he was not angry. Tianji Daoist and Tianwen refrained from speaking until Tianxian made a decision, and naturally, Chen Chongsheng and Ning Xinyao did not interfere either. Only Li Yuan remained, who had been by Tianxian's side for 3 years and understood his master's temperament quite well. After scrutinizing both individuals, he quickly formulated a plan. That he hurriedly approached the center of the hall, knelt, and said, "Master, I observe that Yao Long possesses potential and shares a familial bond with you. If we were to reject him merely due to a grudge with the senior brother, it would indeed be a pity." Chen Chongsheng couldn't help but click his tongue, thinking that indeed, Li Yuan was Tianqian's disciple, quite shameless and adept at trivializing significant matters. Was this merely a common grudge? To put it more severely, it was a matter of familial vengeance, an irreconcilable feud. Potential. What do you know about potential, you brat? Go back and contemplate your actions while copying the Heart Sutra 300 times. Besides, is the animosity between him and Qin Chongqing merely a common grudge? He harbors an obsession. What if he's intentionally seeking revenge? Tianqian's voice sounded rather loud, and he chastised Li Yuan. Yet Qin Chongqing, upon careful reflection, detected no genuine anger within it. It seemed that this master and disciple were perhaps deliberately playing off one another. Chapter 71. Yao Long becomes a disciple. Qin Chongqing found Tianqian's last statement particularly odd. It appeared he was rejecting Yao Long, but upon deeper inspection, it seemed he was offering him an avenue of escape. Indeed, Yao Long quickly caught on and raised his head to Tianqian, saying, "Nephew does not dare to presume. I merely seek a place to be sheltered, unrelated to vengeance." Tianqian looked troubled as he glanced at Tianji Daoist and Tianwen, seemingly wavering. Qin Chongqing had no doubt that if any one of them loosened their stance at this moment, Tianqian would eagerly go along with it. In fact, I see that this child is genuinely seeking to join the sect, that if the second senior brother wishes to avoid suspicion and not squander a good seed. Tianwen paused mid-sentence, and Tianqian seemed to misunderstand, eagerly preparing to speak. However, unexpectedly, Tianwen shifted his tone. "Very well, I shall accept him as my disciple. Tianqian?" Qin Chongqing. "Well, this is unexpected." Tianwen's words caught everyone off guard. Even Ning Xinyao struggled to suppress a laugh. No one had anticipated that Tianwen could be so playful. Tianqian was left momentarily speechless. One could not hide the intent to confront someone. Yet he could only accept this goodwill. What the junior brother says is indeed correct. Then I shall entrust my nephew to you. You must take good care of him. Yao Long was equally astonished. Having just spoken with such righteous indignation, now Tianqian had not even had the chance to react before Tianwen preemptively intercepted him. Joining Tianwen's ranks was not necessarily a bad thing. Yet it felt somewhat lacking in significance. However, to refuse would imply that his earlier declarations were insincere. Yao Long had effectively trapped himself in this situation. "What are you dawdling for? Quickly thank your master." With Tianqian's endorsement, Yao Long understood that he had likely lost any chance of retracting his words and could only grit his teeth and comply. "Master, two uncles, since the matter is clear, may I take my leave for the time being?" Qin Chongqing lost interest in the ensuing events, stepping forward to bid farewell before departing. Tianji Daoist nodded and then looked at Tianqian and Tian, asking, "What do you two think?" Seeing that there was no way to punish Qin Chongqing over this matter, Tianqian lost all interest and was about to decline and leave when Tianwen spoke again. "Yao Long, since you have completed the formalities of accepting a master, Qin Chongqing is now your senior brother, and you should greet him. To be honest, for Qin Chongqing, Tianwen's acceptance of Yao Long as a disciple was already a considerable surprise, effectively severing Tianqian's intentions that he had not anticipated that Tianwen had such a card up his sleeve. Was this not brazenly aligning himself with Qin Chongqing? Truthfully, during his previous 3 years in the Tiandao sect, Qin Chongqing had not interacted much with Tianwen. He had not expected him to be so adept at provoking others. Originally, Qin Chongqing did not particularly care for Yao Long's acknowledgement of him as senior brother. However, with Tianqian's words, he became intrigued. Folding his arms, he raised his chin slightly to regard Yao Long, clearly prepared for the encounter. Only Tianqian and Yao Long wore the most displeased expressions. The matter of accepting a disciple had been interrupted by Tian, which already displeased Tianqian. But now, Tian insisted that Yao Long greet Qin Chongqing in front of him, pushing Tianqian to the brink of frustration, yet he could not voice his grievances. After all, it was only natural for a new disciple to pay respects to their senior brother. Tianqian truly found himself at a loss for words that as for Yao Long. His lingering resentment towards Qin Chongqing had not yet dissipated. How could he easily express himself? Yao Long hesitated in silence, and Tianwen showed no signs of urgency, merely waiting patiently. Qin Chongqing, too, stood leisurely, watching Yao Long. After a lengthy pause, Yao Long finally spoke, begrudgingly saying, "Yao Long greets senior brother." As soon as Yao Long finished speaking, Tianqian let out a cold snort and departed. Though he was displeased, he could not articulate his feelings. Qin Chongqing nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Junior brother, No need for formalities that if you encounter any issues in the future. Feel free to seek assistance from your senior brother. Li Yuan had not yet left, and, upon hearing Chen Chongqing's words, felt a sense of déjà vu. He recalled the previous time he had competed for the title of senior brother, and how he had lost. Remembering what Li Zheng and Ning Xinyao had said afterward. Though some time had passed, hearing similar sentiments still triggered a reflexive response within him. Instantly, he felt disheartened and awkwardly departed. Chen Chongqing observed Li Yuan's reaction, finding it perplexing, but he did not dwell on it. After all, due to Tianxian, he held no favorable opinion of Li Yuan in daily life. As long as Li Yuan did not trouble him, Chen Chongqing would refrain from paying him too much attention, leading to a mutual non-interference that he took Ning Xinyao by the hand and once more greeted Tianji Daoist and Tianxian before leaving that as time was getting late. The morning's training had concluded. Chen Chongqing led Ning Xinyao directly back to their small abode. After residing there for some time, Chen Chongqing found himself quite content with the place. That my dear, will Yao Long truly be no trouble here? What is there to fear? I am not afraid of Yao Shi. So why should I fear Yao Long? Chen Chongqing scoffed, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. I certainly know that you are formidable, but I can see in his countenance that he exhibits the traits of a petty person. I merely worry that he may conspire against you in the shadows. Chen Chongqing patted Ning Xinyao's shoulder, reassuring her. Rest assured, my dear, that I in the face of overwhelming strength, even if he attempts a sneak attack or underhanded tactics, you'll find no success. Moreover, if he is under Tianxian's tutelage, I might have to worry about them plotting together. However, as he is now under the third uncle's wing, can I not trust the third uncle? Upon hearing this, Ning Xinyao nodded, but then recalled Tianwen's peculiar behavior, prompting another question. But why would the third uncle help you? It is evident that Tianxian was clearly displeased after he assisted you. Ning Xinyao found it strange. Logically, Tianxian and Tianwen were brothers in the sect, bound by decades of camaraderie. Why would he assist Chen Chongqing? The uncle is not helping me. He is assisting the Tiandao sect. At first, Chen Chongqing was somewhat perplexed by the situation. However, it was not surprising that Tianxian was the senior brother of Tianwen, and Tianji Daoist was also in the same position. Although Tianwen seemed to have offended Tianxian on the surface, he was, in fact, aiding Tianji Daoist. Otherwise, if Tianxian were to take Yao Long as his disciple, the new and old grudges among the three of them, and Chen Chongqing would certainly create a tumultuous affair. By preemptively diverting some of the animosity onto himself, Tianwen was also sparing himself a great deal of trouble in the future. Chapter 72. The Gathering of Heroes after Yao Long became a disciple of Tianwen. Perhaps due to Tianwen's suppression, he had indeed been considerably subdued for a time. Although his disdain and hatred for Chen Chongqing remained unabated every time they met, he ultimately refrained from actively seeking trouble with him. Chen Chongqing, for his part, did not make things difficult for him. That it appeared that throughout, Chen Chongqing had never regarded Yao Long as a significant threat. That in the blink of an eye, it had been half a year since the establishment of Tiandao Gate. During this time, Chen Chongqing was quite satisfied with his life. Though busy, it was still relatively pleasant that he occasionally exchanged letters with Ning Xinyao, and everything was well at the Shishu Wangfu. Chen Chuan had regained military authority and was governing the borders alongside Chen Changshu. Ning Di had also become more subdued. Yet, Chen Chongqing always sensed that the old man was merely biding his time for something nefarious. That on this particular day, Tiandao Gate received an invitation, a summons to attend the Gathering of Heroes. An event held only once every 5 years. This gathering had a long-standing tradition and typically invited around the top 30 sects from across the realm. Each sect would send 3 to 5 promising disciples to compete, primarily to assess the prowess of the rising stars from various sections. Logically speaking, Tiandao Gate had only recently been established, kept a low profile, and its disciples had yet to descend the mountain. By reputation alone, it should not rank among the top 30 sections. However, it was perhaps precisely because Tiandao Gate had been so discreet that it was misconstrued as arrogance, that some felt discontented and thus made an exception to invite Tiandao Gate. Eager to see what remarkable traits this rather reclusive sect possessed, in his previous life, Tianji Daoist had received the invitation but had no intention of attending. He had simply found a newly established sect with unqualified and inexperienced disciples and used that as a reason to decline the invitation. Maintaining a decidedly low profile, even with the rejection, there was no scandal. Chen Chongqing presumed that, given the chance to live again, Tianji Daoist would still refuse. Yet, he was taken aback by the turn of events. Although Tianji Daoist and Tianwen expressed disinterest in the matter, Tianxian had always been one to seek the spotlight, in his previous life. He had acquiesced to the opinions of Tianji Daoist and Tianwen because at that time, Li Yuan was also the senior brother, and the animosity between Chen Chongqing and himself was not as pronounced. However, today was different. The timeline had shifted due to the dual rebirths of Chen Chongqing and Ning Xinyao. Even though Tianji Daoist and Tianwen were reluctant to partake in this spectacle, it did not prevent Tianxian from stubbornly declaring, Tiandao Gate must attend this gathering of heroes. It is a perfect opportunity to demonstrate to the world just how formidable we truly are. Yet, what significance would that hold? The essence of Tiandao Gate lay in cultivating the heart. Seeking such hollow fame was utterly meaningless. Tianji Daoist remained silent, while Tianwen furrowed his brows and countered Tianxian's assertion. Tianxian, being rather petty, still harbored resentment over Tianwen's prior actions that had thwarted him. Coupled with various trivial conflicts that had arisen during this time, he felt that Tianwen was envious of him and deliberately opposing him. Thus, when he heard Tianwen speak against his proposal, he shot an unfriendly glance at him and retorted, cultivating the heart and seeking fame are not mutually exclusive. Tiandao Gate has only been established for half a year, and very few disciples have come to pay their respects. Although there are a few outstanding disciples, our overall strength still pales in comparison to other sections. If this continues, it will create a vicious cycle, leading to even fewer disciples seeking to join us. What if other sects, out of jealousy, come to create trouble? Tianwen found Tianxian's reasoning utterly absurd and fundamentally flawed. Just because we have no grievances with them does not mean they bear no ill will towards us. If that were the case, why would we have received this invitation? It is precisely because they harbor dissatisfaction that they wish to test us. Tianxian's words left Tianwen momentarily speechless and on a purely factual basis. Tianxian was indeed correct. Subsequently, Tianxian seized the opportunity to press on. While the three of us brothers have not actively made enemies, can you guarantee that your disciples have no past grievances? Take Chen Chongqing. For instance, did he not create trouble with Yao Long before coming here? If it were not for my relationship with Yao Long, it is inevitable that he would seek vengeance elsewhere. And that is merely one instance. Who knows how many other troubles Chen Chongqing has stirred up? If Chen Chongqing had been present to hear Tianxian's words, he would undoubtedly have exclaimed, "What a fine fellow! You certainly know how to stir the pot." Of course, if the senior and junior brothers believed that the personal grievances of their disciples were irrelevant to the sect, then they should henceforth turn a blind eye whenever an enemy came seeking retribution, allowing their disciples to handle matters on their own. But how could that be? If a disciple had provoked trouble themselves, then they should face the consequences alone. However, if the disciple were innocent and was unjustly persecuted out of jealousy, how could they sit idly by? That would contradict their teachings that in the end, Tianji Daoist and Tianwen were persuaded by Tianxian. After all, at the heart of the matter, they merely disliked complications and wished to minimize their interactions with outsiders, striving for simplicity in their relationships. Yet it did not mean they were genuinely afraid of attending such gatherings. With Tianxian's insistence, the two acquiesced for the disciples who would attend the gathering of heroes. The three of them deliberated and ultimately selected Chen Chongqing, Li Yuan, and Yao Long. These three were the strongest among the many disciples of Tiandao Gate and conveniently represented the three factions of Tianji Daoist, Tianxian and Tianwen, ensuring fairness and impartiality. Then, I shall lead these three, Tianwen declared. Though the disciples would be competing, it was customary for leaders or elders from each sect to send one or two representatives to observe. This was not only to witness the event, but also to ensure that their disciples behaved appropriately. After all, a gathering of young, ambitious individuals could easily lead to minor conflicts or frictions. And without the presence of their elders, such matters could escalate into more significant disputes. Tianji Daoist and Tianwen were both reluctant to engage in this commotion. Yet upon considering the selected disciples and Tianxian's involvement, they felt that Chen Chongqing appeared somewhat at a disadvantage, which left them uneasy. "Perhaps it would be better for me to go," Tianwen suggested, knowing that Tianxian had always held disdain for Chen Chongqing. Although he found it unlikely, he still worried that should any discord arise among them, it would reflect poorly both internally and externally. Chapter 73. Who will go? Moreover, even if Tianxian would not actively seek trouble with Chen Chongqing, The gathering of heroes was rife with potential for conflict. Tianwen was concerned that Tianxian might take the opportunity to ensure Chen Chongqing faced some unfair treatment. Thus, he decided to take precautions and personally attend. Isn't it the case that the junior brother does not particularly enjoy such occasions? Tianxian frowned discontentedly as he regarded Tian. He increasingly found Tianwen irksome, sensing that the latter seemed intent on opposing him at every turn. Though he had once disliked this notion, after hearing his second senior brother speak earlier, he felt a twinge of curiosity about the world and wished to seize the opportunity for himself. Why not let me have this chance instead? Tianwen did not shy away from expressing his intentions in front of Tianxian. Yet, in Tianxian's eyes, regardless of whether Tianwen genuinely sought to broaden his horizons or simply wished to antagonize him, he did not want to be associated with Tian. Tianxian fell silent, pursing his lips, clearly opposed to the idea, and then both turned to gaze at Tianji Daoist, silently imploring him to make a decision. Then, why not both of you go? Tianji Daoist suggested that I believe that would be acceptable. Tianwen nodded in agreement at the words of Tianji Daoist, which held no real significance. Tianxian appeared somewhat displeased but could not voice any objections. There was no rationale to forcibly prevent Tianwen from attending. Very well. In that case, let it be decided. Summon those 3 youngsters and provide them with further instructions. They should be given 2 or 3 days to prepare. The Gathering of Heroes sends out invitations a month in advance each year. Most sects tend to arrive a few days early. However, it is evident that the quota for Tiandao sect was added later. With less than 10 days remaining until the official commencement of the gathering, there is ample time to make the journey. Yet, as this is Tiandao sect's inaugural participation, it would be unwise to arrive on the very last day. Therefore, it is best to prepare now and set off in a couple of days, allowing for an additional 3 or 4 days upon arrival, which would not be too discourteous. Before long, Chen Chongqing and the others were summoned. After the Taoist of Heavenly Mechanisms briefed the 3 on the matters concerning the gathering, Chen Chongqing's demeanor remained calm, appearing rather disinterested. In contrast, Li Yuan and Yao Long exhibited a distinct emotional response. Li Yuan was somewhat agitated. Ever since his defeat to Chen Chongqing 6 months prior, despite being a standout among the disciples, he had struggled to overcome the shadow of that loss. Now, seizing the opportunity presented by the gathering, he was eager to witness the external world, to discern whether Chen Chongqing was truly formidable or if he himself was not as powerful as he had imagined. Yao Long's emotional fluctuations were more subdued. Outwardly, he seemed merely excited about the opportunity, yet a flicker of undisclosed malice danced in the corners of his eyes. Well, you 3, do you have any objections? If you do not wish to attend, please voice it now, and we will find a way to rearrange the personnel. I have no objections. That I too have no objections. That Li Yuan and Yao Long expressed their agreement in turn, leaving only Chen Chongqing silent. Chongqing, are you unwilling? The Taoist of Heavenly Mechanisms, noticing Chen Chongqing's reticence, inquired about his opinion. That it is not that I am unwilling. For someone like me, attending or not is inconsequential. However, it appears that this gathering will require at least a month or more of upheaval. And what of Ning Xinyao? May I bring my wife along? Chen Chongqing pondered that if he could take Ning Xinyao with him, then he would go, viewing it as an opportunity to broaden their horizons and provide her with a change of scenery. After all, remaining at Tiandao Mountain for an extended period might lead to boredom for her. But if she could not accompany him, he would prefer to stay behind and keep her company. Is the gathering a venue for frivolity and flirtation? Tianxian was the first to voice opposition. Over the past 6 months, his attitude toward Chen Chongqing had been consistently dismissive, seeking any reason to contradict him regardless of the rationale or feasibility of his suggestions. Chen Chongqing had anticipated Tianxian's response and paid it no mind, instead focusing on the Taoist of Heavenly Mechanisms and Tianwen, listening closely to their deliberations on the matter. The Taoist of Heavenly Mechanisms remained silent. Observing Tianwen glanced at the invitation in his hand and remarked, "It states here that each sect may send a maximum of 1 or 2 leaders or elders and 3 to 5 disciples. Additionally, there are 2 extra spots for others. This others sometimes referred to disciples who did not meet the criteria but wished to experience the world, or the wives and daughters of the leaders. Or even attendance for various tasks. Let's bring both Ning Xinyao and Lin Hao along." Ultimately, Tianwen made the decision, including Ning Xinyao and Lin Hao. I believe that is agreeable. The Taoist of Heavenly Mechanisms nodded in approval. Although Lin Hao's qualifications were lacking, preventing him from joining Tiandao's sect, his diligent assistance with various affairs have been commendable. Thus, taking him along to broaden his horizons was a welcome idea, with both the Taoist of heavenly mechanisms and Tian when in agreement. Tian Xian found it increasingly difficult to voice his dissent, feeling a growing sense of injustice. Despite his own shortcomings and inclination towards competition and pettiness, he felt that the Taoist of heavenly mechanisms and Tian were conspiring against him. Very well, you were summoned for this matter alone. Return and make your preparations, and please notify Lin how to be ready to depart early the day after tomorrow. The three disciples bowed respectfully and dispersed. Although Chen Chongqing had initially appeared disinterested, he now returned with a cheerful whistle. His behavior earned him disdainful glances from Li Yuan and Yao Long, yet he remained unaffected. Observing their demeanor, it seemed they had no intention of informing Lin Hao about this matter. After all, they had always looked down upon someone as simple-minded as Lin Hao. This task would fall solely upon Chen Chongqing. When Chen Chongqing conveyed the news to Lin Hao, the latter appeared incredulous at first. I can't believe I might actually have the chance to attend such an event, even if only to witness the spectacle. Is it true? Do I really have this opportunity, senior brother? Indeed, it is true. Hurry and prepare yourself. You must also arrange for someone to oversee your responsibilities within the sect. We wouldn't want everything to descend into chaos upon your departure. After briefing Lin Hao, Chen Chongqing returned to his quarters to share the news with Ning Xinyao. Upon hearing of the opportunity to venture out, Ning Xinyao was so delighted that she nearly twirled with joy. Observing her happiness, Chen Chongqing felt that the gathering had indeed taken on a meaningful significance. Chapter 74. The Palace of Parting Hearts. The Gathering of Heroes occurs once every 5 years. Hosted in rotation by the 3 major sections this year, it is being held at the Palace of Parting Hearts. Located within the wilds of Meng. Meng is a small, unruly nation adjacent to Dian, which has been restless in recent years. The troops stationed under Chen Changyuan are positioned along the border with Meng. However, their current journey does not allow for a visit, and thus they cannot greet Chen Changyuan or the other troops of Shishu. Chen Chongqing felt a twinge of regret. Their group of 7, with the exception of Lin Hao, who was slightly less capable, otherwise possessed commendable skills, enabling them to travel faster than anticipated. They encountered minimal delays and reached the Palace of Parting Hearts in just 3 days. With less than 4 days remaining until the gathering commenced, most invited disciples had already arrived. The Palace of Parting Hearts is perched atop the summit of Parting Heart Mountain, with its main hall situated on the highest peak. Surrounded by misty clouds, creating an exquisite landscape, the palace's mistress, a woman in her 30s, donned a white robe, her features exquisite, exuding an ethereal grace. Tall and slender, her skin was as fair as snow, with a slim waist and long legs. Her feet bare. Holding a whisk, her voice rang clear. Thank you, friends from Tiandao sect, for gracing us with your presence. Your accommodations have been arranged. Please follow the disciples to inspect your quarters, and do not hesitate to voice any grievances. Tian had come merely to observe and keep an eye on Tian Xian, so most of the other responsibilities fell to him, that he bowed to the mistress of the Palace of Parting Hearts, expressing, "Thank you for your efforts, mistress." Subsequently, a disciple stepped forward to escort Tian Xian and the others to their lodgings. The 7 of them were allocated 5 rooms. According to the rules, Tian Xian and Tian would each receive their own rooms. While the disciples shared accommodations, 2 per room, As Ning Xinyao was a woman. She was assigned a separate room. However, Chen Chongqing chose to move into Ning Xinyao's room, resulting in Li Yuan and Yao Long sharing one. While Lin Hao had a room to himself. This Palace of Parting Hearts truly lives up to its reputation as one of the top 3 sects in the realm. It is quite lavish. Lin Hao remarked, unable to suppress his admiration for the accommodations once the guiding disciple departed. He mused that at Tiandao sect, they would likely only manage to allocate 3 rooms. Tian Xian and Tian would share one, while Chen Chongqing and Ning Xinyao would share another. Leaving him to room with Li Yuan and Yao Long, the thought sent a chill down his spine. Sharing a space with those 2 would surely be torturous. Meanwhile, Chen Chongqing and Ning Xinyao began to settle into their room. The space was spacious enough, likely used as a guest room for only this occasion over the span of several years. Yet it was well appointed. Chen Chongqing was not one to be excessively particular, yet he found satisfaction in his surroundings. Deer, the disciple from earlier mentioned that aside from a few palaces and 2 forbidden areas, We can roam freely throughout the vast palace of parting hearts. Should we venture out to explore? To his surprise, Ning Xinyao shook her head, seemingly dismissive. Perhaps not. There are too many people outside, and I am reluctant to go out. The Palace of Parting Hearts was already home to nearly 200 disciples, attendants, and other personnel. With over 30 sects gathered for the event, at least an additional 200 individuals were present, resulting in the entire palace being teeming with people. Given Ning Xinyao's preference for tranquility, it was understandable that she would not wish to wander amidst the crowd. Then let us remain indoors. Chen Chongqing agreed, nodding in affirmation. My dear, why not take this opportunity to meditate and cultivate? If we had not come here, it would have been one thing, but since we are here, it would be far more interesting to strive for a distinction to bring back. Ning Xinyao reminded Chen Chongqing not to forget the purpose of their journey to be frank, she had little interest in this so-called heroes gathering. Had the Tiandao sect not participated, she would have found it rather unappealing. However, with Chen Chongqing representing the Tiandao sect today, Ning Xinyao believed that he must secure first place. Rest assured, I will certainly bring back the prize as a gift for you. After hearing Ning Xinyao's words, Chen Chongqing felt a surge of confidence. His thoughts aligned with hers. In such a setting, if one chose to participate, how could they return empty-handed? He was determined to make a remarkable impression, showcasing what true genius looked like. This heroes gathering was the perfect opportunity. Besides, they were no longer under the watchful eye of the Ning Emperor, and Chen Chongqing did not wish to keep certain matters concealed. Then let me be the first to congratulate you. My lord, At that moment, a voice filled with suspicion echoed from the entrance. Who goes there? Both stood up simultaneously. As the door swung open, several figures slowly made their way inside, clad in blue garments. They were tall and imposing, exuding an air of authority. Upon entering, they immediately demanded, "Who are you?" Ning Xinyao frowned and inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Wu Wei, the chief disciple of the Xuanxin sect." "Are you from the Tiandao sect?" "So it's the Xuanxin sect," Ning Xinyao thought. The Xuanxin sect, along with the Lisan Palace and the Yunwu Mountain, constituted the three great sects renowned throughout the seas. No wonder these individuals appeared so arrogant. "And what brings you here to us?" Chen Chongqing regarded Wu Wei and his companions with a cold gaze, pondering the significance of their names. One could only wonder if they truly embodied fearlessness. Wu Wei, taken aback by Chen Chongqing's calm demeanor after announcing the name of the Xuanxin sect, felt a surge of displeasure. I heard that an insignificant sect called the Tiandao sect infiltrated this heroes gathering. So I came to take a look. You must be from the Tiandao sect, right? Truly a small sect, lacking any understanding of decorum. Upon hearing this, Chen Chongqing scoffed and retorted, "I am Chen Chongqing, the chief disciple of the Tiandao sect. Pray tell, what have we done to warrant your judgment on our manners?" The Lisan Palace was the host of this heroes gathering. Upon their arrival, they had already made their greetings to the palace lord, and even brought gifts. Subsequently, the palace lord had arranged their accommodations. Having settled into their room, neither Chen Chongqing nor Ning Xinyao had even stepped outside. By all accounts, their behavior could hardly be deemed impolite. Furthermore, the hosts were from the Lisan Palace. And even if Chen Chongqing and his companions had unwittingly committed an offense, it was not the place of the Xuanxin sect to confront them. That moment, aside from Tianxian and Tianwen, who were not residing with their disciples, Li Yuanyao, Long, and Lin Hao had also been disturbed. "You newcomers, do you not know to introduce yourselves to my Xuanxin sect and the Yunwu Mountain?" Wu Wei looked down at Chen Chongqing with an air of superiority. Chapter 75. Xuanxin sect. Upon hearing this, Chen Chongqing let out a cold laugh, asking, "What sort of etiquette is this? I have never heard of it before. It is only natural that you, a small sect, have not encountered such customs." Wu Wei continued haughtily, "Now, allow me to enlighten you. You need only bow to us." What Wu Wei spoke of was hardly a matter of etiquette. The three great sects that hosted the heroes gathering were known as the upper three sects, and their disciples were notoriously arrogant. While the mid-tier sects, numbering around 10, might be excused, the lower-ranking sects and those newly participating in the gathering would typically seek to ingratiate themselves with the upper three sects by making introductions and flattering them, a customary practice developed over the years. However, as the Tiandao sect was newly established and had no prior alliances, they were unaware of such expectations. Of course, even if Chen Chongqing had known, he would not have conformed to it. Lin Hao, being the most timid and naive, mistakenly believed Wu Wei's words to be a rigid rule and hurriedly stepped forward to apologize that he felt a twinge of guilt, as he was usually responsible for the mundane affairs of the Tiandao sect. And it was his oversight that had led to Qin Chongxing and the others being troubled. Just as he was about to approach, Qin Chongxing intervened. With a cold smile, Qin Chongxing glared at Wu Wei and asked, "Is merely bowing to you sufficient?" Wu Wei and his companions, still oblivious to the mockery in Qin Chongxing's words, assumed he was cowering and continued to act arrogantly. "Doubt, of course, but if you wish for anything more, feel free to voice your desires. It wouldn't do for us disciples to merely bow to you. After all, you of the Xuanqin sect and the Yinwu Mountain are among the upper three sects. Are you not? To demonstrate your esteemed status, we should find a place, summon my 2 masters, and perform 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations." While Lin Hao was naive, Qin Chongxing was far from foolish. Born into the royal family of Shichu, he may have appeared a carefree dandy, but he was no stranger to the underhandedness of the political world. This group, clearly comprised of cultivators or scions of noble families, had not escaped the trappings of arrogance and pretentiousness. Yet, Qin Chongxing was certain that these so-called customs were not something they would dare escalate. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Wu Wei's face flushed with anger. "You little brat, don't think I'm afraid just because you brought your masters out." "I never said that," Qin Chongxing replied, feigning innocence. "That I merely believe the rules you set are not strict enough, so I'm helping you refine them." Wu Wei, enraged, retorted with a sneer, "Qin Chongxing, don't overstep your bounds. The heroes' gathering is just around the corner, and you will have to compete against us soon. Behave yourself, and we may allow you a move or 2, so you won't suffer too terribly in defeat. But should you disobey, and the arena turns dangerous, do not blame us." Qin Chongxing narrowed his eyes, realizing they were resorting to threats. "Well said. It would be wise for you to understand your position. I may very well allow you a move or 2, ensuring your loss is not too humiliating. However, if you fail to heed my warning..." Qin Chongxing's words trailed off, igniting Wu Wei's fury. "Very well. I shall see what you can do to bring us disgrace. The Tiandao sect, is it? I will remember you." With that, Wu Wei cast a disdainful glance at Qin Chongxing and his companions before finally resting his gaze on Lin Hao. Typically, each sect would send 3 to 5 disciples to the heroes' gathering. With Qin Chongxing, Li Yuan Yao, Long, and Lin Hao, they had exactly 5 participants, including Ning Xinyao. Wu Wei assumed that Lin Hao and Ning Xinyao would also partake in the competition. With a quick glance, Wu Wei could see Lin Hao's lack of prowess, prompting a derisive chuckle. "With such a weakling, you dare to attend the heroes' gathering. The Tiandao sect is truly nothing special." Qin Chongxing shielded Lin Hao behind him, casting a scornful gaze at Wu Wei. "If that's the case, let us wait and see." "Let us see indeed. We shall see who embarrasses whom." Wu Wei scoffed, leading his companions away, not intending to escalate matters further at that moment, but he was confident that Qin Chongxing would surely suffer during the competition. All it would take was a mere flick of his finger to crush Qin Chongxing and the others on the arena, that he planned to manipulate the sign-up sheet to ensure he faced Qin Chongxing in the first round. Once Wu Wei and his group departed, Qin Chongxing's room fell silent. Li Yuan and Yao Long exchanged worried glances, their brows furrowed. Moments ago, so many had been present, yet only Qin Chongxing and Wu Wei had exchanged words. They had no opportunity to assert themselves. However, in that situation, they felt powerless to speak. With Qin Chongxing's demeanor so resolute, stepping in to mediate would only invite ridicule. Confronting Qin Chongxing head-on seemed daunting, especially given the formidable reputations of the Xuanqin sect and Yinwu Mountain. Only Lin Hao, still timid, looked at Qin Chongxing and asked, "Senior brother, I've heard of both the Xuanqin sect and the Yinwu Mountain. They seem quite formidable. Won't offending them lead to trouble?" "Fear not. Trust in your senior brother. I will certainly defeat them one by one on the arena." Li Yuan let out a mocking laugh, insinuating, "Some people, emboldened by their talents, become insufferably arrogant, oblivious to others. While they may strut about, poor Lin, you might find yourself in a precarious situation. Be cautious in the coming days. You don't want to attract their ire." From Wu Wei's attitude just now, it's clear you've caught his attention. Lin Hao's face turned pale at Li Yuan's words that Wu Wei's fierce demeanor had already instilled fear within him. What if they sought revenge? Rest assured, they wouldn't dared if they had the guts. They wouldn't have walked away just now. Qin Chongxing shot Li Yuan a disapproving look, aware of Lin Hao's timid nature. Yet Li Yuan continued to sow seeds of doubt. Who knows if they dare to confront you openly, but what about behind your back? Li Yuan, having received a glare from Qin Changsheng, remained undeterred. Senior brother, should we inform the two elders? Lin Hao, being timid, cast a hesitant glance at Qin Changsheng. Qin Changsheng sighed and remarked, after all, they have done nothing yet. What can our two esteemed uncles do if we merely inform them? It would be foolish to approach Xuanqing sect and Yinwu Mountain for retribution based solely on a few harsh words and Li Yuan's unfounded conjectures. It is not that Tiandao sect fears the individuals from the upper three sects. Rather, such actions would clearly put Tiandao sect in the wrong that if others were to dismiss it as mere childish squabbles among disciples. Claiming nothing significant occurred, it would only serve to portray our sect as petty and calculative. Chapter 76. Shall we pretend nothing has happened? What shall we do, senior brother? Shall we simply act as if nothing transpired? Lin Hao remained anxious. Although Qin Changsheng and his companions were formidable and fearless wherever they went, poor Lin Hao was merely a frail creature, oblivious to the dangers that might lurk behind him. Fear not from now on, do not venture out alone. Whatever you do, stay with me. I shall protect you. Qin Changsheng sighed. This incident, albeit instigated by others, would not have escalated to this point had it not been for his involvement. He felt a sense of responsibility, at the very least ensuring that Lin Hao did not suffer due to his actions. Upon receiving Qin Changsheng's assurance, Lin Hao felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, Li Yuan interjected with unrelenting sarcasm. Ah, you two lovebirds hiding away in your room, whispering sweet nothings. Do you wish for Lin Hao to follow your example and cower in solitude? Master Zoman suggested bringing Lin Hao along to broaden his horizons. Yet here he is, imprisoned in your quarters because of you. How can you bear such shame? Qin Changsheng's patience began to wear thin. He recognized Li Yuan's intent to provoke and had tolerated it for too long. Since you were so concerned about Lin Hao, would you prefer to protect him yourself? After all, you do not seem to enjoy being cooped up indoors. Tian Xian had just arrived and was busy mingling with others. Resembling a social butterfly, A.S. Li Yuan was his disciple. It was clear that he inherited this trait. Thus, Qin Changsheng retorted without hesitation. Li Yuan's expression darkened, feeling the sting of the words, and he shot a fierce glare at Qin Changsheng. Why must I clean up your mess? Your mess. It seems, dear Li Yuan, you are eager to curry favor with them. If that is the case, why not take little Lin along to pay your respects to Wu Wei's group? They can place all the blame squarely on my shoulders, that I might even extend a measure of leniency towards you in the arena. Qin Changsheng, do not overstep your bounds. It is merely a casual greeting among disciples, yet you twist it into something sinister. Li Yuan, infuriated, began to lose his composure, pointing accusingly at Qin Changsheng. Yet, Qin Changsheng remained calm and silent. His gaze penetrating and unsettling Li Yuan, I believe senior brother speaks wisely. Those individuals are not here with good intentions that I can endure some grievances, but we cannot allow Tiandao sect to suffer humiliation. I shall refrain from venturing out for the next few days, and I will wait for you to showcase your prowess in the arena and teach Wu Wei a lesson, Lin Hao timidly asserted, further inciting Li Yuan's ire. His words not only overtly sided with Qin Changsheng, but also subtly acknowledged his strength, expressing a belief that Qin Changsheng would defeat Wu Wei in the arena. Do you truly trust him for your revenge? Perhaps you have never encountered the insomniac frog at the bottom of the well. When it comes to confronting the upper three sects, who knows how you might crumble? Qin Changsheng chuckled, unperturbed, and countered Li Yuan. If I am the frog at the bottom of the well, then what does that make you, the disciple defeated by a frog? Qin Changsheng was perplexed by Li Yuan's intelligence. As his former adversary, what benefit would it yield to tarnish his own reputation? You. Very well. I shall see just how capable you are outside Tiandao sect. Once again, Li Yuan's sore spot was touched, and he stormed off infuriated, sleeves flaring. After his departure, Yao Long followed suit, maintaining his customary low profile, yet his departing gaze left Qin Changsheng feeling slightly uneasy at this moment, within the confines of the room. Only Qin Changsheng and his wife Ning Xinyao remained with Lin Hao. Qin Changsheng patted Lin Hao's shoulder and said, Fear not. Return to rest if you wish to venture outside. Come find me, as I too desire a stroll. Should anything arise while you are alone, simply crush this token, and I shall appear before you swiftly. With that, Qin Changsheng handed Lin Hao a small wooden token. Possessing this item would allow for rapid summoning of Chun Chongsheng within 10 counts. He would not easily grant such a token to anyone. Yet feeling a sense of guilt regarding today's events, he offered it to Lin Hao as a means of atonement. Thank you, senior brother. Rest assured, I shall do my utmost to avoid causing you trouble, but do not mention it. It is no trouble at all. After all, as your senior brother, it is only natural for me to look after you. Chun Chongsheng replied with a smile, assuring Lin Hao that he need not feel burdened. After exchanging farewells, Lin Hao took his leave. Ning Xinyao then cast an annoyed glance at Chun Chongsheng, voicing her grievances. Husband, those outside are truly exasperating. Previously, Ning Xinyao had been ensnared within the palace, needing to tread carefully around figures like Empress Xiaofei. Now, having left the capital, she was dismayed to discover that the world outside was rife with similar annoyances. Do not fret, that Wu Wei was merely a foolish clown. Observing his cultivation, he is hardly more formidable than Li Yuan. In the arena, he will undoubtedly be no match for me, and I shall humiliate him thoroughly. Shall I not? Initially, Chun Chongsheng found Wu Wei to be of little concern. However, seeing Ning Xinyao's displeasure, he too felt a tinge of discontent. Indeed, those who upset Ning Xinyao ought to meet their demise. I worry he may not be so compliant, but he seems rather cunning, and I fear he might cause trouble before the Grand Assembly officially commences in 3 days. That am I one to fear trouble. Besides, if he is so eager to find misfortune, I am more than willing to accommodate him. With that, Chun Chongsheng let out a cold chuckle. That in the arena, with so many sect leaders watching, he might hold back from delivering fatal blows. But if Wu Wei dared to provoke him privately, as long as Chun Chongsheng had witnesses to prove Wu Wei initiated the conflict, he would be free to deal with him accordingly, leaving Wu Wei to bear the shame of being the instigator. That does make sense. In that case, I hope he seeks trouble sooner. Ning Xinyao seemed oddly exhilarated by Chun Chongsheng's words, displaying an attitude that reveled in chaos. Upon witnessing her reaction, Chun Chongsheng could only shake his head. However, if we remain hidden indoors, he certainly will not seek us out. That if he does not come to us, we shall go to him. Let us take a stroll. I am certain he will approach us of his own accord. Though Ning Xinyao typically shunned contact with others, she was drawn to lively events that moment. Wu Wei was the very commotion she yearned to witness. Chapter 77. Turmoil in the Sea of Flowers. All right, I have heard there is a sea of flowers nearby, with splendid scenery. Shall we go explore? The Sea of Flowers was one of the most renowned sights near Xian Palace. A vibrant tapestry of multicolored blooms that could enchant any beholder with just a glance. Indeed, Ning Xinyao seemed to recall some memories of the Flower Sea from before her arrival. Truth be told, it did seem delightful. After tidying up, the two invited Lin Hao to join them. The entire Flower Sea spanned approximately a mile, with scattered individuals engaged in various activities, some meditating alone, others frolicking with spirit beasts. While a few groups of friends chatted amiably, Chun Chongsheng took Ning Xinyao's hand and led her to a quieter area. Lin Hao, understanding their desire for privacy, kept a respectful distance. This Flower Sea is truly exquisite. I wonder who conceived such a design. Ning Xinyao could not help but marvel. Though Chun Chongsheng had little knowledge about Xian Palace, he understood that the identity of the designer mattered little. What truly counted was that Ning Xinyao found joy in it, that if you cherish it upon our return to Dian, I shall arrange for one just for you. Is that true? Ning Xinyao's eyes widened in surprise. Clearly delighted. Indeed, but it may be somewhat smaller than this one. Chun Chongsheng mused, then added, if it is a Flower Sea designed specifically for you, it need not be so expansive. A mere 1/8 or 1/10 of this size would suffice. He was uncertain whether Ning Xinyao would mind. That would be wonderful. A smile blossomed on Ning Xinyao's face, her eyes brimming with delight. It appeared she was utterly unconcerned. Chun Chongsheng and Ning Xinyao had merely occupied that spot for a little over a quarter of an hour when Wu Wei, having caught wind of the situation, rushed over, his face contorted with fury. His anger stemmed not only from past grievances, but also from the fact that Chun Chongsheng seemed to be enjoying himself in this moment of leisure. Was he truly unafraid of the repercussions? Step aside. This land is claimed by me, he declared, swiftly advancing toward Chun Chongsheng and Ning Xinyao, making a show of intent to drive them away. Upon witnessing this, Chun Chongsheng feigned displeasure with a furrowed brow. Yet inwardly, he mocked Wu Wei for being so easily baited. To be frank, if all disciples of the Xuanxin sect were as foolish as he. Their prospects would be dire. Just because you have laid claim to it, must it be relinquished to you? Is it the norm for Xuanxin sect to exhibit such unreasonable behavior? Chen Chongqing rose, arching an eyebrow at Wu Wei. The flower field was already populated with numerous onlookers. Upon noticing the rising conflict, half of them couldn't resist the urge to come and witness the spectacle, while many others, recognizing Wu Wei from the Xuanxin sect, deemed him a dangerous adversary. Their curiosity was tempered by the apprehension of attracting trouble, thus they refrained from joining the fray. Nevertheless, a considerable crowd began to gather around. Wu Wei was filled with self-satisfaction as he prepared to teach this presumptuous disciple of the Tiandao sect a lesson in front of so many witnesses. This would serve to vent his own frustrations and establish the authority of the Xuanxin sect. Chen Chongqing, your words are rather excessive. What do you mean by saying that my Xuanxin sect lacks reason? This is merely the privilege that comes with being one of the top 3 sects. Chen Chongqing remained seated on the ground, cross-legged alongside Ning Xinyao, gazing up at Wu Wei without a hint of trepidation, his demeanor unyielding. There seemed to be quite a few rules among the top 3 sects. Why not enumerate them for us? There are indeed many, Wu Wei replied, proceeding to list them. For instance, the disciples of the top 3 sects must refrain from eating until we have dined. At night, once we extinguish our lamps, disciples from other sects must also cease their activities and remain silent. And when encountering a disciple from my sect, one must take the initiative to greet and pay their respects. He continued rambling on, and afterward he cast an arrogant glance at Chen Chongqing, insolently inquiring, "That's just a start. Have you managed to remember all of it?" Chen Chongqing let out a cold laugh. "I've remembered." "And what of it?" "What of it? I have taken a liking to this place, and you should promptly vacate." Wu Wei nearly choked on his own words, realizing he had wasted his breath. "Did I ever agree to abide by your ridiculous rules? Then why ask?" Wu Wei glared at Chen Chongqing, his eyes nearly ablaze with indignation. "Boring. I was merely listening for amusement," Chen Chongqing replied, dismissing Wu Wei's presence entirely, lowering his head to hold Ning Xinyao's hand. Once again engrossed in the beauty of their surroundings, Wu Wei, as the eldest disciple of the Xuanxin sect, was regarded as a prodigy with great expectations placed upon him by his elders. He was an esteemed figure whose name commanded respect throughout the realm. When had he ever been so ridiculed, especially by a nameless disciple of the Tiandao sect? Wu Wei felt that if he were to endure this humiliation, he would be setting himself up for a lifetime of scorn. Meanwhile, the crowd continued to murmur, fanning the flames of the situation. How audacious the Tiandao sect must be, disregarding even Wu Wei. Indeed, the Tiandao sect is merely a fledgling sect established for less than half a year. Their disciples dare to show such disrespect to the Xuanxin sect. If I were Wu Wei, I would find this intolerable, that if Wu Wei allows this to pass, the Xuanxin sect will suffer a grave loss of face, and other sects will no longer regard them with any respect. These remarks seemed to be brainwashing Wu Wei, instilling in him the notion that his actions were not merely for personal vindication, but for the dignity of the entire Xuanxin sect. With this thought, Wu Wei felt emboldened. "Chen Chongqing, I had no intention of holding a grudge against you, but your current behavior is a blatant affront to my Xuanxin sect. If I fail to teach you a lesson today, how can I maintain my authority?" Chen Chongqing's eyes glimmered with satisfaction at having successfully ensnared Wu Wei. He feigned surprise, gazing wide-eyed at Wu Wei, and asked in shock, "What do you intend to do?" The Gathering of Heroes has regulations against private duels among disciples. He even pretended to tremble in fear. Seeing Chen Chongqing's demeanor, Wu Wei took it as genuine fear, which only fueled his arrogance. "That if you are afraid, then you ought to apologize to me, kneel, and bow 3 times, that I shall consider this all forgotten. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to teach you a lesson. A proper duel involves both parties exchanging blows. If I were to unilaterally punish you, it would merely be setting a rule. Do you understand?" Chen Chongqing disregarded the latter part of Wu Wei's statement, thinking to himself that demanding a bow was quite audacious. "You think you deserve such an apology? My father taught me that a true man stands tall, even in death. Who is your father?" Wu Wei scoffed, seemingly dismissing Chen Chongqing's words. "That my father is King Qinsha of Shishu, and this is my wife, Princess Ning Xinyao of Chongning. Wu Wei, are you certain you wish for me to kneel?" The crowd collectively gasped, for the name of King Qinsha of Shishu resonated far and wide, not just in Dian, but across the seas. The most disconcerted was undoubtedly Wu Wei, for the Xuanqing sect was a faction within Dian. Regardless of its status as one of the top 3 sects, when faced with individuals from the Shishu royal family, they were bound to tread lightly. "Are you truly the son of King Shishu?" Wu Wei asked, incredulous. The son of the illustrious King Shishu, choosing to cultivate in a mere minor sect like the Tiandao sect. Who would believe such a tale? Are you afraid? Qin Chongqing observed the hesitation in Wu Wei's eyes and suddenly regretted revealing his identity so soon. Now that Wu Wei appeared intimidated, he had lost the opportunity for sport that he needed to provoke him anew, to incite his fury that Wu Wei, however, was unwilling to admit fear. That would be too humiliating. Yet he could not continue to speak disparagingly of Qin Chongqing either. You ought to know that when disciples of the Xuanqing sect encounter those from the royal family of Shishu and the Chongning princess, we are expected to show respect. Given that the Lisan Palace and the Yunwu Mountain Manor were not sects within Dian, and with only his own sect confronting him, Qin Chongqing refrained from involving others, merely naming the Xuanqing sect. That Wu Wei's face flushed with indignation. He wanted to argue, but couldn't find the words. Your reasoning is flawed. We are currently in the wilderness in this realm, and have come here for the gathering of heroes. Furthermore, you have joined the Tiandao sect. How can you wield your identity as a member of the Shishu royal family to intimidate others? He protested, but Qin Chongqing simply smirked. That's so? Very well, if I need not rely on my identity as a member of the Shishu royal family to intimidate you, then how about I kneel before you now? Would you dare accept that? At this moment, Qin Chongqing rose to his feet, standing face to face with Wu Wei, towering over him by half a head. His gaze was piercing, exuding an undeniable presence. Strangely, Wu Wei displayed a rare hint of apprehension. To outsiders, this may not have seemed significant. After all, Qin Chongqing was invoking the name of the Shishu royal family to assert dominance, and Wu Wei, as a disciple of the Xuanqing sect within Dian, was thus apprehensive. However, only Wu Wei understood the true source of his unease. It was the overwhelming aura radiating from Qin Chongqing that rendered him subdued. As the crowd continued to observe and whisper, Wu Wei's anger mounted. He shook his head, attempting to reassure himself that his initial surprise at the name of the Shishu royal family was merely a fleeting moment, and he was not being subdued by Qin Chongqing. Qin Chongqing, do not grow too complacent. When we step onto the arena, we shall rely solely on our abilities. Your lineage will not matter. Oh, matters for later can wait. For now, can you kindly remove yourself from my sight? Qin Chongqing replied, his expression one of palpable irritation. That Wu Wei, already brimming with resentment, turned to see the crowd's scrutinizing gazes, and his frayed nerves snapped. Reason fled him as he glared at Qin Chongqing, fully prepared to lash out. Qin Chongqing, do not push your luck. I have refrained from punishing you out of respect for King Shishu, but do not mistake my restraint for fear. Qin Chongqing's heart chuckled coldly. Wu Wei truly was easily provoked, riled by mere words. Do you dare to act? Qin Chongqing spoke with a calm demeanor, uttering 5 words. The last string of his fearless resolve had indeed snapped. He glared furiously at Qin Chongqing, brandishing a luminous sword in his hand, unhesitatingly preparing to engage in combat without any sense of martial ethics. The onlookers nearby were taken aback by this sudden turn of events.